Chapter 101. After trying more than a dozen times, Zhou finally succeeded in making a fire and ignited the furnace. The next step was to wait. Zhou remade 2 wooden foundations and placed them on the body of the phantom leviathan. He lay directly on them to bask in the sun, leisurely and comfortable. Since the wooden foundation can be placed, can the stone foundation also be placed? Zhou was basking in the sun while thinking wildly. Since the phantom leviathan entered the deep blue sea, it has fought more and more large creatures, and today it was seriously injured. Zhou thought, since the stone foundation can be placed on the body of the phantom leviathan, he might as well lay a layer of stone foundation on the surface of the phantom leviathan's body. In the future, when he encounters a large creature of similar size, these stone foundations can also play a protective role in the fight. This is indeed a good idea, but it is not feasible to think about it carefully, because there are many large creatures in the deep blue sea, but there are more giant creatures. Most of the time, the phantom leviathan is chased by giant creatures. So speed is very important. Laying a layer of stone foundation on the phantom leviathan will definitely affect the escape speed, and for the giant creatures that can chase the phantom leviathan, the defensive power of the stone foundation is not enough. Maybe the giant creature will find the skin crispy and delicious when eating it. Let's try it first. Zhou flipped down from the wooden platform, made a stone foundation, and began to lay it on the back of the phantom leviathan. Soon, Zhou laid more than 200 stone foundations on the back of the phantom leviathan, but the size of the phantom leviathan was too big, and he didn't even lay 1/5 of the 200 stone foundations. Ah, what's pressing on it? It's so heavy. The phantom leviathan's heart sounded, and it couldn't bear it anymore. The body floating on the sea began to sink slowly. Zhou saw that something was wrong, and immediately moved his mind to collect all the stone foundations, and the phantom leviathan floated up again. After trying, it was obvious that the idea of laying a layer of stone foundation on the phantom leviathan was impossible to achieve. Zhou also realized the reason. The stone foundation was too heavy. One was about 2 tons, and 200 was 400 tons. To cover the back of the phantom leviathan, it would take about 1,000 stone foundations, equivalent to 2,000 tons. Transfiguration leviathan age, 18 days. Stage, birth period. Body length, 48 meters. Weight, 500 tons. Food type, algae. Eating method, filter feeding. Evaluation, a 500-ton baby. Zhou looked at the current information of the Transfiguration Leviathan. The Transfiguration Leviathan's body weight is only 500 tons. The stone foundation covering the whole body weighs at least 5,000 tons. This will surely sink the 500-ton baby to the bottom. However, Zhou has another way to reduce weight, which is to place a stone foundation at a certain distance and a wooden foundation in the middle, so that gravity and buoyancy offset each other. Although the wooden foundation is not very defensive, it is better to have some defense than no defense. But this method can only be effective underwater. Now Zhou is still burning the furnace. He can only try this idea after the iron smelting is finished. So Zhou lay on the wooden platform again to rest, adding wood as fuel to the furnace from time to time. About 2 hours have passed, and the iron ore in the furnace is only burned red, and there is no sign of melting. It seems that using wood as fuel is not feasible. This was within Zhou's expectations. After all, iron smelting in reality requires carbon as fuel. It has high combustion efficiency and produces high temperatures. The temperature in the furnace can also reach the melting point of iron ore. But the problem is that Zhou has no carbon, and he doesn't even have any information about carbon, so he will try to use wood as fuel. What if the world system is designed in this way? But now it seems that it is not. Zhou was not disappointed. Although he didn't have coal, he could make charcoal. Having played so many survival games and watched so many survival videos, making charcoal can be said to be a basic operation, and he just happened to have the materials to make a small charcoal kiln, mud and hay. Let's do it tomorrow. Zhou glanced at the sky. It was almost evening. It would take a long time to make a small charcoal kiln and then burn charcoal. There was definitely no time today. At night, the transformed Leviathan also had to find a relatively safe place to sleep. It was too dangerous to float on the sea all the time. However, how could he waste the fire he had finally made? Zhou returned directly to the stomach wall space and used 5 iron ingots to make an iron pot. Then he took out the canned beef, used 1,000 basic materials in the World Trading Channel, traded 5 packs of instant noodles at a high price, and traded another piece of spiked krill meat. After taking a bunch of things, he returned to the back of the transformed Leviathan, placed the iron pot on the furnace, poured in mineral water, waited for the water to boil, poured in 2 packs of instant noodle seasoning, and then poured in the canned beef. In an instant, the aroma filled the air. Zhou asked Chen Xian for another portion of mirror barracuda meat. The texture of mirror barracuda meat was relatively hard, so it was cut into slices and cooked directly in the pot. When it was almost cooked, the thickly sliced thorny krill meat was added, followed by the thinly sliced white jade clam meat, and finally a few streamer fish. Anyway, all the ingredients were thrown into the pot. It's a pity that I didn't plant some vegetables, otherwise it would be better if I put a handful of vegetables in. Zhou looked at the pot of hodgepodge, without a single green, and always felt that it was a little lacking. Send 2 wooden bowls. Zhou sent a private message to Chen Xian, and then sent a pair of chopsticks to her and Jiang Haitao. Boss Zhou, is there anything delicious? Chen Xian sent 2 wooden bowls to Zhou, and after receiving the chopsticks, she immediately realized that there was something to eat, and so did Jiang Haitao. Hey! I make you a bowl of noodles. Brother One, it's not Thai no beef noodles, right? Yes, it's Thai. Pot beef and seafood noodles. I don't eat beef. Ha ha ha. Zhou chatted with the 2 of them, put 5 packs of noodles into the pot, and after cooking for a while, he took the iron pot off the furnace to prevent the noodles from being overcooked. He served a bowl to Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao respectively, and sent it through the system interface. Wow, it's delicious. It feels like I haven't eaten salty food for a long time. By the way, Brother One, where did this beef come from? It's not available on the World Trade Channel. This is from the supply box, but you can only get it after entering the Deep Blue Sea. You too should be reaching the Deep Blue Sea soon. After that, Zhou told them about the dangers of the Deep Blue Sea and asked them to feed their transformed Leviathan when they were in the border waters, so that they would have enough physical strength to escape when they entered the Deep Blue Sea. By the way, Boss Zhou, you asked for 2 wooden bowls. Do you have a bowl yourself? Zhou glanced at the wooden barrel in his hand, picked up a piece of spiked krill meat from the barrel, and put it in his mouth, then lifted the barrel and drank a mouthful of soup. I have my own bowl. Chapter 102. Boss Zhou, what did you add to the beef noodles? Why did I eat it a little faster? It was liuguang. I added liuguang. Have you ever tasted liuguang? Can you speak human language? Can't you read the biological illustrations? After laughing, Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao were very curious about how Zhou made a fire to cook beef noodles. After thinking about it, Zhou told them the method of coming out of the space of the stomach wall of Leviathan. It just so happened that Zhou wanted to make charcoal in a clay kiln. It would take too much time for one person to make it. In the future, he would let Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao make the charcoal, and he could just use it directly. However, the 2 people slapped the esophageal diaphragm hard as Zhou said, but the esophageal diaphragm did not open. Maybe your strength is not enough to attract the attention of the Phantom Leviathan. Then Brother One, should I cut the esophageal diaphragm? Are you a tiger? Don't hurt the Phantom Leviathan if it is not necessary. Zhou found that, except for himself, other people did not seem to care much about the Phantom Leviathan, but this was easy to understand. In the eyes of others, the Phantom Leviathan was more like a tool, like a ship. But Zhou can hear the inner voice of the Phantom Leviathan because he regards it as a wise partner, so he is particularly concerned about the situation of the Phantom Leviathan. After all, he has indeed received a lot of help from the inner voice of the Phantom Leviathan. From Zhou perspective, he will find that the Phantom Leviathan cares a lot about the little man in his stomach. Other Phantom Leviathans must be the same, but the little man in their stomach cannot hear the inner voice, so naturally he can't feel it. Got it, Brother One. Wait a minute, 15 points of strength should be enough to attract the attention of the Phantom Leviathan. You are now at 12 points. I will see if you can meet a creature that increases strength and raise your strength as soon as possible. Chen Xian's strength is 14 points, just a little short. Wait until you reach the border sea area to see if you can meet a new creature that increases strength. It was getting dark, and Zhou collected all the items on the back of the Phantom Leviathan, then jumped into the sea, washed the iron pot in the seawater, put it in the supply box, and returned to the stomach wall space. The Phantom Leviathan began to move around, looking for a place to sleep, while Zhou cut the remaining dozen adult gel worms into 2 halves to expand the number of worms to be cultivated. At present, Zhou has cultivated 60 gel worms. Zhou fed them a lot of seaweed, hoping that they would grow up quickly. After a while, the Phantom Leviathan found a safe place and stopped moving. Zhou also checked the stomach wall space. Everything was normal, and the mango tree had bloomed, with clusters of small yellow flowers covering the entire branch. Haha, I'm about to eat mangoes. Zhou smiled, took out 2 wooden foundations, and placed them on the ground, then climbed up. Although he lost 2 boxes of supplies today, he was still very happy. He basked in the sun and blew the sea breeze, and had a decent meal. It can be said that this was the most decent day since he came to this world. There was no conversation that night, and when he opened his eyes, the 19th day arrived. Zhou got up and moved around, and found that his injuries had recovered, but his mental state was not as good as yesterday. It must be that the oxygen-rich bacteria affected his physical condition. Zhou couldn't do anything about the oxygen-rich bacteria at the moment, so he could only ignore them and began to patrol the stomach wall space as usual. After a night, the small yellow mango flowers had withered, and the 3 flowering branches had already borne fruit, with 3 green mangoes on each branch, for a total of 9 small mangoes. The small fine steelworm also recovered. When Zhou opened the glass lid to check, it rushed out and tried to bite Zhou. What is this? When Zhou was checking the small fine steelworm, he found a small cylindrical piece of metal in the iron or pile in the small aquarium. Zhou put on the spiked gloves and took out the metal. He found that it was the same cylindrical metal he had found around the digestion pool of the steel armor Leviathan before, but the size was different. They started producing steel so soon. Zhou was a little surprised. The small fine steelworm had only been here for a day. However, the volume of this small section of cylindrical metal was too small, only 1/10 of a normal steel ingot. In other words, the small fine steelworm needed to produce 10 pieces of such cylindrical metal to equal 1 steel ingot. Very good. At present, steel ingots have not appeared in other survivors, and Zhou has already started sustainable production. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Moreover, this is only temporary. When the small fine steelworm grows up, the cylindrical metal produced will also increase. In general, the future is promising. All inspections are completed, and there are no problems. Zhou is waiting for the feeding stage. However, not long after the transformation of Leviathan was active, it was spotted by a giant creature, and then it was chased. After swimming from the feeding stage to the supply box stage, he successfully escaped from danger. The transformed Leviathan almost ran out of energy, and Zhou was also worried. After escaping from danger, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to send 250,000 portions of seaweed. He used the human-powered seaweed crusher to crush the 250,000 portions of seaweed and feed them to the transformed Leviathan. Today's situation is a bit dangerous. The transformed Leviathan was exhausted, and Zhou suddenly realized the real role of the human-powered seaweed crusher. After that, if the transfiguration Leviathan didn't eat again, it would be chased by giant creatures. He could crush seaweed in the stomach wall space to replenish the physical strength of the transfiguration Leviathan. Next, it is the stage of obtaining the supply box. Zhou does not plan to go out today. After all, it has just been a while since he got rid of the giant creature, and the transfiguration Leviathan is still in a tense state, which means that there are still giant creatures wandering within the biological radar range of the transfiguration Leviathan. At this time, Jiang Haitao sent a message. Brother One, I encountered a razor disc worm today. Are you okay? It's okay, Brother One. You told me the weakness of the razor disc worm before, and I have always remembered it. I saw the colorful reflection on the water surface, so I became alert, and then I used the method you told me to use the blood of the anchor worm to attract them to gather together, and finally I killed them all. It's good that you are okay. You can send the information of the razor disc worm to the World Communication Channel. Do you want to describe the details this time? No, you can just send the basic information of the razor disc worm directly. Would you like to tell me about your weaknesses? Weaknesses? Zhou thought about it for a moment. You can say that, but you can only tell the guild leader and ask them to trade rare items for information. After all, they are the first group of people to encounter razor disc bugs. After 5 or 6 days, tell all the survivors about the weakness. This can also save some reputation. It is not good to have a person who is too evil. Zhou also specifically asked Jiang Haitao to pay attention to the drawings of stone items. If there is a guild leader who is willing to use drawings of large stone statues and the like to trade for information on razor disc bug weaknesses, he can agree to it. Zhou deeply understands the role of stone pillars. This time, if he can trade some drawings of larger and heavier stone items, he can improve the power of the falling stone technique. Chapter 103. Soon, Jiang Haitao followed Zhou's instructions and sent the basic information of the razor disc worm to the World Communication Channel. After reading the information about the razor disc worm, the survivors became even more desperate. According to the introduction, the danger of the razor disc worm is no less than that of the anchorworm, and the attack time of the two parasites is just staggered. The anchorworm attacks when there is sea water, and the razor disc worm attacks after the sea water recedes. It can be said that it is a pincer attack. This is really a dead end. Once these two parasites are encountered at the same time, even the survivors who have developed very well are in danger. Brother Jiang, since you are fine, does this razor disc worm have corresponding restraining protective gear like the anchorworm? Before, Jiang Haitao sent information about the anchorworm to the World Communication Channel. At that time, the survivors thought that Jiang Haitao was a kind person, but who knew that in the end, he was selling the spiked helmet at a high price. This time, it was still Jiang Haitao who first sent out the new parasite information, and Jiang Haitao was indeed fine, so the survivors guessed that Jiang Haitao also had protective gear to restrain the razor disc worm. Brother Jiang, if you really have armor that can counter razor worms, can you sell it at a lower price? Yeah, now we have to worry about anchorworms, people with bad intentions, and then there's a razor worm. How can we survive? Although many people are buying seaweed now, and selling seaweed can get some additional basic materials, the corresponding prices of armor and weapons are also rising. It feels like the basic materials are still in the hands of those who buy seaweed. I just want to know where the dual function is now. What's the mentality of those of you who want to duel, kill your own kind, and rob things? Do you think you are so powerful? If you can rob others, others can also rob you. Haha, you mean, if I don't rob others, others won't rob me? Can you stop being so naive? Now there is another dangerous parasite. If you don't quickly find ways to improve your strength, you will die sooner or later. I don't want to rob and kill my kind. I just want to free them, and collect some benefits. Kill if you want to, and say it so high-soundingly, it's really disgusting. In the World Channel, the two parties quarreled directly. Zhou saw that the topic discussed by the survivors had gone off track, so he quickly asked Jiang Haitao to come forward and bring the topic back. Everyone misunderstood. I don't have any protective gear to suppress razor disc bugs. I just survived by luck. I sent out information about the new parasites, this time not to sell protective gear. As a human being, since I have encountered it, I naturally have to inform everyone so that everyone can prepare for it in advance. Sure enough, there are still many good people in this world. Yes, in comparison, look at a certain Zhao. Brother Jiang, I scolded you before, now I want to say sorry. For a while, the communication channel was full of voices thanking Jiang Haitao, and by the way, they would also step on Zhao Teng with a hint of meaning. Thank you everyone. This is what I should do. By the way, when I was fighting the razor disc bug, I happened to find a fatal weakness of the razor disc bug, which can kill the razor disc bug without any damage. This information is very valuable, and is sold at a high price. The leaders can chat privately. After reading Jiang Haitao's last message, the survivors were all numb. It turned out that Jiang Haitao was still the same crazy Jiang Haitao. Next, Jiang Haitao negotiated the price with the leaders of the major guilds. This process was very easy because during the feeding stage today, the avatars of several guild leaders disappeared inexplicably and died silently. The guild leaders had a layer of haze in their hearts. After Jiang Haitao sent out the information about the razor disc worm, they also knew the reasons for the death of those guild leaders, which was related to their own life and death. Naturally, they were willing to pay a high price to buy the information. As for them knowing the information about the weakness of the razor disc worm, and then leaking the information, this is also easy to do. Pay the money first, and then inform them of the weakness information at the same time before the feeding stage the next day. This method is very unfair to the buyer, but so what, they can buy it or not, and no one is forcing them. After a while, Zhou had a stack of blueprints in his hand, but they were all worthless blueprints, and some of them were duplicates of the blueprints in Zhou's hand, such as wooden door blueprints, wooden barrel blueprints, etc. However, although these blueprints were of no value, they were still useful to Zhou now, and he kept some furniture blueprints. In order to avoid suspicion from others, Zhou did not let Jiang Haitao deliberately collect stone item blueprints, and in the end, he only traded a dozen stone item blueprints. Most of them were drawings of small statues and ornaments, which were not as big or as heavy as stone pillars, but there was an ordinary drawing that caught Zhou's attention. Stone floor drawing. Zhou used it directly, and checked the materials needed for production. Stone floor drawing. 5 stones are required. The stone floor was made 1 square meter in size and 2 centimeters thick. Like floor tiles, Zhou placed it on the wooden foundation, and it fit well together. This stone floor is currently useless to Zhou, but but it is somewhat useful to the Phantom Leviathan. Zhou was originally worried that the wooden foundation on the Phantom Leviathan would not play a big role in defense, but now with the stone floor, it is equivalent to improving the defense of the wooden foundation. Of course, this defense improvement may not play a big role for large creatures of similar size to the Phantom Leviathan, but it is good to block it as much as possible and to suffer as little damage as possible. Zhou handed over all the remaining drawings to Jiang Haitao. He kept the ones he didn't need, and used the ones he didn't need as bargaining chips in the future. After finishing the conversation with Jiang Haitao, the first supply box of the day arrived. Zhou, wearing full armor, picked up the supply box from the sea and opened it. Ding! Get 1 stimulation capsule. Ding! Stimulation capsule. After taking it, strength +5, lasting for 5 minutes, can only be used once a day. Zhou took out the stimulation capsule and took a look. It was a very small red capsule. After shaking it with his hand, he could still feel the powder inside swaying back and forth. Zhou gently twisted the capsule open with his hands and found that it was boiling blood coral powder, but the color was much lighter, not as red as his boiling blood coral powder. Isn't this just a weakened version of boiling blood coral powder? Zhou felt that it was useless, took the activation capsule, and walked towards the locker. Suddenly, he felt something under his feet. It felt softer than the stomach wall. It seemed that there was something else under the water. Zhou moved his feet away, put the activation capsule into the locker first, then took the headlamp in his hand, put it into the water to check, and found a black strip-shaped creature under the water. Is this a sea cucumber? Chapter 104. Zhou took out an iron dagger and stabbed it into the body of a black creature that looked like a sea cucumber. Then he lifted the iron dagger stuck in the creature's body and observed it. He found that it looked very similar to the spiky sea cucumbers used for food on Earth. However, this one was larger, half a meter long and as thick as an arm. After being stabbed by the iron dagger, an oval water bag was pulled out of its buttocks. Zhou knew a little about the habits of sea cucumbers. When they were in danger, they would pull out their internal organs and let the predator eat them, and the body would take the opportunity to escape. After confirming that there was no danger on the surface of the black sea cucumber, Zhou took off his spiked gloves, touched the surface of the sea cucumber, and then opened the biological illustration to check the information. Water bag sea cucumber body length, 50 centimeters. Weight, 15 kilograms. Food type, plankton. Introduction, an echinoderm living on the seabed, sometimes swimming with the ocean currents, looking for food-rich sea areas, edible, and can produce fresh water. Fresh water. Zhou was immediately attracted by the last 2 words. Although he now has countless basic materials, and no longer has to worry about freshwater is very scarce among most survivors. Most survivors cannot afford mineral water, and can only choose to drink filtered urine, which shows the scarcity of fresh water. This is a waste. Zhou is always wary of new creatures. This water sac sea cucumber was stabbed by him, and is dead at this time. Zhou picked up the oval water sac that the water sac sea cucumber pulled out of its buttocks. The water sac is 20 centimeters long and as thick as a forearm. A layer of light yellow intestinal membrane is filled with water. According to the introduction, the membrane should be wrapped with fresh water. Zhou took out a wooden cup, and then used an iron dagger to cut open the water bag, and put the water inside into the wooden cup. The water in the water bag was very clear, and there was no strange smell. It looked like mineral water. It should be okay to drink it directly, right? Zhou picked up the water cup and looked at the clear and transparent water inside with some hesitation. Because this water bag was pulled out of the buttocks of the sea cucumber after all, when he thought of this, he felt strange and subconsciously resisted. However, although the introduction in the biological illustration book was simple, the information was accurate. The introduction not only wrote that it could produce fresh water, but also mentioned that it was edible. This at least shows that even if this water is not fresh water, it will not cause harm to him. With a determined heart, he raised the wooden cup and poured all the water into his mouth. The fishy smell that Zhou thought of did not appear. The water was very plain and had no taste. It was just ordinary fresh water. At this time, the seawater in the stomach wall space had receded, and Zhou also confirmed that the water in the water bag was fresh water. This was definitely a great joy. So he took the headlamp and searched in the stomach wall space to see if there was a second water bag sea cucumber. Don't just have one. Zhou regretted that he was too heavy-handed and stabbed a water bag sea cucumber to death with one knife. Fortunately, after searching for a while, 2 more water sac sea cucumbers were found. When Zhou grabbed them with his hands, they immediately pulled out a water sac, and then arched their long bodies to try to escape. Joe made a small aquarium, grabbed one in each hand, put them all in the small aquarium, and then filled it with seawater to start breeding water sac sea cucumbers. Afterwards, Joe compared the amount of fresh water in the water sac with that in mineral water. The two were about the same, and one water sac was equal to a bottle of mineral water. Next, we need to study the speed of water sac sea cucumbers, but this requires time to wait. Joe was not in a hurry. He placed 2 stone foundations next to the stone platform, and then placed 2 wooden foundations on the 2 stone foundations, and then placed the small aquarium on top. Today is the 19th day. The size of the stomach wall space has expanded to about 6 meters. 1 day difference is not much difference, so 2 stone foundations were added directly to expand the area of the stone platform. Now the stone platform has increased to 8 square meters, but Joe actually occupies 9 square meters of the stomach wall space, because the seaweed planting box also occupies 1 square meter, so Joe occupies a quarter of the stomach wall space, which is still within the normal range. Now, Joe has 2 more places to farm, put 2 small planting boxes, and then go to the World Trading Channel to buy 2 vegetable seeds, lettuce and white radish. Plant the seeds in the soil of the small planting box, and then use the filtered water from the previous transaction to irrigate the land, and finally use 2 low-level fertilizers to shorten the growth time. Next, it was time to wait for the second supply box. While waiting, Joe opened the World Trading Channel again, because when he was trading vegetable seeds just now, he found someone selling white scale leg armor. This person can sell white scale leg armor, which means he has entered the deep blue sea. Joe now has a white scale helmet and white scale breastplate, and he is still wearing spike leg armor on his legs. White scale leg armor has stronger defense. Since he saw it, he naturally couldn't miss it, so he found Jiang Haidao and asked him to communicate with the seller. Brother One, that guy is asking for a sky-high price. He will only trade with him if he gets 100 small planting boxes. He is not asking for a sky-high price. He just doesn't like you and doesn't want to trade with you. The other party is unwilling to trade with Jiang Haitao, probably because Jiang Haitao's reputation is not very good, so Zhou asked Chen Xian to communicate with him. Boss Zhou, that guy is called Han Dong. He is willing to provide white scale leg armor for free, but he needs the Survivor Guild to be his affiliated guild and provide him with 200,000 seaweeds every day. The basic materials he needs must also be given to him unconditionally. If I agree, he will give me a dual ticket to intimidate the guild members. In the future, he will continue to provide information about the first condemnation to drive the development of the entire guild. This guy. Zhou felt familiar with it. Isn't this exactly what he is doing? Boss Zhou, what should we do? Someone is here to poach us. Shouldn't you show some support? Then just follow this Han Dong. Oh, I'm just kidding. Don't be angry, Boss Zhou. I'm not angry. I asked you to follow him, so that we can get more comprehensive information about the Deep Blue Sea. After being in the Deep Blue Sea for so long, Zhou found that the Deep Blue Sea was not as regular as the Sea of Birth. Everyone encountered different situations, so he needed more comprehensive information from the Deep Blue Sea. Okay, Boss Zhou, you asked me to go, not me. Well, remember to hand in the dual ticket and the white phosphorus leg armor. After a while, the second supply box arrived today. Zhou opened it and found all the basic materials, which he put directly into the locker. After the seawater receded, Zhou searched the stomach wall space again, but this time, he did not find the water bag sea cucumber again. At this time, Chen Xian sent a private message with 3 items in it: white phosphorus leg armor, dual ticket, and a piece of fish meat. Zhou took out the 3 items, touched the fish meat, and then opened the biological illustration. Red-tailed snapper, body length, 5 meters. Weight, 1 ton. Food type, seaweed. Introduction: a small fish that lives in the seaweed forest. The meat is delicious and edible, and the tailbone can be used to make javelins. What attributes does this red-tailed snapper meat add? Add a little strength. Why did he give you red-tailed snapper meat instead of white phosphorus fish meat? I asked him for it. I said that my strength was only 9 points. I asked him if he had any food that added strength, and he gave me red-tailed snapper meat. Okay, be careful and don't show it. Don't worry, Boss Zhou, I'm not stupid. You can eat this red-tailed snapper meat yourself. It has 15 points of strength. Let's see if it can attract the attention of the Phantom Leviathan and leave the stomach wall space. Chapter 105. Zhou left the white phosphorus leg armor and dual ticket, and sent the red-tailed sea bream meat back to Chen Xian. Chen Xian did not refuse. After eating the red-tailed sea bream meat, his strength reached 15 points. According to what Joe said before, he came to the esophageal diaphragm and slapped it hard. The moving leviathan slowed down slightly, and then the entire stomach wall space began to vibrate greatly, and the esophageal diaphragm part tilted upward. Chin Xian had learned about these reactions of the leviathan from Zhou, so he was not panicked. He quickly grabbed the wooden foundation beside him to stabilize his body, and waited for the leviathan to finish rising. After a while, the stomach wall space became stable, and the esophageal diaphragm opened. Chin Xian took a supply box and entered the esophagus impatiently. Wow, after such a long time, I saw the sun again. It really feels like a lifetime ago. Yes, you can enjoy the sun and the sea breeze. Boss Joe, you are so nice. By the way, why did you ask me to bring soil, hay, and wood? To build a kiln. Kiln? Is it for cooking? For burning charcoal. I will send you a photo later. You can just follow the photo. Ah, what happened to the promise of basking in the sun and enjoying the sea breeze? You're asking me to work just after I came out. It takes a long time to burn charcoal. You can take a rest then. After Zhou finished speaking, he quickly mixed the soil, hay, and seawater into mud, and then piled them into a circular mud circle on a wooden platform. When the pile reached a height of about 1 meter, he placed wood vertically inside, forming a cone shape, filling the entire space. At this point, Zhou stopped and took a photo through the world system, and sent it to Chin Xian, asking her to follow suit. Is this the earthen kiln? It's not finished yet. Look at the photo, and make it like this first. Oh, I'll give you a stone foundation. Make it on the stone foundation. Soon, Chin Xian made it according to the instructions. After all, the earthen kiln is not a complicated thing. Next, Zhou put mud on the wood arranged in a cone shape, capping the top of the earthen kiln, leaving only a fist-sized hole for ignition. 5 air inlets were dug at the bottom of the mud ring to provide oxygen needed for combustion inside the closed earthen kiln. In this way, a simple charcoal kiln was completed. The next step was to ignite and burn it, which Chin Xian had to do by herself. Zhou took a photo of the top and side of the charcoal kiln, and then sent it to Chin Xian, and explained to her what to do after ignition. Ignite from the hole above, and when you can see the flames at the air inlet below, seal the air inlet with mud, and finally seal the burning port at the top. Then what? Then you can lie down and bask in the sun. Then it was just waiting. Zhou pushed down the charcoal kiln he made, and put away all the materials. This was originally a demonstration for Chin Xian to see. It would be too inefficient to just explain it through words, and it would be faster to understand it with pictures. 2 hours later, the third supply box of the day arrived. Zhou opened the supply box, and found some basic materials. He put them directly into the locker. He did not find the water sack sea cucumber this time. Zhou took out the water sack sea cucumber that he had killed before. According to the introduction, the water sack sea cucumber is edible. Is the charcoal ready? Ah, so fast, I thought it would take a long time to burn. Chin Xian immediately followed Zhou's instructions, and just lifted the soil that sealed the top of the earthen kiln, so that the soil ring below, which was about 1 meter high, could be reused. At this time, the wood in the earthen kiln has been burned into black charcoal. Because the wood is of equal size, the charcoal is burned at similar temperatures, and the charcoal is also complete. The charcoal can be easily broken into 2 halves by hand, and the inside is still black, indicating that the charcoal is burned. Chin Xian collected the charcoal, and sent it to Zhou. Zhou put all the charcoal into a material box, then took out 2 charcoal, and touched them together. The sound was very crisp, indicating that the quality of the charcoal was good. Can you cook? I was waiting for you to say this. Send the iron pot over quickly. Zhou couldn't go out today, and couldn't cook, so he sent the iron pot to Chin Xian, and also sent the water bag sea cucumber, asking her to add it to the food. By the way, bake this for me, be careful not to burn it. Zhou suddenly remembered that he still had a sweet potato. Because he used a furnace to cook yesterday, the fire was too strong, and the sweet potato would definitely burn if it was put in. Chin Xian used a clay kiln to cook today. The fire was not too strong, so it was just right for roasting sweet potatoes. Just one? Are there any more? Just one. Don't think of taking my sweet potato. If you want to eat it, look for it in the World Trading Channel. There are quite a few small planting boxes that have been sold before. Maybe someone has planted sweet potatoes for sale. Definitely not. They are all small planting boxes traded by the presidents of various guilds. They grow them for themselves and will not sell them. Boss Joe is the best. Roast them and give me half. Okay? No. After that, there was no news from Chen Xian. Zhou was too lazy to care about her, because there were some abnormalities in his Leviathan transformation. The third supply box has been obtained today. According to the past, at this time, the Phantom Leviathan should have found a safe area and prepared to sleep, but it is still moving. Humph, found it, and you want to run away after being beaten? I let the villain kill you. At this time, the voice of the Phantom Leviathan sounded, and Zhou face changed drastically. What the hell? Zhou face was full of surprise, because according to the voice of the Phantom Leviathan, it can be inferred that the Phantom Leviathan found the large creature that fought with it yesterday. Facing such a large creature, the Phantom Leviathan actually wanted Zhou to fight with him. Isn't this just delivering food? Little guy, did you hit your head yesterday? Why are you talking nonsense? However, the Phantom Leviathan couldn't hear Zhou's words. The esophageal diaphragm opened directly, and a large amount of seawater entered the stomach wall space, and then quickly discharged, repeating several times in succession. The esophagus no longer flowed into the seawater, but the esophageal diaphragm did not close, as if waiting for Zhou to go out. Ah, you really want me to go? Zhou probably knew the reason why the Phantom Leviathan asked him to go. It should be that the large creature was hiding in the nest that the Phantom Leviathan could not enter, so he wanted him to kill it. But the problem is, can Zhou deal with a large creature that can make the Phantom Leviathan covered with wounds? Why don't you come out? Come out quickly! The Phantom Leviathan's doubtful voice sounded, but Zhou didn't care. He would not do anything to die. Damn it! There's no way I can kill you, so just die in there. Seeing that Zhou didn't come out, the transformed Leviathan had no choice but to make a vicious cry and then prepare to leave. Wait, is that giant creature dying? Zhou instantly extracted key information from the transformed Leviathan's harsh words. So, he immediately became alert, put on the white phosphorus leg armor that Chen Xian had sent him before, took his weapons, an iron shield, and rushed out of the stomach wall space. Chapter 106. Zhou passed through the esophagus and entered the mouth of the Phantom Leviathan. At this time, the Phantom Leviathan's mouth was wide open. He turned up the tooth plate and looked outside. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. It seemed that he had returned to the time when he explored the treasure cave. However, this cave was much larger than the treasure cave, even larger than the cave of the knife-toothed eel. Standing on the 2-meter tooth plate and looking up at the top of the cave, the light from the headlamp could not reach the top of the cave. The height of this cave is at least 7 meters, while the cave of the knife-toothed eel is only about 4 meters. In comparison, the volume of the creature in this cave may be larger than that of the 72-meter knife-toothed eel. Zhou realized this, and his passion was extinguished. He even had the idea of retreating to the stomach wall. Since we are all out, let's go and take a look. Zhou hesitated for a moment. Since he was here, he had to take a look, so he jumped off the tooth plate. Plop! What Zhou didn't expect was that there was still a lot of seawater in the cave. The water level was more than 1 meter high, almost up to Zhou's waist. Why is there so much water? Zhou was very careful about unknown environments, especially underwater where it was difficult to survey. For his own safety, he directly raised the iron shield and stood it in front of him. The iron shield was large enough to protect most of his body. Even if there were creatures attacking underwater, he could rely on the iron shield to resist. Zhou held the iron shield in one hand, and the iron spear in the other hand. He was wearing a set of armor, just like a heavy infantryman. This time, Zhou still chose to move forward along the wall on one side, and then formed a triangle with the iron shield and the wall, so that it would be much safer to move in the water. Splash! Suddenly, the water surface not far away flipped, and it seemed that a creature was swimming underwater. Zhou immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, but because the distance was beyond the range of the headlight, he could not see anything at all, and could only see the ripples gradually spreading from the water surface. There must be creatures moving under the water, but Zhou was not sure whether they were aggressive or not, but he was not particularly afraid. Now he was also fully armed, and creatures that could move freely in 1 meter deep water would hardly cause him any harm. Continuing to move forward, the surrounding environment was not peaceful. In addition to the occasional sound of water surging, there was also the sound of dripping water. Tick, tick, tick. Sometimes, water drops would fall on Zhou's helmet. Zhou's ears automatically filtered out these noises, and paid full attention to other movements. Boom! Just as Zhou kept his eyes on the front, his large iron shield suddenly seemed to hit something, causing his body to stagger and almost fall. Zhou looked down and saw a millstone-sized eye, staring at him underwater, and it was very close, right in front of him, with only a large iron shield between them. This scene frightened Zhou so much that his breathing stopped, and he felt like he was falling into an ice cave. Such a huge creature appeared in front of him silently, but he didn't notice it at all. Zhou reacted in time, and quickly stepped back a few steps to distance himself from the huge fish eye. But what surprised Zhou was that even though he made such a big noise, the huge fish eye did not react at all, as if it was dead. So Zhou bravely walked forward again, huddled behind the iron shield, and poked the huge fish eye with an iron spear. The fish eye did not react at all, so it was certain that the fish eye was dead. Afterwards, Zhou fully checked the fish eye's body. It was a white-scaled fish, but most of its body had disappeared, leaving only a fish head. The head of the white-scaled fish was already somewhat rotten, indicating that it had been dead for a long time. Zhou was not polite, and began to peel the scales of the white-scaled fish with spiked gloves. The last time when he transformed into Leviathan and killed the white-scaled fish, Zhou peeled off half of the fish skin and obtained almost 500 scales. Although it was a lot, the white-scaled armor required a lot of materials. A white-scaled breastplate and a white-scaled helmet required 40 scales, and a set might require more than 100 scales. Naturally, he couldn't waste the white-scaled fish again. The dead white-scaled fish only had a small part of its body left, and some of its scales had fallen off. After peeling off the intact scales, there were only 50 pieces, but it was enough to make 2 pieces of armor. He put away the scales, and continued to move forward. He encountered more and more fish carcasses, many of which Zhou did not recognize. Zhou originally wanted to find some fresh fish carcasses, and cut some fish meat with added properties, but the fish meat was basically rotten and inedible. Hey, there is actually a fresh one. Zhou walked forward for a distance, and the seawater gradually turned red, and then he saw a fish carcass that was still bleeding. Zhou was subconsciously happy, but immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and retreated quickly. Bang! With a loud noise, a huge mouth suddenly rushed out from the darkness, biting the fish corpse and swallowing it into its stomach. The next second, a huge fish head rushed out from the darkness and bit Zhou directly. The ferocious big mouth opened like a cave, dark and endless. In a flash, Zhou added 5 points of free attributes to strength, then threw away the iron shield, and with 20.5 points of strength, he waded through the resistance of the water and retreated several meters continuously. Crack! The iron shield was like a thin crisp in the mouth of the big fish, and it broke into pieces as it closed its mouth. At this moment, Zhou did not see the whole picture of the big fish's head, because the big fish was too big and the headlight was too short, so he could only see the mouth of the fish. Didn't you say it was going to die soon? Zhou was horrified and immediately made a lot of stone blocks and smashed them on the head of the big fish, hoping to hinder the big fish's attack. Now half of his body was in the water, and he couldn't run fast even if he wanted to, so he could only make stone blocks while backing up. However, the stone pillars were useless against the 2-meter-thick steel worms. This fish was even bigger, so the stone pillars could not stop it. The fish's head rammed forward, and the stone pillars that blocked the road were broken apart by the huge force. One stone pillar even flew towards Zhou. Because of the darkness, he only noticed it when it flew into the range of his headlights, but it was too late. The stone pillar was almost sticking to his face. In an instant, Zhou moved his mind, and the stone pillar turned into blue light and flew into the system interface. Zhou was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He could already feel the coldness of the stone pillar on his face. If he had been a little later, his head would have been smashed by the stone pillar. Seeing this situation, Zhou knew that he could not escape and could only fight to the death. At the moment when the big fish opened its mouth and bit him, he instantly took off all his equipment and then rushed into the big fish's mouth. The big fish immediately closed its mouth and wanted to bite Zhou to death. However, Zhou had an iron spear in his hand. As the big fish's upper and lower jaws closed quickly, the iron spear stood upright in the big fish's mouth, slightly slowing down the speed of the mouth's closing, and Zhou successfully entered the big fish's mouth. Go to hell. Zhou swallowed the boiling blood coral powder on his wrist, and his strength reached 25.5. The toothed steel long knife appeared in his hand. He held it with both hands and stabbed it into the body of the big fish. The sharp-toothed steel long knife easily pierced the body of the big fish, and then moved the blade from top to bottom, cutting a circle from the throat of the big fish, almost cutting off the head of the big fish. Chapter 107. A large amount of blood spurted out from the broken wound. The big fish opened its mouth and shook its head wildly in pain, trying to throw Zhou out of its mouth, But Zhou inserted the long steel knife into the big fish's flesh and held the handle tightly. The harder the big fish swung, the more serious the damage it suffered. During the constant struggle, blood sprayed like raindrops, falling into the seawater, stirring up a bright red splash, and the red blood slowly spread in the seawater. After more than 10 minutes, the seawater was dyed red with blood. The big fish's struggle became weaker and weaker, and finally it plunged into the scarlet seawater, completely losing its life. Puff! A dark black long knife pierced the flesh of the big fish at its throat, cutting out a triangle about 1 meter in size. Zhou pushed open the cut fish flesh and crawled out of the gap covered in blood. The amplification time of the boiling blood coral powder had passed, and he was now in a weak state. Putting the 2 steel long knife into the equipment column, Zhou stood in the red seawater and took a good rest. The crazy struggle of the big fish before its death just now shook him hard, but fortunately he held on. After using seawater to simply wash the blood off his body, Zhou opened the biological illustrations to check the information of this creature. Swordfin yellowtail body length, 80 meters. Weight, 560 tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. A fish with a ferocious temperament and strong aggressiveness. Even if it encounters a creature of the same size, it will try to wrap its body around the other party, and use its sharp fins to cut the other party's body. It is edible, and the fins and scales can be made into weapons and protective gear. 80 meters, longer than a knife-toothed eel. Zhou sighed in his heart, looked around the head of the knife-finned yellow hairtail fish, and finally saw its specific appearance. The head is similar to that of the hairtail, the body is flat, but the whole body is yellow. There are small scales on the surface of the skin, and there are fins on the upper and lower parts of the body. The fins seem to be composed of a bunch of blades, and the surface flashes with cold light, which is extremely sharp. At this time, Chen Xian sent a private message. After Zhou received it, he found that it was half a piece of roasted sweet potato. Originally, the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes should be particularly strong, but now Zhou is in a sea of blood, and the strong fishy smell in the air directly covers up the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Why is there only half? The other half was burnt, so I broke it off and threw it away. It's not good to eat burnt food. Tonight, we'll burn charcoal all night. I didn't eat it secretly, it was really burnt. I didn't say you ate it secretly, this is a task for you. By the way, how is your meal? What did you cook? The seafood soup I made should be okay to eat with bread? Then you can add some meat. After saying that, Zhou cut off a piece of knife-fin yellowtail meat and gave it to Chen Xian. Then he looked at the half piece of baked sweet potato in his hand. In the current environment, Zhou had no appetite, so he gave half of the baked sweet potato to Jiang Haitao. Next, Zhou explored the entire cave, hoping to find a pure gold treasure chest like in the cave of the knife-toothed eel before. Finally, he really found a box in the innermost part of the cave. But it was not a pure gold treasure chest, but a silver-rimmed supply box. Although Zhou was a little disappointed, the silver-rimmed supply box was not too bad, so he immediately went forward to open it. Ding! Get the blueprint for the razorfin yellow ribbon fish scale armor. Ding! Get the blueprint for the razorfin yellow ribbon fish fin sword. The reminder sound of the 2 blueprints made Zhou stunned. These 2 blueprints were completely beyond his expectations. Zhou's face was full of surprise. He quickly used the 2 blueprints, and then checked the production requirements of the 2 blueprints. Blueprint for the razorfin yellow ribbon fish scale armor. Requires 1,000 razorfin yellow ribbon fish scales, 100 cloth pieces, and 10 razorfin yellow ribbon fish fins. Blueprint for the razorfin yellow ribbon fish fin sword. Requires 1 razorfin yellow ribbon fish fin and 2 iron ingots. It just so happens that all the materials are available. We can make it directly. Zhou originally thought that it would take a lot of time to skin the razorfin yellow ribbon fish, but with these 2 drawings, he could directly make 2 items to peel off the materials on the razorfin yellow ribbon fish. He asked Jiang Haitao to send 1,000 pieces of cloth, and then turned to the razorfin yellow ribbon fish scale armor drawings. Facing the razorfin yellow ribbon fish corpse, he clicked to make it. The scales and fins on the razorfin yellow ribbon fish turned into blue light and merged in the air. Soon, a set of scale armor that was all yellow and covered with fish scales was made. The head of this set of armor resembles that of a razorfin yellow ribbon fish, with sharp fin blades on both sides of the arms, a serrated fin on the back, and hook-like claws at the end of the fingers. The overall image of the armor is like a human-shaped razorfin yellow ribbon fish. Zhou saw that the razorfin yellow ribbon fish armor was a complete set, so he tried to put it into the equipment column. The result was the same as his guess. The razor-fin yellow ribbon fish armor was successfully put into the equipment column. Then the next second, the whole set of armor appeared on his body. But the moment the armor was put on, Zhou felt a heavy pressure. He was already in a weak state, and his body suddenly became heavy, pressing his legs so hard that he knelt on the ground. Zhou quickly put away the scale armor, and the heavy pressure instantly dissipated. Let's try again tomorrow. He was in a weak state, and couldn't estimate the specific weight of the scale armor, but when he put it on just now, Zhou still felt that his body could actually support it, which meant that although the scale armor was heavy, it did not exceed his body's load-bearing limit. Next, Zhou used the materials from the body of the razor-fin yellow ribbon fish to make 9 sets of scale armor. Even though so many materials were used, only 1/3 of the materials were consumed for the body of the razor-fin yellow ribbon fish. Zhou asked Jiang Haitao for 2,000 pieces of cloth again, and made another 20 sets, making a total of 30 sets of razor-fin yellow ribbon fish scale armor. There were still 30 pieces of fish fins left. Zhou used a long steel knife to cut the fins off the razor-fin yellow ribbon fish, and put them in the supply box. After doing all this, Chen Xian's meal was ready, and she sent him a bowl of weird seafood soup. The reason why it was weird was because she used the seasoning packet of instant noodles, and it was braised beef noodles, but there was nothing she could do about it, because apart from the seasoning packet of instant noodles, there was no normal seasoning at all. Zhou drank the seafood soup in one breath, and then the prompt sounded. Ding, eat seafood soup, physical fitness +1, strength +3. Okay. Zhou naturally knew where the 1 point of physique and 3 points of strength came from. The 1 point of physique was contributed by the water bag C, and the 3 points of strength were contributed by the knife-finned yellow hairtail fish. The meat of the knife-finned yellow hairtail fish can add 3 points of strength, which is of great value. Zhou looked at the body of the knife-finned yellow hairtail fish in front of him, and he had an impulse to put it on the shelf for trading. But in the end, Zhou still gave up this idea and cut off 3 large pieces of fish meat with a 2 steel-long knife, leaving 1 piece for himself, 1 piece for Chen Xian, and 1 piece for Jiang Haitao, so that he would have 1 more ingredient for cooking in the future. The main reason was that there was no refrigerator. If there was a refrigerator, Zhou would store some fish meat, and when a large number of survivors entered the deep blue sea in the future, he could directly let Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao put it on the shelf for sale, and make a lot of money. Chapter 108. After the cave exploration, Zhou left the cave with 2 boxes of supplies. During this time, he wanted to catch the creatures swimming in the water, but they swam too fast, and he didn't catch them. After trying a few times, he gave up and returned to the mouth of the phantom leviathan. Humph, you deserve it. The phantom leviathan's voice sounded, and he was in a good mood, then closed his mouth and left the cave. Zhou returned to the stomach wall space and put down the supply box. He had only drunk a bowl of seafood soup just now, and he was not full at all, so he sent a wooden barrel to Chen Xian and asked her to use the barrel to fill it. Chen Xian didn't say anything, because compared to Zhou when eating with a bucket, the information about the knife-finned yellowtail meat shocked her more. Boss Zhou, how did you get the knife-finned yellowtail meat? Chen Xian handed a bucket of seafood soup to Zhou and asked. It attacked me, and I killed it with 1 knife. Ah, it's that simple? A giant creature of 80 meters was killed with 1 knife? Yes. Zhou said it was simple, and it was indeed killed with 1 knife, but the process can be said to be very thrilling, and it was only achieved with the help of an extremely sharp 2 steel-long knife. However, there is no need to talk about some embarrassing details. The result is the most important. After eating a bucket of seafood soup, Zhou was full, so he sent a message to Jiang Haitao, asking him to make charcoal all night today. Jiang Haitao originally had 12 points of strength, and after eating seafood soup, he directly added 3 points. His strength has reached the level that attracts the attention of the phantom leviathan. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian are still in the sea of birth. Even if their phantom leviathan floats on the sea at night, no creature can threaten them. Night is the best time to burn charcoal. Zhou put the items he brought back from the cave into the locker, and went to sleep. When the transformed leviathan moved again, it was already the 20th day. Zhou jumped up from the wooden platform, and came to the mango tree. After a day and a night, the originally small green mango had grown to the size of a goose egg, and the skin had turned orange-yellow. The 9 yellow mangoes on the branches were full, and bent the slender branches. Zhou put his nose close to it, and could smell the unique fruity fragrance of mangoes. Finally ripe. Zhou picked a mango, and could not wait to tear the peel. The peeling process was very smooth, almost without much force, and the peel was intact, leaving traces of stringy marks on the flesh. Looking at the plump flesh after peeling, Zhou took a big bite, and the flesh filled his mouth, with a mixture of sour and sweet, and the fruity fragrance overflowed. What surprised Zhou was that he thought he would bite the core with a big bite. After all, the core of the mango is originally very large, but when he took a bite, he just touched the core. Afterwards, Zhou ate a mango in 2 or 3 bites, only to find that the core of the mango was very small. If the mango is compared to a goose egg, the core is the same size as the egg yolk, and it is flat. The fruits grown in this world are indeed all fine products. Zhou exclaimed, and ate all 9 mangoes at once. Originally, Zhou wanted to leave one for Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, but thinking that the fruit had no attribute-enhancing effect, he ate them all. In fact, he was reluctant to give them. After eating the mango, Zhou began his daily inspection as usual. During this time, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian handed over all the charcoal they had burned overnight, a total of 200 pieces of charcoal. After the inspection, everything was fine, and the mango tree did not wither. It seemed that it could continue to bear fruit, so Zhou added a low-level fertilizer to the mango tree to let it continue to bear fruit. Soon, the transformed Leviathan entered the feeding stage, and Zhou made a new set of armor, but the white scale leg armor he had just obtained yesterday was damaged in the battle with the knife-finned yellow ribbon fish, so he could only continue to wear the spiked leg armor today. Jiang Haitao also fulfilled his promise, and informed the guild leaders, who bought the information about the razor disc worm's weakness through private messages. During the feeding stage, several guild leaders were unlucky and encountered razor disc worms. Then, they easily solved the razor disc worms according to the method Jiang Haitao told them. Therefore, they praised Jiang Haitao's method in the World Channel, which caused dissatisfaction among many survivors. What is the method? Are the guild leaders the only ones who are human? Are we not human? These guilds are really abominable. They digest all the good things internally, and don't care about ordinary people like us. Where is the dual function? Haha, I'm still thinking about the dual function. Maybe the dual function is exclusive to the guild leaders, and has nothing to do with ordinary survivors like us. The survivors in the World Communication Channel started arguing with each other again. Zhou looked at it for a while, and found it boring, so he closed the system interface. Today's eating phase went smoothly, and there were no parasites. Zhou was also happy and relaxed. He quickly used the human-powered seaweed crusher to crush all the seaweed, and put it into the digestion tank. Then he was ready to leave the stomach wall space, and go out to smelt iron in the furnace. However, before that, Zhou tried to wear the knife-finned yellow belt fish scale armor again. Zhou's strength attribute is 18.5, plus 5 points of freedom, 23.5 strength. After wearing the scale armor, he can barely stand, but it is basically impossible to move. It can be roughly estimated that the weight of the scale armor is about 600 kilograms. Then, Zhou tested the defensive power of the scales. The iron sword could not leave any scratches on them, even with a 23.5 strength bonus. This defense is basically invincible at present. After that, Zhou made the knife-finned yellowtail fish fin sword. The overall image of the sword is very strange, just like a fish fin. The blade is very wide and thin, 1.5 meters long. The position connecting the iron handle is 50 centimeters wide. The closer to the tip of the sword, the narrower the blade. The overall length is 1.8 meters, and the weight is similar to that of the two steel long sword, about 200 kilograms. Although the length and weight of the fish fin broadsword and the two steel long sword are similar, their hardness and sharpness are far different. Zhou used the two steel long sword to chop the fish fin broadsword and cut it off with one stroke. Moreover, the two steel long sword is better balanced than the fish fin broadsword. Although it is very heavy, it can be used barely. The fish fin broadsword is really top heavy. Zhou can't lift it with a strength of 23.5 holding the handle. I have said so many bad aspects of the fish fin broadsword, but they are all compared with the two steel long sword. The fish fin broadsword is not completely useless. Its sharpness is much stronger than the current iron weapons. If there is an equipment bar, it can still be used as a killer. Finally, Zhou left the scale armor suit in the equipment column. Now, he has 2 trump cards in his 2 equipment columns, attack and defense. He uses a 2 steel long knife for attack and a knife-finned yellow belt fish scale armor for defense. In 2 words, he is invincible. Zhou is not going to take today's supply box. Anyway, there is nothing good in the supply box. By patting the esophageal diaphragm, the phantom leviathan floated to the surface of the sea. Zhou left the stomach wall space with several supply boxes, and then he would start iron smelting. Chapter 109. It's still more comfortable outside. The sun was shining, the sea breeze was blowing. Zhou sighed while standing on the tooth plate and jumped into the sea. When the phantom leviathan saw Zhou coming out, he slowly sank into the water, ready to carry Zhou on his back, but was stopped by Zhou. I came out today to experiment with the stone foundation and the wooden foundation, and mix them together to serve as a defensive armor for the phantom leviathan. Naturally, I had to tell the phantom leviathan first. Of course, if Zhou spoke directly, the transformed leviathan would definitely not understand, so he took out an iron knife and a piece of knife-fin yellowtail fish meat from the supply box. Then he used the iron knife to chop the fish meat, and the fish meat was cut by the blade. Then he took out a piece of stone floor to block the fish meat, and then used the iron knife to chop it. The iron knife could only chop the stone floor, but could not hurt the fish meat. After demonstrating the general situation, Zhou placed a stone foundation on the body of the transformed leviathan, and chopped it several times with the iron knife. The knife could only chop on the stone foundation, and could not hurt the body of the transformed leviathan. After reading it, the transformed leviathan's eyes lit up and roughly understood what Zhou meant, so he nodded, dived into the water again, and carried Zhou on his back. So, Zhou began to place two kinds of foundations on the back of the transformed leviathan. If he wanted to fill the whole body, he would need about 2,000 foundations. But because the stone foundation is heavier, he couldn't place too many, so Zhou decided to place the stone foundation and the wooden foundation in a ratio of 1 to 3, that is, 500 stone foundations and 1,500 wooden foundations. The two types of foundations are evenly distributed, and there are 3 wooden foundations between 2 stone foundations, but this ratio is not the same from head to tail. Zhou placed fewer stone foundations on the tail, because he did not want to affect the mobility of the transformed leviathan too much, and he placed more stone foundations in the more important position of the head. However, considering the problem of top-heavy, Zhou only placed more stone foundations on the upper jaw of the head and more wooden foundations on the lower jaw, so that the buoyancy generated by the wooden foundation can slightly drag the entire head and not be too heavy. After a while, the whole body of the phantom leviathan was covered with 2 kinds of foundations, and a stone floor was also attached to the wooden foundation. Then Zhou signaled the phantom leviathan to dive into the water, wearing a set of foundation armor to test the effect. "It's heavy," the phantom leviathan's inner voice sounded. In fact, there was no need to dive anymore. The foundation weighed more than 1,000 tons, and had already pressed the phantom leviathan below the sea level. Even with the buoyancy of the wooden foundation, it was good enough to offset a small half of the weight. Most of the weight still had to be borne by the phantom leviathan. The next step is to try swimming underwater to see how much impact this foundation has on the transformed leviathan. If the experiment is accurate, the swimming distance must not be short. Zhou couldn't float on the sea and wait for the transformed leviathan. If he was discovered by some small fish, he would be swallowed up as bait. So he returned to the stomach wall space and waited. The transformed leviathan slightly adapted to the heavy body and began to swim. The entire stomach wall space vibrated violently, indicating that foundation armor. It had a great impact on the transformed leviathan. About an hour later, the transformed leviathan was too tired to swim and floated to the surface with difficulty. Zhou also hurried out and collected all the foundations on the transformed leviathan. After removing the foundation armor, the transformed leviathan felt relaxed, and most of its body floated to the surface. An hour is not a long time, but it is enough. Zhou laid the foundation armor for the transformed leviathan for the purpose of preparing it for battle, and it is not necessary for normal activities. The biological radar of the metamorphosis leviathan has a wide range and can detect threats in advance. Generally, when encountering a situation that requires fighting, it cannot be avoided and must be confronted head-on. Being able to detect the creatures that must be fought in advance, Zhou can lay a layer of foundation armor on the metamorphosis leviathan before it fights to play a simple protective role. In addition, during the battle these foundation armors will definitely be damaged in large quantities, and the metamorphosis leviathan will become easier to fight, and will not continue to consume the metamorphosis leviathan's physical strength. The experiment of foundation armor was done, and there was nothing to do next for the transformed leviathan. Zhou left a few wooden foundations on the back of the transformed leviathan, and then placed a furnace on the wooden foundations, added 5 pieces of charcoal and a piece of iron ore to the furnace, and finally ignited it to start smelting iron. The process of smelting iron was very slow, and Zhou had nothing to do, so he placed 2 wooden foundations, lay on them to bask in the sun, and then opened the world system to check the communication channel. Now there are several survivors who write novels in the world communication channel. Most survivors don't have much entertainment activities, so these novels are naturally very popular. Gradually, in the relatively safe stage of the supply box, some people will write novels. Some survivors with more supplies will give some supplies to the novel writers when they are happy. After all, there is a real lack of entertainment at present. Even Zhou would pass the time by browsing the world communication channel when he is free. What's the matter with this Shirkongyun? He writes erotic novels every day. It's vulgar, vile. Zhou would read the erotic novels written by this Shirkongyun every day and criticize them harshly. Give that guy Shirkongyun a spiked helmet, let him survive well, and stop writing nonsense every day. Brother one, are you reading too? What am I reading? I didn't read it, I was just criticizing. Just as Zhou continued to criticize, a message that attracted everyone's attention appeared in the communication channel. Haha, Iron Weapon Blueprint, I got the Iron Weapon Blueprint. As soon as this person sent the message, he added a message of Iron Long Sword Blueprint. Brother, your luck is too good, right? TSK, what are you so happy about? What's the use of having a blueprint? Do you have an iron ingot? Of course I have an iron ingot, I have made one. Immediately afterwards, a photo was sent to the communication channel. In a dark space, a beam of light shone on an iron sword. The iron sword was about 1 meter long and reflected the luster of metal all over. Fuck, where did you get the iron ingot? I found it in the supply box in the cave, and the iron sword blueprint was also found in the silver rim supply box inside. Is it the cave that the guild leader dare not enter? Didn't they say there were big bugs? Are they deliberately lying? There were indeed some, but they were scared away by the cry of my transmogrified Leviathan. Aw, the transmogrified Leviathan will help you? Just as a group of survivors were discussing the details of entering the treasure cave, an inappropriate message was sent out. My friend, either hand in the blueprint, join the Takeoff Guild, or die, it's your choice. Chapter 110. Once Xiao Tang's threatening message was sent out, the world communication channel became much quieter. If it were in the past, the survivors in the world communication channel would have definitely started to curse, but facing Xiao Tang, most of them kept silent, because their lives were more important. President Zhao, you are a little too unreasonable. Reasonable? I tell you what reason is. Strength is reason, and I am reason. Make a choice quickly. I don't have time to waste on you. The survivor who obtained the Iron Long Sword blueprint was silent. He didn't want to hand in the blueprint, nor did he want to join Xiao Tang's guild. The reason he publicized the blueprint was that he wanted to establish his own guild, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Don't give it to this guy named Zhao, give it to the boss directly, he doesn't dare to challenge the boss. At this time, someone suddenly sent a message, and in an instant, all the survivors seemed to have found their backbone, and they all shouted for Zhou to come forward. This guy, how can he repay kindness with enmity? Zhou saw that the person who sent the message was one of the people who spoke up for him before and was scolded. At that time, he also said 2 wooden foundations to this person. This guy may have good intentions, but in the current situation, isn't this completely equivalent to adding fuel to the fire? You are right, I have sent the blueprint to the boss. Before Zhou could stop him, the other party had already sent the Iron Long Sword blueprint through a private message. How to do this? Zhou took the Iron Long Sword blueprint and thought for a while, then immediately sent a message to Chen Xian, asking her to stand up and fight with Xiao Tang for the blueprint, and also sent a duel ticket to her. Hello, boss, I am Chen Xian, the president of the Survivor Guild. Can this blueprint be sold to our guild? You can talk to the friend who got the blueprint, I am just keeping it for you. Zhou and Chen Xian pretended to send 2 messages on the world channel, which was considered to divert everyone's attention from themselves. President Chen, you are breaking the rules, aren't you? I got this blueprint first. What do you mean by coming here to interfere? Oh, President Zhao, you misunderstood. It's not that I want to interfere, but this friend didn't want to trade with you, so I gave him more options. Chen Xian, I don't want to be around the bush with you. I want this blueprint. You also know about the duel ticket. Don't force me. Haha, duel ticket? I have one too. After Chen Xian finished speaking, he sent the information about the duel ticket to Xiao Tang. Chen Xian told Xiao Tang that he also had a duel ticket. His purpose was not to duel with Xiao Tang, but to tell Xiao Tang that he had someone behind him. If you want to deal with me, you better think twice. President Zhao, don't forget that your progress is still behind me. Who is stronger between us? I advise you to think carefully. In an instant, the World Communication Channel was dead silent, waiting for Zhao Tun to respond. Ha ha ha, Zhao was just joking, President Chen. Don't take it seriously. Our two guilds had such a harmonious relationship before. How could we really fight with you? This blueprint belongs to the beautiful Lady Chen, and Zhao voluntarily withdraws. Oh, of course I know that Brother Zhao is joking, otherwise I wouldn't dare to be so tough. Thanks to Brother Zhao for taking care of me, I will accept this blueprint. Thank you for your cooperation in the future. Finally, Chen Xian accepted the Iron Long Sword blueprint, and let the survivor who got the blueprint join the guild, and gave him a set of spiked armor, 2 wooden foundations, and 100,000 basic materials. Then, the Iron Long Sword blueprint returned to Zhou Wen's hands. Zhou Wen used it directly, and made a sword. The materials needed were the same as the iron sword, which were 3 iron ingots, but the attack power was not as good as the iron sword. The main advantage was that it looked good. Boss Zhou, Han Dong asked me to give him the Iron Long Sword blueprint. What should I do? He is so eager. It seems that he has not explored the treasure cave. The blueprint cannot be given to him. He has not given you any benefits. Why do you want the blueprint? You can give him an Iron Long Sword. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, he gave the Iron Long Sword in his hand to Chen Xian, and asked her to deal with Han Dong. At this time, the iron ore in the furnace had been smelted. He added charcoal 3 times during the process. In total, 20 pieces of charcoal were needed to smelt 1 piece of iron ore. Zhou Wen used wood to get a black, irregular piece of metal out of the furnace, and then threw it into a wooden barrel filled with seawater. The hot iron block cooled rapidly in the seawater. After waiting for a while, Zhou Wen, wearing spiked gloves, picked up the cooled iron block from the seawater. Ding! Get small iron ingot X1. The moment Zhou Wen touched the irregular iron block, it turned into an angular iron ingot with a shiny surface, but the size of this iron ingot was only 1/5 of the normal iron ingot. Small iron ingot? In other words, 5 small iron ingots are needed to synthesize a normal-sized iron ingot. Zhou Wen suddenly discovered that the 200 pieces of charcoal that Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao burned all night could only make 2 iron ingots. This efficiency is too low. However, on second thought, Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao only used 1 earth kiln to burn 200 pieces of charcoal in 1 night. If they want to increase the speed of burning charcoal, they can make more earth kills and burn them at the same time. 2 people burn 5 earth kills at the same time, and they can burn 1,000 pieces of charcoal in 1 night, which is equivalent to 10 iron ingots. Burning 10 earth kills means 20 iron ingots. Although it is not much, the current iron item blueprint is scarce, and 20 iron ingots can be smelted from time to time. It is enough to stockpile them. After Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian enter the deep blue sea, they can further train the guild members, increase their strength to 15 points, and then let the guild members burn charcoal, which will be much more efficient. Next, Zhou Wen made 4 more furnaces, a total of 5 furnaces, and smelted iron ore at the same time. All the charcoal was burned in 2 rounds. Zhou Wen put 10 small iron ingots together, and they fused into 2 iron ingots. Ding! Obtained iron ingot X2. It took a long time to smelt iron ore. After 3 rounds, it was afternoon today. Zhou Wen asked Chen Xian to bring the iron pot over, and started to cook today's dinner. What is Mr. Zhou eating today? Seafood fried noodles. Zhou Wen placed the iron pan on the furnace, then took out a can of pork, took out the white lard on it, and threw it into the pan to use as cooking oil. Then he cut the chewy fish meat, such as the spiky krill meat, mirror skin barracuda meat, and white jade clam meat, into thin slices, poured them into the pan and stir-fried them, and then added the instant noodle seasoning packet to season. What flavor of instant noodles is today? Spicy. Anyway, cooking is inseparable from the instant noodle seasoning packet, at most changing the flavor. By the way, Brother One, have you refined the iron ingots? Yes, but only 2. After that, Zhou Wen told Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian about smelting iron ore. Jiang Haitao wanted to stay up late to make charcoal today, but was stopped by Zhou Wen. Their physical fitness was not good. Jiang Haitao was 14 points, Chen Xian was 12 points. It was okay to stay up late for 1 day, but they would definitely not be able to withstand staying up late for several nights. They might have to face the attack of parasites during the day. Their spirits were too bad and accidents were easy to happen. Chapter 111. The various seafood slices in the iron pan were almost fried, so Zhou Wen poured the noodles soaked in hot water into the pan, quickly stir-fried them a few times, mixed the noodles with the seafood slices, and the seafood fried noodles were ready. After serving a large bowl to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, Zhou Wen directly poured all the rest into the wooden barrel, then picked up the barrel, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Did Han Dong handle it? Well, I told him that according to the current situation, there will be more and more survivors entering the treasure cave in the future, and there will be more and more iron weapon blueprints, so the Survivor Guild needs to have the iron longsword blueprint to support it. Then I told him that if I get the iron weapon blueprint again in the future, I will definitely give it to him. Finally, I gave him the iron longsword, and he didn't ask for it anymore. It's okay, pretty easy to talk to. Does he have any red-tail snapper meat in his hand? Get a piece for Jiang Haitao and me. Ah, you're asking for it. I just rejected his request, and now I'm asking him for something again. Isn't that a bit bad? You can trade watermelons with him. Fish meat is not delicious, and it can only increase attributes once. If you keep the extra ones, they will go bad. Watermelons are not only delicious, but also can be stored for a long time. It's okay to trade 2 watermelons with him. After that, Chen Xian communicated with Han Dong and exchanged 2 watermelons for 2 portions of redtail snapper meat on the pretext of increasing attributes for his guild members. After Zhou Wen got it, he cut it into slices and threw it into the unwashed pot, added water, and boiled it briefly. After it was cooked, he sent a portion to Jiang Haitao. Now that he had an iron pot, he naturally couldn't eat it raw. Ding, eat redtail snapper meat, strength +1. Now, Zhou Wen's strength has gone up a level, reaching 19.5 points, only 0.5 points away from 20 points. Should I make up for this 0.5 point of strength? Zhou Wen looked at this attribute that always had 0.5, and it felt awkward no matter how he looked at it. But now the strength is increasing too fast, and training takes time. It feels like it will never be made up. In the end, he closed the attribute panel, and decided not to make up for it. That's it. He continued to eat. At this moment, the Phantom Leviathan under him suddenly rushed forward. Zhou Wen was facing forward. The Phantom Leviathan rushed forward so suddenly that he almost lost his grip on the wooden barrel, and it hit his head. We were attacked. Zhou Wen immediately stood up and put all the items into the supply box, preparing to return to the stomach wall space. The battle between the giant beasts was not something that a little Karami could get involved in. Time was urgent, and there was no time to lay the foundation armor for the Phantom Leviathan. It's important to protect yourself first. But the Phantom Leviathan suddenly rushed forward and stopped again, moving neither hurriedly nor slowly, as if it was not in danger. Ah, ha ha! The Phantom Leviathan suddenly chirped briefly, and then the voice of its heart sounded, as if it was particularly happy. Zhou Wen's face was full of doubts, and he immediately walked to the head of the Phantom Leviathan to check the situation. He found that many jellyfish appeared on the water in front of him. The jellyfish were of different colors, but they were all very large, each about 5 or 6 meters long. These jellyfish were swimming slowly in one direction, with long tentacles behind them, but the tentacles looked very different, like strips of silk cloth, which were more than 10 meters long. The colorful silk tentacles were floating slowly in the water, like dancing ribbons. Looking around, the whole ocean became colorful under the afterglow of the sunset. At this time, the Phantom Leviathan was rushing in front of a jellyfish, and then chirped slightly, as if to scare the jellyfish. The jellyfish was frightened and trembled. The next second, the silk-like skin on the surface of its head quickly cracked, and a transparent jellyfish emerged from it, leaving behind the long tentacles, and quickly dived into the sea and disappeared. Ha ha ha. The joyful voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded again. Okay, so it turns out that we are just playing. Zhou Wen was relieved, as long as he didn't encounter any danger. In fact, Zhou Wen was worrying for nothing. The transformed Leviathan's biological radar has a wide range of exploration. If dangerous creatures enter the biological radar range, they will be discovered. There is no possibility of being attacked by surprise. Hey, ha ha ha! The Metamorphosis Leviathan continued to scare the jellyfish, and the jellyfish were scared and shed their skins and fled. Zhou Wen took a look at the shed skins of the jellyfish and decided to wait until the jellyfish left before going down to take a look. The sea surface is now full of these jellyfish. In the eyes of the Metamorphosis Leviathan, these jellyfish are toys and not dangerous, but Zhou Wen's small body, facing these jellyfish, they are also toys, the kind to be played with. After finishing his meal, Zhou Wen waited for a while. The sun had completely set, and 9 moons were hanging in the sky. The jellyfish had all left. Zhou Wen jumped into the water, touched the jellyfish's shed skin, and then checked the biological information. Silk jellyfish body length, 15 meters. Weight 3 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A jellyfish that migrates in groups. When in danger, it will immediately shed its skin and escape. It is edible, and the silk can be used to make protective gear. Silk is actually obtained from living things. Zhou had always thought that silk needed to be opened from a supply box, just like a piece of cloth, but he didn't expect it to be produced by living things. Zhou grabbed the jellyfish's shed skin with his hands, and the next second, a reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! Get silk x 100. The system directly decomposed the jellyfish's skin into 100 pieces of silk, eliminating the cutting process. 1 piece of skin is 100 pieces of silk, so I'm rich. Zhou was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the silk needed for fishbone armor was obtained so easily, and in large quantities. The transformation of Leviathan scared a lot of silk jellyfish. Zhou found a total of 2,000 pieces of silk, which was enough. So, the fishbone armor is only missing the fat of the shield fish. Zhou thought for a while. Fishbone armor requires 4 materials: large fish bones, shield fish fat, golden seaweed fiber, and silk. However, Zhou felt that the most difficult thing to collect should be the golden seaweed fiber. Fishbone armor requires 1,000 pieces of golden seaweed fiber. Unless he finds a golden seaweed forest, it is impossible to collect them just by planting. Although Zhou has never heard of the shield fish, as long as he encounters it and kills one, the materials will be complete. Even if we know the news about golden seaweed and plant it, it only grows 5 centimeters a day, and the growth cycle may take 20 days. If we think about the need for 1,000 copies, it is really hopeless. Returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou first put the silk into the locker, then took a look at the golden seaweed that had grown to 60 centimeters, and couldn't help but sigh, but then adjusted his mood. No matter what, it is worth being happy to have collected another material. After a simple inspection of the stomach wall space, everything was fine, so he placed the wooden foundation and went to sleep. Chapter 112. On the 21st day, the transformed Leviathan began to move. Zhou felt the vibration of the stomach wall space, and sat up from the wooden platform with a dazed look. Today, his mental state seemed to be a little worse than the previous 2 days. His body seemed to have a vague sense of weakness. He knew that it was caused by oxygen-rich bacteria. But at present, he had no way to deal with oxygen-rich bacteria. He could only improve his physical fitness as much as possible to suppress the infection of oxygen-rich bacteria. After jumping off the platform and putting away the foundation, Zhou began his inspection today. This oxygen-rich bacteria, judging from the name, should be related to oxygen. During the inspection, Zhou unconsciously began to think about the problem of oxygen-rich bacteria. His current physical fitness is already 27 points. With such a high physical fitness, oxygen-rich bacteria can have an effect on him, which means that the infection of oxygen-rich bacteria to the body has become more and more serious. He has to think about how to suppress oxygen-rich bacteria. This oxygen-rich, what does it mean to need oxygen? Or does it mean to produce oxygen? Zhou recalled the scene in the knife-toothed eel cave. At that time, he felt that the death of the knife-toothed eel was very strange. The first point was that there was no scar on the huge knife-toothed eel, and the death was very strange. Now Zhou knew that it was because of infection with oxygen-rich bacteria. The second point was that the knife-toothed eel was obviously a creature living in the ocean, but it lived in an underwater air cave, which was very abnormal. If the water in the cave was emptied by the phantom Leviathan, just like the knife-fin yellow ribbon fish cave yesterday, before letting Zhou out, the stomach wall space was flooded with seawater many times. It was obviously the phantom Leviathan, emptying the seawater in the knife-fin yellow ribbon fish cave, so that Zhou could move. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't make sense, because before letting Zhou explore the knife-toothed eel cave, the transformed Leviathan did not use the stomach wall space to drain water, but after Zhou went out, it put in seawater from outside to let Zhou enter the knife-toothed eel cave. Thinking about it this way, the knife-toothed eel cave was full of air from the beginning, so where did the air come from? It seems that these oxygen-rich bacteria produce oxygen. Zhou was still a little uncertain, so he tried holding his breath, and then found that his breath-holding time became very long. He held his breath for half an hour before his body felt oxygen deprivation. This oxygen-rich bacteria seems to be good, but at the current infection rate, Zhou's body can't bear it. At this time, the transformed Leviathan entered the feeding stage, and Zhou temporarily put aside the problem of oxygen-rich bacteria, put on a suit of armor, held an iron sword, and prepared to face the parasites that might be encountered today. The esophageal diaphragm opened, seawater poured in, and a large amount of seaweed also entered the stomach wall space with the seawater. Zhou stood in the seawater, and then used the light of the headlamp to continuously scan the water surface in front of him. What is this? Zhou suddenly saw a blood-red strip floating in the seawater. These strips were less than 2 centimeters thick and more than 1 meter long, but there were many of them, clustered together, like a bunch of rubber tubes tangled together. Zhou had never seen a creature before, so he was always very careful. He raised his iron knife, found a single strip, and cut the blood-red strip into 2 sections with one cut. The blood-red strip came alive, and began to twist its body constantly. A 2 or 3 centimeter long conical spike stretched out from one end. The spike seemed like teeth, and could split into 3 petals from the middle. The end with the spikes began to swing around randomly, as if looking for a target to attack. Zhou extended the iron sword to let it attack, but the blood-colored strip's attack was very weak. It bit the iron sword and gave up. Seeing that the attack power was so weak, Zhou became bolder and picked up the other section that was cut off. This section should be the body, which was no longer moving. Vascular worm body length, 1 meter. Weight, 300 grams. Food type, blood introduction, a parasite that parasitizes giant organisms. It will drill into the host's body, enter the blood vessels, occupy the blood vessels, replace the blood vessels, reproduce larvae, grow with the host, and eventually occupy the blood vessels throughout the host's body. The body can make hoses. This is a bit scary. Zhou imagined a giant beast whose blood vessels were replaced by parasites. Was this a giant beast or a nest of parasites? He was horrified when he thought about it. He quickly caught all the blood vessel worms, cut them into pieces with an iron knife, and threw the bodies into a wooden barrel. After the seawater receded, Zhou emptied all the seaweed in the stomach wall space, and carefully checked the stomach wall space. If a blood vessel worm drilled into the body of the phantom leviathan, it would be troublesome. During the inspection, several vascular worms were found to be using the spikes on their heads to pierce the stomach wall, and then slowly drill their bodies into the stomach wall by stretching the spikes and expanding the wounds on the stomach wall. However, this process was very slow. After such a long time, the vascular worms had not even drilled into the stomach wall with their spikes on their heads. Seeing this, Zhou was relieved. This shows that it takes a long time for the vascular worms to completely enter the body of the transformed leviathan, so Zhou does not have to worry about missing any. After killing these vascular worms, Zhou went back and forth and repeatedly surveyed the stomach wall space 3 times. He was completely relieved to confirm that there were no residual vascular worms. Vascular worms are also parasites, but there are none in the steel armor leviathan? Zhou thought about it, and thought that it might be because the steel armor leviathan eats iron, and its blood vessels are also nourished by iron, and it is not something that can be replaced just by wanting to. In the next few rounds of eating, no vascular worms were found. Zhou also started the human-powered seaweed crusher and began to crush the seaweed. Then he threw the vascular worm corpses in the wooden barrel into the crusher and crushed them into the digestion tank. However, according to the introduction, the body of the vascular worm can be used to make hoses, so Zhou kept 3 of them, but cut off their heads, leaving only the body. The body of the vascular worm is hollow in the middle and can indeed be used as a hose, but Zhou doesn't know what the specific use is, so he can only put it away first. The eating stage is over, and the next stage is the supply box stage. Zhou is not going to go out again today. The day before yesterday, he was injured because of the transformation of Leviathan, and yesterday, because he needed to smelt iron, Zhou had been delayed for nearly a day. You know, there are some survivors who have entered the deep blue sea chasing him. In the current situation, he cannot lose the title of pioneer. Those 5 free points are very important to him. While waiting for the supply box, Zhou continued to read the novels in the World Communication Channel. There was nothing strange in the communication channel today. Some people were just discussing the treasure cave. However, they were only discussing the treasure cave, but no one said whether they had entered the treasure cave or obtained anything. After the survivor was robbed of the blueprint yesterday, the survivors began to be sneaky. Brother one, I have entered the border sea area. This is a private message from Jiang Haitao, telling Zhou that he has entered the border sea area. Zhou asked him to feed his transformed Leviathan, so that the transformed Leviathan would not be in a hurry to leave the border sea area, and would find more silver-rimmed material boxes. Later, Chen Xian also told Zhou that she had also entered the border sea area, and Zhou repeated what he told Jiang Haitao. You will encounter many white jade shells in the border sea area. You can give the white jade shell meat to the guild members you trust. After that, we need to quickly cultivate a group of members, who can leave the stomach wall space and let them burn charcoal, which will be more efficient. Got it, brother one. Receive, Boss Joe. Chapter 113. After finishing the conversation with the two, Joe continued to study oxygen-rich bacteria. Based on the previous half hour of holding his breath, he discovered a detail, that is, he did not exhale any gas during this half hour. The human lungs absorb oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. Oxygen-rich bacteria provide oxygen for the body. So where does the carbon dioxide produced by the human body go? There is only one possibility, that is, it is absorbed by oxygen-rich bacteria and then converted back into oxygen. Of course, during this conversion process, the conversion efficiency of oxygen and carbon dioxide must be constantly decreasing. After all, he can only hold his breath for half an hour at present, and the survival of oxygen-rich bacteria also requires energy consumption, so it is impossible to convert without loss. After summarizing these ideas, Joe roughly speculated that oxygen-rich bacteria will first consume carbon dioxide, convert it into the nutrients they need, and then release oxygen, but if there is not enough carbon dioxide, they will absorb the energy in Joe's body as their own nutrients. However, these are just speculations, and we need to experiment to confirm. The method of the experiment is very simple, that is, to burn a fire directly in the stomach wall space, and produce a large amount of carbon dioxide through the flame combustion, and then he inhales the carbon dioxide to see if his body will be hypoxic. If the body does not become hypoxic, it means that this speculation is correct. On the contrary, if hypoxia occurs, it means that oxygen-rich bacteria will consume the host's body's energy no matter what. Because the air in the stomach wall space is relatively humid, Joe deliberately let the phantom leviathan float to the surface of the sea, and then lit a fire outside. Considering that burning would produce a lot of smoke, in a closed space, not to mention breathing, the smoke would choke you to death. So Joe also deliberately burned a few pieces of charcoal. Because the charcoal has been burned once, the smoke produced by burning again will be much less. After a set of preparations, it took 2 or 3 hours, which is equivalent to wasting the time of a supply box. Let's get started. Joe brought the fire and entered the stomach wall space, then ignited the charcoal in the furnace. The charcoal began to burn, rapidly consuming the oxygen in the stomach wall space. At this time, the esophageal diaphragm closed, and the transformed leviathan began to continue to move. The stomach wall space was not large, and there were only 2 algae oxygen tanks producing oxygen. Soon the flame in the furnace began to weaken. This showed that the oxygen in the stomach wall space was almost consumed. Then, after struggling slightly, the flame in the furnace turned into a wisp of green smoke and completely extinguished. The burning process did not last for 3 minutes. The flame went out, proving that there was no oxygen in the stomach wall space, but Joe did not feel suffocated. According to the previous plan, he began to absorb carbon dioxide in the space by expanding his lungs, but his behavior looked very abnormal because he only took in air but did not exhale. He kept breathing in like this. In order to ensure the accuracy of the experiment, he also sent 2 algae oxygen tanks to Jiang Haitao, so that there would be no oxygen in the stomach wall space in the following time. Of course, combustion will produce carbon dioxide and a small amount of carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is toxic, but there is no need to worry too much about this, because the furnace does not burn for a long time and does not produce much carbon monoxide at all. And even if it really harmed Joe, he was now sitting next to the esophageal diaphragm. Once he found something wrong, he would slap the esophageal diaphragm to let the phantom leviathan float to the surface and let in fresh air. Time passed little by little, and soon it was 2 hours. Joe's body still did not feel hypoxia, nor did he feel any discomfort. Just when Joe wanted to continue, the sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus, and the first supply box of the day arrived. Then, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and seawater, along with fresh air, entered the stomach wall space, and this experiment had to be forced to stop. In fact, the result has been confirmed. Joe's body still remained normal for 2 hours by absorbing carbon dioxide, which is equivalent to extending the breath-holding time by 4 times. This is enough to prove that oxygen-rich bacteria consume carbon dioxide first. In the future, as long as Joe can be in an environment full of carbon dioxide from time to time, he should be able to delay the impact of oxygen-rich bacteria on the body. After learning the method of suppressing oxygen-rich bacteria, Joe's worries were slightly dissipated. He took back 2 algae oxygen tanks from Jiang Haitao, and after the sea water receded, Joe opened the supply box. Ding! Get the bone armor mask blueprint. Bone armor mask? Is it made of bone trematode materials? Joe used the blueprint casually, and then check the materials for making it. Bone Armor Mask Blueprint. Requires bone trematode shell X1, cloth X3. Now Zhou has a lot of bone trematode shells in his hands, and the materials required for this bone armor mask are not many, so he made it directly. The two materials turned into blue light and merged in the air, and then a white mask made of bone appeared in Zhou's hand. This white mask is very simple, just a simple mask without any decoration. Although it is simple, the overall design is to fit the human face. There are 3 holes on the bone armor mask, 2 for the eyes, and 1 for the nose. Zhou looked at both sides, and did not see any rubber bands used to fix it on the head. So, he put the bone armor mask on his face. The moment it touched his face, the mask directly fit on the skin of his face. Zhou felt a little magical. In order to ensure whether the mask was firm, Zhou also turned over several times in the stomach wall space. The bone armor mask was still tightly attached to his face without any signs of looseness. Okay, not bad. Zhou reached out and grabbed the bone armor mask. The mask that was tightly attached to his face, just now, was easily taken off. Afterwards, Zhou used the iron sword to chop the bone armor mask to see how hard it was, and then swung it 3 times in a row, splitting the bone armor mask in half. The bone armor mask only blocked 3 swords, which seemed to have weak defense, but Zhou's current strength was close to 20 points, and with the iron sword, it could block 3 swords, which was enough as a mask. Zhou made 3 more, keeping 1 for himself, and giving the other 2 to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. After that, Zhou had nothing to do, so he was going to continue reading the novel on the World Channel, but after reading for a while, a private message came. Zhou checked the avatar, and found that it was the guy who stood up and suggested that the survivor give the blueprint to him when Zhao Teng wanted to snatch the blueprint of the iron long sword from the survivor yesterday. Hello, boss. My name is He Wei. I sent you a private message to ask if you can join the boss guild we formed privately. You will be the president. Of course, this guild is currently in secret, and will never be made public. I appreciate your kindness. You see, I haven't established a guild until now. It's not that I don't want to establish one, but I know that I don't have the ability to manage a large number of people. You don't have to manage it. We will manage it. Now many people are very dissatisfied with Zhao Teng, but they dare not speak out. You are the only one who is not afraid of Zhao Teng. We hope to get your help to develop the Big Brother Guild secretly, and eventually fight against Zhao Teng. This is not right. Chen Xian from the Survivor Guild is not afraid of Zhao Teng either. You can just join her guild directly. Those guilds are all the same. The good items are all digested internally by the guilds. When have they ever considered ordinary people like us? Chapter 114. In that case, you can choose someone from among yourselves to be the guild leader. Zhou continued to refuse. He could not possibly be the guild leader. If he stood in the open, he would not be able to manipulate the situation behind the scenes. But most of us are ordinary people. We do not have many basic materials. Even if we are lucky enough to get good blueprints, we are under pressure from Zhao Teng and the guild leaders. We dare not convert them into materials. Then let's do this. Before you develop, I can support you. You should not call yourself the Big Brother Guild. At present, Zhao Teng has messed up the order of mankind. You still have the courage to fight against Zhao Teng. I admire you very much. Why don't you call your guild order? The Order Guild, this name is good. Thank you very much for the name and support. You're welcome. By the way, how many people are there in your guild now? 10 people. That's too few. Let's quickly elect a guild leader, and then expand the number of people. Got it, boss. After finishing the conversation with He Yue, Zhou pondered for a moment. Although it is said that you can only know a person's face but not his heart, under Zhao Teng's reign of terror, those who dare to stand on the opposite side can still be initially trusted. These people either have great ambitions and are unwilling to be inferior to others, or have their own bottom line and are unwilling to develop themselves by exploiting others like most people. But no matter which kind of people they are definitely against Zhao Teng in the early stage. As for what the Order Guild will eventually develop into, it depends on who among these 2 types of people will become the leader of the guild. The reason why Zhou is willing to support the Order Guild is that many survivors now get good things without making a sound, which seriously affects his judgment of the survivor's development level and slows down the development speed of most survivors. He supported the private guild order. As the guild developed, the survivors who hid their goodies would naturally contact the Order Guild, and the items could be circulated privately. But it was very difficult for private guilds to develop, because they could not blatantly add the guild name in front of their names. In this way, Even if some survivors wanted to sell their goodies privately, they could not tell who was from the Order Guild. However, Zhou thought of a way, which was to issue identity tokens to guild members. This identity token. It's not a real token, but a unique item as an identity certificate. When you prove whether you are a member of the Order Guild, you can send the item information that belongs exclusively to the Order Guild members to the other party. Forget it, don't think about it. I'm not the president, why should I worry about these things? After a while, the second supply box of the day arrived, but the supply box contained basic materials, nothing to say, and directly put it in the locker. Boom! Boom! At this time, several thunders suddenly sounded, and the Phantom Leviathan suddenly stopped moving. It's thundering, is it going to rain? This was the first time Zhou heard thunder in the 21 days, since he came to this world. Thinking that it might rain outside, Zhou quickly slapped the esophageal diaphragm to let the Phantom Leviathan float to the surface of the sea. He wanted to go out, and he also prepared a lot of buckets. Rainwater is fresh water. Since it is raining, it is natural to collect as much fresh water as possible. Holding 2 boxes of supplies, Zhou quickly left the stomach wall space when the esophageal diaphragm opened. As soon as he entered the esophagus, he was greeted by a gust of wind. After leaving the esophagus, there were also gusts of wind in the mouth of the Phantom Leviathan. Zhou climbed up the tooth plate and looked out. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, thunder rolled, and the sea was windy, with raging waves and huge waves. Zhou was almost hit by a wave just as he stood on the tooth plate. Fortunately, the Phantom Leviathan turned his head and changed the direction of his head, so the wave only hit the Phantom Leviathan. Even though the situation outside was terrible, Zhou had no intention of retreating, because after so many days, he could finally take a good bath, and he absolutely could not miss this rare opportunity. Diving into the violently surging sea water, Zhou wanted to float to the surface, but was always hit by the waves and pushed underwater. After trying several times, Zhou gave up. Anyway, he could not breathe for half an hour now. Soon, the Phantom Leviathan entered the water and carried Zhou on his back. Zhou slowly stood up from the back of the Phantom Leviathan. Facing the strong wind, his hair was blown wildly, and his shirt was blown by the wind. He looked at the dark sky and waited for the rain. For the past 21 days, he had been using mineral water to wet the hemostatic bandage and wipe his body, but he had to come into contact with seawater almost every day. The high salt content in seawater made it very uncomfortable to stick to the skin. Now, he can finally get fresh water freely. As long as there is enough rainwater, he can collect hundreds or thousands of barrels and store them in the locker. He will never have to worry about not having fresh water to take a bath again. Boom! There was another burst of thunder. In the thick dark clouds, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and then instantly split like a tree branch, looking as if the sky was broken. I'm standing so high, I won't be struck by lightning, right? Zhou thought about it, and decided not to stand straight, and decided to lie on the back of the Phantom Leviathan. The lightning and thunder lasted for about 10 minutes, and finally, a drop of rain the size of a soybean fell on the body of the Phantom Leviathan, and spread into a splash of water. The next second, the rain fell like a curtain, soaking Zhou's whole body in an instant. Zhou was waiting for this moment, and he immediately placed the wooden barrels on the wooden platforms one by one. Because the wind was too strong, if the wooden barrel was placed directly on the back of the transformed Leviathan, it would definitely be blown away by the strong wind, but with the absorption of the wooden foundation, the strong wind had no effect on the wooden barrel. Zhou brought out 200 wooden barrels this time, but they were soon filled up, so he immediately contacted Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian and asked them to make wooden barrels and send them over, and then sent them the 200 full barrels of water, 100 barrels per person. With 2 people quickly supplying buckets, Zhou quickly received 1,000 barrels of water. Suddenly, Zhou felt the air pressure around him suddenly drop. The air seemed to become a little heavy at this moment. Then a fireball appeared in the sky and quickly crossed the sky. The aftermath of the fireball directly cut through the thick dark clouds in the sky. All of a sudden, the rain stopped in the straight line area where Zhou and the transformed Leviathan were, and then the sun shone, and a long rainbow appeared in the sky. Is that a meteorite? Chapter 115. Zhou stood on the back of the Phantom Leviathan, watching the fireball as it flew farther and farther until it disappeared into the sky. Fortunately, it didn't fall nearby, otherwise it would be dangerous. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to continue catching the rain. Although the dark clouds here were blown away by the aftermath of the meteorite, it was still raining in the areas that were not blown away. However, Because the aftermath gradually spread, the dark clouds in the sky were constantly dispersed, just like the black curtain in the sky was gradually pulled open. Zhou could only let the phantom Leviathan chase the dark clouds and catch the rain. Finally, Zhou received another 2,000 barrels of water, plus the 1,200 barrels he received before, a total of 3,200 barrels of water, 1,200 barrels for himself, and 1,000 barrels for Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively. When Zhou received rainwater just now, he also took a bath, changed into new clothes, and bathed in the sunshine after the rain, and the whole person was refreshed. I don't know where the meteorite fell. Before returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou turned his eyes to the direction where the meteorite flew. The power of the falling meteorite is very strong. Falling into the sea will inevitably set off a tsunami, and the spreading aftermath will definitely kill a large number of marine life. If you can go to the landing point of the meteorite, you may be able to pick up the bodies of many large creatures. The phantom Leviathan also looked at the direction where the meteorite left, but his eyes were filled with a trace of fear, and then he snorted and turned his head. Why does the phantom Leviathan seem angry? Zhou didn't understand, but he didn't think much about it. Maybe he was angry because the aftermath of the meteorite dispelled the dark clouds. Then, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space and stored 1,200 barrels of fresh water in the locker. With this fresh water, he can directly use fresh water to wash the salt brought by the sea water on his body, and his quality of life will be improved to a higher level. An hour later, the transformed Leviathan stopped moving and began to rest. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian sent their harvest today, 10 gold ingots, 20 iron ingots, 20 pieces of glass, and the remaining 2 creatures, white jade shells and streamer fish. Zhou used the 20 pieces of glass to make 2 small aquariums, and gave one to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, so that they could raise white jade shells and streamer fish. Boss Zhou, why didn't you cook today? I don't have time today. I give you the iron pot, just cook a meal. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian need to burn charcoal outside tonight, so they can cook dinner at the same time. After dinner, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian started to burn charcoal. This time they added more earth kills, which could burn 100 portions of charcoal at a time. Zhou inspected the stomach wall space. After a few days, the rock crystal tree grew new branches again. It felt that it would not take long for the flower buds to grow again and bear fruit. Then, there were 2 kinds of vegetables on the side, lettuce and white radish. After 2.5 days of growth, they had grown more than 10 centimeters and were growing very well. The mangoes had just been picked, and there was no big change for the time being. The golden seaweed had grown to 65 centimeters, and it was 15 centimeters away from the water surface of the seaweed planting box, and it was about to grow to its limit. By then, the golden seaweed will almost bear golden fruits, 5 centimeters a day, and there are still 3 days left. Zhou put the 10 gold bricks handed in by Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian today into the seaweed planting box to provide gold elements for the golden seaweed. After inspecting the plants, he checked the organisms again. There was no problem with the boiling blood coral polyps and gel planarians. He would feed them on time every day. Both the streamer fish and the water sac sea cucumber eat plankton, so Zhou changed the seawater for them more often. There was nothing much to say about the streamer fish. It was just for viewing. After 2 days of observation, it was found that the efficiency of water capsules produced by water capsule sea cucumbers is not high. Only 1 water capsule can be produced in a day. It is fine to drink it yourself. If you want to sell it in large quantities, you need a large number of water capsule sea cucumbers. It is difficult for one person to breed so many. The last thing to look at is the small fine steel worm. Now the small fine steel worm produces a small steel ingot every day. From the 18th day to the end of the 21st day, a total of 4 small steel ingots have been harvested. At this time, the small fine steel worm used some unknown method to stick some crushed iron ore together and made a nest for itself. As long as we can produce small steel ingots every day, there will be enough iron ore, Zhou said, and added some iron ore to the small aquarium. After the inspection, everything was normal. Zhou placed 2 wooden foundations, lay down on them, and went to sleep. When he woke up, it was the 22nd day. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian sent a total of 1,000 pieces of charcoal, and Jiang Haitao also sent a piece of burning charcoal, which was Zhou request. This morning, Zhou did not inspect, and directly used the burning charcoal to ignite the furnace, burning the oxygen in the stomach wall space and replacing it with carbon dioxide. Then, he inhaled carbon dioxide to provide nutrients for the oxygen-rich bacteria in the body. This is simply the opposite of the heavenly power. Zhou felt strange. The lungs should be used to absorb oxygen and expel carbon dioxide, but now, he was using them to inhale carbon dioxide. Zhou sat next to the esophageal diaphragm and absorbed carbon dioxide for an hour. Why hasn't the feeding stage arrived yet? Usually, it takes at most half an hour from waking up to the feeding stage, unless a giant creature is chasing him. But today the transformed Leviathan moved very smoothly, and there was no sense of urgency of being chased. Just when Zhou was confused, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Enter the Crimson Sea, positioning completed. Crimson Sea finally arrived. Zhou was a little excited. Due to various emergencies in the past few days, he stopped and started along the way. It took him 5 days to reach the destination. The transformed Leviathan swam for a while, and then the esophageal diaphragm opened, seawater poured in, and a large amount of red kelp entered the stomach wall space. Zhou picked up a piece of crimson kelp and took a look. There was a main trunk more than 10 centimeters thick in the middle of the kelp. There were leaves on both sides of the main trunk. The leaves were very large, and each leaf was about 2 or 3 meters long. In the food guide for accelerated growth of transformed Leviathan, it is mentioned that people can eat crimson kelp, but it has no attribute bonus effect. However, Zhou still plans to collect some and store them in the locker. Kelp is also a dish that can enrich the table. Just as Zhou was picking and choosing these crimson kelps and getting some good quality kelps to store, suddenly, a crimson kelp came to life, and then twisted its body quickly, instantly tying up Zhou's body and hands and feet. Is the scarlet kelp also aggressive? Why is it not introduced in the illustrations? Zhou was not panicked, but a little confused, because this was in the stomach wall space, not in the sea, so even if he was tied up, what could happen? However, the next second, the head of the scarlet kelp opened, revealing the fangs inside. This time, Zhou also reacted. This was obviously not a scarlet kelp, but a creature that looked very much like scarlet kelp. This creature opened its big mouth and bit Zhou's head. Zhou was wearing a white-scaled helmet on his head at this time, but because he didn't know this creature, for safety reasons, he moved his mind, and the scales of the knife-fin yellow-belt fish appeared on his body. The scarlet creature's fangs bit on the scales, and there was only a click, and the teeth seemed to be broken, but Zhou's head didn't feel attacked at all, just hit. Chapter 116. The crimson creature didn't expect the prey it caught would be so hard, and painfully loosened its big mouth. Zhou immediately seized this opportunity, and with a thought, he put away the scales of the knife-fin yellow-belt fish, and the toothed steel long knife appeared in his hand. Because his hands were tied, Zhou pointed the blade of the toothed steel long knife upwards, with the direction of the blade facing the crimson creature, and then let the toothed steel long knife cut down with gravity, and the sharp blade cut the body of the crimson creature like cutting tofu. The kelp-like body of the crimson creature was cut in half by a knife, and the lower half of Zhou's body was tied up, and it lost its strength. Zhou broke free with a little effort, and then with a thought, he put the toothed steel long knife that was still pouring into the equipment column. The upper half of the crimson creature was still struggling, and bright red blood was gushing out from the cut. Zhou found the right opportunity, and took out the toothed steel long knife again. He swung it with both hands, and cut off the crimson creature's head. Without the head, the crimson creature was completely dead. The upper half of the body continued to twist a few times, and then stopped moving. Zhou put away the toothed steel long knife, put on the armor that fell to the ground, and then opened the creature illustration to check the information of this crimson creature. Crimson sea snake body length, 10 meters. Weight, 1.5 tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. A sea snake that lives in the crimson kelp forest. Its body appearance is similar to that of the crimson kelp. It preys on fish that swim by imitating the crimson kelp. It is edible, and the snake skin can be made into clothes. A mere 10 meters, you dare to treat me as prey? Zhou read the information of the crimson sea snake, with some contempt in his tone. 20-meter fine steel worm, 80-meter knife-fin yellow ribbon fish, these two larger and more dangerous creatures, Zhou has fought, and even killed one. In comparison, this crimson sea snake is a little inferior. It is still in the feeding stage. Although the crimson sea snake is weak, it is not small. Now there are crimson kelp everywhere, and there is no place to deal with the body, so Zhou temporarily collected the body of the crimson sea snake. After the seawater receded, Zhou placed the human-powered seaweed crusher and began to crush the scarlet kelp. According to the food guide for accelerated growth of Metamorphosis Leviathan, if Metamorphosis Leviathan eats 10 tons, it can accelerate its growth rate by 20%. 10 tons is about the amount of one meal for Metamorphosis Leviathan now. In the next few rounds of feeding, Zhou encountered scarlet sea snakes again, and then he killed them all with his 2-steel-long knife. At the end of the entire feeding stage, he harvested a total of 6 scarlet sea snake corpses. It seems that there are quite a few crimson sea snakes in this crimson kelp forest. Joan found that this crimson sea snake was a fool. It didn't know how to run away when it transformed into a creature as big as Leviathan. After crushing all the crimson kelp in the feeding stage, Joan began to skin the crimson sea snake with an iron dagger. The crimson sea snake looks very similar to the crimson kelp, with a main trunk and leaves on both sides, but the main trunk of the crimson sea snake is twice as thick as that of the crimson kelp, about 20 to 30 centimeters thick, and the leaves are also simulated, belonging to the category of fish fins. It was too slow for one person to skin it, so Zhou Wen sent 2 to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively, asking them to skin it together. The skin of the crimson sea snake was not tough, and since their strength was above 15 points, it was not difficult to skin it with an iron dagger. 10 minutes later, Zhou Wen peeled off the skin of a crimson sea snake and put it in the locker, and then he found that the phantom Leviathan was still moving. Is it going to look for a supply box? Zhou Wen didn't know whether the phantom Leviathan recognized the crimson kelp. If it just regarded the crimson kelp as ordinary seaweed and left after eating it, it would be a big loss. After handing the remaining body of a crimson sea snake to Shen Xian, Zhou Wen slapped the esophageal diaphragm to make the phantom Leviathan surface. He was ready to go out and see the crimson kelp forest. He took a supply box and also took the diving suit made with mirror barracuda skin. This time when he came to the crimson kelp forest, in addition to the crimson kelp, he also wanted to obtain crimson nodules, so diving was inevitable. Soon, Zhou Wen left the stomach wall space and appeared on the back of the phantom Leviathan. Standing high and looking far, the sea surface was crimson at a glance, and the sea surface was full of floating crimson kelp, rising and falling under the rolling waves on the sea surface. The phantom Leviathan really just treated the crimson kelp as ordinary seaweed. At this time, it had entered the middle area of the crimson kelp forest. It was obvious that it wanted to cross the crimson kelp forest to find the supply box. Zhou Wen naturally wanted to stop it. He jumped into the sea and gestured in front of the phantom Leviathan to let it stop in the crimson sea area. The phantom Leviathan seemed to understand, but it didn't matter, as long as the phantom Leviathan didn't leave the crimson kelp forest. Next, Zhou Wen put on a diving suit and prepared to dive underwater to look for the crimson nodules at the bottom of the crimson kelp. The volume of the crimson nodule is only 2 meters, but it can increase the growth rate of the transformed Leviathan by 20%, just like 10 tons of crimson kelp. This is definitely not to be missed. But Zhou Wen had never learned to dive before, and he didn't even dare to open his eyes in the water. However, in order to find the crimson nodule, he had to try. Immersing his entire body in the seawater, Zhou Wen subconsciously closed his eyes underwater, and his eyebrows were wrinkled into a shape. This was his body's subconscious reaction. Zhou Wen could only slowly adjust his mentality, then relax his frown, and then cut the Gordian knot and suddenly opened his eyes. Perhaps because of his improved physical fitness, Zhou Wen did not feel any discomfort when he opened his eyes for the first time in the seawater, and he could also see the underwater situation through his eyes. It's quite deep. Zhou Wen was in the seawater, looking down, and he could not see the bottom of the sea at all, only endless sea water and intertwined crimson kelp. Zhou Wen first surfaced and took a breath, chose a crimson kelp, grabbed it with his hand, and then dived into the seawater, and began to swim down along the crimson kelp in his hand. The deeper he went, the darker the light in the sea became, and the surrounding seawater was constantly squeezing his body. 10 minutes later, Zhou Wen reached the bottom of the sea. The light here was already very dim. Looking around, he could only see the shadows of the scarlet kelp. With such a dim light, it was very difficult to find the specific location of the scarlet nodules. But there was no other way at the moment, so he turned on the headlamp and used the headlamp to illuminate. Zhou Wen estimated that the seabed might be more than 100 meters away from the sea surface. It was impossible for ordinary people to dive so deep without diving training and professional equipment, but Zhou Wen's physical fitness was 27 points, almost 3 times that of a normal person. Although his body was squeezed a little uncomfortable at this depth, he could barely hold on. And Zhou Wen didn't have to worry about himself getting into an accident, because the phantom Leviathan was always following him. If he couldn't stand it, the phantom Leviathan would definitely send him to the surface of the sea. Chapter 117. More than 100 meters below the sea, Zhou Wen relied on the light of his headlamp to search for crimson nodules in the dim environment. In order to avoid getting lost among the large number of crimson kelps, Zhou Wen would use an iron knife to cut off the crimson kelps in front of him whenever he encountered them, and forcibly opened up a path in the intertwined and entangled crimson kelp forest. After a few minutes of searching, Zhou discovered that these crimson kelps did not grow independently. There was a red root system in the reef sand, and these crimson kelps grew from these red roots. Zhou felt that these red roots must be related to the crimson nodules, so he followed the red roots and searched in the direction of the developed roots. As the roots became thicker and thicker, more and more crimson kelp grew on them. Zhou buried his head and followed the red roots to cut off all the crimson kelp that blocked the way. Anyway, it would be eaten by the transformed Leviathan later, so it was just right for him to cut it now. Finally, after swimming for more than 30 meters, he found the end of this red root. There was a thicker root here, with a diameter of at least 3 meters, and a series of smaller red roots extended from here. The entire root system is rooted in a crack in the stone. The crack is only 3 meters wide, which is very consistent with the description of the crimson nodule in the crack in the Illusionary Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Guide. Moreover, this is also the source of a large area of crimson kelp roots. Zhou put his head deep into the crack and looked inside with a headlamp. The crack is very deep and intricate. A large number of red roots are intertwined in the crack, which also affects the vision. There is no object that meets the description of the crimson nodule. If you want to find it, you must enter the crack. However, Zhou did not enter the crevice immediately. He had been diving for more than 20 minutes. He needed to go up to take a breath first, and then change the way of diving. At this time, a huge shadow enveloped Zhou, and then a round big eye appeared beside Zhou. It was the Phantom Leviathan. The Phantom Leviathan found that Zhou was looking at something in the crevice, and it also came close with its eyes wide open, looking into the crevice like a curious baby, but compared with its huge body, this crevice was like a small crack. What are you looking at? Don't you have a biological radar? Zhou thought to himself, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He then pointed his finger into the crack of the stone and looked at the Phantom Leviathan, wondering if there was anything inside. The Phantom Leviathan didn't understand what Zhou meant, and was only confused. Zhou thought about it, and decided to go up to take a breath first, so he chopped the iron knife in his hand on the main root system of the scarlet kelp, and then swam up while pointing his hand at the Phantom Leviathan. This time, the Phantom Leviathan understood Zhou's meaning, so it swallowed Zhou in one gulp, then quickly floated up and surfaced in a few seconds. After surfacing, the Phantom Leviathan opened its mouth and spit out the seawater in its mouth, and also spit out Zhou. It seems that we need to find a scarlet nodule. Zhou took a few breaths of air to relieve the hypoxia of his body. Zhou actually wanted the Phantom Leviathan to find the specific location of the scarlet nodule. After all, the Phantom Leviathan has a wide range of biological radar, which will be much more efficient, but the Phantom Leviathan does not know the specific appearance of the scarlet nodule, so it cannot understand Zhou's meaning. After a good rest, Zhou took out another iron sword from the supply box, gestured a few times in front of the Phantom Leviathan, and then pointed underwater, meaning to return to the place where he had placed the iron sword just now. The Phantom Leviathan glanced at the iron sword, then nodded, and swallowed Zhou into his mouth again. After a few seconds, Zhou swam out of the Phantom Leviathan's mouth, and in front of him was the total root system of the scarlet kelp that he had just found. Zhou nodded to the Phantom Leviathan to show his affirmation, and then picked up the iron sword that was chopping on the total root system. Because the Leviathan sent him down, he saved 10 minutes of diving. Now he had about 30 minutes to enter the crevice to look for the crimson nodules. Tying the supply box on his back with a bandage, Zhou went directly into the crevice. The 3-meter wide crevice was still very spacious for Zhou, at least it would not restrict his body movement. However, there were a lot of red roots blocking the way between the crevices, so Zhou just cut them open and continued to dive. Because it was a crevice, the light inside became dimmer and dimmer. Just after diving a few meters, the front was already pitch black, and he could only rely on the headlamp for lighting. But the light of the headlamp was too short, and it could only illuminate the seawater in front of it. There were some floating objects in the seawater, which would occasionally float under the light, but there was nothing in the distance that could be seen. Crackle, crackle. Suddenly, a sound similar to two hard objects rubbing against each other came from below. Because it was underwater, the sound was very dull. Zhou didn't know what the object was that made the sound, but now he was in the water, and his strength and speed could not be exerted. For safety reasons, he moved his mind, and the scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish appeared on his body. Although the scales of the razor-fin yellow-belt fish were very heavy, they had no effect on Zhou when underwater and during the dive. Zhou just let himself sink, and the crackling sound became louder and louder. Suddenly, the sea water below fluctuated violently, as if something was pushing the water upwards. The next second, a shadow came up from below and grabbed Zhou directly. Zhou was wearing the scales of the razorfin yellowbelt fish at this time, and could not swim at all, so he did not react at all, and let the shadow grab him directly. Zhou still trusted the defensive power of the scales of the razorfin yellowbelt fish, and it was basically impossible for a creature that could live in this 3-meter-wide crevice to destroy the scales of the razorfin yellowbelt fish. The shadow caught Zhou, and Zhou also saw the general appearance of the shadow. It was not a fish, but a 3-fingered claw, about 5 or 6 meters long. Moreover, the outer skin of the claw was very strange. It was not scales or skin, but bone carapace. The bone carapace at the knuckles was not connected, and the soft flesh inside could be seen moving when the fingers moved. The claws quickly retracted, and soon shrunk into a semicircular hole formed by stones. The 3 fingers bent and merged, just blocking the hole. Why does it look a bit like a barnacle? At the moment when he was pulled into the semicircular hole, just now, Zhou saw a rough shape. At this time, in the semicircular hole, the claws let go of Zhou, but then the ground under his feet suddenly opened, and he fell directly into a big mouth full of sharp teeth. Chapter 118. But these sharp teeth bit Zhou scales without leaving any marks. After trying to chew several times, the big mouth full of sharp teeth found that it couldn't bite, so it spit Zhou out of its mouth. Zhou immediately seized the opportunity, and put away the scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish on his body. Now his body can finally move freely. First, make a few stone blocks and throw them into the big mouth of sharp teeth to block its mouth, so as to prevent himself from being attacked without the defensive scales. Then he took out the long steel knife, and inserted it directly into the creature's mouth. With a fierce cut, he cut the creature's mouth in half. After doing this, Zhou immediately put on the knife-finned yellow-banded fish scales, to prevent the creature from getting angry and attacking him, but this did not happen. After Zhou cut open the creature's mouth, the 3 claws of the creature shook violently for a few times, and then, there was no movement, as if it was dead. Zhou waited for a while, and after confirming that the creature was really dead, he put away the knife-finned yellow-banded fish scales, then touched the creature and opened the creature illustration. 3-clawed rock snail body length, 5 meters. Weight, 1 ton. Food type, meat. Introduction. A shellfish that lives in narrow spaces. When a creature passes by, it will extend its 3-clawed tentacles wrapped in bone armor to catch it. The meat is delicious and edible. Is this a snail? How does it look like a snail? It's more like a barnacle. However, Zhou only complained in his heart. The creatures in this world cannot be determined by the cognition on Earth. The introduction mentioned that it was edible, so Zhou naturally couldn't let go of the 3-clawed rock snail's body. He cut off 3 fingers, and sent them to Jiang Haitao through the system interface. Zhou began to continue to float downstream. During this period, he encountered several 3-clawed rock snails, all of which were killed by him in the same way as before, and all the bodies were sent back. The 3-clawed rock snail has little intelligence, and its behavior is completely based on instinct. However, in addition to the 3-clawed rock snail, there is another creature in this crevice. Scarlet long-nosed fish body length, 2 meters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Food type, scarlet roots. Introduction. A fish that lives in scarlet roots. It especially likes to eat the roots that grow on scarlet root nodules. It is edible. You mean we can find a crimson root nodule by following this crimson long-nosed fish? But Zhou only had the head of a crimson long-nosed fish in his hand. This crimson long-nosed fish was captured by the 3-clawed rock snail, and its slender body was eaten, leaving only the head. Zhou originally wanted to collect more 3-clawed rock snail meat, but accidentally got the head of this crimson long-nosed fish, and learned about the information of the crimson long-nosed fish through the biological illustrations. Just when Zhou was at a loss as to where to find the crimson long-nosed fish, a group of fish with slender bodies, crimson bodies, a layer of transparent bone armor on their heads, and long mouths appeared in front of him. They were the crimson long-nosed fish. This group of crimson long-nosed fish also found Zhou, but they were not particularly afraid of him, because Zhou was about the same size as them, and even shorter than them. The crimson long-nosed fish swam past Zhou and swam behind him. The introduction also mentioned that the crimson long-nosed fish was edible, but Zhou did not take action for the time being. He followed them directly, and found the crimson root nodule first. Although there was a group of crimson long-nosed fish leading the way, the road was not peaceful. There were more and more 3-clawed rock snails on the rocks and the cracks, and the crimson long-nosed fish were caught and became food. Zhou saw that the number of crimson long-nosed fish dropped from more than 10 to 4 or 5. He didn't know how far he had to go to find the crimson root nodules, but these crimson long-nosed fish would definitely not escape the capture of a large number of three-clawed rock snails. Zhou could only protect these crimson long-nosed fish. Once a fish was caught by the three-clawed rock snail, he would rush up immediately and kill the three-clawed rock snail before the fish was eaten. Escorting all the way, the crevice that was only about 3 meters long suddenly became wider, and a huge root system appeared in front of Zhou. Zhou followed the root system and found it was at least 10 meters thick. He continued to follow the scarlet long-nosed fish down the huge root system. Zhou felt the water pressure on his body getting stronger and stronger. When he followed the scarlet long-nosed fish to the bottom of the root system, the depth may have reached 200 meters. Zhou's face was red from the strong water pressure, and the blood in his body seemed to be spraying out of his head, but he finally saw the scarlet root nodule growing at the bottom of the huge root system. The appearance of the scarlet root nodule is like a round bulb, with a volume of about 2 meters. There are many small roots on the surface, and the color is red to black. It is the place where the main root system of the scarlet kelp stores nutrients. Zhou was already a little overwhelmed by the water pressure, so he quickly cut off the scarlet nodules from the main root system and put them into the supply box, collecting a total of 5. Enduring the water pressure from all directions, he checked the main root system again. After making sure that there were no emissions, Zhou began to float up quickly and return to the depth where his body could withstand the water pressure. The next step was to return, but Zhou had been in the crevice for almost half an hour, and his body was gradually showing symptoms of hypoxia. However, Zhou had already thought about this problem before entering the crevice, so he asked Jiang Haitao to buy a large number of empty mineral water bottles in advance, fill them with air, and then send them to him. Zhou slowly floated up while inhaling the air from the empty mineral water bottles sent by Jiang Haitao. Although there was little oxygen in these mineral water bottles, it was not a big problem because his body had a high utilization rate of oxygen. Oxygen would be converted into carbon dioxide in his body, and then oxygen-rich bacteria would absorb carbon dioxide and produce oxygen again. After pouring dozens of bottles of air into his mouth, Zhou's hypoxia was relieved, and he exhaled the other gases in the air that could not be absorbed by his body. The way back was also complicated, no different from a maze. But after Zhou's intelligence increased to 12 points, his memory had reached the level of photographic memory, and he could even simulate the route he came from in his mind. After another half an hour, Zhou successfully swam out of the crevice he had entered before, and the transformed Leviathan was waiting for him at the crevice. A few seconds later, the Phantom Leviathan surfaced. Zhou came out of the Phantom Leviathan's mouth, and then took a deep breath of fresh air. It feels so good to be able to breathe freely. After swimming underwater for more than an hour, Zhou's physical strength was consumed a lot. Anyway, he would not leave the Scarlet Kelp Forest today. He had plenty of time to ask Chen Xian for an iron pot. There were many new ingredients today, and he didn't know how many attribute points it could provide. Anyway, it was to increase attribute points, so Zhou didn't care much. He directly cut the scarlet sea snake meat, three-clawed rock snail meat, and scarlet long-nosed fish meat into small pieces, and threw them into the pot to cook. Soon, a pot of milky seafood soup was cooked. I gave Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian a large bowl each, and poured the rest into the wooden barrel. After taking a few sips, a series of prompts sounded in my mind. Ding, eat scarlet sea snake meat, strength +1, constitution +1, speed +1. Ding, eat three-clawed rock snail meat, strength +1, constitution +1. Ding, eat scarlet long-nosed fish meat, speed +1. Not bad, equivalent to eating 2 rock fruits. Chapter 119. Zhou, Pioneer, normal human attributes are 10, intelligence, 12. Strength, 21.5. Constitution, 29. Speed, 21. Evaluation, infected with oxygen-rich bacteria, a sick person. Okay, all attributes except intelligence are up to 20. Looking at his attribute panel, Zhou had an illusion that he was in high spirits. Of the 3 kinds of meat in the seafood soup, the meat of the three-clawed rock snail is the most delicious. Although the taste is a bit different from the other 2 kinds of meat, the texture and taste are not comparable to the other 2 kinds of meat. The biological illustrations mention that the meat is delicious, and it is indeed different. Fortunately, Zhou sent back a lot of three-clawed rock snails this time, a total of 33. Zhou did not want to kill them on his own initiative, but had to kill them to protect the scarlet long-nosed fish. Since he had killed them, how could he let the bodies go? He just sent them back. The scarlet long-nosed fish also killed some on the way back, and brought back 10. Zhou Wen kept one three-clawed rock snail, and gave another to Jiang Haitao. The remaining 31 were all given to Chen Xian. You can keep one of these three-clawed rock snail meats for yourself. After entering the deep blue sea, you can share it with the people in the guild who have passed the first round of farming. The extra ones can be sold. It is best to trade some equipment slots back, and then share them with Jiang Haitao. Got it, Boss Zhou. A creature can only be sold by one person. If two people sell it at the same time, it will inevitably cause other people to make unwarranted associations. The reason why it was given to Chen Xian was that Chen Xian had a better reputation than Jiang Haitao, and he was also smart, so he might be able to trade it to the equipment slot faster. Zhou Wen's 2 equipment slots played a huge role along the way. He was not a stingy person. He still had 29 sets of razor-finned yellow-belted fish scale armor in his hand, which could be used by each of them for self-defense. But they didn't have an equipment slot, so they couldn't use it now. With Zhou Wen's attribute panel, he was like petrified when he put on the razor-finned yellow-belted fish scale armor. He could barely move his fingers. The attributes of the 2 of them were not as good as his, let alone. Equipment slot? Brother one, is it the equipment slot I understand? Yes, it is the equipment slot in the game. You can put the equipment into the equipment slot instantly. It is very convenient, and sometimes it can play an unexpected role. It seems that this equipment slot is very rare. I have been the president for such a long time, and I have never heard of it. The importance of the equipment slot is known to almost everyone. Unless someone is starving to death, he will definitely not sell it. It is normal that it is rare. After finishing the seafood soup in his wooden barrel, Zhou Wen ended the conversation with the 2. Crimson Sea Snake and Crimson Long-Nosed Fish. These 2 creatures mentioned in the introduction are Crimson Kelp and Crimson Root Nodule. Zhou Wen has no intention of selling them, not to mention with Junyang who knows the Crimson Location card. Transmutation Leviathan Accelerated Growth Food Illustration was originally obtained by collecting fragments. As time goes by, all major guilds will definitely be able to collect them, and then they will find the problem. After eating and resting for a while, when his physical strength is almost restored, Zhou Wen jumped from the back of Transmutation Leviathan into the sea, and then took out a Crimson Root Nodule from the supply box. Little guy, help me look for any more Crimson Nodules in this Crimson Kelp Forest. Zhou Wen pointed at the Crimson Nodules first, and then at the entire Crimson Kelp Forest in front of the transformed Leviathan. It was too slow to search by myself. It was not easy to find red roots in the dim seabed, and many of the roots were connected to a main root. If you were not careful, you might end up following different red roots, and find that they were the ones you had found before. It would be the fastest to let the bioradar of the Phantom Leviathan find it. It depends on whether the Phantom Leviathan can understand it. The Phantom Leviathan stared at the scarlet nodule with its round eyes for a while, then slowly turned its head a few times, as if it was using its bioradar to find it. Finally, it nodded to Zhou Wen and opened its mouth to send Zhou Wen over. Zhou Wen looked delighted, and immediately entered the mouth of the Phantom Leviathan. Then the Phantom Leviathan swam quickly for more than 10 seconds, and placed Zhou Wen in front of a new scarlet kelp root system. This will make the search much more efficient. Zhou Wen thought to himself, and then looked at the crack in front of him. It was larger than the previous one, 4 meters wide. Having already had the experience of the first time, Zhou Wen had nothing to be afraid of. He went directly into the crack, and found the specific location of the crimson nodules by looking for the Crimson Long-Nosed Fish. 4 or 5 hours later, it was almost night. Zhou Wen basically explored a crack in the stone for an hour, and finally harvested 20 crimson nodules. According to the reaction of the transformed Leviathan, he had found almost all the crimson nodules in this Crimson Kelp Forest. There was only 1 crimson nodule, but Zhou Wen couldn't continue diving because the depth exceeded 200 meters, so he gave up. However, this time he harvested a total of 25 crimson nodules. After the Transfiguration Leviathan ate the entire Crimson Kelp Forest, he could feed it crimson nodules to accelerate its growth for 25 days. 25 days is enough to develop the farming members of the 2 guilds to 1 or 2,000. At that time, the Transfiguration Leviathan can continue to grow faster by feeding it the planted fruits. It would probably take 9 days to eat such a large area of crimson kelp. Zhou Wen couldn't wait here for 9 days. If he did, his progress would definitely be caught up by the latecomers, and his title of pioneer would be taken away. It seems that we have to eat and take at the same time. The deep blue treasure chest that was awarded for entering the deep blue sea before can hold 200,000 portions of seaweed. Tomorrow, Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao will also enter the deep blue sea. It's just right to ask for their 2 deep blue treasure chests. 3 deep blue treasure chests can hold 3 days' worth, and there is still 6 days' worth left. The 3 people each have 2 days' worth, which can be eaten on the 3rd day. In this way, he only needs to stay here for 3 days before he can leave. Since we still have to stay for 2 days, we might as well find a way to pick the deeper crimson nodules. Because the underwater environment was pitch black, Zhou didn't know the exact depth of the crimson nodules more than 200 meters below, but he only saw the crimson long-nosed fish continue to swim downwards. For Zhou, the depth of 200 meters has reached the limit of his body's endurance, and he dared not continue to dive. However, there is actually another way to continue diving, that is, wearing the scale armor of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish. Zhou used the scales of the knife-finned yellow-banded fish many times when dealing with the 3-clawed rock snail. He could clearly feel that the moment he put on the scales, the pressure of the seawater on his body was much reduced. This shows that the scales can resist part of the water pressure. He can completely rely on the scales to dive into deeper areas, but there is a serious problem. After putting on the scales, he can't move his body at all, nor can he float up. In deeper water, he can't take off the scales, which means that after he dives, he can't come up. Chapter 120. On the 23rd day, Zhou did not sleep all night. In one night, he made a device that can be used to float. The device is very simple, made of wood and hemostatic bandages. Zhou used the algae oxygen tank to purchase a Leviathan wood carving drawing on the World Communication Channel. This Leviathan wood carving is 3 meters long and solid. It takes 150 pieces of wood to make one, and it has strong buoyancy in water. Then a large number of hemostatic bandages are interwoven together and rolled into a hemp rope to increase the tension of the hemostatic bandages, and then the hemp ropes made of hemostatic bandages are woven into a large net, with a side length of 4 meters. Finally, 4 5-meter-long hemp ropes were connected at the 4 corners of the net, and the 4 hemp ropes were tied together in the middle, just like an inverted parachute. After tying them together, the 4 hemp ropes had 2.5 meters left. The other end of the hemp rope was tied to the tail axis of the Phantom Leviathan wood carving, and the entire buoyancy device was made. In one night, Zhou made 2, so that if one buoyancy device had a problem, there would be a spare one. The next step was to test whether the 2 buoyancy devices could be used normally. The esophagus of the Phantom Leviathan was too small to bring out the 2 devices at all. Zhou sent them to Jiang Haitao through the world system. After leaving the transformed Leviathan, Jiang Haitao had already sent 2 buoyancy devices over. Zhou took them all out and let them float on the sea, then placed stone blocks in the net of one of the devices. Each stone block weighed 500 jin, and Zhou placed 3 in total, then put on the scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish, plus his own weight. It was almost 800 jin, and the weight of the entire net bag reached 2,300 jin. 2,300 jin obviously exceeded the buoyancy of the 4 wooden sculptures, and the entire device began to sink, and the 4 hemp ropes connecting the wooden sculptures were stretched straight. The device descended to the bottom of the crimson kelp forest, reaching a depth of more than 100 meters. Zhou moved his mind, and sent the 3 stone pillars in the net bag to Jiang Haitao through the world system. The weight in the net bag suddenly dropped from 2,300 kilograms to 800 kilograms. The buoyancy of the 4 wooden sculptures was greater than 800 kilograms, so they began to float up slowly with Zhou. During the entire experiment, Zhou did not move while wearing the knife-finned yellow-belt fish scale armor. The effect of the floating device met Zhou's requirements. However, Zhou felt that the speed of buoyancy was a bit too slow, so he added a wooden sculpture to the buoyancy device, a total of 5 wooden sculptures, and tried again. The buoyancy speed was much faster than the first time. The first buoyancy device was used successfully, and Zhou used the second buoyancy device. After confirming that there was no problem, he sent both devices to Jiang Haitao. Zhou did not enter the crevice immediately. He had to make another preparation. Yesterday, when looking for the crimson nodule, Jiang Haitao had to send a mineral water bottle filled with air to provide oxygen for the body. Today, the crimson nodule is deeper, and it is definitely not enough to continue to rely on the air in the empty mineral water bottle. Because of the pressure of the seawater on his body, Zhou couldn't inhale the air in the mineral water into his lungs at 200 meters, so he needed to inhale air at a higher position, but the oxygen content in the air was very low and could not sustain the body's needs for a long time. Then, it would be best to put oxygen or carbon dioxide in the mineral water bottle, and Zhou chose carbon dioxide. In fact, it is better to put oxygen, because part of oxygen can be stored in his blood, but Zhou has no way to collect oxygen, so he can only put carbon dioxide as a second choice. The method of collecting carbon dioxide is simple. Just set a fire in the stomach wall space, and then prop up the flattened mineral water bottle, and the carbon dioxide will naturally enter the bottle. Of course, there must be other gases in the bottle, but they are definitely much stronger than air. Send these bottles filled with carbon dioxide to Jiang Haitao as well, and when he needs to use them, send them to him through private messages. Everything is ready. Zhou Warang transforms into Leviathan, and sends himself to the only crimson root nodule that has not been collected. He has explored this crimson root nodule yesterday, and he has memorized the route to the crimson root nodule. Without the scarlet long-nosed fish leading the way, Zhou followed the route in his mind, and soon came to a huge space. There was a particularly thick red root system here, which was larger than other root systems. Yesterday, Zhou swam around this root system. The diameter was about 30 meters, twice as thick as other root systems. This is why the scarlet root nodules here are located deeper. At this point, Zhou will start using the floating device and ask Jiang Haitao to send one over. When the floating device first appeared in the water, it was very messy and needed to be sorted out. There were rocks above that would prevent the wood carving from floating up, and there was no need to worry that the floating device would float away directly. After finishing, Zhou made 3 stone blocks and put them into the net bag below, and the whole buoyancy device began to sink slowly. Zhou did not put on the scales of the razorfin yellow belt fish for the time being, but asked Jiang Haitao to pass the carbon dioxide mineral water bottle to him, and began to absorb carbon dioxide while descending, and exhale the excess exhaust gas. When the depth reached about 180 meters, the carbon dioxide was almost absorbed, and a seaweed bag wrapped in boiling blood coral powder was put into the mouth. With a thought, he put on the scales of the razorfin yellow belt fish, and the weight increased, so the speed of the device sinking was faster. Soon the depth dropped below 200 meters. Zhou felt the scales of the knife-finned yellow belt fish tightened a little, but it had no effect on his body. Zhou turned his head and used the headlight to observe. It was pitch black around him. He could only look at the thick crimson roots on the side. Huh? Suddenly, the calm sea water surged violently, and the buoyancy device was shaken violently by the surge of the sea water. There is something. Just before the sea water surged, Zhou clearly felt something swimming past him, and then it drove the flow of the sea water. Zhou didn't see what it was, but it must be big. He didn't dare to delay, and sent 3 stone pillars to Jiang Haitao. Without the stone pillars, the device began to float up quickly. Huh? There was another sound of flowing sea water. This time the distance was closer, almost in front of Zhou, and this time, the light of the headlamp shone on a huge black body, and the crystal-like scales on the black body reflected the glossy light under the light of the headlamp. At this moment, Zhou's heart almost rose to his throat. He just hoped that the device would quickly float up to more than 200 meters. If it was caught by this huge creature below 200 meters, he would be finished. Huh? The giant creature had been swimming around Zhou. Suddenly, a huge eye appeared in front of Zhou. His headlamp just shone on the eye. The huge eye seemed to be frightened and instantly turned red, emitting a flame-like red light. Then, in the dark space, the red light gradually spread, like a burning flame, reflecting the black scales one by one, and soon outlined a 40-meter-long giant creature. Chapter 121. When fighting with the knife-finned yellowtail fish before, Zhou could only rely on his imagination to imagine the huge body of the opponent, because he could not see the whole appearance of the opponent. And now this creature with red light all over its body reflects its whole body clearly. The huge body of 40 meters long and nearly 15 meters wide stands out very clearly in this dark environment, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. The buoyancy device where Zhou is located seems to be just a toy in front of this huge body. It slowly floats up under the illumination of the large red light, looking small and lonely. Quick! 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 Zhou shouted in his heart, hoping that the speed of floating up could be faster. He felt that the water temperature had risen a lot at this time. However, the red light creature had been enraged. It suddenly twisted its body violently, and its huge tail wrapped in black scales swung towards Zhou fiercely. Suddenly, a swift current of water rushed over, and the floating device was hit by the current, and hit the crimson root system behind it. Misfortunes never come alone. There are many fibrous roots growing on the crimson root system. The net made of hemp ropes below was hit by the current, and hit these fibrous roots, intertwining and entangled with each other, causing the floating device to get stuck on the crimson root system. But Zhou didn't care about these things at all. As the swift water flow passed, a huge fish tail came in an instant. Damn! Zhou cursed in his heart, and immediately chewed the seaweed bag wrapped in boiling blood coral powder in his mouth, and then added 5 free attribute points to strength, and the strength directly reached 31.5 points. Zhou was finally able to move his arms, and immediately took out 5 or 6 wooden sculptures from the supply box and placed them in front of him. The next second, the fish tail hit the wooden sculptures, and the wooden sculptures were smashed to pieces. Zhou was also hit hard on the crimson root by this terrifying force. The thick crimson root was sunken inward. Zhou, who was wearing the scales of the knife-finned yellow-banded fish, was almost embedded in the crimson root. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Zhou's mouth uncontrollably like a pressurized spray. Zhou felt that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. The blood in his body spurted out from the wounds in his body under the pressure of the water, and the blood continued to flow out of his mouth uncontrollably. Without extra time to think, Zhou exerted force with his legs and rushed out of the depression of the crimson root system, then swam a few times with all his strength, and after getting away from the extended fibrous roots, he took out the second floating device. At this time, the red light creature was twisting its body madly and shaking its tail constantly, because before Zhou was hit, he took out the 2 steel long knife, put the handle against the crimson root system, and then used his body to tilt the blade to fix it. When the fishtail hit it, it was instantly penetrated by the blade, and then in the process of the fishtail flapping, it cut across the entire fishtail, leaving a wound nearly 7 or 8 meters long on the fishtail. Zhou also took advantage of the gap when the red light creature was injured and took out the second floating device to continue floating. He had to leave quickly. The boiling blood coral powder only had a 10-minute amplification effect. In addition, he was seriously injured, and it was impossible for him to fight this red light creature. After floating up more than 10 meters, the sea depth finally returned to more than 200 meters. After waiting for a while, Zhou removed the knife-fin yellow belt fish scales on his body, reducing the weight by nearly 600 kilograms, and the device floated faster. When he reached a depth of more than 150 meters, Zhou's constant bleeding from his mouth also improved a little. Then, he added 5 free attribute points back to his physical fitness, and the pain in his body was relieved a lot. Roar! At this time, the red light creature adapted to the pain of the wound, and roared angrily. The sound came from below, forming a shock wave, pushing Zhou's buoyancy device up a distance of more than 10 meters. This roar actually helped Zhou. Before Zhou was happy, a burst of red light rushed up from below at a very fast speed. A big mouth 5 or 6 meters wide, and full of black crystal fangs kept approaching below the buoyancy device. The red light in the throat became stronger, and it seemed to be burning with fire. Seeing the red light creature getting closer and closer, Zhou immediately turned off the headlight, then detached from the buoyancy device, and took out a wooden barrel from the supply box and threw it on the buoyancy device. Some liquid slowly floated out of the barrel. A few seconds later, the red light creature swallowed the buoyancy device into its mouth, and its hard and sharp teeth bit all 5 wood carvings like a crusher. But after the red light creature bit the 5 wood carvings, a strange scene happened. The red light creature seemed to be stunned, and its mouth kept opening and closing repeatedly, but there was obviously nothing in its mouth. Zhou, who was hiding nearby, saw the red light creature acting abnormally, so he swam over quickly. Success or failure depends on this one move. Zhou once again added 5 free attribute points to strength, took out the 2 steel long knife, and then came to the belly of the red light creature, swung the 2 steel long knife in his hand fiercely, and stabbed the blade into the red light creature's body. At the moment the blade touched the scales, Zhou felt obvious resistance. The 2 steel long knife, which had been invincible before, could still feel resistance with his strength of 31.5, which showed that the defense of this red light creature was much better than that of the knife-fin yellow ribbon fish. Zhou did not dare to delay. At the moment when the blade pierced the body of the red light creature, he held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, and then swam downward quickly. The sharp blade cut open the belly of the red light creature. In order to further speed up his diving speed, Zhou put on the scale armor of the knife-finned yellow belt fish, and also made 2 stone pillars on his back, which pressed on his body. Shwa! Zhou's body sank rapidly like an iron ball falling into the water, and the 2 steel long knife left a 30-meter-long incision on the belly of the red light creature. Roar! The red light creature broke free from the illusion under the stimulation of severe pain, began to roar in pain, twisted its body constantly, and rushed around in this space, with a large amount of blood spurting out from the long wound. At this time, Zhou had already left quickly, and hid in a cave on the crimson root system, which he dug out with a 2 steel long knife. He had been hiding in it before the red light creature died completely. Boom! 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 In the following time, the red light creatures kept hitting everywhere, and the rock walls of this space were all shaken. During this period, They hit the crimson roots several times, causing the thick crimson roots to shake violently. Zhou was a little uneasy wearing the knife-thin yellow belt fish scales and huddled in the cave, pouring a bottle of carbon dioxide into his mouth from time to maintain his body condition. The red-light creature struggled for 2 or 3 hours before gradually stopping. Zhou did not leave the cave immediately, but waited for another hour. After confirming that there was no movement outside, he slowly leaned into the cave entrance to check. It was pitch black outside, and the red light could no longer be seen. Zhou felt the flow of the water again, and after confirming that there was no violent fluctuation, he began to swim upwards. More than half an hour later, Zhou swam out of the crevice with difficulty, was swallowed into the mouth of the phantom leviathan, and sent to the surface of the sea. Chapter 122. Zhou was lying on the back of the phantom leviathan. His whole body was like a puddle of mud. The situation was urgent before, his nerves were tense, and with the help of adrenaline, his brain ignored the pain in his body. Now that the crisis is over, and he is in a safe environment, the intense pain spreads all over his body, as if all the bones in his body have been damaged to varying degrees, which is more serious than the last time he was in the steel armor leviathan, and was swept by the body of the fine steel worm. What is this? When Zhou checked his body, he found a lot of blood crystals on his hands, which gradually melted under the sunlight. Ding! Obtained Abyss Dragonfish Blood Crystal X1. Ding! Abyss Dragonfish Blood Crystal. It will condense into crystals when the temperature is below 40 degrees Celsius, and melt into liquid when the temperature is above 40 degrees Celsius, and can be used as an adhesive. Blood crystal? Isn't this just like glue? Zhou remembered where these blood crystals came from. When he cut open the belly of the abyss dragonfish, the blood spurted out of the wound and stuck to his hands. Since it was stained with blood, the Biological Encyclopedia naturally updated the biological information of the abyss dragonfish. Abyss dragonfish body length, 40 meters. Weight, 300 tons. Food type, abyss crystal. Introduction. A small fish that lives in the abyss below 3,000 meters. When stimulated, the blood in the body will boil and emit red light, and then launch a swift attack. It is edible, the scales can be used to make equipment, and the blood can be used as an adhesive. This is not right. How can a creature living in the deep sea run to a position of more than 200 meters? Zhou felt that he had suffered an unexpected disaster. According to the biological introduction, the abyss dragonfish could not appear here. At this time, it was already noon. After Zhou rested for an hour or two, the pain in his body eased a little, so he returned to the stomach wall space. This morning, he specially sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them not to feed his transformed leviathan today. He would give them scarlet kelp. Now it has been delayed for a long time. Even if the body is still in pain, these things must be done. Fortunately, sending the crimson kelp only requires the mind, and no physical activity is required. Before entering the stomach wall space, Zhou gestured to the phantom leviathan, asking it to keep eating the crimson kelp until it felt full, and then stop. The phantom leviathan had been waiting for Zhou outside the crevice in the morning, and had not eaten. At this time, the 3 phantom leviathans were fed together. Next, Zhou lay in the rest area, and as soon as the crimson kelp came in, he sent it to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian through private messages. After 10 rounds of eating, the phantom leviathans of the 2 were also full. During this period, there were more than a dozen crimson sea snakes mixed in the crimson kelp, all of which Zhou killed casually. The next 5 rounds of eating were for the metamorphosis leviathan to eat. Zhou did not use the crusher to crush it today. He was in great pain all over, and had no strength to step on the manual crusher. He directly threw it into the digestion pool through private messages. After doing this, Zhou left the stomach wall space again, and came to the back of the metamorphosis leviathan. Now he prefers to stay outside. It is much more comfortable outside with sunny and sea breeze than in the stomach wall space. Zhou was not idle in the remaining half day. Yesterday, Shen Xian and Jiang Haitao sent him 1,000 pieces of charcoal, and now he has time to use it to smelt iron. In the afternoon, Jiang Haitao found a new fish in the border sea area and sent it to Zhou. Reef fish body length, 4 meters. Weight, 2 tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. A fish that lives on the seabed, often relying on the camouflage of the appearance to prey on small fish passing by, which is edible. According to Jiang Haitao's account, this reef fish was killed by his phantom leviathan. When the phantom leviathan was looking for a supply box, this reef fish happened to be next to it. It suddenly pounced on the phantom leviathan and scared it, and then it was killed by a tail. After hearing this, Zhou was speechless. He could only give one evaluation of this reef fish. A fool. After that, Zhou started to cook. He cut off a large piece of reef fish meat, and then added some scarlet kelp and 3-clawed rock snail meat. He made a simple meal. After giving a bowl to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, he also started to eat. Ding, eat reef fish meat, physical fitness +1. After adding a little more physical fitness, Zhou physical fitness reached 30 points, but there was no special feeling, and the injury did not recover faster. It can only be said that it was a round number to make it look better. The rest of the time was spent smelting iron. When it was night, Zhou lay on the wooden platform, looking up at the starry night sky. 5 or 6 moons, large and small, were randomly hanging in the air. Then, the last round of iron smelting was completed, and 1,000 pieces of charcoal were burned. Zhou obtained 10 iron ingots. Today's injury was not light, and he needed to rest well. After the iron smelting was completed, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, briefly checked various plants and creatures, and fell asleep after finding no problems. Day 24. Today is the last day planned to stay in the Crimson Kelp Forest. After a night of rest, Zhou injuries have improved a lot, but he still can't do too much intense activities. Early this morning, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian entered the deep blue sea, but they were lucky. The transformed Leviathan was not chased by the giant creatures, and then sent 2 deep blue treasure chests over. Just like yesterday, let the transformed Leviathan eat a lot. First send 10 tons to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian each, and the remaining 40 tons, the transformed Leviathan eats 1 meal, and the remaining 3 meals are packed in the deep blue treasure chest. After eating and taking, the scarlet kelp forest has become bare, with only some red roots left on the seabed. It will not be long before another scarlet kelp forest grows up. Actually, Zhou can leave now, but he is a little unwilling to leave like this. He was already ripped open by the abyss dragonfish yesterday. Even if he is not dead, he has no fighting power, so he wants to go and see again. 2 hours later, Zhou made 2 more floating devices, and then brought all the necessary items, and asked the Phantom Leviathan to send him to the crevice of yesterday. Half an hour later, Zhou returned to the underwater space of the huge Crimson Root system, and used the buoyancy device to sink again. There were a lot of red objects floating in the seawater today. Zhou grabbed them with his hands, and found that they were all blood crystals. The world system automatically collected these blood crystals floating in the water, and condensed them into a 3-centimeter-long cube in Zhou's hands. During the slow descent, nearly 100 pieces of blood crystals had been collected. The depth reached 200 meters. Zhou put on the scales of the knife-fin yellow-belt fish, and began to continue to descend. This time, he did not encounter any giant creatures, only the crimson long-nosed fish swam by from time to time. Finally, at a distance of about 300 meters, Zhou reached the bottom of the huge Crimson Root system. Due to the light, he could only see a Crimson Root nodule in front of him. However, according to the diameter of the huge Crimson Root system, there were at least 10 Crimson Root nodules. Is this a supply box? Zhou looked down and found a supply box wrapped between a large number of slender Crimson Roots. Chapter 123. After determining the items to be collected, Zhou chewed the boiling blood coral powder in his mouth, and then added 5 free attribute points to strength. With a strength of 31.5, he could barely use the scales of the razor-finned yellow-banded fish. But the price was huge. The wound that had just recovered in his body was cracked again under the amplification effect of the boiling blood coral powder, and then he was forced to use the heavy scales of the razor-finned yellow-banded fish, which caused great pressure on his body. Zhou's mouth began to spurt blood again. But if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to take anything this time, and could only watch. What was the point of coming down this time? It would be better to try again, and take all the good stuff away. The amplification time of the boiling blood coral powder was limited. Zhou didn't dare to delay for a second and immediately came to the supply box wrapped by the Crimson Root. He used the sharp claws on the scales to break the Crimson Root wrapped around the supply box. Without the Crimson Root interfering with his vision, Zhou could see the color of the supply box clearly. It was a silver-rimmed supply box. Zhou didn't waste his energy to pick up the silver-rimmed supply box, but opened it directly. Ding, obtain algae rhizobium X1. Ding, obtain strong headlight X1. Ding, obtain the blueprint of the crimson oxygen tank. Strong headlight. Zhou was shocked, and temporarily ignored the other 2 items, and immediately took out the strong headlight. The size of the strong headlight is similar to that of an ordinary headlight. Zhou turned on the strong headlight directly, and a dazzling white light shot out, almost blinding his eyes. Zhou took the powerful headlamp and shone it far away. He found that the light could reach at least 7 or 8 meters underwater. In this dark underwater, with such a long light, his vision was widened immediately, which was much better than the headlamp on his head that could only reach 1 or 2 meters. There's a reflection? Zhou took the powerful headlamp and shone it around. 7 or 8 meters behind him, there was a shiny reflection. He was very familiar with this reflection. However, Zhou did not go to the shiny place to check for the time being. Time was limited. He put the other 2 items into his supply box and began to collect the scarlet root nodules. It took Zhou 7 or 8 minutes to walk around the huge crimson root system and collect 12 crimson root nodules. Together with the 25 he collected before, he got a total of 37 crimson root nodules in the crimson kelp forest this time. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou walked towards the oily light without stopping. When he arrived in front of it and swept it with a strong headlight, a giant fish covered with black crystal scales appeared under the light. It was the abyss dragon fish that he had disemboweled yesterday. It was dead at this time, and the ground where its abdomen was located was full of blood crystals. This abyss dragonfish struggled for 2 or 3 hours after he cut it open yesterday. He thought it was because of its huge size and strong physique, and even thought it could survive even if it was cut open. Now it seems that it is because the blood crystal will coagulate at temperatures below 40 degrees Celsius, and the blood crystal will automatically seal the wound. But the abyss dragonfish was in a state of anger at that time, and the temperature in its body was extremely high, so the hot blood still flowed out of the wound in large quantities. Zhou used a strong headlamp to check the abdomen of the abyss dragonfish. The wound had been sealed by a large amount of blood crystal, but it was obviously too late, and the abyss dragonfish still died. The amplification effect of the boiling blood coral powder was about to end. Zhou moved his mind and sent the corpse of the abyss dragonfish to Jiang Haitao through a private message, then took out a new buoyancy device and began to rise rapidly with the buoyancy device. Half an hour later, Zhou left the crevice. This time he had a rich harvest. Even though his whole body was in pain, he was very happy. Afterwards, Zhou lay on the back of the transformed Leviathan to rest, and then checked the silver-rimmed material box and opened 2 other items. Ding, algae rhizobium, can grow small nodules at the roots of algae plants, and the nodules are edible. Edible? After hearing the prompt in his mind, Zhou immediately grasped the key point. This edible means that it can increase attribute points, and it is obtained from algae plants. This is a good thing. If it is used on golden seaweed, will a golden seaweed nodule grow? Wouldn't it increase 5 points of strength? However, Zhou was just thinking about it. Now he only has 1 golden seaweed. He doesn't know whether the rhizobium will harm the growth of seaweed. He can't waste the only golden seaweed. It won't be too late to try again when he has more golden seaweed in the future. Crimson Oxygen Tank Blueprint. This blueprint is not simple at first glance. Zhou used it directly, and then checked the production information. Crimson Oxygen Tank requires crimson roots, glass X50, iron ingot X10, sand X10, soil X10, stone X10, and some seawater. There are many types of materials required, but none of them are rare materials, but glass is a bit difficult to get. Zhou now only has 10 pieces of glass. Today is the 24th day. Although many people have entered the border sea area, most of them are guild presidents, and they are unlikely to sell glass. Another way to obtain it is to find the Order Guild. They had already elected the guild leader on the 23rd day. Hiyue was chosen because he was close to Zhou. At that time, Zhou gave Hiyue a complete set of spiked armor, an iron sword, 10 algae oxygen tanks, and 20 wooden foundations. Hiyue was very grateful after receiving these items, and then told Zhou about their guild's development plan. The Order Guild was originally a secret guild. They were not fools, and could not trade with others in the name of the Order Guild. So they put on a coat outside the guild and claimed to be a private trading organization. The organization was called Lishur. Now in Mingqian, because of the suppression of the major guilds and Zhao Tang's reign of terror, many ordinary survivors dared not publicize even if they got good things, but it was worthless to keep them in their hands. In this case, the inner city has a soil for development, and the Order Guild can completely rely on the development of inner city transactions to slowly attract like-minded members to join. However, the inner city has just been established, and has not yet begun to spread. Zhou does not have much hope of obtaining glass. He just sent a message to Hiyue that he needs glass. If he contacts survivors who need to sell glass in the future, he can trade with him. After looking at the 2 items in the silver border, the next is the highlight. With a thought, A 40-meter-long and 15-meter-wide abyss dragonfish corpse appeared on the back of the phantom leviathan. It's so heavy. The phantom leviathan had nothing to do, and was sleeping, when he suddenly felt something pressing on his back. Chapter 124. The body of the Transfiguration Leviathan was pressed down by the corpse of the abyss dragonfish. However, the weight of 300 tons was heavy, but still manageable for the Transfiguration Leviathan, which already weighed more than 500 tons. The overall appearance of the abyss dragonfish was similar to that of the golden dragonfish, but the mouth was not as upturned as that of the golden dragonfish. The mouth was located in the middle of the head, and the mouth was full of fangs made of black crystals, which looked particularly ferocious. The scales on the whole body were also all black. Zhou stood on the back of the abyss dragonfish, took out an iron sword and chopped at the black crystal scales as big as a millstone. The black crystal scales were not damaged at all, and the blade of the iron sword was directly chopped and bent. Afterwards, Zhou used the knife-finned yellow ribbon fish fin to chop it again, and the black crystal scales were also intact, showing the amazing defense of the abyss dragonfish. Although the abyss dragonfish is shorter than the knife-finned yellow ribbon fish, overall, the abyss dragonfish is much stronger than the knife-finned yellow ribbon fish. The attack methods of the knife-finned yellow ribbon fish can't break the defense of the abyss dragonfish at all. What a pity, there is no corresponding equipment blueprint. Zhou touched the shiny abyss dragonfish scales. Such a good material, but he couldn't use it, and now in order to decompose the corpse, he had to use the 2 steel long knife in a weak state. Next, Zhou added 5 free attribute points to strength, 26.5 strength, and used the 2 steel long knife to cut the abyss dragonfish corpse. This process was particularly torturous. Zhou had just dived 300 meters underwater, and forcibly used the scales of the knife-finned yellow belt fish to relapse his internal injuries. He was still in a weak state. When he started cutting, he found that the abyss dragonfish corpse was very hard. He was not cutting meat at all, but cutting metal. Why is it so hard? It took Zhou more than 10 minutes to finally cut off a small piece of fish meat. During the process, because of excessive force, he also pulled the internal injuries and vomited blood. Zhou picked up a small piece of meat and looked inside. It was not meat at all, but a piece of red crystal. When the abyss dragonfish died, all the blood in its body solidified into blood crystals. The blood crystals were very hard and adhered to the fish meat, making it particularly difficult to cut. Forget it, let's first expose the body to the sun and wait for the blood crystals to melt a little before decomposing them. It was almost noon now, and there was plenty of sunlight. The scales of the abyss dragonfish were pure black and could absorb a lot of heat, just enough to raise the body temperature to over 40 degrees Celsius, which could melt the blood crystals in the body. While waiting, Zhou put the furnace on the iron pot and began to boil a small piece of abyss dragonfish meat that had just been cut. Whether the abyss dragonfish meat was to increase strength or physique, it could relieve his current weak state. As the water temperature continued to rise, the abyss dragonfish meat, which was originally like a piece of crystal, began to soften, and the blood crystals that were previously mixed in the meat also turned into liquid and melted into the boiling water. Can I drink this soup? Zhou looked at the soup that gradually turned red, indicating that the boiling water temperature did not damage the structure of the blood crystal at all. If he drank it, it would probably condense into blood crystals in his stomach. Zhou thought about it, and decided to use the world system to collect the blood crystals in the soup. After the temperature of the soup dropped a little, he put his hand into the soup, and the world system began to automatically collect the blood crystals in the soup. Soon, a square blood crystal appeared in his hand, and the soup turned from red to transparent. The fish in the iron pot was cooked or not. Zhou didn't care, he picked up the fish and started to chew it. The taste was very hard, just like chewing on cartilage, and there was no taste at all. This was not fish, but a large piece of cartilage. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as chewing wax. Ding, eat the meat of the abyss dragonfish, strength +4, constitution +5. Fuck. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Zhou was shocked. It added 9 attribute points, and they were the strength and constitution that Zhou needed most. With the new attribute point bonus, Zhou's strength now reached 25.5 points, and his constitution reached 35 points. Suddenly, his body, which had been drooping due to the weakness effect, became excited. Although the weak state still existed, it was much better than before. Zhou did not eat the remaining abyss dragonfish meat. Although the properties were increased a lot, it was only increased once. The taste of the fish meat was really bad. He did not want to eat it a second time. Next, Zhou took a short break. After the abyss dragonfish carcass was almost dried, he continued to decompose and cut it. This division lasted until the evening. The 40-meter long and 15-meter wide abyss dragonfish meat was divided into large pieces, with a side length of 5 meters, and then put into the locker. There were a total of 23 pieces. The blood that flowed out during this period was also collected by Zhou when in the form of blood crystals, and a total of 1,000 blood crystals were collected. These 1,000 blood crystals were not all the blood crystals in the abyss dragonfish, but a small part of the blood crystals that melted and flowed out when the corpse was decomposed. A large amount of blood crystals were still stored in the meat, which could protect the fish meat from rotting. Zhou was reluctant to throw away the meat of this abyss dragonfish. He stored all the fish meat well, and could use it to sell it in the future in exchange for some things he needed. What was left was a complete fish skeleton. The skeleton of the abyss dragonfish was also completely black, and the material structure of the bones was very much like a fusion of crystal and bone. If this fishbone armor blueprint was used to make a set of completely black crystal bone armor, it would be really cool. However, Zhou used a toothed steel long knife to cut the fish spine, and was able to cut a cut, indicating that the skeleton of the abyss dragonfish was still not as hard as the teeth of the steel armor leviathan. Today's work was also done. Zhou started dinner, cut a piece of abyss dragonfish meat, then boiled it in water, took out the blood crystal, and then cut the brittle fish meat into 1 centimeter wide slices. After eating a piece of abyssal dragonfish meat at noon, Zhou thought of this method. Since the taste is the same as cartilage, he just cut it into slices and used it as cartilage. Then add spiked krill meat, 3-clawed rock snail meat, and white jade clam meat to the pot. These 3 kinds of meat taste very good and can just blend the taste of cartilage into it. After the rice is ready, Zhou sends a bowl to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively. Soon Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian send messages at the same time. Boss Zhou, you can already enter below 3,000 meters? Brother 1, what did you add to the rice? I added 4 points to my strength and 5 points to my constitution. Zhou then told them roughly what happened when he encountered the abyss dragonfish. Boss Zhou, you are not going to throw away the meat of this abyss dragonfish, are you? Why? You dare to sell it. What is there to be afraid of? Aren't you afraid that those who secretly took the lead will challenge you to a duel when they see that you have such a good thing? This? Do they dare? I am a peerless strongman who dived 3,000 meters and killed a 40-meter giant. How can they dare to challenge me to a duel? Chapter 125. Such an outrageous thing. Do you think they will believe it? Your progress is still behind theirs. They will only think that you are lucky to pick up a fish that just died. My strength is now 23 points, and my physique is 20 points, so I don't have to be afraid of them. It's hard to say. Everyone's luck is different. By the way, how is the acquisition of equipment? I have acquired 2, and gave 1 to Jiang Haitao. So fast? Is the value of 3-clawed rock snail meat so high? I traded a whole snail for the equipment slot. Oh, so that's it. Well done. I give each of you a life-saving armor. Afterwards, Zhou sent a piece of razorfin yellow-belted fish scale armor to Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao respectively. Both of them had a strength of more than 20 points, Chen Xian 23 points, Jiang Haitao 22 points, and after eating the boiling blood coral powder, they could barely make the scale armor move. Brother 1, this razorfin yellow-belted fish scale armor is so handsome. This arm knife, this hook-shaped claw, after wearing it, it seems to have turned into a fish monster full of violent aesthetics, but it's too heavy. This set of scale armor, if you want to be able to move, the strength must reach at least 30 points. This is for you to put in the equipment slot to save your life, and you can just wear spiked armor at other times. Oh, I see, Brother 1. After the meal, Zhou asked Chen Xian to continue to purchase equipment slots, preferably 2 per person, and if there are any extra, just give them to him directly. As for selling the abyss dragonfish meat, Chen Xian would not be allowed to do it for the time being, as it was too dangerous. When there were more means to save his life in the future, he would let her sell it, or he would sell it himself. Anyway, in the eyes of others, he was also very lucky. After collecting some sundries, such as the furnace and iron pot, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space. The harvest from the crimson kelp forest this time was huge. Not only did he take the entire crimson kelp forest, he also obtained 37 crimson root nodules, plus the crimson kelp stored in the 3 deep blue treasure boxes, which could accelerate the growth of the transformed Leviathan by 40 days. The transformed Leviathan grows about 1 meter a day. In the past 40 days, it has accelerated its growth by 20% every day, and can grow an additional 8 meters, that is, it can grow 48 meters in 40 days. With the current 54 meters, The body length has exceeded 100 meters. Then, there is the corpse of the abyss dragonfish. Not only can the meat greatly increase the attribute points, but the black crystal scales can also be used to make equipment. Although he does not have the blueprint at present, he will always encounter it in the future. Fish bones can also be used to make fish bone armor. Finally, there is the heart of the abyss dragonfish. There is a very special thing in it, but it cannot be used at present. After putting away all the items, Joe began to inspect the stomach wall space. The rock crystal tree has grown buds and will bloom again in a few days. The most noteworthy thing is that the golden seaweed has grown to 80 centimeters, reaching the limit of the seaweed planting box. Next, it depends on when it will start to bear fruit. As long as the golden seaweed bears golden fruit, he can increase his strength by 5 points, and his strength will directly reach 30.5 points. Even without the boiling blood coral powder and 5 free attribute points, he can barely use the knife fin yellow belt fish scale armor. After using the 2 bonuses, the strength reaches a terrifying 40.5 points. At that time, wearing the blade fin yellow belt fish scale armor and holding a 2 steel long knife, he will definitely be invincible among all the survivors. Just when Joe was imagining a bright future, Yue sent him a message. "Boss, we already have clues about the 40 pieces of glass you need. Aren't there only 10 people in your guild? How come there are clues so quickly?" Recently, many people have been discussing the treasure cave in the World Communication Channel. Since these people are so eager to communicate, it means that some of them may have explored the treasure cave. Our guild members asked these people if they had glass through private messages. Unexpectedly, they really did. Then we communicated to see how they were willing to trade. Glass is not a rare material. Why don't they sell it in the World Trading Channel? Ah, isn't glass a rare material? Yue's question stumped Joe. In fact, if you think about it carefully, glass is still very rare. He didn't think it was rare because the items that needed glass to make before were not necessary for the survival of the survivors, and were far less than the iron ingots needed for iron weapons. But in fact, from the perspective of ordinary survivors, glass had never been found before, and suddenly it was found, and there was almost no glass on the market, so they would naturally think the glass was very rare. It can be considered a rare material. What do they want to trade? They want the white jade clam meat and 3-clawed rock snail meat that have just appeared on the market. Impossible. Glass is not worth this price at all. Tell them that 1,000 basic materials can be exchanged for 10 pieces of glass. If they don't want to exchange, forget it. After that, Yue passed the information back and forth several times, and finally set the price at 2,000 basic materials for 10 pieces of glass. This price was within Joe's acceptable range. With 8,000 basic materials, 40 pieces of glass were traded. Of course, Joe couldn't let Yue work in vain, so he gave him a portion of reef fish meat as a reward for passing the message back and forth. As for whether Yue made a profit in the middle, it was not within his consideration. Joe's goal was to let them establish this order guild, and then deal with Xiao Tong. As for whether they would become evil dragons later, it depended on whether they respected the order. In this way, all the materials for making the crimson oxygen tank were collected. Joe bought a few barrels of seawater from the World Trading Channel, then opened the drawing interface and clicked to make it. All the materials turned into blue light and quickly assembled in the air. Soon, a cylindrical glass tank with a length, width, and height of 2 meters appeared in front of him. However, this scarlet oxygen tank cannot be placed directly in the stomach wall space. It needs a foundation to be placed. Joe can only place 4 stone foundations, and then place the scarlet oxygen tank on the foundation. Joe briefly observed the appearance of this scarlet oxygen tank. The bottom is a metal base, and the middle is completely made of glass. Everything inside can be seen very clearly. There is a lid at the top, which is also made of metal. In the middle of the metal lid, there is a 30 centimeters long and wide sliding metal cover. You can put things in it by pulling open the cover. Then, there is the inside of the crimson oxygen tank. The bottom is covered with a layer of stone, and then there is a layer of soil, and the last layer that contacts the seawater is sand. The crimson roots are in the middle of the entire oxygen tank, but there is no crimson kelp growing at this time. It seems that it will take some time to grow. This is the general appearance of the crimson oxygen tank. It is very large and empty. It should be able to raise creatures, just like a small aquarium. The first thing Joe thought of was the streamer fish. So, he directly fished out all the streamer fish in this small aquarium. Through the metal cover above, more than 30 streamer fish entered a larger space, and a white jade shell was also put in as decoration. With the colorful streamer fish, the crimson oxygen tank suddenly looked better. When the crimson kelp grows, it will look even better. Chapter 126. The Scarlet oxygen tank is good, but it is too big. The foundation directly occupies 4 square meters of the stomach wall space, plus his stone platform of 8 square meters, a total of 12 square meters, occupying 1/3 of the stomach wall space. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Now there are many people selling seaweed on the World Trading Channel every day. Zhou is not too worried. Too many buildings in the stomach wall space will affect the eating of the transformed Leviathan. If it doesn't work, he will buy some seaweed to make up for it. It was late at night. Zhou placed 2 wooden foundations and laid down on them to sleep. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he sat up again and took out a ball from the supply box beside him. This ball was the size of a tennis ball, and it was red all over. At this time, it was still emitting a dazzling red light. This was the item obtained from the heart of the abyss dragon fish. Burning core. After use, you can obtain the burning property. After the burning property is activated, the strength attribute is doubled. The duration depends on the physical attribute. 10 points of physical fitness is 1 second. It can be used once a day. This burning core can be said to be Zhou's biggest gain in this trip to the Crimson Sea, but he has been unable to use it after many attempts. It seems that some prerequisites are required. It would be great if it could be used. Ever since Zhou got this burning core, he has been thinking about it, and would take it out from time to time to look at it. There is no other way. The temptation of doubling the strength is too great. Even if it can only last for 3 seconds according to his current 30-point physical condition, it is still a powerful trump card. But it can't be used. No matter how many times it is taken out, it's the same. After admiring this fiery burning core, Zhou put it back into the supply box beside him, and then fell asleep. On the 25th day, Zhou woke up with the familiar vibration of the stomach wall space. The scarlet kelp forest had been eaten, and the transformed Leviathan was going to swim to other places to find food. Zhou slowly sat up from the wooden platform. He was not in a good condition today. He put away the wooden foundation and moved his body. The bones in some parts of his body would tingle from time to time. These were all injuries left by his suicidal behavior in the past 2 days. He was already seriously injured, and he did a day of heavy work yesterday. Without this 35-point physical fitness, he might not be able to get up now. The first thing he did when he got up was to check the crimson oxygen tank, and found that a row of 20-centimeter long crimson kelp seedlings had grown on the crimson roots inside, a total of 6 plants. It's growing pretty fast. Seeing the crimson kelp growing so fast, Zhou subconsciously thought of the slow-growing golden seaweed, so he went to the golden seaweed to check, hoping that the golden seaweed would change a little after a night. However, just like last night, there was no obvious change, so Zhou began to inspect other plants and creatures. After a round of inspection and finding no problems, Zhou placed the human-powered seaweed crusher, picked up a deep blue treasure chest, put the 200,000 pieces of scarlet kelp in the crusher into the digester. The transformed Leviathan, which was originally in the state of looking for food, found that it was suddenly full, so it turned to the state of looking for supplies. After the feeding was over, Zhou notified Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to collect the fruits planted by the guild members. The second round of planting started by the guild members on the 18th day. Today is the 25th day, not counting today. 7 days have passed, and the fruits have already matured. Soon, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian asked the guild members to hand in the fruits they had grown. Of the 66 members who were selected to grow crops in the first round, none of them left the guild this time, and none of them sold fruits privately. Among the 334 people selected in the second round, 16 left, 12 were killed by parasites, 6 sold fruits privately, and 300 were left. A total of 432 watermelons were handed in. Yes, everyone still planted watermelons this time, because it was easy to calculate. Each small planting box could only plant one, so there was no need to worry about guild members hiding them privately. Although even if they did, they could be found out, it would be more troublesome. It would be simpler to just plant watermelons. Of the 432 watermelons, 132 were planted by the 66 guild members in the first round. Each of them had 2 small planting boxes, and the remaining 300 were planted by the guild members in the second round. 432 watermelons, that is, for 1,320 gene, 2,160 kilograms, a little over 2 tons, which is not far from 5 tons. Just add another round of farmers. This time, Zhou directly asked the 2 guilds to expand the farming staff to 1,000 people. In addition to the 366 farmers in the first 2 rounds, 634 new farmers were added. Among them, 366 farmers from the first 2 rounds planted 2 plots of land each, and 634 new members planted 1 plot of land. For the first 66 members, the number of plots planted will not be increased this time, but they will be directly rewarded with food that increases strength attribute points, and they will begin to train them to leave the stomach wall space and burn charcoal outside. However, the only new food that can increase strength attribute points is white jade clam meat and 3-clawed rock snail meat, which can only increase strength by 2 points. If Zhou wants to increase the strength of all 66 members to 15 points, it depends on whether he can meet a suitable creature with strength attribute. Zhou did not dare to let Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian send the information to the guild members because the size was too exaggerated. If it got out, they would be in trouble. After expanding the number of farmers, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to announce the weakness of the razor disc worm, which was praised by the World Communication Channel. The name Brother Jiang suddenly jumped to Big Brother Jiang, and some even called him King Jiang. The reason why ordinary survivors reacted so strongly this time was because the information about the weakness was too fatal to the razor disc worm. Unlike the anchor worm, even if you know the information about the anchor worm, you will still die without good protective gear or weapons. But once you know the weakness of the razor disc bug, you will basically not receive any harm, and you can kill the razor disc bug very easily. Moreover, this precious information was made public by Jiang Haitao for free, which can be said to have saved countless people. However, if you want to use the weakness of the razor disc bug, there is actually a difficulty, that is, you need some blood, which is actually not a big deal. If you have extra basic materials, you can buy them in the World Trading Channel. If you don't have them, you can also use the blood of the transmogrified Leviathan. Although it was not very good for the metamorphosis Leviathan, he had to survive first, and this little bit of blood was nothing for the huge metamorphosis Leviathan. This time, Jiang Haitao's reputation for being crazy was reversed. Nervousness no longer meant being crazy, but being moody, which was the characteristic of a king. Damn it, don't run. Zhou was watching the various ways of praising Jiang Haitao in the World Communication Channel with a smile, and the voice of the metamorphosis Leviathan suddenly sounded. Zhou only felt that this scene was somewhat familiar, and then the stomach wall space vibrated greatly. After chasing for a while, the metamorphosis Leviathan performed a tail-swinging action, and then the stomach wall space calmed down, and the esophageal diaphragm opened. After walking out of the stomach wall space and passing through the esophagus, Zhou saw a familiar fish in the mouth of the metamorphosis Leviathan, the white-scaled fish. I found out why this white-scaled fish is so naughty. Chapter 127. Next, we need to decompose the white-scaled fish meat. Although the white-scaled fish is not too big, it is also 8 meters long and 4 meters wide. The phantom Leviathan waits for Zhou to deal with the white-scaled fish, and it also floats to the surface of the sea and temporarily stops moving. Since the phantom Leviathan has stopped moving, Zhou simply moves the body of the white-scaled fish to the back of the phantom Leviathan through a private message, and deals with the body while basking in the sun. The skin of the white-scaled fish is not tough, and Zhou can use an iron broadsword to deal with it. He still remembers that when he first encountered the white-scaled fish, his strength was only 11.5. At that time, he needed to use 5 free attribute points to cut open the belly of the white-scaled fish. Now his strength was 25.5 points. He used the iron knife to easily cut open the belly of the white-scaled fish and took out the supply box inside. Ding, obtained glass X10. After putting away the 10 pieces of glass, Zhou began to skin the white-scaled fish. Just like before, he only needed to peel the skin on one side, because the scales on the other side had been smashed by the tail of the transformed Leviathan. After about half an hour, Zhou completely peeled off a piece of fish skin full of fish scales, put it in the supply box, and began to decompose the remaining fish meat. Last time when he first entered the deep blue sea, he didn't ask for the white-scaled fish meat in order not to expose himself as being too far ahead of the schedule. But now it's different. Many people have entered the deep blue sea, and selling white-scaled fish meat has become very normal, and he can even sell it himself. Just as Zhou was about to cut the fish meat, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The schedule is behind, and the title of Pioneer has been cancelled. Ah! Zhou's expression changed, and he immediately opened the character attribute panel to check. Zhou, normal attribute is 10, intelligence, 12, strength, 25.5, constitution, 30, speed, 23. Evaluation, infected with oxygen-rich bacteria, a sick person. The title of Pioneer is really gone. Constitution of 35 points dropped to 30 points, and there is no title displayed after the name. Zhou Wen quickly took out the 2-steel-long knife, cut the white scale fish meat into large pieces of meat 1 meter wide, put them in the storage box, and then immediately returned to the stomach wall space. Pioneer, the title was just taken away not long ago, and he can still catch up with it if he chases. Even if he really couldn't catch up, Zhou Wen actually had another way, which was to kill the other party with the duel ticket, but he didn't want to use this method. Just now, when the prompt sound in his mind reminded Zhou Wen that the title of Pioneer disappeared, the avatar of the next survivor, who obtained the title of Pioneer, was also displayed. Zhou Wen's mind moved, and the avatar of this survivor immediately popped up in the world system. He took a look at the avatar of this survivor, which was very unfamiliar, and had no impression. It should be that he had never spoken in the world communication channel. Since Zhou Wen's intelligence reached 12 points, he could generally remember any survivors who appeared in the world communication channel. He had no impression of this survivor, which showed that he was also a guy who liked to hide in the dark. Alas, I have been delayed for too long these days. After staying in the Crimson Sea for 3 days, the survivors behind would naturally catch up. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen could only rely on the transformation of Leviathan to swim a longer distance to regain the title of Pioneer. As for using duel ticket to kill the opponent, he had no intention of doing so. After all, Zhou Wen had no grudges against the other party. He felt that killing the other party just because of a title was too disregarding of human life. He still had to maintain his bottom line. Anyway, relying on his current development speed, as long as there was no accident, he would definitely catch up with the other party. Even if the other party skipped the eating stage by feeding the transformed Leviathan with seaweed, Zhou Wen could also skip the eating stage by feeding it with crimson kelp, and he could also use a human-powered crusher to crush the crimson kelp and skip the digestion stage, thereby leading the other party. Next, it was a speed contest between the transformed Leviathans. Zhou Wen couldn't help much, so he started to do his own thing, cutting the white-scaled fish meat into smaller pieces, and putting them on the World Trading Channel. After entering the deep blue sea, everyone encountered different creatures. Zhou Wen put the white-scaled fish meat on the shelf to trade for food that could also increase attributes. White-scaled fish meat could increase 2 points of physical fitness, so it was worth it. It was enough to put a small part of the white-scaled fish meat on the shelf to exchange for attribute food. Most of the remaining fish meat could not be traded for anything good. Zhou Wen directly sent a private message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them to send it to the 66 guild members to improve their physical fitness. While Zhou Wen was waiting for the transaction and reading novels in the World Communication Channel to kill time, the Phantom Leviathan suddenly began to accelerate. Zhou Wen suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately went into the rest area, holding on to the wooden stakes of the wooden platform. He had experienced this kind of acceleration without warning several times, which meant that there was a giant creature outside chasing the Phantom Leviathan. No matter how many times Zhou Wen experienced this situation where the Phantom Leviathan was chased by a giant creature, he still felt frightened. Even though his attributes had been greatly improved and he had killed a 40-meter deep dragon fish by himself, in front of the giant creature that the Phantom Leviathan was afraid of, this record and this attribute improvement were the same as nothing. Ding! Your journey has surpassed everyone else's, and you have been awarded the title of Pioneer. While being chased by the giant creature, Zhou Wen's journey distance once again reached the first place, and the title of Pioneer was back. However, it was a critical moment when he was being chased by the giant creature, and he did not pay attention to the prompt sound in his mind at all. He just hoped that the transformed Leviathan could escape the pursuit smoothly. The giant creature chased until night, and the transformed Leviathan took advantage of the dark environment to get rid of the giant creature's pursuit. It's finally over. Zhou Wen's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. Although he missed all 3 supply boxes today, Zhou Wen was not interested in them now, as he couldn't get anything good out of them anyway. Now, it was already night, and the Transfiguration Leviathan had been running all day, so he might be hungry now. Zhou Wen bought 30,000 seaweeds from the World Trade Channel, and put them into the digestion tank as a midnight snack for the Transfiguration Leviathan. The title is back as expected. Zhou Wen opened the character attribute panel, and saw that the title of Pioneer was back, which was not surprising. This is certain. When being chased by a giant creature, the transformed Leviathan will swim at the fastest speed. As long as the opponent is not also chased by a giant creature, he will definitely take the lead again and get the title. Directly add the 5 free attribute points of Pioneer to the physical fitness, and the 30 points of physical fitness will be increased to 35 points. Afterwards, Zhou Wen caught the gel planarians that were scattered when the giant creature was chasing him back into the wooden barrel, fed them some seaweed, and prepared to go to sleep directly, but a private message came. "Friend, you'd better slow down your journey and give up the title of pioneer, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Joe glanced at the other party's avatar. It was the guy who had robbed him of the title of pioneer before. For this threatening private message, he chose to ignore it and go to sleep directly. Chapter 128. After waking up, it was the 26th day. Today, Joe felt much more energetic as his body had almost recovered. Before getting up, he opened the system interface and checked the guy who threatened him yesterday. In the other party's private message, there was still only one message sent last night. Seeing that the other party did not continue to send threatening messages, Joe did not read any more, closed the world system interface, got up and began to patrol the stomach wall space. Is it blooming? When Joe patrolled the golden seaweed, he suddenly found that 3 pea-sized flowers had grown on the top of the golden seaweed. The petals were like gold foil, flashing under the light of the headlight. The image of the flower was similar to that of a chrysanthemum, with thin and slender petals. Finally it has bloomed. From the time the golden seaweed sprouted on the 9th day to today, the 26th day, 17 days have passed, and Joe finally saw the golden seaweed bear fruit. It's not easy. Joe couldn't help but sigh. In these 17 days, he had experienced too many things, and it was not easy to live to see the golden seaweed bloom. Then he went to see the rock crystal leaf tree. The rock crystal leaf tree bloomed yesterday, and today the white jade petals have shown a tendency to fall off. When all these petals fall off, the 3rd round of rock fruit will mature in 2 days. Will the 2 fruits not ripen on the same day? Joe has already begun to imagine the moment when the attribute points soar in 2 days. The rock fruit has already added 3D attributes to Joe 6 times. He is not sure whether it can continue to increase. He will know only when he eats it. The lettuce and white radish on the side are also ripe. These 2 are vegetables. Joe indirectly put them in the locker without tasting them. Of course, they are definitely not bad. These 2 vegetables can be eaten raw, and the taste should be okay. However, Joe wants to keep them for cooking later. After that, Joe cut 60 gel planarians that had grown to normal size into 2 halves, making 120. After doing this, the inspection was over. Joe still had 2 deep blue treasure chests of crimson kelp. He didn't need to wait for the transformed Levi to find food. He directly crushed the crimson kelp through the crusher and put it into the digestion pool. He needed to speed up in the next few days to avoid being caught up by the survivors again. After skipping the eating and digestion stages, Joe had nothing to do next, so he took out the rhizobium he had obtained from the silver-rimmed material box 300 meters underwater. The appearance was a white particle the size of a soybean. According to the system prompt in his mind at that time, this rhizobium can be used on any algae plant and can grow edible small nodules. Now Joe is going to find an algae plant to use it to see the effect. Of course, Joe will definitely not use it on golden seaweed at present. His target is ordinary seaweed and the crimson kelp in the crimson oxygen tank. It is easy to grow ordinary seaweed. You just need to make a seaweed planting box and then plant ordinary seaweed in it. There is no need for a growth process. The crimson kelp in the crimson oxygen tank has grown for a day yesterday and has reached 1.5 meters today, reaching the limit of the crimson oxygen tank. But there is only one rhizobium, and Joe doesn't know if he can cut this white particle into 2 halves, 1 half for ordinary seaweed and 1 half for crimson kelp. In the end, Joe chose to put the rhizobium into the crimson oxygen tank. The nutritional level of crimson kelp is obviously higher than that of ordinary seaweed. If this rhizobium can only grow a small nodule, the properties that can be increased by the small nodule of crimson kelp must be much higher than that of ordinary seaweed. Afterwards, Joe threw the white particles through the metal cover above the crimson oxygen tank into the seawater inside. The white particles melted quickly and disappeared in a few seconds. This should be fine. The prompt did not mention the method of use, so Joe could only follow his own ideas. Joe did not know how long it would take for the small nodules to grow. He speculated that they should have a certain growth period like plants, and then he stopped observing. When he was about to read the novels in the World Communication Channel, a private message came in, which was to trade white-scaled fish meat, but the other party used white jade clam meat in exchange, and Joe did not agree to exchange. After that, there were several more private messages, all of which wanted to trade white-scaled fish meat. Joe looked at them and found that they were all meat he had already obtained, but he still traded a portion of 3-clawed rock snail meat, which was very rare on the market. The fact that the other party had extra 3-clawed rock snail meat meant that he had exchanged it from Shin Xian with his equipment bar. He still had to take care of this kind of survivor. Ding! The schedule is behind schedule, and the title of Pioneer has been cancelled. As soon as Joe finished the transaction, the notification sound of the title of Pioneer being cancelled came to his mind again. He checked the other party's avatar, and found that it was the guy from yesterday again. How did he catch up? Joe was a little confused. Did he get chased by a giant creature early in the morning? After thinking about it, this is the only possibility, otherwise the opponent would not be able to catch up so quickly. In this case, it would be a bit difficult to catch up, unless his transformed Leviathan was also chased by the giant creature, but Joe would rather not have the title than be chased by the giant creature. Every time he was chased, it was a life and death chase, which was too dangerous. Do you want to kill him? Joe took out the duel ticket from the locker. He hesitated whether to use it. If he didn't kill the opponent, he would definitely not be able to get the title back in a short time, but killing for a title would violate his bottom line. Forget it, I don't want the title anymore. Joe's character attributes are already very strong. Even without the 5 free points of Pioneer, he can still be invincible among all survivors. And the oxygen-rich bacteria in the body have also found a way to suppress them. The 30-point constitution will not be affected by the oxygen-rich bacteria for the time being. Oh, it's a pity. Joe felt a little empty in his heart. He still liked the 5 free attribute points that could be added at will. They were flexible, and saved him many times. Just as Joe was constantly comforting himself not to care about the title of Pioneer, a red message popped up in the World Communication Channel, and then Joe remembered a system prompt in his mind. Ding! A survivor uses duel ticket to challenge you to a duel. Please prepare your weapons and protective gear as soon as possible and enter the duel venue. Joe was stunned for a moment, and then took a look at the red message in the World Communication Channel. It was the guy who had just stolen his title. Okay, in order to let you go, I tried my best to comfort myself and told myself not to care about the title. I didn't expect you to challenge me directly to a duel. Joe was so angry that he laughed. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me. Chapter 129. Before the duel began, there was 5 minutes of preparation time. Joe put on his full body armor, put a seaweed bag of boiling blood coral powder in his mouth, and then put on the bone armor mask. After putting on his equipment, Joe filled a whole box of stones into a supply box. In case the opponent was very strong, he could use the stones to make stone pillars to win the duel. Then he took out another supply box, which contained hallucinogens, materials for making armor, and iron ingots for making weapons. These were all materials for repairing equipment in case of damage. He even brought an iron pot. Almost everything was packed. Joe held an iron sword in one hand, and a wooden shield in the other. He wore 2 different sets of armor, and held a supply box on each arm and waist. While waiting for the preparation time to end, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian both sent private messages. Brother One, contact me if you need anything, I will definitely get it for you. Of course. Boss Joe will win, Can he win? Don't worry, you can't change your boss. After replying to the 2 people's private messages, the preparation time ended, Joe's body turned into a blue light and disappeared on the spot, and the 2 supply boxes fell directly to the ground. The next second, in a space surrounded by a semicircular blue light shield, Joe's figure gradually emerged from a blue light. The moment he walked out of the blue light, he found that he had not brought the 2 supply boxes. But he was not panicked. Since he could not bring the supply boxes, the other party was the same. Anyway, he had all the weapons and equipment on him, and the boiling blood coral powder seaweed bag in his mouth was also there, so there was no problem. Then he observed this space, and found that this space was completely composed of blue light shields. There was a semicircular blue light shield above his head, and the ground under his feet was formed by a blue light curtain, with an area of about half the size of a basketball court. Looking out from the inside, it was pitch black, nothing could be seen, only the bright light inside the space because of the blue light shield. The whole space seemed to be in a void. Just when Joe was surprised that he was the only one in this space, the blue light shield began to move forward slowly. After a few seconds, he saw that in addition to his own blue light shield, another blue light shield appeared. The 2 blue light shields gradually came into contact with each other, like soap bubbles squeezing each other, and the contact area in the middle increased rapidly. At this moment, it was like the 2 halves of a basketball court on the left and right sides were gradually joined together, except that there was a blue membrane in the middle that had not disappeared, but Joe could already see the general appearance of the other party. The other party was wearing a full set of white scale armor, holding an iron double-edged axe in his right hand, and a round iron shield in his left hand. He was tall and burly. Compared with him, Zhou Wen was a whole circle smaller. At this time, the two blue light shields were squeezed to the extreme, and they instantly merged into one while shaking. The blue membrane in the middle also shattered and disappeared, and there was no barrier between the two. Are you the big boss? It seems that you haven't made much progress. The other party looked at Zhou Wen casually, and saw that Zhou Wen only had 2 pieces of white scale armor, and the rest were spiked armor, and a trace of contempt rose in his eyes. The big boss is just a compliment from everyone. In fact, I am just an ordinary person with better luck. Zhou Wen was humble. While speaking, he quietly opened the world system and tried to send a message to Jiang Haidao, but found that the message could not be sent at all. However, this also matched his guess. Since even the supplied boxes cannot be brought in, it means that items cannot be made or built in this space, and the world system cannot communicate with the outside world, and the outside world cannot send items in. You have a clear understanding of yourself, but you are too stupid. You obviously obtained the algae oxygen tank. This valuable blueprint was obtained early, and you should have either used it secretly to develop it yourself, or sold it at a high price to earn a lot of supplies. But you made it so weird, exposing the blueprint yourself, and then selling it at a low price and in limited quantities. It is said that even a pig can fly when the wind blows, but look at your current equipment. To be honest, you are not even as good as a pig. Ah, not even as good as a pig, that's impossible. Zhou Wen answered casually, and then turned the world system to the world communication channel. At this time, the world communication channel was already in an uproar. A large number of survivors were extremely indignant about Zhou Wen being challenged to a duel. Then, Zhou Wen tried to send a message on the world communication channel, but the message still could not be sent out. He could only read but not communicate. You? What are you doing? Zhou Wen answered casually without any negative emotions, which directly angered the other party. The other party also noticed that Zhou Wen had never looked at him straight in the eye, and he didn't know what he was fiddling with. I didn't do anything, I was just seeing if the world system could send out messages. After Zhou Wen confirmed that the world system could not transmit any messages to the outside, he raised his head and looked at the other party. Send a message? What, are you going to send your last words? The other party sneered disdainfully. Haha, that's right. Zhou Wen smiled faintly, and then continued. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Zhou Wen. What's your name? Wang Daobing. Remember the one who killed you? Before Wang Daobing finished speaking, he suddenly bent down, and then rushed towards Zhou Wen like a cheetah. When the voice fell, Wang Daobing had already arrived in front of Zhou Wen, and the iron double-edged axe in his hand whistled towards Zhou Wen's head. Zhou Wen opened his eyes slightly. The distance between them was at least 20 meters. Wang Daobing rushed to him in an instant. He initially judged that Wang Daobing's speed should have reached 20 points. However, this attack speed was not enough to make Zhou Wen panic. He immediately took a step back and swung the iron sword in his hand. Bang! The two iron weapons collided vigorously. In an instant, fire flashed and sparks flew. However, after this brief power confrontation, both of them were stunned for a while. Zhou Wen was a little surprised that Wang Daobing's strength seemed to have reached 20 points. Wang Daobing's eyes were filled with disbelief, because his arm was numb from the collision with the iron sword just now, and he immediately realized that Zhou Wen's strength was superior to his. But his strength had reached 22 points at this time, and it was also added by the 5 free attribute points of the title Pioneer, but this strength was still not as good as Zhou Wen. Wang Daobing's heart sank. He knew he had kicked the iron plate. Zhou Wen in front of him was not what he thought before, just a lucky idiot. He subconsciously opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but immediately realized that this was a life and death battle. There was no room for maneuver, and it could only end when one side died. Chapter 130. Fuck. Wang Daobing roared and bit the activation capsule in his mouth. His strength instantly increased by 5 points to 27 points. The iron double-edged axe in his hand suddenly became lighter. He swung his arms quickly and slashed at Zhou Wen. Wang Daobing's attack speed suddenly increased. Zhou Wen reacted quickly and also swung the iron sword in his hand faster. Bang! 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 The two men's weapons kept colliding, and the red iron filings flew between them. The huge force made the entire dual field constantly ring with violent metal collisions, as if a blacksmith was madly forging iron. Wang Daobing's attack became more and more fierce, but he was more and more horrified in his heart, because Zhou Wen could still deal with the attack with ease when Wang Daobing took the stimulation capsule, and his strength reached 27 points, which was almost the same as before. Zhou Wen really didn't feel any pressure. He also saw that Wang Daobing had taken some kind of amplification potion, and his strength had been greatly improved, and he had surpassed him. His strength was now 25.5 points, not as good as Wang Daobing, but he had a high physique, 30 points of physique. Even if Wang Daobing's strength exceeded his, the impact of the attack would not cause a burden on his body. Wang Daobing's expression darkened. The boost of the stimulation capsule only lasted for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, he would enter a weak state. If he could not defeat Zhou Wen in these 5 minutes, he would surely die. Die! Wang Daobing suddenly shouted, and the iron double-edged axe in his hand chopped at Zhou Wen's head again. Zhou Wen continued to swing the iron broadsword in his hand to fight back, but just as the iron broadsword was about to collide with the iron double-edged axe, the iron double-edged axe suddenly turned into an iron round shield. Zhou Wen's iron broadsword directly chopped on the iron round shield, and the next second, the iron double-edged axe appeared in Wang Daobing's left hand. Wang Daobing quickly raised his left arm above his head, and then fiercely chopped down at Zhou Wen vertically, as if he wanted to use this surprise attack to split Zhou Wen in half. Zhou Wen was a little surprised, and immediately raised the wooden shield in his left hand to block it. Then the iron double-edged axe fell heavily, smashing the wooden shield into pieces, but it also bought a little time for Zhou Wen to step back and avoid the attack of the axe. But at the moment Zhou Wen retreated, Wang Daobing's mouth suddenly cracked, revealing a ferocious smile, and the iron round shield in his right hand suddenly flashed, turning into a slender steel knife similar to a Japanese sword, with a shiny silver blade and a cold light. Shwa! Wang Daobing's arm veins bulged, and he used all his strength to quickly swing the steel knife from bottom to top. The sharp blade instantly cut through the air on the way, leaving behind a thin and short whistle. The moment the blade of the steel knife touched Zhou Wen's white phosphorus armor, it cut through the outer layer of scales and penetrated the armor's protection without any hindrance. At this moment, the smile on Wang Daobing's face became even more intense. He had already seen Zhou Wen's abdomen and chest being cut open by his knife, and a large amount of blood was sprayed. Although he hit a wall in this duel, he still won in the end. ZZ. However, the blood splattered without appearing. The sharp steel knife suddenly encountered resistance, and a yellow scale armor suddenly appeared on Zhou Wen's body. The sharp steel knife only left a string of sparks on the surface of the scale armor, but it could not break the defense of the yellow scale armor at all. The smile on Wang Daobing's face suddenly froze, then he was stunned, then shocked, and finally terrified. Zhou Wen's armor was scattered all over the ground, replaced by the scale armor of the knife-finned yellow belt fish. At this time, he had swallowed the boiling blood coral powder in his mouth, and his strength reached 30.5 points. But he couldn't use the scale armor flexibly, but he had other ways. He immediately put the scales on his body into the equipment column, and then rushed forward suddenly, closing the distance with Wang Daobing. Wang Daobing had also reacted from his fear, and swung the steel knife again, trying to kill Zhou Wen when Zhou Wen put away the scales. But the blade of the steel knife was blocked by the scales that suddenly appeared again, and Zhou Wen's hand had already grabbed Wang Daobing's arm holding the steel knife. The 5 sharp claws on the scales on his fingers pierced through the white scale wrist guard, and grabbed into Wang Daobing's flesh. Wang Daobing grunted in pain and reacted immediately. The iron double-edged axe in his left hand chopped Zhou Wen's head vigorously. Zhou Wen did not intend to dodge at all, and let the iron double-edged axe chop on his head. Another burst of sparks flew, but the scales were intact. Wang Daobing's eyes showed a trace of despair, and he frantically pulled at his captured arm, trying to distance himself from Zhou Wen. But how could Zhou Wen let Wang Daobing succeed? He only had 30.5 points of strength now, and could only barely use the scales of the razor-finned yellow belt fish. If Wang Daobing pulled away, he would have to put away the scales of the razor-finned yellow belt fish and chase him, which was very dangerous. In this way, as the two of them pulled each other fiercely, Zhou Wen pulled Wang Daobing's arm off accidentally. Ah! Wang Daobing screamed in pain, a lot of blood spurted from his shoulder, his eyes were full of fear, and he retreated in panic, but his left foot tripped over his right foot and fell to the ground with his buttocks, looking extremely embarrassed. The blood quickly flowed through the white scale armor on his body, staining the ground red. Ah! Zhou Wen looked at the arm in his hand, and was stunned. This, I didn't mean it, but isn't your physical fitness too high? Zhou Wen felt that Wang Daobing's physical fitness should only be 15 or 16 points, otherwise his body would not be so fragile. Forget it. Zhou Wen threw away his arm. It's about time. If I delay too long, some people outside will think I'm easy to bully. Zhou Wen swung his right arm, and a black long knife appeared in his hand, with the blade facing down and the tip dragging on the ground. Then, Zhou Wen walked towards Wang Daobing with heavy steps. Wang Daobing's face was pale. These heavy steps seemed to be stepping on his heart. The tip of the black long knife dragged on the ground, and it cut through Wang Daobing's arm. The extremely sharp blade, like cutting tofu, cut through the white scales on the surface of the wrist guard and the flesh inside without any hindrance. Don't, boss, I don't want the title anymore, let me go. Death was approaching. Wang Daobing no longer had the high and mighty attitude he had before, and began to beg for mercy. When he saw Zhou Wen's invincible equipment, he could no longer think of resisting. I give you all my equipment and blueprints. Wang Daobing kept extracting his blueprints and taking off his equipment, wanting to use them to buy his chance to survive. But he forgot that this was a duel of life and death, and it would only end when one side died, and he had no chance of surviving. By the way, I have another good. Suddenly a gust of wind pressure came, and Wang Daobing's voice stopped abruptly. His eyes suddenly widened, his consciousness became blurred, and he only felt his vision constantly flipping, and finally fell to the ground. Chapter 131. Puff! Wang Daobing's head was chopped off by Zhou Wen's knife, and scarlet blood spurted out like a pillar, splashing all over Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not dodge, but took a deep breath to calm his discomfort from killing for the first time. In fact, he had been ready to kill since the first day he came to this world. When he entered the deep blue sea and saw the duel ticket, killing was inevitable. Ding! You have killed your opponent and won this duel. You will get all the supplies of the opponent. The system prompt sounded in his mind, announcing the victory of this duel. Zhou Wen just sighed lightly, put away his heavy equipment, and put on the armor scattered on the ground. Ding! You are ahead in your journey, and have obtained the title of Pioneer. Another reminder sounded, and Zhou Wen once again obtained the title of Pioneer. He added 5 free attribute points to his physique without even looking at it. At this time, the dual space began to vibrate slightly, and Wang Daobing's body passed through the blue light shield on the ground and gradually fell into the darkness below. Suddenly, a huge shadow passed by, and Wang Daobing's body disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, Zhou Wen was a little frightened. It seemed that the blue light curtain was not the void, but the deep sea where giant creatures were active. Although Wang Daobing's body fell, his equipment was left behind. Zhou Wen picked up the steel knife on the ground and waved it a few times with one hand. It was very light, but extremely sharp, better than his iron sword. I wonder if there is a blueprint for this steel knife. Zhou Wen touched the shiny silver blade and murmured in a low voice. He was very satisfied with this steel knife. With the blueprint, the weapons he usually used could be further upgraded. Moreover, he also had a small fine steel worm that produced steel stably, so he didn't need to worry about the materials for making this steel knife. Just as Zhou Wen was about to pick up the scattered white scale armor blueprints, his body turned into a blue light and disappeared directly from the dual space. The next moment, he appeared in the stomach wall space of the Phantom Leviathan. Will the blueprints be gone? Zhou Wen was a little panicked. That was a set of white scale armor blueprints. He only had 2 sets of white scale armor. However, Zhou Wen's worries were unnecessary. Soon the world system announced Zhou Wen's victory on the World Communication Channel, and sent all the supplies of Wang Daobing to him via private message. Zhou Wen received them one by one, starting with the blueprints, various blueprints of Wang Daobing, a total of more than 30, of which 10 were valuable. These 10 blueprints are white scale helmet blueprint, white scale breastplate blueprint, white scale wrist guard blueprint, white scale leg armor blueprint, white scale crotch guard blueprint, white scale belt blueprint, white scale boots blueprint, white scale gloves blueprint, iron double-edged axe blueprint, iron round shield blueprint. It's over, there are no steel knife blueprints. Zhou Wen looked through more than 30 drawings, and only these 10 drawings were pleasing to him. The other drawings were either already in his possession, or were useless, and the steel knife drawings that he wanted the most were not seen. It seems that this steel knife should be obtained directly from his exploration of a cave. Zhou Wen simply guessed, but he was a little disappointed that he did not get the steel knife drawings. He continued to receive. This time it was rare materials, 10 steel ingots, 30 iron ingots, 10 gold ingots, 10 silver ingots, 50 pieces of glass, and more than 100,000 pieces of basic materials. The rest were all a bunch of random things. Zhou Wen took a quick look and didn't need any of them, so he sent them directly to Jiang Haitao. Brother One, are you not hurt? No, the other party is not my opponent at all. You can keep the miscellaneous things that are useful, and sell the useless ones. Okay, Brother One. Boss Zhou is awesome. I know you can win. How strong is the other party? Is he as strong as me? About the same as you, maybe you are a little stronger. Haha, then I am still very powerful. How is the other party's progress? How did you come into conflict with Boss Joe? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Oh! Afterwards, Joe gave the extra white scale helmet blueprint and white scale breastplate blueprint of the 10 blueprints to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively, so that they could draw pictures for their guild members. All the remaining 8 blueprints were used, and then the materials needed for production were checked. White scale wrist guard blueprint requires 20 white scale fish scales and 10 cloth pieces. White scale leg armor blueprint requires 30 white scale fish scales and 20 cloth pieces. White scale crotch guard blueprint requires 20 white phosphorus fish scales and 10 cloth pieces. White scale belt blueprint requires 10 white scale fish scales and 5 cloth pieces. White scale boots blueprint requires 20 white scale fish scales and 10 cloth pieces. White scale gloves blueprint requires 10 white scale fish scales and 5 cloth pieces. Iron double-edged axe blueprint requires iron ingot X4, wood X1. Iron round shield blueprint requires iron ingot X1, wood X5. Joe indirectly consumed 110 pieces of white scale fish scales and 60 pieces of cloth to make all the missing 6 pieces of white scale armor, and then put them on. Now he has a complete set of armor, which can be called the white scale suit in the future. Then, 300 pieces of white phosphorus fish scales and 150 pieces of cloth were consumed to make a complete set of white scale suits for Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. As more and more people entered the deep blue sea and obtained the duel ticket, the fights between people would definitely increase. Although they now have the razorfin yellow belt fish scale armor as a trump card, the reason why the trump card is a trump card is that it is used when desperate. Upgrade their equipment. Before they have enough strength to use the razorfin yellow belt fish scale armor, it is better not to use it. Oh, there are 2 more equipment slots. Joe indirectly used Wang Delbing's 2 equipment slots, and 2 more blue boxes appeared next to the character attribute illustration. Now Zhou already has 4 equipment slots, 2 of which contain the 2 killer weapons, the knife and yellow belt fish scale armor, and the 2 steel long sword. He thought about the 2 new ones, and put the steel sword in one of them, and put a large iron shield in the last one. The steel sword and the iron shield are equivalent to the upgraded version of the iron weapons, and wooden shields in his hands. When he encounters a situation that cannot be solved by iron weapons, but there is no need to use the 2 steel long sword, he can use the steel sword to replace it. In the future, if he encounters better weapons and equipment, he will replace them. Finally, Zhou has a positioning card in his hand. This positioning card seems to be what Wang Daobing wanted to use to buy his life before he died. It is called Shanghai Clam Positioning Card. Chapter 132. Ding! Shanghai Clam Positioning Card. After use, you can locate Shanghai Clam Leviathan. When Zhou took out the Shanghai Clam Positioning Card, a prompt sounded in his mind. Use it. Zhou used it directly, but as expected, there was no reaction at all. It should be the same as the Scarlet Positioning Card, which requires a certain range of proximity to the target for the positioning card to be used successfully. After putting the positioning card away, Zhou opened the World Communication Channel. At this time, there were still many survivors in the communication channel asking about Zhou's situation. Is the boss okay? You're asking too much. He won, so he must be okay. That's not necessarily true. Winning doesn't mean he's not injured. Boss is awesome. Let those beasts, who always want to rob others through duels, see that this is the end of plunder. What on earth are those guys who challenged the boss to a duel thinking? Although the boss didn't set up a guild, as the first person to use algae oxygen tanks to transport seaweed, his development must be stronger than most people. Don't you understand this? What else do you think? You're jealous. Seeing that the boss is relatively low-key, you think the boss is weak, and then you want to imitate a certain Zhao, but you end up killing yourself. You deserve it. No, why are you all speaking for this boss? He killed someone. Do you know that you are worrying about a murderer? Don't you have any heart? First, we are caring. Second, you are crazy. The boss is a murderer? Isn't the murderer the one who initiated the duel? The boss was just defending himself and had to kill the other party. Can self-defense be considered a murder? I don't care. Murder is murder. Putting aside the facts, is he not at all wrong? You have already put aside the facts. What else is there to talk about? God of Gold. Seeing so many survivors worrying about their own safety, Zhou was still very relieved. Although most of the time, these survivors would speak for whoever gave them the most benefits, but this was also normal. Ordinary survivors in the survival world did not live well, and had no ability to stand in line. Thank you for your concern. I am fine and not injured. The person who provoked the duel was indeed as you thought, because he was jealous and wanted to snatch the algae oxygen tank blueprint from me. However, he obviously overestimated himself. Although I may not be as developed as the guild leaders, I am not someone who can be dealt with by wearing 2 or 3 spiked armors and holding a bone weapon. Finally, in order to thank everyone for their concern for me, starting today, the number of algae oxygen tanks on the shelves will increase to 1,000 per day, and each person is limited to 2 units, and the price remains unchanged. As soon as Zhou sent out the news that he would increase the number of algae oxygen tanks, the messages in the communication channel began to jump wildly. Wow, sure enough, the boss is still the best. For such a long time, the prices of various armors and weapons have been increasing, but the price of the boss's algae oxygen tank has not changed. The boss finally increased the number of items on the shelves. That Zhao raised the price to 10,000 basic materials. We ordinary survivors really have no hope. I wait for the boss's algae oxygen tank to be put on the shelves every day, but the quantity is too small, and I have never been able to grab it. Some people said before that the boss deliberately put so few items on the shelves because he didn't want ordinary survivors like us to develop. Now those people have nothing to say. This is 10,000 times better than that surname Zhao. I am puzzled. What are those people who say that the boss doesn't want us to develop thinking? All along, in addition to the boss who always sells some items that ordinary people need at low prices, are there other people who do this? I don't agree with what you said. There is also King Jiang. King Jiang has always been selling spiked helmets at low prices, and he always sends out news about new parasites he encounters to remind us. I think King Jiang might as well give in more. What King Jiang? Is that psychopath worthy of being compared with the big boss? Alas, you ungrateful bastard, Jiang Wangang just told everyone the weakness of the Razor Disc bug for free not long ago. Are you blind and didn't see it? Slowly, in the communication channel, the two parties supporting Zhou and Jiang Haitao started arguing directly, and Zhou frowned. Can they argue about this? Zhou murmured in a low voice, and directly closed the world system. The rest of the time was to wait for the transformed Leviathan to find the supply box. While waiting for the supply box, Zhou had nothing to do, so he just put 2 wooden platforms and lay on them to rest. In order to ensure his position as the first in the itinerary, Zhou would no longer go out to bask in the sun, lest another survivor catch up with him, and then another duel would happen. In recent days, he has been using boiling blood coral powder almost all the time. The injuries in his body always break again before they are completely healed. In today's duel, he used boiling blood coral powder again, and also used the blade-finned yellow-banded fish scale armor and a toothed steel long sword. During the duel, it was good that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Now he is in a weak period after using boiling blood coral powder, so it's a good time to rest. But not long after he lay on the wooden platform, a private message came from Zhuo Junyang, the president of the Leviathan Guild. Zhuo Junyang was a person Zhou admired very much. He was very smart and a good person. He was the first to establish a guild, but the development of the guild has been getting worse and worse recently. At the beginning, he established the guild with a stone axe blueprint, but now there are more and more stone weapon blueprints, and the value of this stone axe blueprint has been greatly weakened. Later, he missed the treasure cave and did not get new weapon blueprints. In addition, Zhao Teng killed people to steal blueprints. Even if ordinary survivors got good weapon blueprints, they dared not make it public, which made him lose the opportunity to buy good weapon blueprints at a high price. The 4 major guilds established at the beginning are Leviathan, Survivor, Brother Jiang, and Overturn the River and the Sea. Chen Xian of Survivor snatched an iron long sword blueprint from Zhao Teng, which is equivalent to increasing the development potential of the guild. Jiang Haitao of Brother Jiang has a spike helmet blueprint in his hand, which is extremely valuable. Later, he opened a small planting box blueprint. It goes without saying that a guild that can produce food can develop to what extent in this survival world. Turning Rivers and Seas directly joined Zhao Teng's Tingfei Guild, which has grown into a giant with 50,000 members. As for his Leviathan Guild, there was no change. Many guild members left the guild and joined Tingfei. Boss, do you have any extra iron weapon blueprints? The price is negotiable. As long as our guild has them, we can trade them to you. Who told you that? I only have 1 iron weapon blueprint, but I need it myself, and I can't sell it to you. Zhou indirectly told Zhuo Junyang that he had an iron weapon blueprint. After all, Zhuo Junyang had also entered the Deep Blue Sea and knew the specific information of the duel ticket. From Zhuo Junyang's perspective, people who could enter the Deep Blue Sea so early and obtained the duel ticket generally had good equipment. Zhou didn't have an iron weapon, and it was impossible for him to kill the opponent in a short time. Chapter 133. Then, the survivor who challenged you to a duel, doesn't he have the iron weapon blueprint? No, didn't I just say in the World Communication Channel that the other party only has a bone weapon? But Zhuo Junyang didn't believe Zhou claim. How could a survivor, who only wore 2 or 3 spiked armors and held a bone weapon, dare to challenge Zhou? You have to know that Zhuo Junyang just entered the Deep Blue Sea today and learned the specific information of the duel ticket, which means that the survivor who challenged Zhou also entered the Deep Blue Sea today. The other party's avatar was very unfamiliar, which meant that he was not the leader of a small guild, but a solo survivor. With only one person, his progress was almost the same as those guild leaders. His equipment could not be just what Zhou said. Zhuo Junyang even thought that the survivor who challenged Zhou might be a particularly advanced survivor, and then he had an unknown conflict with Zhou, so he challenged Zhou. Because the survivor's avatar who initiated the duel was too unfamiliar, he had never seen it before, and suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and then took the initiative to challenge Zhou. Obviously, there was something unknown. Zhuo Junyang thought so because he had contact with Zhou many times, but he never got the upper hand. He felt that Zhou was not a simple person, at least not as good a guy as he usually behaved. Boss, please help me. 1/3 of our guild members have left the guild and joined the Tingfei Guild. If there is no iron weapon blueprint to support the guild, the development of the guild will get worse and worse. I really don't have any extra iron weapon blueprints. I can't sell my iron weapon blueprints to you, right? Besides, since 1/3 of your guild members have joined the Tingfei Guild, why not join the Tingfei Guild like the Turning Rivers and Seas Guild? Impossible. Although there is no conflict between our guild and Tingfei, I don't agree with what Zhao Teng did. Then there is no way. I only have one blueprint, and can't sell it to you. No matter how Zhuo Junyang guessed, Zhou would definitely not tell the other party his true strengths and weaknesses. Only when everyone couldn't guess and touch him would they be afraid. Look, how about this? You sell me some iron weapons, and then I will announce to the public that my guild has iron weapon blueprints. When I need iron weapons to reward guild members in the future, I will buy them from you. Is that okay? This? No. Boss, please help me. I just entered the Deep Blue Sea today, and got some iron ingots in the border area. Some members of my guild are about to enter the border area, and they should also be able to get some iron ingots. I am willing to trade a weapon for 2 times. Not 3 times the production materials of iron weapons. And if you are willing, I can give you the duel ticket and let the guild be attached to your name. The more Zhuo Junyang said, the more Zhou felt something was wrong. After thinking for a while, he immediately reacted. What's the difference between this and getting me to join Leviathan as vice president? You're still relying on me, right? Oh, forget about being dependent on me. Let's do this. I sell you 3 iron spears that require 9 iron ingots to make. You announce it first and stabilize the guild. Then you can privately look for survivors who may have explored the treasure cave to see if you can trade them for iron weapon blueprints. Thank you, boss. Thank you so much. Afterwards, Zhuo Junyang very consciously said 27 iron ingots, and Zhou made 3 iron spears and traded them to Zhuo Junyang. After getting the iron spear, Zhuo Junyang immediately took a photo of it and posted it to the World Communication Channel, announcing that he had the iron spear blueprint, which stabilized the members of the guild who were ready to make a move. Splash, splash. The sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus. The first supply box of the day arrived. Zhou immediately put on the white scale suit and continued to lie on the wooden platform. With Zhou's current strength, he no longer needs to be vigilant about creatures that may enter the stomach wall space with seawater. Creatures with a volume of 2 or 3 meters cannot pose a threat to him at all. The esophagus of the transformed Leviathan is only 2 meters wide, and creatures of larger size cannot enter the stomach wall space. He didn't want to soak his lower body in the seawater, so he decided to wait until the seawater receded before opening the box. Soon, the seawater receded. With the strong headlight, Zhou used the light to scan the stomach wall space a few times, and he could see the whole picture of the stomach wall space. Except for a supply box, no creatures were found. Ding, obtain cotton seeds X1. Cotton seeds? This is the first time it appears. When Zhou had nothing to do, he would check the World Trading Channel from time to time to see if there were any seasoning seeds such as peppers, ginger, and garlic, hoping to further improve the food. But none of these seasoning seeds appeared, and he had never seen cotton seeds before. He didn't expect that he would get them. Zhou took a look at the wooden platform he had always used as a bed. In fact, he had a wooden bed blueprint, but there was no difference between sleeping on a wooden bed and sleeping on a wooden platform, so there was no need to do anything unnecessary. Now that he had cotton seeds, he could get cotton after planting them. After hoarding some cotton, he could make quilts, and his living conditions would be improved again. However, it would take a long time for the amount of cotton to reach the level of making quilts, so Zhou was not too excited. He just planted the cotton seeds in a small planting box and added a low-level fertilizer. I hope I can give you more seeds to expand the planting after it matures. Next, he continued to wait for the supply box behind him. During this time, Zhou lay on the wooden platform and opened the World Communication Channel to read a novel for an hour. A strange survivor sent a trading message. He wanted to trade white-scaled fish meat with Zhou, and the other party took out a kind of biological meat that Zhou had never seen before, which was a squid tentacles. According to the other party's introduction, it can increase a little physical fitness. It can only increase a little physical fitness, which is slightly worse than the 2 points of physical fitness of white-scaled fish meat, but Zhou didn't care and chose to trade with the other party directly. After getting the squid tentacles, Zhou opened the biological illustration book and took a look. Bearded squid body length, 2 meters. Weight, 200 kilograms. Food type, algae. Introduction. A squid with many tentacles that look like beards, edible. The biological information is very simple, but it also mentions that it is edible. Zhou currently has no way to make a fire to cook, so he just eats the squid tentacles. Ding, eat the bearded squid, physical fitness +1. Chapter 134. The 3 supply boxes that followed only contained some food and basic materials, nothing special. The supply box stage ended, and it was night. The transformed Leviathan began to look for a safe place to rest. But before that, Zhou went out for a short time by tapping the esophageal diaphragm. Today, it has been announced on the World Communication Channel that the number of algae oxygen generators will be increased to 1,000. Zhou will naturally do what he says, but this number is obviously not enough with only the seawater that enters the stomach wall space during the supply box stage. Therefore, he simply waited until the stage of transforming the Leviathan supply box was over and was about to rest. Then he came out and used the endless seawater outside to make all 1,000 algae oxygen tanks in one go. At the moment of production, a large number of blue light groups appeared on the sea surface, and 1,000 algae oxygen tanks were made at the same time. This would definitely not be possible in the limited space of the stomach wall. With a thought, all 1,000 algae oxygen tanks were put on the World Trading Channel. Didn't the boss say that he would put 1,000 algae oxygen tanks on the shelves every day from today? Why didn't I see them? Have they been snatched up? What a bullshit boss. Do you believe his words? You might as well join our Tinfei Guild and get free algae oxygen tanks. Come on, do you really think everyone is a fool? Isn't the routine of the Tinfei Guild a copy of the ship cut? Algae oxygen tanks are free, and 50,000 people will wait for a long time. You see, I said this boss is not a good guy. From the moment he said he would put 1,000 algae oxygen tanks on the shelves, I have been watching the trading channel, and they have not been put on the shelves at all. It's a complete lie. At the moment this person sent the message, the World Communication Channel suddenly fell into a short silence in a strange way. Haha, I got 2 algae oxygen tanks. I got rich overnight. Fuck, you beast, how many years have you been single? Your hands are so fast, but fortunately, I got one thanks to you. I finally saw what the algae oxygen tank looks like. It was not easy. For a while, the news that a large number of survivors got algae oxygen tanks quickly appeared in the communication channel that was silent for a few seconds, and the survivor who said Zhou was not a good guy was stunned. Ah, has the boss's algae oxygen tank just been put on the shelf? I just looked away from the trading channel and sent a message, and then it's gone. You deserve it, you scolded the boss. You deserve it. The boss should block people like you who are two-faced. Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, just took a simple look at the message in the communication channel, then closed the system interface and went to sleep. On the 27th day, Zhou slowly opened his eyes under the familiar vibration of the stomach wall space, and it was a new day. As usual, he inspected the stomach wall space. The flowers of the rock crystal tree had withered, and a small rock fruit hung at the end of the branch. The gold foil flowers of the golden seaweed also showed signs of withering. In the middle of the flowers, a golden fruit the size of a mung bean had already taken shape. I have waited for so many days for these 5 points of power, and I am finally going to get them. Zhou was very happy. The next step was to wait for the moment when the golden fruit matured. The cotton seeds had sprouted after a night, and there were no problems with other plants and organisms. Zhou finally looked at the scarlet oxygen tank. At this time, the scarlet oxygen tank was full of scarlet kelp, and more than 30 streamers were swimming in groups among the scarlet kelp. There was also a white jade shell on the bottom of the sand, which opened and closed its shell from time to filter the plankton in the seawater. Small nodules have grown? While looking at the white jade shell, Zhou saw a red nodule the size of a longan growing on the red root system at the bottom of the scarlet kelp. He was a little surprised. It had only been about a day. This red nodule is like a shrunken crimson nodule, and there are two smaller ones next to it, which should not be mature yet. Because the crimson oxygen tank is 2 meters high, Zhou arm cannot reach the red nodule at the bottom, so he cut a pair of chopsticks more than 1 meter long from the wood with an iron knife, put them into the crimson oxygen tank, and clamped the red nodule out. After getting the red nodule, Zhou took a quick look and put the crimson nodule into his mouth. The taste are similar to the crimson kelp. In the middle of the red nodule, there is a white core. Isn't this rhizobium? The white core is exactly the same as the rhizobium that was put into the crimson oxygen tank before, which means that the rhizobium can be used repeatedly. Ding, eat a small crimson root nodule, strength +1, constitution +1. Not bad. Zhou eyes lit up, and he nodded. Although it was not much, the attribute bonus of these 2 points was originally free, and it also increased strength, which was already worth it. Confirming that the rhizobium can be reused and the number can be increased, Zhou threw the rhizobium into the seaweed planting box that was previously full of seaweed, wanting to see what kind of attribute nodules the seaweed could grow. After the inspection, Zhou began to crush the scarlet kelp and feed it to the metamorphosis leviathan, skipping the eating and digestion stages. Woo! Not long after entering the supply box stage, the metamorphosis leviathan suddenly chirped. Get out of the way! The metamorphosis leviathan's voice sounded, and Zhou immediately began to slap the esophageal diaphragm when he heard this voice. When the metamorphosis leviathan encounters a creature of the same size as itself, it will generally chirp to let the large creature blocking the way leave. If the large creature does not get out of the way, the metamorphosis leviathan will fight with the other party. Zhou caught the moment when the phantom leviathan issued a warning, and slapped the esophageal diaphragm to interrupt the phantom leviathan's cry, allowing it to surface first. The foundation armor that he had experimented with before was now in use. Of course, Zhou could not ignore the safety of the phantom leviathan and force it to surface. He would judge by the emotions in the phantom leviathan's voice. If the emotions were not urgent, it meant that there was still some distance between it and the large creature, and if the emotions were urgent, it meant that a fight was about to begin. At this time, the phantom leviathan was not in a hurry, which meant that the large creature was still some distance away from the phantom leviathan, so Zhou immediately left the stomach wall space and put on the phantom leviathan's foundation armor. It's so heavy. The phantom leviathan's voice sounded again, obviously not very adapted to this foundation armor, but there was no way. Having a layer of defense was better than no defense. After Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, he entered the rest area and tightly grasped the wooden stakes of the wooden foundation. The next second, the phantom leviathan began to dive, and then the stomach wall space vibrated violently, obviously accelerating. Chapter 135. Not long after the leviathan accelerated, the entire stomach wall suddenly stagnated, followed by a dull collision sound. The leviathan seemed to have collided with the large creature. Then, there were several familiar movements, tail swinging, collision and acceleration, leaping out of the sea and smashing down heavily. However, this time the battle time of the leviathan was longer than the last battle with the knife-fin yellow ribbon fish. The large creature seemed to be very large, and could fight the leviathan head-on many times. The battle lasted for half an hour, and Zhou felt that the phantom leviathan was tired, but in the end, the phantom leviathan won. Don't run, there's no point in running. I will find you, and let the villain kill you. The phantom leviathan was very angry. Although he beat the opponent away, he obviously didn't gain any advantage in this battle. Again, you want me to kill again? Zhou felt that the phantom leviathan overestimated himself. He was lucky to kill the knife-fin yellow ribbon fish last time, but a person can't be lucky every time. He keeps dancing on the edge of a knife. Once he flips over, he will die. The phantom leviathan seemed to want to catch up, so Zhou quickly slapped the esophageal diaphragm to stop him. In addition to preventing the phantom leviathan from chasing him, he also wanted to go out to see the situation of the foundation armor. After leaving the stomach wall space and passing through the esophagus, Zhou appeared on the back of the Phantom Leviathan. Looking around, the Foundation armor was almost completely broken, especially the head, where the foundation had been damaged and fallen off, but the effect was still good, and the Phantom Leviathan had no injuries. Of course, it is also possible that the large creature, like the Phantom Leviathan, also fought by strength and had no organs that could be used as weapons, so the Foundation armor. Whether it worked in the battle or not, we need to go through a few more battles to know. Zhou collected all the foundations that had not fallen off to reduce the burden on the body of the Phantom Leviathan, and then gestured in front of the Phantom Leviathan, telling it not to chase the giant creature because he couldn't beat it at all. I don't know if the Phantom Leviathan understood it. In order to move forward, Zhou didn't stay outside for too long. He made 1,000 algae oxygen tanks outside, and put them on the shelves, and then immediately returned to the stomach wall space. The transformed Leviathan seemed to understand, and stopped looking for the large creature. Instead, it started looking for a supply box. An hour later, the first supply box of the day arrived. Ding! Get the blood-drawing needle blueprint. Is the blood-drawing needle used to draw blood from the transformed Leviathan? Zhou took a quick look at the simple drawing on the blueprint. The blood-drawing needle was 20 centimeters thick and half a meter long. Such a large needle was definitely not for human use. Open the blueprint interface directly after using it to view the production information. Blood-drawing needle blueprint requires steel ingot X2, glass X5, rubber X2, plastic X3. The materials required are quite rare. Rubber and plastic have not appeared yet. Zhou knew that this blood-drawing needle blueprint could not be made for the time being, so he put it directly into the locker. While waiting for the second supply box, Chen Xian sent a private message. Boss Zhou, I saw a good thing and sent it to you. Take a look. After reading the message, Zhou directly accepted Chen Xian's item, which was a blue piece of paper, about the same size as the dual ticket, but this one was called the Pier ticket. Ding, travel ticket. You can choose up to 10 people to travel together within one day. It's really a good thing. After listening to the introduction in his mind, Zhou immediately knew the use of this travel ticket. I don't know if I can use this travel ticket during a duel. If I can use it, it will be interesting. Zhou just had a duel yesterday, and his mind naturally associated it with the duel. However, even if it can't be used in a duel, it can be used to explore various caves together, or challenge dungeons, and it can also be used to find helpers when encountering danger. Zhou still remembers the scene when he used the Steel Armor Leviathan insect removal coupon and just entered the stomach wall space of the Steel Armor Leviathan. The dense and overlapping parasites made his scalp numb. For a moment, he didn't know how to deal with it. It was simply not something that one person could deal with. Later, although Zhou used the rockfall technique to kill all the aggressive parasites, it required huge financial support to use the rockfall technique. There were 2 guilds behind Zhou who could constantly collect stones outside, so that he could successfully use the rockfall technique. Ordinary survivors could not do it at all. But with this Pier ticket, the number of people doing the pest control can be increased to 10, reducing the difficulty of pest control. However, Zhou thinks that even with 10 people, it is difficult to successfully control the pest control, unless all 10 people are very well developed and have corresponding plans. Otherwise, facing the sea of parasites, there is no difference between 10 people and 1 person, and they are both sending themselves to death. Boss Zhou, how is it? It is a good thing. It is indeed a good thing. Is this from the supply box? Yes. I have been in the deep blue sea for so long, why haven't I ever opened it? Zhou once again felt that people are different from each other. Take it yourself. If you encounter danger, you can ask me to accompany you to help you. Of course, forget about it if it is too dangerous. After Zhou sent the message, he sent the voucher back to Chen Xian. It would be useless if he kept it in his hands. If he really encountered an unsolvable danger, even if he asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to accompany him, the situation would not be reversed by the 2 of them. Instead, his 2 logistics personnel would be lost. After the communication with Chen Xian, Zhou continued to wait for the supply box. Soon, the second supply box arrived. Ding, obtained 5 iron ingots. Okay, it's not basic material after all. Zhou put the 5 iron ingots into the locker. 2 or 3 hours later, the third supply box arrived, and Zhou opened it directly. Ding, obtained 1 sweet potato seed. Another sweet potato seed. The sweet potatoes he planted before were eaten raw at first, because there was no fire. Later, when he could make a fire, he gave the roasted sweet potatoes to Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao. He didn't even eat them himself. This time he planted 3 sweet potatoes, and roasted 3 for each of them. There happened to be a small planting box that hadn't been planted yet, so Zhou planted the sweet potato seeds directly in it, and then took out a low-level fertilizer to fertilize it. Humph! Suddenly, the voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded, and the emotion was a little angry, but also with a hint of fear. Zhou didn't know what happened to the transformed Leviathan, so he left the stomach wall space by slapping the esophageal diaphragm and came out. Standing on the tooth plate, Zhou found that something was wrong with the sea outside. The usually blue sea water was abnormally turbid at this time. Zhou put on a diving suit and dived into the turbid sea water, and then saw a huge eggshell underwater. Chapter 136. Zhou swam to the eggshell, and then carefully observed it around the eggshell. He found that the eggshell was more than 20 meters wide, and more than 30 meters high. The surface of the eggshell was rocky, and had a lot of burn marks. This can't be the meteorite that flew through the sky before. Zhou immediately remembered the meteorite that flew through the sky during the storm on the 21st day. I didn't expect that the meteorite would actually be an egg. Zhou's face was uncertain. An egg that can withstand air friction, and the intense, high temperature generated by friction, the creature hatched in it must be extraordinary. Zhou touched the eggshell with his hand, and then opened the biological illustrations, but no biological information appeared, which surprised him a little, because he had touched the eggs of bighead fish before, and biological illustrations appeared. Is it because the creatures inside have already hatched? This huge eggshell is now an empty shell, and the creatures inside have long disappeared. Yes, although it is an egg, it is similar to a meteorite. The power generated by falling into the water must be not small. I wonder if we can find some large creatures that were killed by the shock. Zhou looked at the turbid seawater. It was obviously caused by the huge impact of the giant egg falling, which stirred up a lot of mud and sand. Just now, when he stood on the beard plate of the transformed Leviathan and looked out, the turbid area was very wide, indicating that the impact range caused by the giant egg falling was not small at that time, and it was entirely possible that large creatures died under the shock wave. However, ideals are full and reality is skinny. Zhou searched in this sea area for 4 or 5 hours, and it was already night, but he didn't find a large creature's body, but only saw some small fish bodies of more than 10 or 20 centimeters. But the bodies of these small fish have already rotted, and cannot be eaten at all. There is no material on them that can be used to make weapons and equipment. It is completely in vain. Could it be eaten by the creatures hatched from the giant egg? Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, and thought, while washing his body with fresh water. The sea area hit by the meteorite is very large. Zhou looked for an area and asked the transformed Leviathan to move to another area. He searched more than a dozen areas in a row, but he didn't find a large creature's body, not even a fish corpse of the same size as the white-scaled fish. This is unreasonable. Even if there are no large creatures in this area, there must be fish about 10 meters long. But Zhou still didn't see any, so he thought it was eaten by the creatures hatched in the giant egg. It looks like a carnivorous creature. However, Zhou is not worried that the Metamorphosis Leviathan will be attacked by the creatures hatched in the giant egg, because the Metamorphosis Leviathan has a wide range of biological radar. Since the Metamorphosis Leviathan will enter the sea area hit by the meteorite, it means that the creature has left. Knowing this, Zhou dared to search for fish carcasses in this area recklessly, but the result was nothing. After washing the seawater off his body, Zhou put on his clothes and prepared to go to bed, but before going to bed, he looked at the rock crystal tree and golden seaweed again. The rock fruit on the rock crystal tree has grown a little bigger, and is already the size of a red date. It will mature tomorrow. Whether it can continue to increase attribute points will be revealed tomorrow. The 3 gold foil flowers of the golden seaweed have fallen off a lot of petals, and only a few petals on each flower have not fallen off. The golden silk fruit in the center of the flower has also grown a little bit, from the size of a mung bean to the size of a soybean. At this growth rate, it will definitely not mature tomorrow. Zhou's previous hope that the rock fruit and golden silk fruit will mature at the same time is impossible to achieve. After looking at the 2 plants whose fruits are about to mature, Zhou checked the other plants and organisms again. The mango has bloomed again. It won't be long before Zhou has mangoes to eat again. Today is the 10th small steel ingot. Zhou opened the small aquarium of the small fine steel worm, and took out a small steel ingot from it, and then took out 9 small steel ingots from the locker. The next second, a blue light flashed, and the 10 small steel ingots turned into a normal-sized steel ingot. Ding! Get steel ingot X1. It's okay, but the small fine steel worm grows too slowly. There has been no change in the past 10 days. Zhou put on the white scale gloves and stretched his hand to the nest of broken iron or piled up by the small fine steel worm. When the small fine steel worm saw Zhou hand, it immediately rushed out of the nest and wanted to bite Zhou, but Zhou quickly dodged and grabbed it with his backhand. The little steel worm was very angry and wanted to continue biting Zhou's hand, but Zhou had caught it so many times these days and was experienced. He just grabbed the head of the little steel worm and let it swing its body. Zhou had no way to do anything. As soon as he caught the little steel worm, Zhou found something different. Today, the surface of the little steel worm's body was a little white, and some parts of the skin fell off a little. Is it molting? Zhou realized that the little steel worm was molting, and quickly put it back to the nest and stopped disturbing it. After such a long period of blood feeding, the boiling blood coral has grown almost as tall as a small aquarium. Zhou took the boiling blood coral out of the water for a short time and placed it on a wooden platform. Then he added 5 free attribute points to strength, which reached 31.5 points. He took out the 2 steel long knife and quickly cut the boiling blood coral into 3 parts. The boiling blood coral is very important. The extremely sharp 2 steel long knife is used to prevent the main body of the coral from being damaged too seriously. The split boiling blood coral is divided into 2 large pieces and 1 small piece. The small piece is directly placed in the crimson oxygen tank as a seascape decoration, and the 2 large pieces are placed in a small aquarium to continue growing. Finally, Zhou took another look at the water sac sea cucumber and gel planarian. There was no problem with him, so he went to sleep directly. When he woke up, it was the 28th day. The first thing Zhou did when he got up was to pick up the 2 small crimson nodules in the crimson oxygen tank with long chopsticks. When he put the boiling blood coral last night, he saw that the small crimson nodules were almost mature. Zhou cut open the 2 small crimson nodules with an iron dagger, took out the rhizobia inside, and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively. Holding the 2 rhizobia, Zhou came to the seaweed planting box where 3 seaweeds had grown 3 green nodules at their roots. Zhou directly reached out and picked off the 3 green nodules. After a quick look, they were no different in size from the small crimson nodules, except for the surface and color. The small crimson nodules were red, with a rough surface, and looked like a wrinkled crimson kelp. The nodules growing on the seaweed are not only green in color, but also have tiny green whiskers on the surface, like a small green ball of hair. Zhou put the nodules into his mouth, and it smelled of seaweed and had a strong fiber texture. There was also a white nodule in the middle, and Zhou spit it out directly on his hand like spitting out a nucleus. Ding! Eat the nodules, and your constitution will increase by 1. Chapter 137. 1 point of constitution. Not bad. Although it's not much, almost all food that adds attribute points can only increase attributes once, so every little bit counts. Zhou took out the rhizobia from the remaining 2 seaweed nodules, and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. Today is the 28th day. According to Zhou's calculation that he is 3 times ahead of ordinary survivors, in 30 days, a large number of survivors will enter the deep blue sea. At that time, a large number of people will hold duel tickets. There will be chaos in the world. Therefore, Zhou will now send all the food that can increase attributes to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to increase their strength. After a brief inspection of the stomach wall space, the transformed Leviathan entered the eating stage. The crimson kelp in the 3 deep blue treasure chests had been eaten, and Zhou no longer skipped the eating stage. After all, he still had to face the dangers of the eating stage. But Zhou did not encounter parasites during the eating stage today, and the whole stage passed safely. After Zhou crushed all the seaweed, he took out a crimson nodule from the locker. Because the crimson nodule was too large to be put into the crusher, Zhou cut it into strips with a 2 steel long knife and crushed it with the crusher. The scarlet nodule secreted a large amount of juice under the crushing of the grinder. The juice was like red blood that turned black. It flowed into the digester from the discharge port, dyeing the digester red. Some of the juice also splashed out from the inlet of the seaweed crusher, splashing Zhou, who was working as a manpower nearby. It feels weird. The current scene gave Zhou the illusion of being pushed into a meat grinder in a horror movie with blood splattering everywhere. However, although the juice of the scarlet nodules was red to black, it did not smell bloody, but rather had the strong smell of scarlet kelp. After crushing the scarlet nodules, the digestion stage was skipped directly, and the next stage was the supply box stage. Zhou was guarding in front of the rock crystal leaf tree. After a night of growth, the rock fruit had grown to the size of a ping-pong ball and would mature in a few hours. At this time, he was particularly nervous. The rock fruit had increased his three-dimensional attributes 6 times, which was extremely rare. In this world, he had only seen this kind of food that could repeatedly increase attributes. He naturally hoped that the rock fruit could continue to increase attributes, but this was obviously unrealistic. Soon, 2 or 3 hours passed, and the sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus. The next second, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and a large amount of seawater entered the stomach wall space. Zhou sat on the wooden platform and used a strong headlight to illuminate the gradually rising water surface, wanting to see if there would be any creatures in the sea water this time. This time, he really saw creatures on the water surface. They were translucent jellyfish, the size of a palm, and there were many of them. Just by sweeping the light, he could see 3 or 4. Zhou saw that there were about a dozen, so he used a long iron knife to directly chop one to death, then touched the umbrella area of the jellyfish with his hand, and opened the system interface to view the biological illustrations. Sea salt jellyfish body length, 15 centimeters. Weight, 1 kilogram. Food type, plankton. Introduction. A type of jellyfish that stores a large amount of salt from seawater in its body, which is edible. After reading the introduction, Zhou was slightly stunned. An idea came to his mind, but he still needed to confirm it, so he used an iron knife to cut a small piece of meat from the jellyfish cap and put it in his mouth. The next second, Zhou showed pain on his face and immediately spit out the jellyfish meat in his mouth. This is too salty. After reading the introduction, Zhou was actually prepared for the saltiness of sea salt jellyfish meat, but he didn't expect it to be beyond his cognition. It was just like eating a mouthful of salt. After spitting out the meat, Zhou smacked his lips again, feeling the remaining saltiness in his mouth, and found that the saltiness was very pure, without a trace of other strange smells. Good stuff, it can be used as salt. Zhou quickly jumped off the wooden platform, and began to catch these sea salt jellyfish in the sea water. Soon, Zhou caught all the sea salt jellyfish in the sea water, and harvested a total of 12. Zhou now only had 10 pieces of glass, so he could only make a small aquarium, in which he placed 6 sea salt jellyfish. Of the remaining 6, 2 were placed in the crimson oxygen tank, and the remaining 4 were temporarily placed in the wooden barrel. After placing the sea salt jellyfish, the seawater in the stomach wall space had also receded. Zhou found the supply box and opened it. There were only some basic materials inside. Next, it was time to wait for the second supply box. Zhou returned to the wooden platform and sat down. However, since he already had salt, he urgently needed various seasoning seeds, so he opened the World Trading Channel to look for them. Unfortunately, he still didn't see any seasoning seeds. Zhou could only close the trading channel and continue to wait for the rock fruit to mature. Almost an hour later, the rock fruit grew to the size of an egg, indicating that it was ripe. With excitement and nervousness, Zhou picked a rock fruit, then knocked open the rock shell on the stone platform to reveal the crystal flesh inside. Without much hesitation, Zhou directly put the fruit pulp into his mouth. The familiar sweetness spread in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he quickly swallowed it into his stomach. He was eager to know the result. Ding, eat rock fruit, strength +1, constitution +1, speed +1. The prompt sound of attribute growth appeared again. Zhou was shocked, and then he immediately ate the remaining 2. Ding, eat rock fruit, strength +1, constitution +1, speed +1. Ding, eat rock fruit, strength +1, constitution +1, speed +1. 2 more reminder sounds. Zhou's smile grew wider and wider, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Another 9 attributes. This rock fruit can't really increase attributes all the time. Zhou happily opened his character attribute panel. Zhou, Pioneer, normal human attributes are 10, intelligence, 12, strength, 29.5, constitution, 41, speed, 26. Evaluation, infected with oxygen-rich bacteria, a sick person. With the blessing of the title Pioneer, the physique has reached 41 points, and the strength has almost reached 30 points. Zhou excitedly added 3 portions of rock-escaping worm feces to the rock crystal tree, and let the rock crystal tree continue to grow rock fruit, and then came to the front of the golden seaweed. At this time, the gold foil flowers had all fallen off, and the golden fruit had grown a little. After eating the golden fruit tomorrow, the strength will be 34.5. Boss Zhou, help! Just as Zhou was waiting for the second supply box, Chen Xian sent a distress message, and then a pop-up box appeared on the world system. It was Chen Xian's invitation. Just click to agree to go together. Zhou hesitated for a moment, and immediately notified Jiang Haihao asking him to support at any time, and then clicked to agree. In an instant, Zhou Wenhua disappeared in a blue light. Chapter 138. Plop! The blue light flashed. Zhou Wen's body flashed from the blue light, and then fell into the water below. The seawater was not deep, only about 1 meter. Zhou Wen immediately stood up from the water, but it was pitch black in front of him. So he immediately turned on the strong headlight on his head, and in an instant, the dazzling white light broke through the darkness and illuminated the front. Then, Chen Xian, who had already put on the scales of the knife-fin yellow-belt fish, was seen being tied tightly by a thick tentacle, which was similar to the tentacles of an octopus, with a large number of suction cups on it, attached to the scales. Zhou Wen swept the light upwards, and saw the full picture of the octopus tentacle. This is a creature that looks like an octopus, but unlike an octopus, this creature has a bloody mouth on its head with 3 layers of sharp teeth, like a meat grinder. At this time, Chen Xian was being tied up by the tentacles of this octopus-like creature and then sent into its mouth. "Boss Zhou, are you here? Save me!" Chen Xian, who was entangled by the tentacles, turned her head towards Zhou Wen. At first, she didn't know whether Zhou Wen had come, but the strong light that suddenly shone on the body of the octopus creature made her sure that Zhou Wen had indeed come with her. "You can't handle this creature that's only 7 or 8 meters long?" Zhou Wen observed the size of the octopus through the strong headlight. It was not even 10 meters long. Chen Xian actually used the precious traveling voucher that she had just obtained for such a small creature. "I talk to you later. Save me, Boss Zhou, my good boss. I'm about to be eaten." Chen Xian saw the octopus's mouth getting closer and closer. Through the light of the headlight on her head, she could clearly see the rows of sharp teeth in the octopus's mouth. Zhou Wen didn't bother to pay attention to her. He shone the strong headlight elsewhere and surveyed the current space. This space is a cave. The top of the cave is 7 or 8 meters above the ground. A large amount of seawater is constantly dripping from the top. In addition to the 1 meter of seawater, Zhou Wen remembered the scene of entering the knife-fin yellow ribbon fish cave before. Has your transformed Leviathan fought with other large creatures before? However, Zhou Wen's question was not answered. When he shone the light on the octopus creature again, Chen Xian's upper body had been sent into the mouth. Zhou Wen still didn't save Chen Xian, but just stood there and watched. The octopus creature began to chew with rows of sharp teeth in its mouth. Chen Xian was frightened and screamed, and kept shouting for Zhou Wen to save her, but her voice became smaller and smaller, and then turned into doubt, because she found that the octopus creature's teeth could not bite the scales of the knife-fin yellow-belt fish. The octopus creature bit for a while, and found that it couldn't bite, so it threw Chen Xian out directly. Chen Xian, wearing the knife-fin yellow-belt fish, fell heavily into the water, causing a large wave. Then, the octopus creature changed its target and attacked Zhou Wen, who had been shining a strong headlight into its eyes. The octopus creature quickly twisted its tentacles, and its huge body pushed the seawater in front of it, stirring up waves, and soon rushed in front of Zhou Wen, then waved its bull-thick tentacles and swept towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was not afraid at all, and the surface of his body was still wearing white scale armor. With a shake of his right hand, the iron sword was replaced by a slender steel knife. At the moment when the tentacles attacked, he swung the steel knife. The steel knife flashed coldly, and under the dazzling light of the headlights, it drew a thin white mark, cutting off the tentacles of the octopus creature cleanly. The octopus creature felt pain, and roared with its ferocious mouth, and then dozens of tentacles whipped at the same time. Facing so many tentacles at the same time, Zhou Wen did not dare to take it head-on, so he relied on his quick reaction to dodge while swinging the steel knife to cut off the tentacles. After more than 10 seconds, most of the tentacles of the octopus creature were cut off by Zhou Wen. The severe pain made the octopus creature feel scared, and it gave up the attack directly, relying on the few remaining tentacles, turning its head to escape. But the octopus creature was huge, and moved slowly to begin with. Zhou Wen cut off a large number of its tentacles, making it even slower. Zhou Wen chased after it in 2 or 3 steps, then jumped onto the body of the octopus creature and slashed its head several times, directly destroying the brain of the octopus creature, making it deader than dead. After killing the octopus creature, Zhou Wen touched the corpse, opened the world system, and checked the biological illustration information. Big mouth octopus body length, 30 meters. Weight, 150 tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. An octopus with a big mouth, strong desire to attack, will use its tentacles full of suckers to tightly entangle its prey, which is edible. Its teeth can be used to make weapons, and its suckers can be used to make clothes. After reading the illustrated information of the big-mouthed octopus, Zhou Wen waved his hand, and sent the body to Jiang Haitao. At this time, Chen Xian had just stood up from the water. The scales of the razor-finned yellow-banded fish on his body had been removed, and he was wearing the clothes given in the deep blue treasure box. Jiang, where is the octopus? As soon as Chen Xian stood up, he put on the scales of the razor-finned yellow-banded fish again, and then he dared to observe the current situation, fearing that he would be attacked by the octopus without defense, and his vigilance was still very strong. It's dead. Zhou Wen turned to Chen Xian and said. So fast, Boss Zhou is indeed amazing. After learning from Zhou Wen that the octopus was dead, Chen Xian's nervous nerves finally relaxed, and he removed the scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish again. Boss Zhou, why didn't you save me just now? I was eaten. Chen Xian came to Zhou Wen and first looked at Zhou Wen. After all, he usually saw his head portrait, and today was the first time he saw the real person. However, Zhou Wen was wearing a white scale armor and a bone armor mask on his face, so he couldn't tell what he looked like at all. Then are you dead? Zhou Wen asked back calmly. Boss Zhou, your words make me feel bad. How can you treat your good employees like this? Chen Xian covered her chest with her hands and said in a fake manner. The scales of the razor-fin yellow-belt fish are to save your life. If you don't experience the strength of the scales yourself, you don't have a specific concept. Just a small octopus scared you so much that you used up all your companion coupons. I should have kept them myself. Zhou Wen said while shining a strong headlight on the water surface, looking for the white scale armor that Chen Xian dropped on the ground. Put on the equipment you dropped on the ground, and then tell us how you entered this cave. Oh! After being scolded by Zhou Wen, Chen Xian had to pick up the white scale armor that fell into the water obediently. After putting on the bone armor mask, she began to tell how she entered this cave. Chapter 139. It turned out that not long ago, Chen Xian's phantom leviathan had a fight with an unknown creature. It was the first time that Chen Xian experienced a battle with a phantom leviathan. The vibration of the stomach wall space scared her. After the battle, she did not dare to go out to check. Just when she thought that she would wait for the supply box next, the phantom leviathan stopped moving. Then, after several seawater influxes into the stomach wall space, the esophageal diaphragm did not close. She did not know what the reason was, so she came out to check. Then she found a cave outside, thinking it was a treasure cave, so she put on her equipment and prepared to check it out. But after walking a dozen meters, she stepped on something, and a black net rushed out from the water and entangled her. Originally, this net didn't have much binding force, and Chen Xian could break free with her 24 points of strength, but just as she was about to break free, a tentacle stretched out from the darkness and tied her up. This huge octopus was the first time Chen Xian had seen it, and she was so scared that she used the traveling voucher to bring Zhou Wen over. After hearing this, Zhou Wen was about to scold her again, saying that the traveling voucher was used too casually, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it, because Chen Xian had been in the stomach wall space most of the time before, and had encountered some 2 to 3 meter long parasites. She had never encountered a creature of 7 or 8 meters, and had no idea of the defensive power of the scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish, so it was normal to be afraid. Moreover, after reading the information of the big-mouthed octopus and Chen Xian's narration, Zhou Wen knew that this cave was not something she could explore, and there was at least a 30-meter-long injured big-mouthed octopus inside. Afterwards, Zhou Wen handed the iron shield in his hand to Chen Xian, asking her to be alert. He took off the strong headlight on his head and held it in his hand, then searched for something underwater. Just now, Chen Xian said that she stepped on something, and then a net rushed out from underwater and entangled her. But it is impossible for a human trap to appear in the cave. Zhou Wen also took a rough look at the net. The whole net was 3 or 4 meters long, black in color, with a mesh size of 7 or 8 centimeters. There was a 4 or 5 centimeter long black spike at the intersection of the net line. If Chen Xian had not been wearing any equipment at that time, this net would not only entangle her, but also the large number of black spikes on the net would pierce into her body and fix her body, making it more difficult for her to break free. After searching for a while, Zhou Wen saw a black shadow underwater. The black shadow was in the shape of a round cake, with a diameter of about 50 centimeters and a large number of black spikes on the surface. This should be what you stepped on. Zhou Wen pointed at the black shadow under the water and said to Chen Xian, "That should be the case. I was paying attention to the front and didn't pay attention to the underwater at all." Chen Xian held up the iron shield, glanced at the shadow, and continued to observe the surroundings and be on guard. "Go, step on it again." Zhou Wen took out the strong light headlight from underwater, and said to Chen Xian while keeping an eye on the surroundings. "Ah, I'm going to step on it." Chen Xian pointed at himself, a little surprised. "What are you afraid of? Didn't you step on it once before? The spikes on the net can't hurt you. Go quickly," Zhou Wen urged. "Okay." Chen Xian could only walk to the black shadow, and then carefully stepped on it. The next second, all the spikes on the black shadow were fired, and the ends of the spikes were connected to sections of black silk threads. As the spikes gradually spread, the silk threads also spread out, forming a black net full of spikes, wrapping Chen Xian. Zhou Wen saw that there was no movement around, so he first pulled the black net off Chen Xian, and then stepped on it to try, but perhaps because the spikes had been fired, the black shadow did not react this time, so Zhou Wen directly grabbed the black shadow from underwater. "Is this a sea urchin?" After Chen Xian removed the black net on his body, he came to Zhou Wen and looked at the black round creature in his hand. "You can find out by touching it and checking the information, right?" Zhou Wen said, and used the headlight to carefully illuminate the body of the round creature. After confirming that there were no spikes on the surface, he took off his white scale gloves and touched it. Chen Xian also hurriedly touched it. Gillnet sea urchin body length, 50 centimeters. Weight, 20 kilograms. Food type, meat. Introduction. A sea urchin that lives on the seabed. It will capture prey by launching gill nets on its body surface. When attacked, it will also launch gill nets to tie up the enemy. The spikes contain paralytic toxins. Excessive intake may cause shock and death. It tastes delicious and can be eaten. The spikes can be used to make paralytic potions. Although it doesn't look big, it's quite dangerous, Zhou Wen said, and then he sent the gillnet urchin to Jiang Haitao. "Isn't it edible? Sea urchins should taste good raw," Chen Xian said when Zhou Wen sent the gillnet kelp away. "Let's eat it together when we get back. It's so small, it can only add 1 or 2 attributes at most. There's no need to waste time. We can catch more of these gillnet urchins, and use them to make paralysis potions." After Zhou Wen finished speaking, he continued to look for gillnet urchins in the water. Chen Xian's attributes are also very high now, and the need for 1 or 2 points of attributes is not urgent, so he followed Zhou Wen to find a gillnet sea urchin. Soon, another gillnet sea urchin was found nearby. This time Zhou Wen did not ask Chen Xian to trigger the gillnet, but gently picked up the gillnet sea urchin from underwater. The gillnet did not fire during the process. Zhou Wen placed the gillnet sea urchin with the thorns facing forward, and then flicked the back of the gillnet sea urchin with his finger. The next second, the gillnet was quickly fired, and then unfolded into a black net in the air, flying 3 or 4 meters and falling into the water. This method is somewhat useful, but not very useful. Chen Xian thought for a while, and made a judgment. Zhou Wen also thought so, because the launch distance of the gillnet was too short. Even if it was used as a tranquilizer launcher, at such a short distance, if facing a creature more than 10 meters long, at a distance of 3 or 4 meters, the opponent would rush to the front in an instant, and there was no difference from launching directly on the ground. Next, Zhou Wen and Chen Xian began to explore the depths of the cave. As they went deeper, the cave became more and more open. During this period, the task of finding the gillnet sea urchins was handed over to Chen Xian. Zhou Wen used a strong headlight to illuminate the front to be on guard to avoid being attacked by the big-mouthed octopus. Suddenly, the sea water in front of them surged, and a big-mouthed octopus about 11 meters long pushed the sea water in front of them and rushed towards them. Zhou Wen added 5 free attribute points to strength, and his strength reached 34.5. The slender steel knife swung more rapidly, and the several tentacles of the big-mouthed octopus were cut off by the cold light of the blade in an instant, and Chen Xian was stunned. After cutting off all the tentacles of the big-mouthed octopus, the big-mouthed octopus had no ability to resist, and Zhou Wen rushed up quickly, ready to kill it. Suddenly, a tentacle with a diameter of about 1 meter emerged from the darkness in front, swept through the air, and fell towards Zhou Wen from top to bottom with a dull whistle. "Boss Zhou, be careful." Chapter 140. Although the large tentacle attacked suddenly, Zhou Wen's current attribute panel showed that the attack speed of the tentacle was not fast in his eyes. Although it could not reach slow motion, there was enough time to react. Zhou Wen immediately stopped, and with a thought, the scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish appeared on his body. He held the 2 steel-long knife with both hands and swung it upward with force. A gust of wind pressure descended, and the large tentacle had already fallen, but at the moment of contact with the 2 steel-long knife swung upward, the skin of the large tentacle was like a balloon hitting a spike and instantly bursting. Then, the blade of the 2 steel-long knife easily cut the entire large tentacle. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and the process was as smooth as silk. However, due to gravity, the cut tentacle was about to hit Zhou, but at the moment when the broken tentacle touched Zhou's body, it turned into a huge blue light and flew into the system interface. Roar! In the darkness ahead, a deafening roar sounded, and then the whole cave trembled. Zhou tied a powerful headlamp on his head, and the dazzling white light shone into the depths of the cave. In the air, the light of the powerful headlamp could illuminate more than 10 meters away. I saw that the waves in front of me were lifted up layer by layer under the push of huge force, and they became bigger and higher, and finally increased to a height of 5 or 6 meters, and the thick tentacles behind the waves twisted wildly, like giant pythons surging constantly. Zhou temporarily put away the 2 steel long knife, wearing the blade-fin yellow belt fish scale armor. Standing like a reef, waves hitting him, he remained motionless. Finally, the large big-mouthed octopus entered the range of light, and Zhou also saw the full appearance of this big-mouthed octopus. The overall appearance was not much different from the big-mouthed octopus Zhou had killed before, except that it was much larger. Moreover, there was a huge wound on the head, which was bloody and seemed to be caused by a fierce collision with a rock. At this time, the wound was still bleeding in a large area. Zhou didn't have to guess who caused this wound. It must be caused by Chen Xian's transformed Leviathan. When it was entangled by the octopus tentacles, in order to break free, it dived quickly and then crashed into the underwater reef. Zhou's transformed Leviathan had done this before. It was entangled by the body of the knife-finned yellow ribbon fish before, and it should have done this. It even jumped out of the water and smashed the water surface again with the weight of its body, knocking the knife-finned yellow ribbon fish unconscious. Whoosh whoosh. Several thick tentacles, with the sound of breaking wind, swept towards Zhou heavily, from the 4 directions of up, down, left and right, forming a double-teaming force. Of course, Zhou would not take these tentacles head-on. The power of the tentacles was extraordinary. Even if he didn't die, he would suffer internal injuries if he was hit. With a lift of his hand, a large number of stone pillars fell down, and 3 of the tentacles were knocked to the ground by the stone pillars without warning. The 2 steel long knife appeared in his hands again, and he swung the knife at the remaining tentacle, and the only tentacle that reached Zhou was also cut off. The broken tentacle turned into blue light again, and was collected into the world system, and sent to Jian Haitao. The 3 tentacles that were pressed down by a large number of stone pillars twisted wildly for a few times, and then pulled out from under the stone pillars, and broke free. Zhou no longer waited for the tentacle to attack, but put away his blade-finned yellow ribbon fish scales, and rushed forward. The water in front of him was filled with stone pillars, so Zhou could step on the stone pillars that sank into the water, and his speed was no longer restricted by the seawater. Pioneer's 5 free attribute points kept jumping back and forth between the 2 attributes of strength and speed. Zhou rushed to a tentacle at a very fast speed, and then the 2 steel long knife appeared in his hands in an instant. He danced and cut the tentacle effortlessly, and then put it back into the equipment column. This was repeated more than a dozen times. The large octopus lost all its tentacles while screaming in pain. Only a mouth more than 10 meters long with sharp teeth remained, which was still opening and closing. Zhou climbed up its body, and then used the 2 steel long knife to slash wildly at the wound on its head, eventually destroying its brain, and killing the 30-meter-long octopus. Chen Xian, who was behind, was shocked after watching Zhou's entire battle process. At this time, she clearly realized how strong Zhou was, and knew how to really use the equipment bar. Boss Zhou, you are awesome. Zhou returned to the place where he dropped the white scale armor before, and quickly put on all 8 pieces of white scale armor through the equipment bar. Chen Xian also ran up and gave a thumbs up, praising loudly. You have seen the process of the battle, and you also know how to use the equipment bar. However, don't learn from me. I dare to do this because I have good weapons. When you fight by yourself, you still have to be stable and keep some trump cards. Of course, Zhou would not be so self-righteous as to ask Chen Xian to learn from him. He still has a clear understanding of his current strength. The reason why he was able to kill the big-mouthed octopus so quickly was almost entirely due to the sharp-toothed steel long knife, otherwise this battle would be particularly difficult. Yeah, thanks for the battle guidance, Boss Zhou. Chen Xian nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, and said very seriously, good boss. That black long knife, how can I get it? When Zhou was fighting, Chen Xian also noticed the 2 steel long knife, which was so sharp that the tentacles of the big-mouthed octopus almost broke when they touched it. You can't get it anyway, I only have one myself. Zhou shook his head and said, Then, what about the other long and thin knife? That one is also very sharp. There should be a blueprint, right? Chen Xian asked again. No, I only have one steel knife, and I can't fix it if it breaks. Zhou Wen shook his head again. Okay. Since there were no blueprints for the two good knives, Chen Xian could only accept the reality. Hurry up and trade the second equipment slot back, and then I will give you a weapon that matches the scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish. Zhou Wen said as he walked towards the corpse of the large big-mouthed octopus, and then he sent the corpse to Jiang Haitao with a thought. Really? Chen Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed and asked. Of course, there is a blueprint for that weapon, but it is too heavy, and the blade is not coordinated. With your current strength, you can only put it in the equipment column as a killer. Also, there are usually supply boxes inside this kind of cave, and you may be able to get a good weapon blueprint. Zhou Wen took Chen Xian and began to walk deeper into the cave. Soon, at the end of the cave, a silver-rimmed supply box appeared in the sight of the two. Chen Xian excitedly ran forward, but did not open it, but made a gesture of invitation to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen smiled and nodded, then stepped forward to open the silver-rimmed supply box. Chapter 141. Ding! Get the blueprint for the Big Mouth Octopus Sucker Suit. Ding! Get the Big Mouth Octopus Fang Stick. The two blueprints, judging by the names, are made from materials that are exclusive to the Big Mouth Octopus. Zhou Wen directly uses the blueprints to check what is needed for production. Big Mouth Octopus Sucker Suit Blueprint requires Big Mouth Octopus Sucker X12, Cloth X100. Big Mouth Octopus Fang Stick requires Big Mouth Octopus Teeth X5, Iron Ingot X3. Boss Zhou, did you get the blueprint? Seeing that Zhou Wen had already moved his eyes away from the silver-rimmed supply box, Chen Xian hurried forward and asked. I got it, but it's not very good. Zhou Wen said, and sent the information of the two drawings to Chen Xian. After reading the information of the two drawings, Chen Xian showed a disappointed look on her face. Neither the suction cup suit nor the sharp-toothed stick was in her taste, and judging from the simple drawings of the items on the drawings, these two items were not very useful. The suction cup suit is a piece of clothing with 4 suction cups on the front and back, and 1 suction cup on each limb. It should be used for climbing, but it is currently useless. The Fang stick is made of a 1-meter-long iron rod, as the main body, and then it is inlaid with uneven fangs. The closer to the front end of the iron rod, the longer the fangs are. It is also a type of weapon that hits the head and lightly hits the feet. In addition to the two drawings, there is nothing else in the silver-rimmed material box. Chen Xian took the silver-rimmed material box away to store things. Afterwards, the two checked the entire cave again, and after confirming that nothing was missed, they returned to the stomach wall space together. Traveling voucher the companion function. Both the user and the party being accompanied can take the initiative to cancel the companionship, which has the advantage of avoiding malicious companionship. For example, if you encounter a large creature that you cannot deal with, and you have a travel ticket, when you feel that you are going to die, you randomly take 10 people with you to be buried with you. This is considered malicious travel. In this case, the person being traveled with can cancel the travel on his own initiative and teleport himself back to escape danger immediately. However, Zhou Wen did not cancel the travel immediately, but followed Chen Xian into the stomach wall space of her transformed Leviathan. In Chen Xian's stomach wall space, all you can see are boxes of different sizes, including 8 lockers, and a large number of supply boxes are piled on top of the lockers. In addition, there are 2 small planting boxes for farming, 2 algae oxygen tanks, a small aquarium for streamer fish, and 2 wooden barrels for breeding gel planarians. The Foundation occupies a total of 12 square meters of stomach wall space, which is the same area as Zhou Wen's, but Zhou Wen occupies the space with various creatures, while Chen Xian occupies the space with various storage boxes. After a large number of survivors enter the Deep Blue Sea, you can purchase more Deep Blue treasure boxes, so that the supplies will not take up too much space. Zhou Wen spoke. As the guild leader, it was normal for Chen Xian to have a lot of supplies. In order to fit enough valuable supplies in a limited space, Chen Xian's supply box was basically filled with food and water, and a small part of metal ore. Most survivors are short of food and water now. By hoarding food and water, they can exchange them for the materials they need as quickly as possible when they need to exchange for various basic materials. Metal ores are relatively scarce compared to basic materials, so they can also be hoarded, but at present, there is no method to smelt metal ores, so their value has always been low. However, with the recent emergence of iron ingots, the price of metal ore has risen a bit. Some people should be consciously hoarding metal ore. Now, Zhou Wen has started smelting iron, so Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao are slowly hoarding metal ore. When metal ore can be smelted in the future, the price will definitely soar. Chen Xian's stomach wall space is brighter overall because there are many solar spherules. Zhou counted 50 of them. The number of solar spherules should not increase. Although 50 solar spherules will not have any impact on the huge Leviathan, everything should be done in moderation. If there is no limit and the number continues to increase, it will sooner or later affect the body of the Leviathan. Well, I know, I will keep 50 at most. Chen Xian may not have had any feelings for the Leviathan before, but after going out a few times and having more contact with the Leviathan, she more or less felt the care of the Leviathan for her, and no longer regarded the Leviathan as just a tool. Then, the stomach wall space began to vibrate, and the transformed Leviathan left the big mouth octopus cave and began to move. Zhou still walked around aimlessly in Chen Xian's stomach wall space, which made Chen Xian a little puzzled. The stomach wall space was so small, and except for a pile of boxes, the rest were all things Zhou gave him. There was nothing to see at all. In fact, Zhou was also quite uncomfortable at this time. The rescue and exploration of the Big Mouth Octopus Cave operation had ended, and the blueprints had been obtained. He should end the journey and go back immediately. But the reason why Zhou didn't leave was actually to know if he could hear the inner voice of Chen Xian's transformed Leviathan. Let's go! After staying for a while, Zhou didn't hear the inner voice of Chen Xian's transformed Leviathan. It was awkward for the two of them to stay alone, so they ended their journey and returned to their own stomach wall space. After returning to his transformed Leviathan, the second supply box of the day was already in the stomach wall space. Zhou went forward to open it, and it was all some basic materials. After putting the basic materials into the locker, Zhou slapped the esophageal diaphragm to let the phantom Leviathan surface. There were 3 big-mouthed octopus corpses in total, all of which needed to be cut up and processed. The stomach wall space was too small, so they had to go out to process them. After coming to the back of the phantom Leviathan, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to send the 3 big-mouthed octopus corpses over one by one, and then use 2 drawings dedicated to the big-mouthed octopus to peel off all the materials on the big-mouthed octopus. Finally, he used a 2-steel long knife to quickly cut the 3 big-mouthed octopus corpses into large pieces of about 2 meters, and put them into the material box. Zhou kept a piece of meat from each of the 3 different-sized big-mouthed octopuses, and sent 1 piece to each of Jiang Haitao. He gave the rest to Chen Xian, asking her to sell the big-mouthed octopus meat in exchange for equipment slots or rare items such as dual tickets. Pure tickets. After dealing with the big-mouthed octopus, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to send the gillnet sea urchins. They caught a total of 13 gillnet sea urchins. Since the gillnet sea urchins are relatively large and there is not much breeding space, Zhou decided to keep 2 for each of the 3 people and eat the rest. Afterwards, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space and gave the iron pot and the remaining 7 gillnet sea urchins to Chen Xian, asking her to go out to cook today. Zhou has no time to cook now. In order to get the title of pioneer, he needs to ensure his leading position. Chapter 142. Afterwards, Zhou sent the lettuce and white radish he had grown, as well as the sea salt jellyfish that could be used as salt, to Chen Xian. While waiting for the meal to be ready, Zhou used the materials of the big-mouthed octopus to make the big-mouthed octopus suction cup suit and the big-mouthed octopus fong stick. After Zhou put on the suction cup suit, he used it on the stomach wall of the stomach wall space. It was indeed possible to use the suction cup to allow himself to move on the stomach wall, and even hang upside down on the top of the stomach wall space. After the fong stick was made, it looked like the simple drawing on the blueprint. It was a 1-meter-long iron stick inlaid with jagged fangs, and the overall weight was about 160 kilograms. The weight imbalance between the front and back of the fong stick was very serious. Zhou had a strength of 34.5, and he couldn't lift the handle of the fong stick with both hands. It felt worse than the knife-finned yellow belt fish fin knife. Forget it, I sell it to someone else later. Zhou himself would not use it, nor would he let Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian use it. When their strength reached the level where they could easily use the scales of the knife-finned yellow belt fish, they could let Chen Xian sell the fong stick. After a while, Chen Xian's meal was ready. It was called vegetable octopus seafood soup. However, today, she did not use instant noodle seasoning packets, but added a small piece of sea salt jellyfish meat. Chen Xian handed Zhou a bucket of soup. The soup base was milky white. It was impossible to make a milky white soup with just big-mouthed octopus meat. It should be that the milky white soup base was made by frying other fish meat first, then boiling it over high heat, and then adding big-mouthed octopus meat. In the milky white soup, There were also green lettuce and white radish that had absorbed enough soup. Zhou first took a sip of the soup, which was rich and full of flavor. In addition to the freshness of the fish, there was no other extra flavor, just a light salty taste, and this salty taste further highlighted the freshness of the soup. Then he tasted the lettuce and white radish respectively. The lettuce should have been the last to be put into the pot, and it still maintained a crisp and refreshing taste. The broad leaves were wrapped with a large amount of fresh and salty soup, spreading in the mouth, and the crisp and fresh taste was extraordinary. Needless to say, the white radish, which was originally rich in juice, absorbed enough soup, and the juicy and fresh taste reached the extreme, which was so delicious that it was indescribable. But the big-mouthed octopus meat seemed a bit out of place in the soup. It had no taste, and was very tough, like chewing rubber. However, this meal was originally for the big-mouthed octopus meat, so there was no choice but to eat it. There was actually some yellow from the gillnet sea urchin in the soup, but it might have been boiled away because of the water. Zhou used chopsticks to scoop it out, but he couldn't see any of it. It was all dissolved in the soup. Ding, eating big-mouthed octopus meat, strength +2, constitution +2. Ding, eat gillnet sea urchin roe, strength +1, constitution +1. It's quite a lot. Zhou strength reached 32.5 points, and his constitution reached 44 points. After eating and adding attribute points, he continued to wait for the supply box. Soon, it was night, and the 2 supply boxes behind didn't have anything good, just some basic materials. But today's harvest was great. In addition to getting a lot of big-mouthed octopus meat, it also increased a lot of attributes. Seaweed nodules increase 1 point of physical fitness, rock fruit matures, increases 9 points of 3-dimensional attributes, big-mouthed octopus meat, and gillnet sea urchins also increase strength and physical fitness by 3 points each, and a total of 16 points of attributes are increased today. There are still 5 points of strength waiting for me tomorrow. Before going to bed, Zhou patrolled the entire stomach wall space and finally came to the golden seaweed. The golden fruit has grown to the size of a peanut. After another night, it will be almost ripe tomorrow. With anticipation, Zhou lay on the wooden platform and fell asleep, hoping that tomorrow would come faster. Ding, all survivors, please note that the survival time is about to reach 30 days. On the 30th day, the underwater maze trial will be launched. The trial period is 1 day. Those who escape the maze will live, and those who do not escape the maze will die. Please be prepared. Underwater maze trial. Early in the morning of the 29th day, Zhou was awakened by the system prompt sound that suddenly appeared in his mind. He sat up suddenly, and listened carefully to the news released by the world system in his mind. But the world system released very little content, and there was no introduction to the content of the underwater maze trial. Zhou then opened the world communication channel to see the reactions of other survivors. Those who escape live, those who don't die. According to the danger level of this world, this underwater maze trial is definitely not something that can be completed easily. Damn it, I just learned the weakness of the razor disc worm from King Jiang. After 2 days of not having to worry about anything, they are starting another trial. Are they going to let people live? Underwater maze trial, can it be held in water? How is that possible? We are not fish. How can we breathe in water? It can't really be in water. I can't hold my breath in water for 1 minute. It can't be in water. We don't even have oxygen equipment now. If we are in water, we will die. What kind of trial is that? Zhou looked for a while, and when he saw that there was no useful information, he closed the communication channel and began to patrol the stomach wall space. Zhou did not think about whether the trial was in the water, because even if it was in the water, the world system should give the survivors a way to breathe air, otherwise the trial would be meaningless. And if it was just a trial, Zhou was not very worried, because he was not only the first in the journey, but also far more developed than all the survivors. If even he could not pass the trial, then almost all the survivors would not be able to pass it. Without worrying about the trial, Zhou inspected the stomach wall space and waited for a while. The transformed Leviathan began to enter the feeding stage. There were still no parasites in the seaweed today. Zhou directly crushed the seaweed and crimson nodules, and fed them to the transformed Leviathan, skipping the digestion stage. Next, while waiting for the supply box, Zhou stayed beside the golden seaweed. After a night of growth, the golden fruit was not far from maturity. 2 hours later, the golden fruit grew to the size of a longan, with a round shape and a light yellow body. The surface was interwoven with a large number of cotton-like golden threads. The leaves of the golden seaweed seemed to have been drained of nutrients at this time, and began to wither and die rapidly. In the end, only a seaweed trunk in the middle was left, holding 3 golden fruits. Zhou immediately picked 3 golden silk fruits, and threw one into his mouth without hesitation. It had been 20 days. He had been waiting for this moment for 20 days. The golden silk fruit was finally ripe. The taste of the golden silk fruit was not strong. It was light overall, with a licorice flavor and a slight sweetness. Ding, eat golden silk fruit, strength +5. Chapter 143. Zhou, Pioneer, normal human attribute is 10, intelligence, 12. Strength, 37.5. Constitution, 44. Speed, 23. Evaluation, infected with oxygen-rich bacteria, a sick person. Now my strength and constitution are so high, but my speed is a little bit low. After Zhou looked at his character attribute panel, he smiled brightly, but he felt that his speed was a little low, but there was nothing he could do. Now he encountered some large creatures that actively attacked the transformed Leviathan, and they generally increased their strength and constitution, but not their speed. However, Zhou was not in a hurry. Speed was not important at the moment, because when he encountered large creatures, he often wore heavy scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish to fight, and his speed could not be fully utilized. 3 golden silk fruits, 1 was eaten, and there were 2 left. Zhou thought about it, and then threw another one into his mouth. After eating it, there was no prompt to increase the strength attribute in his mind again. Alas, it's a waste. Zhou felt a little heartbroken. In fact, he also knew that eating the second golden silk fruit would most likely not increase the strength attribute, but he just wanted to try it. After getting the result, he regretted it. With only 1 golden silk fruit left in his hand, Zhou directly replanted it in the seaweed planting box, and then pulled up the withered golden silk seaweed. Ding! Get golden silk seaweed fiber x1. Is it true that 1 golden silk seaweed is equal to 1 golden silk seaweed fiber? Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Zhou felt that making fishbone armor was a long way off. When would he finish planting these 1,000 golden silk seaweed fibers? Suddenly, Zhou thought of Chen Xian. Since Chen Xian had obtained the golden silk fruit, maybe he also had golden silk seaweed fiber. When you got the golden silk fruit before, did you get the golden silk seaweed fiber? Golden silk seaweed fiber? It seems that there is indeed one, but I don't know what it is used for. Boss Zhou, why are you asking this suddenly? Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Send me the golden silk seaweed fiber. Afterwards, Chen Xian sent her own share of golden silk seaweed fiber, but there were only 2 copies, which was still far from 1,000 copies. The underwater maze trial will start tomorrow. Try to trade 2 equipment slots today. Yes, I got it, Boss Zhou. By the way, Boss Zhou, do you know anything about this underwater maze trial? In Chen Xian's eyes, Zhou has always been very mysterious. It seems that he can know many things in advance. Facing the upcoming unknown trial, she is also very uneasy, so she wants to ask Zhou, what can I know? I only know the name. However, since it is a trial for all survivors, it should not be too dangerous. With your current attributes, you don't have to worry too much. Yes, my strength is 27 points, and I have the life-saving scales given by Boss Zhou. What am I afraid of? Thank you, Boss Zhou. Afterwards, Jiang Hainao also came to Zhou, also about the trial. Zhou still said the same thing. Jiang Haitao's strength has reached 26 points. He and Chen Xian are definitely the top survivors. If this group of top survivors cannot pass the test, then the remaining 70 million survivors will die. Is this a world of survival or a world of death? While waiting for the supply box, Zhou opened the World Communication Channel to read novels, but Shi Kongyun may have been affected by the test today and did not update the novel. Selling Big Mount Octopus Meat, which can increase strength and physique by 2 points at the same time after consumption. Chen Xian directly sold Big Mount Octopus Meat on the World Communication Channel, and also posted the biological illustration information of Big Mount Octopus on the Communication Channel. After reading the illustrated information of the Big Mount Octopus, the survivors all took a deep breath. A giant creature 30 meters long and weighing 150 tons. Can humans deal with it? Tomorrow is the underwater maze trial. Although the specific situation is unknown, the iron must be hard to forge. The huge enhancement of these 4 attributes may save everyone's life in tomorrow's trial. The quantity is limited and first come first served. Today is a good time to maximize the value of the Big Mount Octopus Meat. Tomorrow is the trial. No one can be sure whether they can survive the trial, so naturally they are particularly worried about their own strength. The increase in character attributes can be said to be the most direct improvement in strength, and the Big Mount Octopus Meat also includes 2 points of strength improvement, which is very critical. There are still many survivors who have a complete set of spiked armor, but few can wear it and move freely, because the strength points need to reach 15 points to wear spiked armor and move freely. But there are only 4 types of food on the market that increase strength, namely, spike scale meat, strength +1, white jade shell meat, strength +1, red-tailed snapper meat, strength +1, three-clawed rock snail meat, strength plus, constitution +1. But among these 4 types of meat that increase strength, only the spiked krill meat is the most common, and almost everyone can eat it. The white jade clam meat has only just appeared in the trading channel in the past few days, and the quantity is relatively rare, so not everyone can eat it. Red-tailed snapper meat is even rarer, and the price is also higher. Finally, there is the three-clawed rock snail meat, which is rare among the rare ones. It is also sold by Chen Xian, and it is gone after it is sold. Moreover, even if all these 4 types of meat are eaten, it only increases 4 points of strength, unless the character attribute strength is 10 points at the beginning, then it can reach 14 points of strength, and can barely wear a full set of spiked armor to move around. However, most people's strength cannot reach 10 points, because to have 10 points of strength, you need to exercise your body muscles regularly, otherwise it is generally not achieved. Therefore, at this moment, Chen Xian's sale of Big Mouth octopus meat that can increase 2 points of strength is particularly important. Beautiful Chen, did you kill this Big Mouth octopus? Alas, I was just lucky. I almost died at that time. If Brother Zhao encountered this Big Mouth octopus, it would definitely be easier than my sister. Chen Xian's words were very vague, and she did not say how she killed the Big Mouth octopus, which made Zhao Teng a little confused. President Chen, I wonder how you plan to sell this Big Mouth octopus meat? Zhou Junyang relied on the 3 iron spears traded with Zhou when to stabilize his position in the Leviathan Guild. He was one of those who ate 4 kinds of meat that increased strength. His strength was 12 points, and the Big Mouth octopus meat that could increase his strength and physique by 2 points was something he couldn't miss. I, King Jiang, am willing to use the equipment bar to trade 1 ton of Big Mouth octopus meat. I wonder if President Chen will accept this price. Several guild leaders, before they even started to discuss the price, Jiang Haidao jumped out and started to drive up the price. Jiang Wang's price is indeed fair, so I naturally have no reason to refuse. This ton of Big Mouth octopus meat has been sent to me via private message. Please accept it, Jiang Wang. Chen Xian and Jiang Haidao sang the same tune, making the other guild leaders' eyelids twitch. After such a long time, who can't see clearly that their 2 guilds are allies, because the Jiang Brother Guild has the blueprint of a small planting box, and the Survivor Guild has a low-level fertilizer formula. If they want to develop well, an alliance is indispensable. Chapter 144. Since King Jiang has already started, I will directly tell you the items needed to trade the Big Mouth octopus meat. Equipment bar, dual ticket, peer ticket, pest control ticket, positioning card, golden seaweed fiber. All of these can be traded for 1 ton of Big Mouth octopus meat. Chen Xian said all the items that Zhou Wen asked her to trade in one breath. In fact, Zhou Wen originally did not want to expose the golden seaweed fiber to the public. After all, even if someone obtained the golden seaweed fiber, they didn't know what it was for. As the president of a large guild, Chen Xian suddenly started to purchase, and the price was very high, which directly proved the value of golden seaweed fiber. It would also make the presidents of other guilds start to purchase, so there would be competition, and the price of golden seaweed fiber would rise sharply. But then again, if the survivors didn't know the value of golden seaweed fiber, how could they sell it? In this case, it would be even more difficult to obtain golden seaweed fiber. Today is a good time to take advantage of the situation. Tomorrow is the underwater maze trial. If you don't improve your strength as much as possible today, you will have no chance tomorrow. If you die in the trial, even if you have items with high future value, it will be meaningless. Miss Chen, the price you set is not very reasonable. Items such as equipment slots and dual tickets are extremely important and scarce. Big Mouth octopus meat can increase strength and physique by 2 points at the same time, but it can only increase once. No matter how many, it is useless. Yes, this price is too high. There are also peer coupons, insect removal coupons, golden seaweed fiber, etc. I have never heard of them. How can I trade them? As soon as Zhao Teng finished speaking, all the guilds that followed Zhao Teng began to send messages, hoping that Chen Xian could lower the price. High price? How is this price high? Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. President Chen has a hard time. Have you developed well in these days? Have you opened the boxes seriously? Before Chen Xian replied, Jiang Haidao jumped out again and scolded Zhao Teng and his group. Mr. Jiang, I am negotiating the price with the beautiful Chen. Why are you butting in? Xiao Tong and Jiang Haitao didn't get along well in the first place, so he naturally didn't tolerate him and directly retorted. Why can't I butt in? I think the price set by President Chen is very reasonable. I'm just saying something fair. Oh, stop arguing, let's do this. Equipment bar, dual ticket, peer ticket, pest control ticket, positioning card, can trade 2 tons of big mouth octopus meat. Although the big mouth octopus meat can only increase the attribute once, you are all guild leaders, and there are a large number of guild members under you. As a guild leader, don't you consider your guild members? Chen Xian's last question was extremely lethal, and it almost shook the hearts of all the guilds, and directly silenced the leaders of the major guilds. If the guild leader dares to say that he doesn't consider the guild members at this time, his guild will be disbanded on the spot. After all, the trial will start tomorrow. If the guild leader doesn't consider the members, then why should they recognize him? They don't even know if they can survive tomorrow, so why would they care about the guild's welfare? If it were normal times, the guild members would just complain a few words. But today they can't do that, because it's related to their own life and death. The trial will start tomorrow, and it's always good to increase their strength a little. Finally, the major guilds negotiated the price. If the price of the big mouth octopus meat rose to 3 tons, they would be willing to trade. Chen Xian did not limit the amount of big mouth octopus meat to 2 tons. After some discussion with the presidents of the major guilds, he agreed to increase the price to 3 tons. The transactions continued intermittently until the evening. The 30-meter-long, 150-ton big mouth octopus was sold out. Most of them were traded by guilds, and some were traded by individual survivors. For those individual survivors, Chen Xian finally released a message to ensure their safety. I have kept a record of those who have traded big mouth octopus meat from me. I will kill anyone who dares to challenge them. Chen Xian's statement was very intimidating. The 30-meter big mouth octopus illustration information was still clearly displayed on the communication channel. Even if some people did not believe that Chen Xian could kill this huge big mouth octopus, they did not dare to gamble. This message not only protected those individual survivors, but also improved the goodwill of the survivor guild among the majority of survivors, and also gave those who got good things but had no place to sell them a choice. Next, we check the gains from this transaction. Among them, the number of dual tickets is the largest, with 20. Most of them are traded by the guild, and a few are traded by individuals. However, the guild usually has more than 1 dual ticket. Because the guild needs dual tickets to intimidate guild members, they usually buy them at a high price in the trading channel. Then, there are 10 equipment bars, which are all traded by individuals, and they are all survivors who have not developed well. They just took this opportunity to get 3 tons of big mouth octopus meat and quickly develop themselves. Finally, there were 3 location cards, 1 traveling coupon, 2 pest control coupons, and 42 pieces of golden seaweed fiber. Not a small harvest. All the items traded by the big mouth octopus were in Zhou Wen's hands, and he smiled from ear to ear. 2 equipment slots were given to Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao, so that each of them had 3 equipment slots. Zhou Wen used the remaining 6 equipment slots without hesitation, plus his own 4 equipment slots. He had a total of 10 equipment slots, and 10 equipment slots was the limit of the character attribute panel, that is, each person could place a maximum of 10 equipment slots. Afterwards, Zhou Wen sent 2 razor-finned yellowtail fish-fin broadswords to Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao respectively, and then gave the Iron Sheet Large Shield Blueprint to Jiang Haitao, and the Iron Sheet Round Shield Blueprint to Chen Xian. Zhou Wen's current strength, plus 5 free attribute points, has reached 42.5. When he encounters an attack, he can just wear the razor-finned yellowtail fish scale armor, and no longer needs a shield. Zhou Wen took a quick look at the 3 location cards and travel vouchers, and put them in the locker. 2 pest control coupons. He carefully looked at the deadline for pest control. One was 3 days, and the other was 5 days. Why is there still a 5-day deadline? Because the pest control coupons had a time limit. After leaving the Birth Sea area, Zhou Wen only let Chen Xian collect 2. I thought both were for 3 days, but I didn't expect there was still a 5-day deadline. The full name of this 5-day pest control coupon is Xianchen Leviathan Pest Control Coupon. Chapter 145. After reading the 2 insect removal coupons, what was left was the golden seaweed fiber that Zhou Wen had been thinking about, a total of 42 pieces. This number surprised Zhou Wen a little. He didn't expect that so many survivors would encounter golden seaweed. Moreover, 42 pieces did not completely purchase all the golden seaweed fibers in the hands of all the survivors in the world, because there were only 42 tons of big mouth octopus meat left, and only so much could be traded. If he wanted to continue trading, there was not enough big-mouthed octopus meat. Although Zhou Wen killed 3 big-mouthed octopuses, Chen Xian and Jiang Hainao also needed to take care of their own guild members, so they gave the 2 smaller ones to their own guild members. Now, there are already 1,000 farmers in the 2 guilds, and Zhou Wen doesn't want these people to lose too much in this trial, otherwise they will have to start training from scratch again. After putting 42 pieces of golden seaweed fiber into the locker, Zhou Wen went out once by tapping the esophageal diaphragm and put on the shelves of today's 1,000 algae oxygen tanks. At this time, it was already night. Zhou Wen did not encounter any danger today and obtained 4 supply boxes very smoothly, but the 4 supply boxes only contained basic materials, nothing special. The trial will start tomorrow, but he does not know when it will start, so before going to bed, Zhou Wen put all the necessary items and supplies into a deep blue treasure box. As soon as the trial starts tomorrow, he can set off directly with the deep blue treasure box. After sorting out the things, Zhou Wen took another look at the small fine steel worm. After almost 2 days, the skin had been shed. Zhou Wen picked up the shed skin and looked at it. It was black in color, flexible and thin, with a faint metallic luster on the surface. Ding! Get the steel skin. The reminder sounded in his mind, but there was no specific introduction to the steel skin. Zhou Wen didn't know what it was used for, so he put it directly into the locker. Go to sleep. After a simple inspection of the stomach wall space, there was no problem. Zhou Wen lay on the wooden platform and fell asleep. However, most people in the survival world couldn't sleep that night. Tomorrow was the trial. The worry and fear of the unknown made it difficult for them to fall asleep. Ding! The underwater maze trial is about to start. Please be prepared. On the 30th day, in the morning, the loud world system prompt sounded in the minds of all survivors. Most survivors had not slept all night. When they heard the world system prompt sound, their nerves were tense and their faces were uneasy. The preparation time was 10 minutes. As soon as Zhou Wen heard the prompt sound, he immediately sat up from the wooden platform and began to check the equipment he was going to carry. He now has a total of 10 equipment slots, but the equipment slots can only hold weapons and armor. With his current equipment, he can't fill them up at all. The 2 steel long sword is the foundation of life, so it is definitely necessary to bring it. The blade fin yellow belt fish scale armor is the strongest protective gear currently available. The slender steel sword can be used when the 2 steel long sword is not needed. Finally, there is the scale steel breastplate that Zhou Wen has never used. Because the scale steel breastplate is too heavy, Zhou Wen has never used it. Even with the current strength of 42.5, it can only barely support the body when worn on the body. Zhou Wen estimates that the weight of the scale steel breastplate is at least 1,000 pounds. Although the scale steel breastplate is very heavy, its defensive power is also amazing. Although Zhou Wen has not used the 2 steel long sword to cut it, after all, both equipment are treasures. If any of them is damaged, he will be heartbroken. Therefore, Zhou Wen used the knife-finned yellow belt fish fin broadsword to chop the scale steel breastplate several times, and he used all his strength, even adding the 5 free attribute points of Pioneer to strength. After a few full-strength slashes, the knife-finned yellow belt fish fin broadsword was broken, but the scale steel armor was not damaged at all. The defensive power is much higher than the knife-finned yellow belt fish scale armor. But there is only one scale steel breastplate, which can only protect the upper body, not other parts. This is temporarily inferior to the blade fin yellow belt fish scale armor, that can protect the whole body. However, it can still be used as a shield at a critical moment. Zhou Wen placed 6 pieces of white scale armor in the remaining 6 equipment slots. If the outer white scale armor is damaged, one can be replaced immediately. When there was only 1 minute left for preparation, the world reminder sounded again. Ding! You are assigned to the 888th underwater maze. The maximum number of people in the maze is 10,000. Please find the exit of the maze within 1 day and enter the escape area, otherwise you will die. 888th underwater maze, 10,000 people, which means you will meet other people on the way. Zhou Wen quickly replaced his white scale suit with 6 spiked armors. At this time, the preparation time was about to end. Zhou Wen thought quickly, and immediately said something to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively in the last 10 seconds before the countdown ended. Ding! The preparation time is over, the underwater maze trial begins. The moment the system prompt sounded in his mind, Zhou Wen's body gradually turned into blue light, and what Zhou Wen didn't expect was that the stomach wall space also gradually turned into blue light. Is the transformed Leviathan going to participate in the trial? As soon as Zhou Wen raised this question, his body turned into a blue light and disappeared, holding the deep blue treasure box in his hand, and fell to the ground. The next second, Zhou appeared in a bubble space. The bubble was 3 meters in diameter, and the surface was completely transparent. He could see the situation outside. At this time, Zhou was standing on a round stone platform wrapped in transparent bubbles. Zhou found that he had not brought the deep blue treasure chest in, but he had anticipated this possibility, so it didn't matter. Anyway, if he couldn't bring it in, no one else could bring it in either, so that was enough. Is it really in the water? Zhou looked outside the transparent bubble, and it was all covered by seawater. The transparent bubble was like a waterproof membrane, blocking all the seawater outside. Although it was underwater, the light was not dim, because there was a row of light strips emitting bright white light on each of the huge high walls on the left and right. There is a 5-meter gap between the 2 high walls, which are 30 meters high and extend forward without a clear end. The transparent bubble where Zhou is located is in this 5-meter gap. Zhou tried to put his hand through the transparent bubble. The process was smooth without any resistance. His hand went directly into the seawater. The transparent bubble did not break. After taking his hand back, there were still a lot of water stains on his hand. After learning that he could leave the transparent bubble at any time, Zhou did not leave immediately, but opened the World Communication Channel to see if he could still communicate with other survivors. The World Communication Channel was blank at this time, with no messages. Zhou tried to send a message himself, but couldn't. Then he tried to send a message to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, but it didn't work either. It's a bit like the situation in the dual space. Zhou said lightly, closed the system interface, took a deep breath, and got out of the transparent bubble. Chapter 146. When Zhou's head entered the seawater, a bubble with a diameter of 50 centimeters wrapped around his head. There was air inside the bubble for breathing, but with each breath, the bubble would shrink a little. This bubble should be equivalent to an oxygen tank. As Zhou had speculated before, the world system could not let all survivors hold their breath underwater for the test. That would be too difficult, so it would be much more reasonable to have this bubble. Now Zhou is not worried about not being able to dive. He has done many dives in the Crimson Kelp Forest, and is very proficient in diving. Although he is not wearing a diving suit this time, and is a little uncomfortable to swim, it is not a big problem. After his body completely left the transparent bubble, Zhou first swam to a wall to check. The wall was dark green in color, with a lot of curved lines on the surface. Zhou chopped the wall with an iron knife, but no trace was left. Then he chopped it with a toothed steel knife, but no trace was left. What kind of material is this? It's so hard. Zhou was shocked. It was the first time he encountered an object that even a toothed steel knife couldn't cut. In addition to the 2 high walls being made of this hard material, the ground was also made of this material. The entire underwater maze should be made of this material. It would be impossible for Zhou to use a sharp-toothed steel knife to make a hole to pass through the high wall. However, what Zhou couldn't understand was that the front, back, left, and right were all blocked tightly, but the top of his head was empty, with no restrictions at all. The left and right walls were only 30 meters high. If there was no water, people would definitely not be able to climb up, but the problem was that the entire space was now full of water, and it was completely possible to swim up and cross the high wall to enter other areas. Zhou started to swim up along the wall directly, and he quickly swam up to a height of 30 meters, but just when he was about to reach the top of the wall, an invisible barrier blocked his way. The invisible barrier appeared right at the top of the wall, directly eliminating Zhou's possibility of climbing over the wall by swimming upstream. This invisible barrier was not hard, and was even very soft, but Zhou just couldn't break it, and the sharpest steel sword couldn't do anything to the barrier. Well, it seems that I thought too simply. But think about it, after all, it is a trial held by the world system, and there must be no such big loophole. Zhou looked up through the invisible barrier, and the top seemed to be full of seawater, but because there was no light, the vision was swallowed by darkness before it could see far. Just as Zhou was about to dive, a huge shadow suddenly appeared above him, and it kept expanding, quickly covering him. Zhou looked up and saw an eyeball that was bigger than his, staring at him blankly. Zhou's heart suddenly twitched, but he immediately found that this eye was very familiar. Oh, I found the villain. The voice of the Phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou's mind at this time. It turned out to be the Phantom Leviathan. Hearing the voice, Zhou was relieved. When the Phantom Leviathan saw Zhou, he wanted to continue diving and stay with Zhou, but he was also blocked by the invisible barrier. The angry Phantom Leviathan slapped it with its tail and rammed it with its head, but the invisible barrier only fluctuated a few times, and could not be destroyed at all. Seeing that the Phantom Leviathan was still stubborn and wanted to continue ramming, Zhou hurriedly stopped it, and then made some gestures, asking the Phantom Leviathan to find the exit of the maze. However, since there was no specific target, the Phantom Leviathan could not understand Zhou meaning at all, and Zhou had no other choice but to let the Phantom Leviathan follow him above the maze. Zhou dived to the bottom. The bubble on his head was almost touching his face. The oxygen inside had been used up. Zhou roughly estimated the time. The oxygen in the bubble could provide about 10 minutes of breathing time. Zhou didn't need to breathe so frequently because he had oxygen-rich bacteria in his body, but he had to figure out the oxygen content in the bubble and how long normal breathing could last. He also wanted to have a certain idea of the oxygen content in the bubble. He returned to the big bubble on the stone platform and left again. The oxygen in the bubble above his head was refilled. Next, we have to leave here. We can't go up. There are high walls on the left, right and back. It's a dead end. Zhou can only go forward. While swimming forward, Zhou gestured forward to the Phantom Leviathan above. The Phantom Leviathan understood and swam forward a long way. But Zhou didn't swim so easily. This straight road built by two high walls is at least 500 meters. It took him 5 minutes to reach the end with full swimming. If there was no water, he would have finished the 500-meter distance in 20 seconds at most. At the end of the straight road, 3 forks appeared. In the middle of the forks, there was a big bubble, which should be used to replenish oxygen, but Zhou didn't need it. Zhou looked at the 3 forks respectively, not knowing which direction to go, so he looked up at the Phantom Leviathan above, hoping that the Phantom Leviathan with biological radar could understand what he meant and point out a way to the exit. The Phantom Leviathan also looked at him, and for a moment, the two guys stared at each other. How do we get out? Zhou just felt a little headache. But the exit of the maze must be found by the Phantom Leviathan, because Zhou speculated that the area of the maze should be extremely large, and he would definitely not be able to get out by just wandering around in it. Go find the exit. Zhou swam up to the Phantom Leviathan, then gestured with his hand to form a door shape, and pointed forward. There was no other way. Zhou could only continue to communicate with the Phantom Leviathan by gestures. Maybe more communication would make the Phantom Leviathan understand what he meant. The Phantom Leviathan was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up, as if he understood, and then he flicked his tail a few times and disappeared from Zhou's sight. 10 seconds later, the Phantom Leviathan came back and asked Zhou to follow it. So fast? Zhou always felt a little unreliable, but he still followed the direction of the Phantom Leviathan and chose a fork to the right. In the next 10 minutes, Zhou followed the Phantom Leviathan and turned left and right at various forks. Finally, at a corner in front, the Phantom Leviathan stopped moving, and Zhou swam forward quickly. But just as he entered the corner, a big mouth full of sharp teeth bit Zhou. Because he was underwater, Zhou couldn't dodge immediately, so he could only put on the scale armor of the knife fish fin king belt fish. The big mouth bit directly on the scale armor, but it couldn't break the defense of the scale armor. Zhou took out the 2 steel long knife with his backhand and chopped the creature's body with one knife, directly cutting the creature into 2 pieces. Chapter 147. This creature was cut into 2 pieces by Zhou's knife. A large amount of blood flowed out, quickly dyeing the surrounding sea water red. The creature struggled briefly for a few times, and then lost its vitality. However, although the creature was dead, its mouth was still biting Zhou's body tightly. Zhou had to put away the weapon in his hand, and use both hands to pry open this big mouth full of sharp teeth. Is this a catfish? After getting rid of the restriction of the big mouth, Zhou took a general look at the dead creature in front of him, then touched it, and opened the biological illustration to check the basic information. Snake catfish body length, 5 meters. Weight, 500 kilograms. Food type, meat. Introduction. A catfish with a skin pattern similar to snake patterns, edible. Edible. There is nothing special about the illustrated information of this snake catfish, which belongs to a relatively common type of creature, but since it is mentioned as edible, it means that it can increase attributes. Now in the maze trial, Zhou didn't care much, and directly cut a piece of snake catfish meat with an iron knife, and then ate it bit by bit. While eating, Zhou observed the surroundings, and found that this was a dead end formed by 3 high walls. However, the space here was larger than Zhou's starting point, with a distance of 10 meters. In the innermost part of this space, near the wall, there was a supply box. Ding, eat the snake catfish meat, strength +1, constitution +1. Not bad, 2 attributes added. Since there is a 5-meter long snake catfish in the maze, it is possible to encounter larger creatures later. It is difficult for Zhou Wen to exert his full strength underwater, so it is always good to add more attributes. After eating the fish and adding attribute points, Zhou Wen swam to the innermost part of this space and opened the storage box on the ground. Ding, obtain glass X10. Glass, it's not bad, there's a supply box that can be used to store fish meat. Snake catfish meat can increase 2 attributes, and one of them is strength. In the eyes of other survivors, it is very valuable, so it can't be left here. After that, Zhou Wen used a 2-steel long knife to cut the body of the snake catfish into 5 pieces and put them into the supply box. After doing all this, Zhou Wen looked at the dead end in front of him, and then looked up at the phantom leviathan above. He didn't know what the phantom leviathan recognized his gesture as. It could be a creature, or a supply box, but it definitely didn't mean the exit. There was no way around it, because even Zhou Wen didn't know what the exit looked like. He could only roughly guess what the exit looked like based on the corridor built by the high walls of this maze. In addition, without paper and pen, he couldn't draw a rough outline, so he could only rely on his 2 hands to gesture. It was too abstract, and the phantom leviathan couldn't understand it at all. Zhou Wen could only swim upstream again, preparing to make more specific gestures to the phantom leviathan, but just halfway up, the phantom leviathan suddenly shook its head, as if it had discovered something, and then flicked its tail a few times and quickly disappeared. Ah, what did it discover again? Zhou Wen was a little confused. Soon, the phantom leviathan came back, and then took Zhou Wen back. It seemed that it knew that Zhou Wen could only move within the 2 walls, so the phantom leviathan had been leading the way in front of the maze. We should have found the exit this time. Zhou Wen saw the phantom leviathan taking him back, which meant that the phantom leviathan knew that the dead end was a dead end, so this time it would not take him to an area that was impossible to go. After exiting this dead end, the phantom leviathan took Zhou Wen to another road. This time the distance swam was very far. Zhou Wen swam for an hour, and the phantom leviathan did not stop. But this was also a good thing. The area of the underwater maze was not small. If the phantom leviathan stopped, it would mean that it did not find the exit. Just as Zhou Wen was swimming with the phantom leviathan, a huge creature suddenly appeared in the sea above the maze. It seemed to be a phantom leviathan. For a moment, the 2 phantom leviathans gradually met each other. The 2 phantom leviathans looked similar, but the phantom leviathan that just appeared was obviously smaller than Zhou Wen's phantom leviathan, so it was still easy to distinguish them. The presence of phantom leviathans meant that there were other people, but they should be on the other side of the high wall, so they would not meet for the time being. There was no conflict between the 2 phantom leviathans. They just looked at each other, and went their own way. Then Zhou Wen realized something was wrong, because the swimming directions of the 2 phantom leviathans only met briefly, and then one went left and the other went right, and then they never met again. Which direction is the exit? But Zhou Wen had no other choice but to continue following his phantom leviathan. Another hour later, after swimming through several forks, phantom leviathans appeared again in the sea above the maze, and there were 20 of them at a time. They all gathered together, and no one knew what they were doing. Zhou Wen's phantom leviathan also swam over quickly, and then stopped moving. There are 20 leviathans gathering. This should be the exit. Zhou Wen's current location is still some distance away from the area where the leviathans gather. However, there is no fork or corner in the middle. It is just a straight road. The end of the road may be the exit. It is only 100 meters. Zhou Wen quickly swam through this distance. However, the closer he got to the area where the leviathans gathered, the more he felt something was wrong, because the seawater was faintly red, and human limbs were floating at the exit. Zhou Wen frowned, slowed down his pace, approached the exit of this road little by little, and then looked inside. This is a huge space, with a diameter of at least 100 meters, and in the middle of this space, there is a large creature about 20 meters long. The creature looks like a lobster, with a fiery red body, a thick shell, and 2 tentacles covered with spikes, which are like 2 whips when they are swung. The most conspicuous thing is the 2 claws in front of the lobster creature, which are not in the shape of claws, but in the shape of an axe. Around this lobster creature, there were a lot of human corpses floating around. Most of the corpses had no equipment on them. They were just ordinary survivors. They should have strayed into this place. Many of these corpses were smashed into pulp, and could not be seen in human form. They should be the 20 symbiotes that had gathered above the maze, and transformed into leviathans. 20 meters should be enough. Zhou Wen directly added 5 free attribute points to strength, reaching 43.5, put on the scale armor of the knife-fin yellow belt fish, and entered this space. As soon as Zhou Wen entered this space, the lobster creature discovered him, and quickly moved its 6 claws like hammers, rushing towards him, like a charging tank. Chapter 148. Who? The lobster's tentacles were extremely flexible. Before approaching Joe, it swung its spiked tentacles and whipped at him. But Joe seemed not to see it, and stood straight in place. At the moment when the tentacles were about to touch him, a long steel knife appeared in his hand and swung it out, easily cutting off the tentacles. In underwater fighting, Joe could hardly exert any mobility. Many times, he had no time to dodge, so he simply did not dodge. Relying on his powerful equipment, he did not need to move before officially meeting the lobster. The lobster creature felt pain after its tentacles were cut off, and became extremely irritable. The speed of the 6 claws moved faster, and then it immediately whipped another tentacle. Joe remained motionless, and swung the long steel knife in his hand again, to cut off the remaining tentacle. At this time, the lobster creature had already rushed to Joe, and its huge axe-shaped claws chopped down at Joe fiercely. This time, Joe did not stand still. No matter what, the lobster creature was 20 meters in size. Even if the scales on its body could withstand the attack, the impact of the force was not something Joe could withstand. So, he immediately put away the scales on his body, burst out his strength, dodged to the side for a distance, and then put on the scales again, with the blade of the 2 steel long knife facing up, colliding with the axe-shaped claws that were chopped down. Crack! The sound of the shell cracking can still be heard clearly even in the water. The axe-shaped shell of the lobster creature was directly cut open by the 2 steel long knife. Joe swung the long knife and cut a gap of about 2 meters on the huge axe-shaped claws. Then, without waiting for the lobster creature to react, he briefly put away his blade-finned yellow-banded fish scales and 2 steel long knife, swam with all his strength, and like a small fish, he dived under the lobster creature's body. The 2 steel long knife appeared in his hand, and the 1.3-meter blade stabbed upwards. The blade penetrated the shrimp shell, and completely sank into the lobster creature's body. Joe held the handle of the knife with both hands, turned it hard, and opened a big hole in the lobster creature's shell. The lobster creature immediately frantically moved its 6 claws like hammers, as if it wanted to crush Joe under it to death. But Joe had already drilled into the big hole and entered the lobster creature's body. When dealing with such a large creature underwater, the flexibility of the body will be greatly limited due to the resistance of water, and a head-on confrontation will definitely not be able to defeat it. Then the safest way is to enter the body of a large creature, and then cause damage inside the body. Such a large creature has no solution at all, and can only struggle and wait for death. After Joe entered the body of the lobster creature, he began to swing the 2 steel long knife in his hand randomly, chopping whatever he encountered. The sharp 2 steel long knife was invincible, without any resistance, and cut through the thorns all the way. The lobster creature began to struggle frantically, constantly shaking its body and hitting its body, trying to shock Joe to death. But Joe's 40-point physical strength could not be shocked to death. After struggling desperately for a few minutes, the lobster creature gradually lost its strength. The area Joe drilled into was the head of the lobster creature, where all the important organs were. After being severely damaged by Joe, it could no longer control its body, and finally died completely due to the loss of vitality. After feeling that the lobster creature was no longer moving, Joe did not come out immediately, but directly checked the illustration information of the lobster creature. Axe-handed hammer-footed shrimp size, 20 meters. Weight, 80 tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. A shrimp with claws shaped like an axe. It uses its tentacles full of spikes to restrict its prey, and then uses its claws, like an axe, to chop the prey into pieces. It is edible. Its claws can be made into weapons, and its shell can be made into armor. After reading the illustrated information of the axe-handed hammer-footed shrimp, Joe confirmed that it was edible, so he cut a piece of meat from the shrimp and ate it directly. It tasted better than the snake-pattern catfish meat before. Ding, eat the meat of the axe-hand hammer-foot shrimp, strength +2. Only 2 points of strength? This time Joe felt that the attribute added was a bit too little, and he had to add some physical fitness at least. However, Joe did not hesitate, and swung the 2 steel long knife, opened a hole in the shell of the axe-hand hammer-foot shrimp again, and crawled out from inside. Humph! The voice of the Metamorphosis Leviathan sounded at this moment. Joe looked up, and his Metamorphosis Leviathan was very happy, swimming around among the 10 Metamorphosis Leviathans that had lost their symbionts, bumping into other Metamorphosis Leviathans from time to time, as if showing off something. You are really not afraid of being beaten. Those 10 Phantom Leviathans, although slightly smaller than his own Phantom Leviathans, are more numerous. If they fight, His phantom leviathans will definitely not win. Zhou was actually quite speechless. His phantom leviathans always took him to dangerous places, and he was quite proud after it was over. After decomposing the body of the axeman hammerfoot shrimp and putting it into the supply box, Zhou came to the center of this area. There is a 1-meter-high stone platform here, on which is placed a gold-rimmed supply box, which is why Zhou chose to take the initiative to fight the axeman hammerfoot shrimp. He had encountered the gold-rimmed supply box once in the treasure cave, and then he opened the fishbone armor blueprint. Although he has not made it yet, it is definitely a very rare blueprint. I wonder what good things this gold-rimmed supply box can give me. Zhou was excited and put his hand on the gold-rimmed supply box, and then slowly opened it. Ding! Obtained characteristic steel stamp X1. Ding! Characteristic steel stamp. Absorbs special energy. Form corresponding characteristics. Engrave it on the character attribute panel, and you can use special power. Is this characteristic steel stamp the method of using the burning core? Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Since he had obtained the burning core, he had taken it out almost every day to look at it, but he just couldn't use it. Now he finally found the prerequisite for using the burning core. Ding! Obtained the blueprint for the Axeman Hammer Shrimp's Shell Heavy Armor. Ding! Obtained the blueprint for the Axeman Hammer Shrimp's Pincer Axe. Ding! Obtained the blueprint for the Axeman Hammer Shrimp's Pincer Hammer. 3 blueprints in a row, but they were all related to the Axeman Hammer Shrimp. Zhou felt SOSO, but he still made all 3 pieces of equipment. The Shrimp Shell Heavy Armor is the same as the blade-finned yellow belt fish scale armor. It is also a piece of integrated equipment. The overall appearance is a heavy armor image. The whole body is red, and the head is similar to the shrimp head. Zhou tried to wear it. It is heavier than the blade-finned yellow belt fish scale armor, about 700 pounds, and because it is too bloated, the flexibility is very poor, and it can only be used for standing and fighting. From the battle with the Axeman Hammer Shrimp just now, Zhou felt that the shrimp shell still has a certain hardness, and the defense should be stronger than the blade-finned yellow belt fish scale armor. However, because it is too heavy, it is still not as good as the blade-finned yellow belt fish scale armor in combat. Afterwards, Zhou tried the claw axe and claw hammer. How to say it, it is a combat weapon matched with the shrimp shell heavy armor, which is not very practical. Chapter 149. After trying out the items made from the 3 drawings, Zhou took out the biggest gain of this time, the characteristic stamp. The characteristic stamp is very small and transparent, as if it is made of glass. The whole is a small rectangular block with a width of 1 centimeter, a length of 2 centimeters, and a height of 1 centimeter. It looks ordinary. But according to the introduction of the prompt sound in my mind, this characteristic stamp is used in conjunction with the combustion core. At this moment, Zhou really wanted to take out the combustion core immediately, and use it with this characteristic stamp to obtain the combustion characteristics. After using the burning feature, the power can be doubled. Although the duration is determined by the physique, the duration is very short due to the low physique, but it is also a powerful trump card. But the problem is that the burning core is in the locker. Zhou is now separated from the transformed Leviathan by an invisible barrier and cannot return to the stomach wall space, so he cannot obtain the burning feature for the time being. Putting the feature stamp into the supply box, Zhou looked around. In addition to the entrance he came from, there are 3 other entrances in this space, but he doesn't know which one to go through. He could only look up and look at his silly Leviathan, who was still swimming around among the 20 Leviathans and showing off. The Leviathan noticed that Zhou was looking at it, so it immediately stopped showing off and took Zhou to one of the 3 entrances. Which dead end are you taking me to? Zhou was helpless, but he still had plenty of time. If he could get some more good things in this trial, it would be worth the trip. Zhou followed his Leviathan and quickly left this space. Before leaving, he looked back at the 20 Leviathans that had been staying here. They didn't seem to be ready to leave. They seemed to have lost their souls after losing their symbionts. Only their bodies were left, and they had no goals. After leaving the space of the Axeman Hammerfoot Shrimp and entering the new maze passage, there was a big bubble. It had been 3 hours since Zhou last replenished his oxygen, and the oxygen in the bubble above his head had also been consumed. In order to ensure that there would be no unexpected situations on the way back, Zhou decided to replenish his oxygen in this big bubble. Shortly after entering the big bubble and replenishing his oxygen, another phantom Leviathan appeared above the underwater maze, and then, in front of the maze passage where Zhou was, a survivor wearing white scale armor appeared. The oxygen bubbles on the survivor's head were almost gone. After seeing the big bubble where Zhou was, he immediately swam a few times quickly and dived into the big bubble. The survivor looked at Zhou Wen's equipment. Zhou Wen was wearing spiked armor and holding an iron sword in his hand. It was actually quite good. But he was still one level lower than him, so the moment he entered the big bubble, he kicked Zhou Wen out. "Get out, I kill you if you dare to come in." The survivor was very rude and waved the sword in his hand threateningly at Zhou Wen. The sword was 3 fingers wide and more than 1 meter long. The blade was shining silver, and it was obviously a steel weapon. Zhou Wen was too lazy to argue with him. His oxygen was replenished, and he was ready to move forward. "Wait, leave your supply box behind." But just as Zhou Wen was about to leave, the survivor saw the supply box in Zhou Wen's hand, and with his eyes rolling, he raised the steel sword in his hand, pointed at Zhou Wen and shouted loudly. This survivor also brought a supply box. He had previously spent a lot of effort to kill a 3-meter creature. After eating the creature's meat, he gained a little strength bonus, and also got a supply box. Seeing that Zhou Wen also brought a supply box, he naturally thought that Zhou Wen had similar experiences to him. After all, although Zhou Wen's equipment was worse than his, he could wear a set of spiked suits, which was already better than 90% of the survivors. He still had a certain strength. Since he could get new creature meat with increased attributes without any effort, how could he miss it? Moreover, all the equipment on the other party's body was not as good as his. If the other party had any brains, he would not conflict with him. However, he was wrong. Just as he finished speaking, a black long knife suddenly appeared in the opponent's hand, then cut through the seawater and swung towards him. Looking for death. The survivor was furious. A rubbish wearing only a set of spiked armor dared to attack him. He immediately raised his steel sword to block. After preparing to block the attack, he immediately counterattacked to let the opponent know the consequences of attacking him. Bang! A crisp metal breaking sound rang in the survivor's ears. His expression suddenly froze. He slowly lowered his head, and saw that his white scale armor was stained red with a lot of blood. The opponent's black long knife cut across his chest like cutting tofu. Clang! The severed steel sword fell to the ground, along with the survivor's body that was cut open at the shoulder. Zhou Wen put away the long steel sword with a cold expression. He could ignore ignorance, but if the other party was looking for death, he could only let the other party die. Woo! Just as Zhou Wen was about to collect the other party's equipment, a loud chirping sound with a strong impact came from above, directly covering Zhou Wen. In an instant, Zhou Wen felt that his head was about to explode. Fortunately, this chirping sound lasted only a few seconds. "Damn it! What are you doing?" The voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded in Zhou Wen's mind at this time. The chirping sound just now was the cry of the transformed Leviathan of the white scale armor survivor. This cry was obviously to avenge its symbiote, but it was immediately interrupted by the tail of Zhou Wen's transformed Leviathan. Boom! The 2 huge transformed Leviathans above started fighting directly. With every move, the sea tide rolled and the space shook. The invisible barrier above the maze shook abnormally frequently under the impact of the violent surging sea water. It was the first time for Zhou Wen to see a Leviathan fight. However, it was similar to what he had guessed before. The fighting method was very simple. First, it slapped with its tail, then it butted with its head, and finally it spun and rolled. But because the opponent was also a Leviathan, and its size was not small, the last move of spinning and rolling could not be used, so he could only use the first 2 moves. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the opponent's Leviathan gradually ran out of energy, and could only dodge attacks. Zhou Wen's Leviathan chased it, and slapped it with its tail several times, and finally it was beaten away. "Humph, dare to hurt my villain, I beat you to death." Zhou Wen's Phantom Leviathan didn't chase after him, but just chirped at the fleeing Phantom Leviathan and said something cruel. Seeing that his Phantom Leviathan won, Zhou Wen was relieved and entered the big bubble to put all the survivors' items into his supply box. It's a pity for this steel sword. After Zhou Wen collected the white scale armor from the other party, he picked up the steel sword that was cut into 2 pieces. This was a very good weapon, but it was no longer usable, and he couldn't repair it without the blueprint. Ding! You kill a survivor, the underwater maze trial ends, and you will get all the other party's supplies. At this time, a system prompt sounded in his mind, but Zhou Wen's face did not show joy, but frowned. A trial to escape the maze. Why do you have a snatching mechanism? This mechanism is completely intended to cause fights between survivors. I hope Jiang Haitao and Shen Xin are okay. Chapter 150. After putting all the other party's things into the supply box, Zhou Wen immediately left the big bubble and continued to swim forward with the Phantom Leviathan. Bone skin fish body length, 3 meters. Weight, 200 kilograms. Food type, Meat. Introduction. A fish with a bony cortex on its body surface, edible. Zhou took out the bone-skin fish meat obtained by the survivor just now from the supply box and ate it. Ding, eat bone-skin fish meat, strength +1. Just as Zhou finished eating the fish meat, the phantom leviathan leading the way in front suddenly turned his head and looked back. Zhou also looked behind him. The leviathan that had been driven away just now came back again, but did not attack Zhou again. Instead, it stayed at the place where the symbiote died and did not move. After that, Zhou's leviathan took Zhou wherever there was a supply box. In 4 or 5 hours, Zhou killed 8 creatures of 3 to 5 meters and 2 creatures of 10 meters in length. He obtained 8 ordinary supply boxes and 2 silver-rimmed supply boxes. There was nothing much to say about the ordinary supply boxes. They were all materials that could only be obtained by entering the deep blue sea, such as iron ingots and glass. The 2 silver-rimmed supply boxes contained much better things. 2 steel weapon blueprints were opened, namely slender steel knife blueprint and curved steel axe blueprint. Slender steel knife blueprint, this is the blueprint of the steel knife that Zhou obtained from Wang Daobing before. With this blueprint, slender steel knives can be mass-produced without worrying about being unable to repair after damage. Use the 2 blueprints to check the items required for production. Slender steel knife blueprint requires steel ingot X2, wood X1, cloth X1. Curved steel axe blueprint requires steel knives X3, wood X2, cloth X2. After looking at the production requirements of the blueprint, Zhou continued to follow the transformed leviathan to look for supply boxes everywhere. After another 3 hours, a large number of transformed leviathans gathered in the front again. This time, there were more leviathans gathered, more than 50 of them. Zhou slowly swam to the entrance and looked inside. It was a space as big as the axe hand hammer foot shrimp. In the center of the space, there was a large creature about 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. The body of this large creature was in the shape of vertical sheets, similar to a pomfret. There were palm-sized hexagonal scales on the surface of the body, and the surface of the scales reflected the metallic luster. The body movement of this pomfret creature relied on the fins on both sides of the gills and the tail. Overall, it did not look aggressive. But more than 30 survivors had died in the area of the pomfret creature, and the flesh and blood of the bodies were like flies that had been swatted to death, sticking to the surrounding high walls or the ground. At this time, there were still a dozen survivors in the area, constantly dodging the attacks of the pomfret creature. Although the pomfret creature was large in size, its sheet-like body was very flexible in the water. It caught up with the survivor, then turned its body violently, from top to bottom, like a fly swatter, and slapped the body hard. The survivor who was hit was directly slapped to the ground and turned into a pool of meat paste. The other survivors saw this situation, but did not run away. Instead, they took the opportunity to snatch the gold-rimmed supply box when the pomfret creature left the central area. This is really a case of wanting the box but not his life. However, Zhou could understand that the gold-rimmed supply box must have good things in it. He, who had seen the gold-rimmed supply box twice, couldn't help but want to join the team to snatch the gold-rimmed supply box, let alone others. Just when a survivor wearing a full set of spiked armor and holding an iron weapon was about to touch the gold-rimmed supply box, the pomfret creature quickly twisted its body a few times and returned to the center in an instant. Suddenly, the survivor was shrouded by a huge shadow. He was so frightened that he waved the iron weapon in his hand in a mad way. However, the iron weapon chopped on the scales of the pomfret creature without leaving any trace. The weapon was even shaken out of his hand by the recoil force generated by the scales. Boom! The body of the pomfret creature fell again, and the survivor had no way to escape. He was smashed into a pool of meat paste, with broken spiked armor and flesh mixed together, and fragments of the iron weapon. After that, several people tried to snatch the gold-rimmed supply box, but they were all beaten to death by the pomfret creature. In the end, there were 10 survivors left. They no longer wanted to take the gold-rimmed supply box, and immediately withdrew from this space. The pomfret creatures don't have a strong desire to attack. As long as they stay away from the central area, they won't attack the survivors. Seeing that the other survivors had all left, Zhou put on a red shrimp shell heavy armor, holding a 2 steel long knife, and took heavy steps, slowly entering the pomfret creature's venue space. Outside the venue, several survivors hid at the entrance. After seeing Zhou wearing a shrimp shell suit, they were all shocked and began to discuss with each other. Fuck, what is that? How come there is a humanoid monster with a shrimp head in this maze? That's a person wearing some kind of equipment. He walks just like a human, and he's heading towards the big fish. Equipment? What kind of equipment is this? Isn't the best equipment the white scale armor? TSK, can the equipment be the best? The good equipment must be kept as a trump card and won't be known to others. That's right. I don't know if he can kill the big fish. I feel it's quite tough. Although the equipment looks powerful, the size difference between the two is too big. I am also one of the stronger survivors, with a strength of 15 points, but I saw 3 people with 15 points of strength being killed by the big fish just now. Even if the shrimp head is the strongest survivor, with a strength of at most 20 points, or 30 points to be exaggerated, it is impossible to kill this big fish. Just as these survivors made various speculations, the pomfret creature had already swam to Zhou Wen at an extremely fast speed, then swung its body, and hit Zhou Wen heavily. Zhou Wen quickly swung the 2 steel long knife in his hand, and chopped hard on the body of the large creature. Crack! The hard body of the large creature was cut open by the sharp 2 steel long knife. A large amount of blood poured out from the wound, dyeing the surrounding sea water red. But Zhou Wen also endured the impact of the pomfret creature. The terrifying impact force penetrated the shrimp shell and heavy armor, and hit Zhou Wen's body directly, making his consciousness blank for a moment, as if a truck hit his head, and his internal organs were also damaged to a certain extent. However, after eating the meat of the 10 creatures he had killed before, Zhou Wen's physical fitness had reached more than 50 points, and he barely took the attack from the pomfret creature. After regaining consciousness, Zhou Wen swung the 2 steel long knife again, and cut off the fin of the pomfret creature with one knife. The pomfret creature twisted its body wildly in pain, and escaped from Zhou Wen's attack range, leaving a long trail of blood that spread in the seawater. Chapter 151. Big Fish seems to be seriously injured? The survivors who were outside the venue did not see what happened specifically, because the battlefield was stained red with blood. They only saw Big Fish bleeding continuously, and moving away from the shrimp-headed man in a particularly strange way, leaving a trail of blood wherever he passed. Then, the shrimp-headed man walked out of the blood-stained area. From the outside, he looked unharmed. There was still a lot of blood on the surface of his heavy armor. As he walked, the blood spread in the water, as if it had its own blood-colored special effects. Run! One of the survivors' expressions changed drastically, and then he turned around and ran without any hesitation. Why run? We are not competing with this shrimp-headed man for anything. Maybe we can even get close to him. Another survivor was a little puzzled. With such a powerful survivor, as long as he got close to him, he would be safe in this underwater maze trial. He's still getting close to him. He's not a human at all. He's a shrimp-headed monster. If we stay here any longer, when he kills the big fish, we'd be the ones left. Ah, didn't you just say it was a human? He was able to fight a 20-meter long fish head-on, and the fish was defeated, but the shrimp-headed man was unscathed. Do you think this is something a human can do? All of a sudden, all 10 survivors who were watching at the entrance were scared away by the terrifying strength displayed by the shrimp-headed man. Zhou Wen just turned his head and took a look. It was good that they ran away. He didn't have to divide his energy and keep an eye on them. He was actually a little worried just now. After killing the pomfret creature, these survivors would come up and grab the gold-rimmed supply box without caring about their lives. It would be very troublesome for him to deal with them alone underwater. The pomfret creature had one fin cut off, and a 4 or 5 meter long cut was made on its body by the 2 steel long knife. The wound was very deep and bleeding. Zhou Wen was now wearing heavy armor, and had no ability to move quickly underwater. It was impossible for him to chase the pomfret creature, but it didn't matter. The pomfret creature was so seriously injured that it would bleed to death soon. He just had to wait. So Zhou Wen walked directly towards the stone platform in the center. The pomfret creature saw it, but had no ability to stop it. It could only use the remaining fin to swim around in a weird posture with its body pressed against the ground, and dared not approach Zhou Wen. I wonder what good stuff is in this gold-rimmed supply box. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand, and opened the gold-rimmed supply box directly. Ding! Get the transformed Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal, 10 days, x1. Ding! Transformed Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal. After feeding it to the transformed Leviathan, it can instantly grow in size for 10 days. It's worthy of being a gold-rimmed supply box. It's really full of good stuff. This energy crystal is equivalent to making the transformed Leviathan grow 10 meters instantly. Now Zhou Wen's transformed Leviathan is 62 meters long. After the underwater maze trial, he will go back and use this energy crystal directly on the transformed Leviathan. The size will instantly reach 72 meters, and the stomach wall space area can be expanded a little more. That's it? The prompt sound in his mind sounded once, and then it disappeared. Zhou checked the gold-rimmed supply box, and found that there was indeed only one item. Okay, this instant growth energy crystal does greatly improve the transformed Leviathan. It's normal that there are no other items. After putting the transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal into his ordinary supply box, Zhou turned his attention to the already motionless pomfret creature. The next thing was to see how much the pomfret creature's meat could increase in attributes. Because the pomfret creature had a flat body, it was cut open by the 1.3 meter long steel knife, and its internal organs were severely damaged. At this time, it had completely lost its ability to attack. It lay flat on the ground with its mouth opening and closing weakly. It was obvious that it would not live long. Zhou took out the two steel long knife and stabbed it again. The pomfret creature completely lost its vitality. Then he touched it with his hand and opened the biological illustration to check the basic information. Shield fish body length, 50 meters. Weight, 200 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction, a fish that looks like a shield. It not only has extremely fast speed, but also has extremely strong defense. It is edible. Its scales can be made into armor, and its fat has a shock-absorbing effect. It's really a pain to find it. The last material of fish bone armor, shield fish fat, is delivered to your door? Zhou was very surprised after reading the information of the shield fish illustration. Since then, he has collected all the materials needed to make the fish bone armor blueprint. The remaining thing is to collect 1,000 pieces of golden seaweed fiber, and the fish bone armor can be made. Cutting off a piece of shield fish meat, Zhou ate it while decomposing the shield fish corpse. This is the 13th creature he has killed since entering the underwater maze trial. Including the bone-skin fish obtained from the survivors he killed, there are a total of 14. The meat of the previous 13 creatures gave him a total of 10 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, and 5 points of speed. I wonder what attributes this shield fish can give him. Ding, each shield fish meat, strength +1, constitution +3, speed +3. It actually added 7 points of attributes. Zhou felt that this trial was really full of surprises. Although his strength was only increased by 1 point, his strength is now 47.5 points, and his speed is only 29 points. It would be nice to increase his speed a little more. Zhou, Pioneer, normal human attributes are 10, intelligence, 12, strength, 48.5, constitution, 57, speed, 32. Evaluation, infected with oxygen-rich bacteria, a person who doesn't train his legs. It's much easier to get attribute points in the underwater maze than outside. Zhou looked at his rapidly increasing character attribute panel and couldn't help but sigh. In order to get attribute points outside, he was on the verge of life and death several times. How could it be so easy to increase them in the underwater maze trial? The evaluation is not that of a sick person. It seems that the physical fitness has reached 57 points, and oxygen-rich bacteria can no longer affect the body. Zhou was a little surprised to see his character evaluation change. However, he did not think that oxygen-rich bacteria would never affect the body in the future. After all, the 72-meter knife-toothed eel was dead, and the physical fitness of 57 points was still not enough. It should be just temporarily suppressed. After decomposing the body of the shield fish and putting it into the supply box, Zhou put on a set of spiked armor again, and then followed the transformed Leviathan to the next supply box area. I have solved a death spiral. Zhou looked at the 40 phantom Leviathans that were resting above him. The gathering of so many phantom Leviathans would easily give other phantom Leviathans the illusion that this was the exit. Then, they led their symbiotes here one by one, and were killed by the shield fish one by one. In this way, the number of phantom Leviathans would increase, and the number of deaths would increase, which would attract more phantom Leviathans, thus forming a death spiral. After Zhou killed the shield fish, this death spiral no longer existed. When the survivors passed by here and found that this was not the exit, they would continue to move forward and would not stay for too long. Chapter 152. After a while, Zhou killed 5 creatures under 10 meters long and obtained some rare materials from 5 supply boxes. After eating the meat of these creatures, his strength increased by 2 points, his physique increased by 1 point, and his speed increased by 2 points. While searching for these supply boxes, Zhou encountered more and more survivors. Many of them were ordinary survivors without any equipment. When they saw someone like him wearing spiked armor and holding iron weapons, they would automatically give way or even turn directly into other forks. Of course, there were also some brave people who wanted to come up and curry favor with Zhou, but they were all rejected by Zhou. Why are you like this? You have such good equipment, so what's wrong with protecting us? How can there be such a person as you among the same human beings? A survivor seemed to see that Zhou Wen was easy to talk to, so he said loudly in dissatisfaction. Yes, yes, what's wrong with protecting us? If it really doesn't work, if there are equipment in the supply box, you can also share some with us. Seeing that someone took the lead, the other survivors also became bolder and came forward to surround Zhou Wen. Some even wanted to take Zhou Wen's supply box. At this moment, 3 survivors wearing spiked armor and holding iron weapons slowly swam over. The group of survivors surrounding Zhou Wen stopped questioning Zhou Wen when they saw 3 more armored people coming and quietly retreated to the high wall. They didn't know the purpose of the 3 armored survivors and didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Friends, there is strength in numbers. Do you want to act together? The leading man among the 3 armored survivors asked. This sentence made the eyes of the 5 survivors who had just questioned Zhou Wen light up, and then they nodded and stepped forward, willing to follow the 3 armor-piercing men. People are really different. Look at others, and then look at some people. The survivor who had taken the lead in expressing dissatisfaction with Zhou Wen, while following the 3 armor-piercing men, glanced at Zhou Wen with disgust in his eyes. Who says it's not true? There will always be some things in this world that are worse than beasts. The survivor next to him echoed. Zhou Wen pretended not to hear anything and just followed them, because his transformed Leviathan was heading in the same direction as them. How dare this guy follow? The 5 people saw Zhou Wen following them, and their faces became even more disgusted. When others asked him for protection, he would just refuse. Now that he has met a big shot, he is licking his face and approaching. It's really disgusting. The 3 armored men also found Zhou Wen, but seeing that he was wearing spiked armor, they just glanced at him and said nothing. Soon, Zhou Wen saw his own Leviathan, which was swimming among a dozen Leviathans, and would occasionally look at the direction Zhou Wen was in. Friend, there are so many Leviathans gathered in front, there may be large creatures. Let's change the way. At this time, one of the 5 people noticed something was wrong, but it was too late. The 3 armor-piercing men had surrounded the 5 of them in the middle, and it was impossible to run. At the entrance of the space in front, 15 ordinary survivors had gathered. They were restricted by the other 3 armor-piercing men, and then forced into the entrance in front one by one. Friend, no, big brother, we think it's better to pass the trial by ourselves, so we don't need to bother you. We leave now. One of the 5 wanted to leave, but as soon as he stopped swimming, he was grabbed by the neck by the armored man behind him and forced to the entrance. Boss, we found 5 people. The leading armored man said to a survivor wearing white scale armor. The survivor in white scale armor glanced at the 5 people, then nodded, and looked at Zhou Wen who followed behind, and found that Zhou Wen's gloves and belt were white scale armor, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He came here on his own. The leading armored man continued. Brother, do you want to join us? We are from the Tingfei Guild. My name is Chen Fei. The white-scaled armored survivor introduced himself to Zhou Wen. The Tingfei Guild? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. This was too coincidental. Yes, I wonder which guild you are from. Chen Fei asked with a smile. I am from the Leviathan Guild. My name is Wang Wen. Zhou Wen made up an identity and said. What are you doing? Zhou Wen asked, pointing ahead. Oh, there is a creature called silver arrowfish ahead, and we are letting these ordinary survivors catch it. Chen Fei said, as he led Zhou Wen to the entrance of the biological site. Then Zhou Wen saw a space with a diameter of 20 meters. In the center was a silver-rimmed supply box, but around it were a group of fish that looked like arrows. Each fish was about 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide, with an arrow-shaped head and a metallic luster on the surface. There were about 35 of them, and they swam very fast. At this time, there were already 4 or 5 corpses floating in the silver arrowfish's area. There were many holes on their bodies, and the heads of 3 or 2 silver arrowfish were stuck on the corpses. The ordinary survivor who was pushed in by Chen Fei's men immediately attracted the attention of the group of silver arrowfish, and they rushed towards the ordinary survivor in groups, like a rain of arrows. The ordinary survivor did not dare to swim back, because Chen Fei's men were threatening him with knives at the entrance, so he could only swim forward, but how could his speed be faster than the silver arrowfish? At that moment, a large number of silver arrowfish pierced through his body, and a large number of holes appeared on his body in an instant. He was dead, but there were 2 silver arrowfish stuck between his bones. This should be what Chen Fei said about catching fish. Brother, I am also from the Tingfei Guild, and they are my family. At this time, several of Chen Fei's men grabbed the 5 people who had just mocked and abused Zhou Wen and came to the front. One of the 5 people said that he was from the Tingfei Guild. I heard from my subordinates that Brother Wang seems to have some minor conflicts with these 5 people, so I'm here to vent your anger for you. Chen Fei said, not paying any attention to the survivor who claimed to be from the Tingfei Guild. He simply waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to push the 5 people into the silver arrowfish venue. Brother Wang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. I'm the beast. I was wrong. Please forgive me. The 5 people began to beg Zhou Wen for mercy and slapped themselves hard, just hating themselves for being rude. Zhou Wen ignored them and was thinking whether he should take the silver rim supply box. There was a high probability that there was a steel weapon blueprint inside. He already had 2 and didn't particularly need them, but what if it was a better weapon blueprint? So he was a little entangled. All 5 people were forced into the silver arrowfish field. In just over 10 seconds, they were pierced through the body by the silver arrowfish, and caught 5 silver arrowfish. Chapter 153. Chen Fei and his group pushed the 20 ordinary survivors they had captured into the space of the silver arrowfish. They used the lives of 20 people to capture more than 30 silver arrowfish. Now there are only 5 silver arrowfish left in the space, and the threat posed by this number has been greatly reduced. So, Chen Fei and his group of 6 entered the space at the same time. The 5 silver arrowfish still rushed towards them quickly. Chen Fei took the lead and faced the impact of the silver arrowfish first. He immediately took out a wooden shield from the supply box to resist. The head of the silver arrowfish was extremely sharp, and coupled with its extremely fast speed, its body seemed to turn into a silver light in the water, and it easily penetrated the wooden shield. But after penetrating the wooden shield, the speed of the silver arrowfish was also greatly affected, and the power of the impact was directly halved. When it finally hit Chen Fei's white scale armor, it could not cause any damage to the armor at all. Chen Fei also took the opportunity to swing the iron axe in his hand, and chop the slender body of the silver arrowfish with one axe. But surprisingly, this full-strength axe did not split the body of the silver arrowfish in 2. This silver arrow rain may not look big, but its physical strength is quite high. Zhou Wen also followed into the venue, but did not participate in the battle, just watched from the side. However, even if it was not split in 2, the silver arrowfish did not have the energy to continue swimming and attacking. Chen Xian used a wooden shield to catch 2 silver arrowfish, and the other 2 were caught by the men behind him in the same way, but the impact of the last silver arrowfish was extremely strong, and it actually directly penetrated a man wearing spiked armor, and then accelerated again in the water. The last remaining silver arrowfish accelerated in the water, and its body turned into a silver light. Its sharp head cut through the seawater, leaving a long way behind its tail, and it rushed directly towards Zhou Wen, who was watching the battle at a speed far exceeding the previous one. Brother Wang, be careful, Chen Fei reminded loudly. But Zhou Wen was not in a hurry. After the silver arrowfish entered his attack range, he swung his iron sword and cut the silver arrowfish in half with one knife. Seeing this scene, Chen Fei opened his eyes slightly, but immediately changed to a worried look and swam to Zhou Wen. Brother Wang, are you not injured? No, Zhou Wen answered, but his hands were not idle, and he directly put the silver arrowfish cut in half into his supply box. No, it's good. Now that the silver arrowfish guarding the silver rim supply box has been dealt with, how about we take a look at what good things are in the box, Brother Wang? Chen Fei invited Zhou Wen with a smile on his face. I heard that there are good things in the silver rim supply box. Since I have encountered it today, I naturally can't miss it. Thank you, Brother Chen. Zhou Wen glanced at Chen Fei and nodded. After that, Chen Fei's men scattered to catch the silver light swordfish stuck on the corpse. Zhou Wen and Chen Fei came to the stone platform in the middle, and then they looked at each other. Who would open it was a question. Brother Wang, you open it. Chen Fei hesitated for a moment, swam back a short distance, and let Zhou Wen open the silver-rimmed material box. Brother Chen is too polite, so I will obey your order. Zhou Wen did not shirk his responsibilities. Naturally, he was the first to check the things in the silver-rimmed material box, so he did not have to worry about Chen Fei hiding things secretly. Ding! Get the steel shield blueprint. Seeing it was a shield blueprint, Zhou Wen lost interest. The defense power of his 2 sets of armor was higher than that of the steel shield. After Jiang Haidao and Chen Xian came out of the trial this time, their strength should be more than 30 points. With the addition of the dozen or so kinds of creature meat in his supply box, there would be no problem in increasing their strength to more than 40 points. In the future, they can directly use the blade-finned yellow belt fish scale armor, and they don't need the steel shield at all. As for the members of the 2 guilds, they can't use the steel shield either. When they can use it, they will be the backbone of the guild, so they can directly use the blade-finned yellow belt fish scale armor. Moreover, Zhou didn't want to have a conflict with Chen Fei and the other 6 people. It wasn't that he couldn't win, but that his transformed Leviathan couldn't win. If Zhou killed Chen Fei and the other 6 people in one go, their 6 transformed Leviathans would definitely take revenge. At that time, the 6-fold chirping would be enough to make him suffer. His own transformed Leviathan might be able to fight 2 against 1, but it would be a pure beating against 6. Therefore, it was obviously not worth it to put his transformed Leviathan in danger for a steel shield blueprint that was not worth much to him. If this was a better blueprint, he could still think of a way to waste some time, first control the 6 of them, and then kill them one by one, so that his transformed Leviathan could fight one-on-one, but this blueprint was not worth wasting time on. There was only one blueprint in the silver-rimmed material box, and nothing else. It's a steel shield blueprint. After Zhou finished reading it, he handed it directly to Chen Fei. Chen Fei paused for a moment, as if he didn't expect Zhou to show him the blueprint, and took the blueprint and looked at it with some surprise. This blueprint is pretty good. Don't you need it, Brother Wang? After reading the blueprint, Chen Fei showed a hint of joy on his face, and then asked, Brother Chen, you are really joking. I just want to broaden my horizons. The silver arrowfish here were cleaned by Brother Chen's people. I didn't contribute. How can I want this blueprint? Zhou waved his hand quickly. But can you exchange some of the silver arrowfish for me? Zhou was not interested in the blueprint, but he still wanted some silver arrowfish. That's no problem. If they collect it, just give half to Brother Wang. Fei Chen said readily, and then picked up the empty silver-rimmed supply box. Silver-rimmed supply boxes are also very rare. Do you want one, Brother Wang? Of course, this belongs to Brother Chen. I don't have much strength, so how dare I take it? It's too conspicuous to carry it with me, and it's easy for people to covet it. Zhou refused again. Fei Chen nodded, and without saying anything else, he put away the silver-rimmed supply box. After a while, Fei Chen's men collected all the silver light swordfish from the corpse, and gave Zhou 20 of them. Zhou also gave Fei Chen a piece of meat, and then left. Why are you being so polite to him, boss? We got the silver swordfish with great difficulty, but he took half of it without doing anything, and only gave us a piece of meat the size of a basin. This is too much of a loss. Just after Zhou left, Chen Fei's subordinate spoke in dissatisfaction. Shut up, look for yourself. Chen Fei asked his subordinates to touch the meat Zhou gave him, and asked them to check the biological illustrations for themselves. Shield fish. 5. 50 meters. The subordinate's face turned pale, and he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, and then looked in the direction Zhou left, fearing that Zhou would hear what he had just said. Chapter 154. When I first saw him, I felt something was wrong. The key parts of his body were all spiked armor, but the useless gloves and belt were white scale armor. Who wears equipment like this? Isn't it obvious that he is hiding his strength? Chen Fei found something wrong when he saw Zhou for the first time. He was alone and saw a group of people wearing armor, but he didn't panic at all. He looked completely fearless. After many attempts, he was more certain that Zhou was not simple. Fortunately, I was polite to him and dealt with the 5 people who had conflicts with him, otherwise, we might all die. Chen Fei cut a piece of shield fish meat, and said while eating. His subordinates beside him could only watch helplessly. 7 points of attributes, worthy of a 50-meter giant creature, but the strength added is too little. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Chen Fei's face was shocked. The 30-meter big-mouthed octopus meat that the guild had distributed before only added 4 points of attributes. How is that guy? After Chen Fei obtained the attribute, he collected the remaining shield fish meat, and looked at the subordinate, who was pierced by the silver arrowfish just now. His stomach was pierced, and he feels like he can't survive. One of the subordinates replied, Take off his equipment and divide it among yourselves, and then keep a silver arrowfish for each of you. Don't tell anyone about what happened just now, not even the president. Chen Fei said lightly. Hearing their boss say this, the 4 subordinates were delighted and directly took off the equipment of their dying companions, and then kept a silver arrowfish for themselves. Silver arrowfish can increase 3 attributes, and is very valuable, but they are all core members of the Tingfei Guild. According to the guild's regulations, these should be handed in. If they can keep one, they will make a fortune. At this time, Zhou has followed his transformed Leviathan into another road. On the way, he checked the biological illustration information of silver arrowfish. Silver arrowfish body length, 1 meter. Weight, 10 kilograms. Biological type, carnivorous. Introduction. A fish that looks like an arrow, swimming in groups, swimming very fast, with a sharp head, can produce strong penetrating power, edible, and the skull can be made into weapons. Ding, eat silver swordfish meat, strength +1, constitution +1, speed +1. Although it is small in size, it adds a lot of attributes. A 1-meter fish can increase 3 attributes, just like a 10-meter scarlet sea snake. It can only be said that the size is large, which does not mean that the attributes are increased. It still depends on the species. I don't know if Chen Fei will be shocked when he sees the illustrated information of the shield fish meat. Of course Zhou Wen also knew what Chen Fei had seen, otherwise a person who used ordinary survivors as fishing nets. How could someone like him be so polite to him? So Zhou Wen deliberately gave him a piece of shield fish meat to prove his strength, so that if he met it again in the future, he would better avoid it. Moreover, the shield fish meat only increased the strength a little, but more importantly, it increased the physique and speed, which was not critical for Chen Fei or Zhao Teng, and was just used to bluff people. Half of the trial time had passed, and Zhou Wen was not going to let the transformed Leviathan continue to look for the supply box, otherwise, he would not be able to get out in the end and be killed by the system, which would be a loss. Go to where there are more Leviathans. Go to where there are the most. Zhou Wen changed the way of describing the search for the exit. Now half of the time has passed. There must be some people who have found the exit of the maze among 10,000 people. Just go to where there are more people. After a lot of gestures with the Leviathan nodded as if he understood. Zhou Wen also knew that it was impossible to make the Leviathan understand him completely, but he would try first and correct it if he made a mistake. For the next 3 hours, Zhou Wen kept shuttling through the various passages of the maze. After several trials and errors, the Leviathan roughly understood what Zhou Wen meant. Finally, he was brought to an area where a large number of transformed Leviathans gathered. Zhou Wen took a quick look and found that there were at least more than 1,000 of them. However, this was not an exit, but a field space of a large creature. Because there were many survivors gathered outside the entrance of the field space here. If it was an exit, they would not gather here. It's the first time I've seen a pure gold box. Yes, I wonder what good things are inside. Zhou Wen approached the crowd and heard their whispers. When he heard that it was a pure gold box, he immediately thought of the pure gold treasure box he got in the Night-Toothed Eel Cave. Not to mention the things inside, the golden order that the pure gold treasure box turned into was enough to make him excited. Among the 4 attributes of the character panel, the most difficult one to increase is intelligence. So far, he has added 2 points. After obtaining a golden order, he can increase his intelligence a little more. The first increase in intelligence made him clear-headed, memorable, and more accurate in controlling his body. The second increase in intelligence, on the basis of photographic memory, improved his ability to construct a thinking space. Now he is about to increase his intelligence for the 3rd time. Zhou Wen certainly couldn't miss this 3rd opportunity to increase his intelligence. He walked forward and took a look at the venue space. The venue here is much larger than the venue where the gold rim supply box was placed before, with a diameter of about 200 meters. In the center is a crystal platform with a pure gold treasure chest on it. But behind the pure gold treasure chest, there is a huge black snake. The snake's body is coiled together, and its specific length cannot be seen, but according to the snake's body size of 4 or 5 meters, the length is at least 30 meters. There are more than a dozen corpses floating in the venue, which is not a large number. After all, the huge size of the black snake is there. Except for some pretentious people, no one will foolishly enter to seek death. But they were unwilling to leave. If someone really killed the black snake, wouldn't they have the chance to get something for free? The more than 1,000 people gathered here basically had this idea. At least 30 meters, and judging from the black scales on its body, its defense seems to be quite strong. Zhou Wen was not sure if he could take down the black snake. If there was no water, it would not be a problem for him to take down the black snake with his speed and the long steel sword. But with water, he had no chance of evading and could only fight hard. But the impact force of this large creature when attacking was too strong, and he couldn't bear it at all. His body couldn't bear it when he took the attack of the shield fish before, and his physical fitness was 54 points at that time. Although his physical fitness has reached 59 points now, this black snake is obviously larger than the shield fish. Just adding 5 points of physical fitness will definitely not make up for the difference. In fact, if there were no other people here, Zhou Wen would take the risk and try it, but there were so many people around here. Even if he finally risked being seriously injured and killed the black snake, he could not escape the result of being besieged by these people. Chapter 155. If this happened outside, Zhou Wen would definitely not be so distressed. A barrel of hallucinogens could easily kill the black snake, but he could not bring these things into the maze trial from the beginning, and there was no way to transfer items in time through the system interface for defense. Without the help of external forces, Zhou Wen's combat ability was greatly weakened. In addition, being underwater made Zhou Wen lose his flexibility, and he could only choose to fight against large creatures head-on. With all these restrictions, this black snake seemed extremely powerful. Let's find the exit first. It's no use to waste time here. There are only 8 or 9 hours left before the trial ends. If the trial cannot be completed, then even if 10 pure gold treasure chests are obtained, it will be meaningless. Zhou Wen thought briefly, and decided to find the exit first. After finding the exit, if there is enough time, he can come back here and find a way to kill the black snake, and get the things in the pure gold treasure chest. After all, Zhou Wen's memory and spatial construction ability are very strong now. As long as he has walked a road once, he can construct it in his mind, so he doesn't have to worry about not finding the way back. Just as Zhou Wen was about to call his own Leviathan, he suddenly thought of something, and then looked at the supply box in his hand. He was not without external help now. The fat of the shield fish has a shock-absorbing effect, so can the fish meat be used to resist the attack? Zhou Wen's mind turned quickly, and he compared the size of the black snake and the shield fish in his mind. The difference was not too big, and coupled with the shock-absorbing effect of the shield fish fat, he speculated that the idea of using the shield fish corpse to resist the impact of the black snake was very feasible. The size of the black snake is about 30 to 40 meters. Although the scales on its body look hard, they are definitely not able to protect against the 300-meter steel-armored Leviathan's teeth-made long steel knife. Zhou Wen only needs to resist the impact of the black snake's attacks a few times to continuously inflict heavy damage to the black snake. After a few rounds of attacks, he should be able to kill the black snake with minor injuries, or even no injuries. Even if he is besieged by a large number of survivors, as long as his injuries are not serious, he can rely on his heavy armor defense and leave this venue without killing the survivors. The next step is to find out whether the body of the shield fish can play a role in reducing the impact force. This requires experimentation, so Zhou Wen left the crowd and came to an uninhabited area according to his memory, and then took out a 2-meter-long piece of shield fish meat from the supply box. There is a 20-centimeter thick layer of fat under the skin of the shield fish. Zhou Wen directly cut off a 1 square meter piece and covered himself with it. Afterwards, Zhou Wen lay flat on the ground, holding the claw hammer in both hands, adding 5 free attribute points to strength, and the strength reached 55.5 points. Finally, he used all his strength to smash himself. Bang! The claw hammer hit the 20-centimeter thick shield fish fat, making a dull sound. The impact force generated by the hammer spread on the shield fish fat, like ripples on the water, but soon dissipated. Zhou Wen, who was under the fat, did not feel any impact, as if the hammer he had just used with all his strength did not hit him. Afterwards, Zhou Wen took off his spiked armor and tried many times, and found that the shock-absorbing effect of the shield fish fat was far beyond his imagination. The impact force generated by his 55.5 strength could not penetrate the 20-centimeter thick shield fish fat at all. This is when he is completely unequipped. If he wears the shrimp head heavy armor, the effect of reducing the impact will be even better. However, the impact generated by the huge black snake is definitely not comparable to Zhou Wen, but when he uses a whole piece of shield fish meat, the effect of reducing the impact is stronger, plus the heavy armor on his body. Not to mention completely offsetting all the impact, as long as the intensity does not exceed the range that Zhou Wen's physique can withstand, it is enough. I don't know if I can spread a layer of this shield fish fat on my body, and then wear heavy armor. To be on the safe side, Zhou Wen thought he needed to make another layer of defense. So, he used a long steel knife to cut a 1 centimeter thick and 1 square meter thin slice from the 20 centimeters thick shield fish fat horizontally, and then made 2 holes in it, and wore it as a vest. In order to determine how strong the shock absorption effect of 1 centimeter thick shield fish fat is, Zhou Wen hit himself with the claw sledgehammer again, but this time he didn't use too much force, otherwise he would be seriously injured by accident, which would be funny. The claw hammer hit the fat vest and Zhou Wen could clearly feel the impact, but the impact that was originally concentrated on one point was spread to the whole body by the fat vest on his body. The whole body was like a massage, and the hit part only vibrated for a while, without any pain. Zhou Wen then increased the force and hit his body several times. With full force, he could feel the pain, but it was not enough to cause damage to his body. This shock absorption effect is good. Knowing the powerful shock absorbing effect of shield fish fat, Zhou Wen is even more looking forward to the fish bone armor. When it is made, it will definitely be the strongest armor at present. It is not only hard, but also impact resistant. It is definitely a weapon for fighting large creatures. Finally, It depends on whether he can wear the shrimp head heavy armor while wearing the fat vest. The size of equipment in this world varies according to the size of people. There is not much space inside to stuff some messy things. Apart from the clothes on his body, Zhou is really not sure whether the fat vest can be worn. Can it be worn together with the shrimp head heavy armor? Sure enough, after Zhou put on the shrimp head heavy armor in an instant, the fat vest on his body was directly separated from his body. The two items were incompatible as he worried. But Zhou still didn't give up. Why can clothes be worn, but the fat vest can't be worn? So, he kept thinning the thickness of the fat vest and kept trying to make it compatible with the shrimp head heavy armor. Finally, when the thickness of the fat vest was only 5 millimeters, it was not forced to be separated from the body by the shrimp head heavy armor. Zhou successfully put on the fat vest and the shrimp head heavy armor at the same time. Although the thickness of the fat vest was halved, it still had a certain shock absorption effect. It was better to have it than not. After that, Zhou made a pair of fat pants and a fat hat to protect the important parts of his body. Finally, he put on the shrimp head heavy armor, took the 2 steel long knife, and walked directly to the venue where the black snake was. At this time, there were several survivors, who were not afraid of death, in the black snake venue. They tried to take the pure gold treasure chest, but were killed by the black snake's tail. The upper half of the black snake's body did not even leave the place. The survivors who had been waiting to pick up the leaks around them saw that time was passing by little, and some of them could not wait any longer. If they did not find the exit of the maze, they would die when the trial time was over. Chapter 156. Go, this is simply not something a human can handle. Yeah, after watching for so long, the black snake basically didn't move. If anyone gets close, it will be killed by its tail. No one can survive. I thought there might be a hidden god among humans, but it seems I thought too much. Bullshit, what god? Do you really think this is a novel with a cheating protagonist? I don't know if there is a cheating protagonist, but there are still gods. Chen Xian, the president of the Survivor Guild, just killed a 30-meter big-mouthed octopus. Everyone knows this? I think it was killed by the transmogrified Leviathan. Not really. I learned from a member of the Survivor Guild that President Chen Xian killed not just one big-mouthed octopus, but 3. He sold one, gave one to his own guild members, and traded the last one to the Brother Jiang Guild. Fuck, 3 30-meter big-mouthed octopuses? This is too exaggerated. The gap between the guild president and ordinary people like us is so big. What else? You don't really think that the guild leader just has a lot of basic materials, right? Then in our underwater maze number 888, will there be a guild leader who will come to kill this black snake? It feels very difficult. Not all guild leaders have the same terrifying strength as President Chen Xian. At least they have to be from a big guild, and there are only a few big guilds. We definitely won't meet them. Then why are you waiting? Time is running out. Let's find the exit of the maze quickly. Just as some survivors were about to leave, a shrimp-headed man in red heavy armor walked into the black snake's venue space and slowly walked towards the location of the black snake. Damn, shrimp-headed man. A survivor who had seen Zhou before cried out in surprise after seeing the heavy armor of the shrimp-headed man. Shrimp-headed, what? Shrimp-headed man, real shrimp-headed? What shrimp-headed man? Shrimp-headed man, I saw it once before. A 20-meter long fish was killed by it with one knife. Zhou obviously did not kill the shield fish with one knife, but this survivor, as one of the witnesses, unconsciously exaggerated a little. After all, because of the blood, he did not see the specific process. Ah, a 20-meter long fish, killed with one knife? Are you dreaming? Is this something a human can do? Who said it was a human? It was a monster. It turned its head and looked at us. It wanted to kill us. Fortunately, we ran fast. You are making up stories here. Monster? Didn't you see that he was holding a supply box in his hand? Who said that a person holding a supply box must be a human? The survivor obviously realized that he had made a wrong judgment, but he still insisted. Some survivors beside him didn't bother to pay attention to him. Although most survivors don't believe that the shrimp-headed man can kill a 20-meter creature with one knife, it should be true that he can kill a 20-meter creature. With such strength, he can fight the black snake. Since there is a hidden strongman wearing powerful equipment that they have never seen before, and he wants to deal with the black snake, then they naturally don't plan to leave. Maybe the shrimp-headed man will kindly share the body of the black snake with them. After all, they are all human. At this time, Zhou approached the middle area of the entire venue little by little. The black snake had already discovered him, but did not attack immediately. It just raised its body and waited for him to get close. It was obvious that it didn't take him seriously at all. Zhou had actually seen some survivors preparing to leave. He wanted to wait a little longer, but he thought better of it. If someone left, new people would stay. He didn't have time to waste it all the time. Besides, there was no big difference between facing 1,000 people and 500 people. Huh? As Zhou entered the attack range of the black snake simply swung its tail and swept towards Zhou as before. The huge force squeezed the seawater in front of him. The seawater seemed to become an invisible wall and hit Zhou directly, causing Zhou to stop moving forward and even take a few steps back. After the strong water flow hit, a huge black snake tail followed closely. Zhou instantly took out a 2-meter shield fish meat block from the supply box. Then he swung the 2 steel long knife in his hand and slashed forward fiercely at the moment when the black snake tail hit the shield fish meat block. Boom! The huge force hit the shield fish, making a loud noise, and the surrounding sea water trembled violently under this impact. The surface of the shield fish meat block was instantly beaten into meat paste by this terrifying force. A strong impact force penetrated the entire meat block and was transmitted to Zhou shrimp head heavy armor, and then penetrated the shrimp head heavy armor and hit Zhou body. Zhou was knocked out 5 or 6 meters by this force. You have to know that this was underwater. The impact of the bullet could only move 1 or 2 meters underwater. This shows how powerful the tail was. If it was in a space without water, he could fly out 20 or 30 meters. However, the shield fish meat block was indeed effective in reducing the impact force. Although Zhou still endured a strong impact, it was still within the body's tolerance range. He didn't even feel dizzy, so he was considered unscathed. The black snake was different. Zhou's long steel knife cut a 2 to 3 meter long cut on its dark tail. The cut was very deep, and scarlet blood flowed out of the cut. Oh my god, what kind of fighting method is this? Using fish meat as a shield, the gods are gods, and their fighting methods are different from those of ordinary people. The black snake seemed injured, but the shrimp-headed man was not injured. Awesome. That black weapon is quite powerful. Someone used a steel weapon to cut the scales of the black snake before dying, but it was useless. This black weapon actually injured the snake with one cut. Seeing this scene, the survivors who were watching had different thoughts for a while. Most people thought it would be best if the black snake and the shrimp-headed man were both injured, so that they might be able to obtain the shrimp-headed man's equipment and weapons. The black snake was extremely angry because of its tail injury. It twisted its body wildly and attacked Zhou continuously, but all the attacks were blocked by Zhou's shield and fish meat, and then he took the opportunity to swing the 2 steel long knife. After several rounds of attacks, the black snake basically did not hurt Zhou, but it was cut with long wounds on its body, and the red blood soon dyed the battlefield red. I can't see it anymore. Did the shrimp-headed man win? How about we take a closer look? You're right. Go and take a look. The battlefield was dyed red with blood. The survivors who were watching the battle outside couldn't see the situation inside clearly. Some of them were anxious. Some of them were even eager to try, and were ready to enter the venue space. Chapter 157. The black snake in the bloody battlefield was also forced into a corner, and it opened its mouth wide and swallowed Zhou, along with the fish meat he used as a shield for defense, into its stomach. This made Zhou very happy. He originally thought that he would have to continue fighting for a while until the black snake died of blood loss, but he didn't expect that the black snake would actually swallow him into its stomach. Zhou moved his mind and replaced the shrimp head heavy armor with the knife-in yellow belt fish scale armor, so that he could swing the 2 steel long sword more quickly. 5 free attribute points were also added to strength, 55.5 points of strength. Holding the long steel knife in both hands, he began to slash desperately in the belly of the black snake. The black snake that swallowed Zhou immediately realized that it had made a wrong decision just now. It felt a severe pain in its body and began to twist its body madly. The painful roars spread throughout the venue, and the survivors outside were trembling with fear. Are we going to win? Should be? Many survivors have already begun to enter the venue with courage. As long as the black snake's painful roar stops, they will rush into the bloody battlefield to fish in troubled waters. Finally, after struggling for more than 10 minutes, the black snake's movements gradually slowed down, and finally its huge body lay on the ground, no longer having the strength to struggle. Puff! A dark black long knife cut open the black snake's abdomen, and Zhou, wearing a shrimp head heavy armor, walked out. Zhou was in a state of disarray at this moment. There were large areas of corrosion on the surface of the shrimp head heavy armor, and several parts of the body protected by the heavy armor were also corroded. Why is the digestive juice of this black snake so powerful? Zhou put away the shrimp head heavy armor, and then reluctantly used seawater to wash the corroded skin and dilute the digestive juice on it. The knife-in yellow belt fish scale armor that he had just worn in the black snake's body had been corroded with holes. If he hadn't discovered it early and immediately changed into the thicker shrimp head heavy armor, he would have been dissolved by the digestive juice. After cleaning the wound, Zhou immediately put on the shrimp head heavy armor again, and then according to his memory, he found the crystal table where the pure gold treasure chest was placed in the blood-red seawater. Now there is no time to carefully check the items in the pure gold treasure chest one by one. Zhou just took a rough look and put the 3 items into his ordinary material box. Then he used the golden order transformed by the pure gold treasure chest directly and added it to the intelligence. The intelligence reached 13 points. However, this time the bonus was not as obvious as the previous 2 times, but the brain thought faster. After collecting the items in the pure gold treasure chest, Zhou began to cut the body of the black snake with a long steel knife. He had to be fast because the group of survivors watching the battle outside would definitely rush over after the fighting stopped. Just when Zhou collected half of the body of the black snake, he saw some changes in the flow of the blood-colored seawater out of the corner of his eye, and then he looked in the direction that caused the seawater to change. In the red seawater, a figure was swimming towards this side. Zhou frowned, but ignored it, and continued to cut the black snake and put the meat into the storage box. The figure swam near Zhou, but did not approach him. He just waited at a distance where he could see Zhou. Then, more and more figures appeared, hundreds of them. That great god, the great god Xiaodo? As the number of survivors increased, some people became bolder and began to try to communicate with Zhou. But Zhou had no intention of talking to them, and continued to cut the snake meat. Master Shrimp Head, can you give us some of this black snake meat? You took the pure gold box, and there must be very good things inside. We won't fight with you for these. Just leave some black snake meat for us. Zhou just found it funny when he heard the words of this survivor. It seemed as if they took the initiative to give him the pure gold treasure box, and he had to give them some black snake meat. He killed this black snake by himself, and he got the pure gold treasure box by his own strength. What does it have to do with these guys who have been watching the battle outside like a group of hyenas? Faced with a huge black snake, they didn't even have the courage to enter the venue, but faced with a fellow snake that could kill the black snake, they dared to surround him in a group, and then wanted to share his victory in a high-sounding manner. Zhou still seemed not to hear, and continued to divide the black snake's body. At this time, there was only 1/3 left. It would take a little more time to put all of it into the supply box. But the group of survivors around saw that the black snake's body was getting less and less, and some of them became anxious. Hey, as human beings, you don't leave us anything. Isn't that too much? Yes, you are really powerful, but we can deal with this black snake. As long as we gather enough people, we can kill it. It's just that you got there first. Now I just ask you to give us some, but you are unwilling to do so? Why are you pretending not to say anything? We can take it ourselves. He won't dare to kill us. The survivor swam towards Zhou, swung the iron weapon in his hand, and slashed at the scales of the black snake, trying to cut off a piece of meat for himself. But the embarrassing thing was that the black scales were extremely hard, and the knife didn't damage them at all. Instead, his iron weapon broke the blade. Zhou ignored the survivor, and cut off a large piece of snake meat with a long steel knife. He was about to put it into the supply box, but the survivor stretched out his hand, and wanted to touch the snake meat, and put it into his supply box. Shwa! The long steel knife cut through the seawater, and cut the arm cleanly, cutting off the survivor's arm. Ah! The greedy survivor screamed in pain after his arm was cut off. But Zhou didn't pay attention to him, but looked up. He was more worried that the other party's phantom leviathan would attack him. Woo! A loud cry sounded from above, and the sound waves formed by the sound rushed towards Zhou, but were soon interrupted. Just getting injured is not enough. Zhou suffered from the sonic attack of the opponent's leviathan, and his head was slightly dizzy, but it was much better than before. I don't know if it was because of the improvement of his physical fitness, or because of the fat hat on his head. But even so, he couldn't let go and kill, because he would definitely not be able to withstand the sonic attack of multiple leviathans at the same time. So, Zhou accelerated the speed of cutting the black snake meat, quickly collected all the meat, and then quickly left here. It seems that we are injured, and our leviathan will attack him. Don't be afraid, he dare not kill us. Go up and grab the snake meat together. Chapter 158. When the survivors around saw that the shrimp-headed man didn't dare to kill anyone, someone immediately encouraged the people around to rush forward to grab the snake meat. Because the more people there were, the more chaotic the scene was, and the more people the shrimp-headed man would hurt with his knife. Maybe they could use other people's transformed Leviathan to kill the shrimp-headed man, so that they could get the shrimp-headed man's powerful equipment. You're right, he doesn't dare to kill us. There was really a group of survivors, who were not afraid of death, and were encouraged to swim towards Zhou. After Zhou cut off a large piece of snake meat, they rushed forward and wanted to grab the snake meat. They thought Zhou would be afraid to hurt them. However, Zhou swung his knife, and directly cut the survivor closest to him in half. This sudden fatal knife scared the survivors, who were trying to fish in troubled waters, and they retreated one after another. Zhou also knew the principle of killing a chicken to scare the monkey. Since he injured the other party's phantom Leviathan would still attack him, so he might as well kill him directly to shock the survivors, who thought he didn't dare to kill people. Anyway, the result would be the same. Woo! Another sound wave hit him, and Zhou instantly took out a piece of shield fish meat from the supply box. The sound wave hit it, and was reduced by more than half. The remaining power had basically no effect on Zhou. The survivors looked at each other, and retreated because they would only seek death if they continued. It would be better to leave, and find a way out. Don't be afraid, he can resist the sonic attack of the Leviathan. But how many Leviathans can his Leviathan fight? Will he let his Leviathan die? Seeing that some of the survivors wanted to retreat, others began to encourage them. Yes, don't be afraid, come together, he dare not kill too many people, otherwise his transformed Leviathan will be besieged and killed. Zhou looked coldly at the few people who kept encouraging other survivors. He really wanted to kill them all, but for the sake of the transformed Leviathan, he really couldn't kill too many people. What should I do? Should I really give the remaining snake meat to them? Zhou looked at the remaining quarter of the snake meat, and fell into a dilemma, but he really didn't want to let these people who got something for nothing get away with it. Just as Zhou was struggling, a box appeared on the system interface. He glanced at it, and his eyes lit up. The next second, his body, along with the remaining quarter of the snake meat, and the besieged Leviathan above, turned into a blue light, and disappeared directly from the eyes of hundreds of survivors. Where are the people? What's going on with the blue light? The snake meat is gone too, what's going on? Just when these survivors were confused, Zhou appeared in another underwater maze, and in front of him was Jiang Haitao, who used the companion voucher on him. At this time, Jiang Haitao was in a weak state, obviously because he had used the boiling blood coral powder. The traveling ticket was sent to Jiang Haitao by Zhou a dozen seconds before the underwater maze trial began for self-defense. However, Zhou was not sure whether it could be used in the trial, so he just tried it. He did not expect it to be really useful. Brother Wen. Jiang Haitao was wearing a set of knife-fin yellow belt fish scale armor. The gaps between the scales of the armor were stained with large patches of blood, and it was obvious that he had fought with others. What's going on? Zhou asked while cutting the black snake meat. As Jiang Haitao told the story, Zhou knew the general situation. The maze where Jiang Haitao was located was the 1000th underwater maze, and at the exit of the maze, there was a group of members of the Tingfei Guild. They directly blocked the exit, and killed people one by one. Even the survivors with a full set of armor had only two choices, either to join them or to be killed by them. Therefore, the number of the other side increased, and the power became stronger and stronger, reaching hundreds of people, basically all wearing armor. This caused many survivors to gather at the exit, and not dare to pass through. Jiang Haitao saw this, and tried to reason with those people, but they were unreasonable. Seeing that he was wearing white scale armor, and was unwilling to join them, they began to besiege him. The other side had a large number of people, and a lot of steel weapons. After a siege, Jiang Haitao's white scale armor was damaged. After suffering some injuries, he took boiling blood coral powder, and used the knife-fin yellow ribbon fish armor, and killed 7 or 8 people in anger. But the effect of the boiling blood coral powder was limited, and there were nearly 100 people organized by the Tingfei Guild. Jiang Haitao knew that once the effect of the boiling blood coral powder wore off, he would be slaughtered by them, so he fought his way out, retreated back to the maze, and hid in an empty corner. The reason why these people organized by the Tingfei Guild dared to kill people at the exit was that there was a 100-meter passage from the underwater maze to the platform, where the exit was located. Only survivors could walk through this passage, and Leviathan could not follow the illusion. In other words, if you kill someone on the platform, you will not be retaliated by the transformed Leviathan, and you can get all the other party's supplies by killing someone. These people are naturally inhumane, and kill everyone they see for their own development. After listening to Jiang Haitao's story, Zhou also collected almost all the bodies of the black snake. Finally, he took off the shrimp head heavy armor, touched the black snake, and checked the illustration information. Diamond sea snake body length, 100 meters. Weight, 3,300 tons. Food type, meat carbon. Introduction. A sea snake with a body covered with diamonds. The diamondized skin has extremely strong defense. It is difficult to be destroyed by conventional weapons, and can be eaten. The diamond skin can be made into armor or weapons. Diamond sea snake? Where are the diamonds? Zhou looked at the dark scales on the surface of the diamond sea snake meat, which did not look like diamonds at all. Is it because it is too small, and the skin has not yet begun to turn into diamonds? Zhou thought that this should be the case, so he cut 2 pieces of diamond sea snake meat, eating one for himself and one for Jiang Haitao. This is too unpalatable. The diamond sea snake meat was very hard, and the taste was like chewing coal, and it had a strong fishy smell. Zhou almost vomited after eating it, and Jiang Haitao nodded in agreement. Ding, eat diamond sea snake meat, strength +5, constitution +10, speed +5. Damn, 20 points of attribute bonus. Who said this meat is unpalatable? This meat is awesome. When Zhou saw so many attribute points added, his face changed immediately, leaving Jiang Haitao speechless. Brother One, what should we do next? After adding 10 points of constitution, Jiang Haitao's weak state was also alleviated a little, so he asked, what should we do? Kill them all. Zhou was holding back a lot of anger, and Jiang Haitao happened to have hundreds of people blocking the exit and killing people, so he had to calm down. But before that, Zhou wanted to find the pure gold treasure chest in the number 1000 underwater maze. Since he was here, he naturally had to take away the good things here. Chapter 159. However, after searching for about 3 hours, Zhou only found a gold-rimmed supply box, which Jiang Haitao had encountered before. However, because there was a 20-meter creature guarding it, Jiang Haitao felt that he could not defeat it, so he left. Zhou looked into the space of the venue. This was a 20-meter giant arapaima, with large and thick scales on its body, just like a thick layer of armor. Under the refraction of light, the scales would change to different colors at different viewing angles, which looked extremely gorgeous. There were about 4 hours left before the end of the trial, plus the time to return, so Zhou didn't have much time to waste. Brother One, be careful. Although Zhou had always given him large creature meat to eat, it was the first time he saw Zhou fight a large creature, so Jiang Haitao was still a little worried. Only 20 meters, no big deal. Zhou first used his axe to hammer the shrimp shell, repaired the damaged shrimp head armor, then took the 2 steel long knife in his hand, entered the venue space, and walked straight towards the large giant arapaima in the center area. The large arapaima immediately spotted Zhou, swung its wide tail, twisted its huge body, and soon rushed in front of Zhou, then instantly opened its big mouth covered with bone armor, trying to swallow Zhou in one bite. Zhou directly took out a large piece of shield fish meat from the supply box to block in front of him. The arapaima didn't know how a piece of fish meat suddenly appeared in front of it, and this bite was directly on the fish meat. Zhou directly withstood the impact of the arapaima. His current physical fitness is nearly 70 points, plus the shield fish meat is a buffer. The impact of the arapaima did not hurt Zhou at all. At the moment when the arapaima hit Zhou stabbed the tusk steel knife into the arapaima's head, then swam up fiercely, climbed onto the arapaima's head, grabbed the hilt with both hands, and pulled it back fiercely. The sharp tusk steel knife, like scissors cutting through cloth, left a huge wound about 15 meters long on the arapaima's back. This wound was not only long, but also deep. The 1.3-meter blade was basically completely immersed in the arapaima's flesh. Scarlet blood gushed out, and it didn't take a moment to dye the surrounding sea water red. Next, he waited for the arapaima to bleed to death. Zhou no longer cared about the arapaima struggling frantically, and went directly to the gold-rimmed material box and opened it. Ding! Obtained the blueprint of the Blayfish power device. Ding! Obtained the blueprint of the colorful arapaima scale armor. Power device? Zhou took a general look at the 2 blueprints, and then used them directly to check the production requirements. Blueprint of the Blayfish power device. Requires 6 Blayfish, 10 steel ingots, 50 glass, and some seawater. Blueprint of the colorful arapaima scale armor. Requires 50 colorful arapaima scales, and 100 cloth pieces. The Blayfish power device is now short of materials, and Zhou cannot make it, so after killing the colorful arapaima, he directly made the colorful arapaima scale armor. Will this armor be too eye-catching with such bright colors? Zhou was wearing the colorful arapaima scale armor, and his whole body was colorful, which was very inconsistent with his low-key personality. Moreover, the head of the armor was similar to the head of a colorful arapaima, and it looked stupid no matter how you looked at it. Zhou now had 3 sets of suits: the blade-finned yellow-banded fish scale armor, the axe-hand hammerfoot shrimp shell heavy armor, and the colorful arapaima scale armor. After a simple test, the colorful arapaima scale armor is the worst of the 3 integrated suits. Its flexibility and defense are not as good as the razor-fin yellow-banded fish scale armor. Although the axe-hand hammerfoot shrimp shell heavy armor is not flexible enough, it has strong defense. Just use it as a reward for guild members. Although it is not as good as the other 2 suits, it is much stronger than the white scale armor, and it is also lighter. 20 points of strength should be enough to use it, and 30 points of strength can be used flexibly. Colorful arapaima body length, 20 meters. Weight, 60 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A fish with colorful scales, covered with armor, ferocious, edible, and scales can be used to make armor. After Zhou read the colorful arapaima information, he began to decompose the body and eat the fish meat to see how many attributes he could add. Ding, eat colorful arapaima meat, strength +1, constitution +2, speed +1. After dividing the colorful arapaima meat at the fastest speed, Zhou walked out of the venue space. Brother One, you are too good. You killed a 20-meter creature with 1 knife. Jiang Haidao saw Zhou forcibly block the impact of the colorful giant arapaima, and then used a black long knife to cut a knife on the back of the colorful giant arapaima, and then there was a bloody red. Soon after, Zhou walked out of the blood-stained area, and the whole person acted unusually relaxed. I told you it was a piece of cake, Zhou said, and gave Jiang Haitao a piece of colorful giant arapaima meat. There was not much time left, so Zhou and Jiang Haitao did not continue to look for other supply boxes and began to return to the direction of the maze exit. 2 hours later, they returned to the uninhabited area where they had been hiding before. Did you tell your name when you faced that group of people before? Zhou asked Jiang Haitao. No, their leader is from the Tingfei Guild. I had some conflicts with Zhao Teng, and I was afraid that they would take action directly after I told my name. Jiang Haitao replied. There are still a lot of survivors gathered at the exit, right? Zhou asked again. Yes. Jiang Haitao nodded. Give me the razor-fin yellow belt fish scale armor, and I will help you to increase your reputation this time. Zhou looked at Jiang Haitao. They were about the same height and build. He was just a little thinner, but he could hardly be seen wearing the razor-fin yellow belt fish scale armor. Then he took out 6 pieces of spiked armor from his supply box and gave them to Jiang Haitao to put on. He also put on the bone armor mask, and Zhou himself put on Jiang Haitao's razor-fin yellow belt fish scale armor. Now Zhou's strength has reached 56.5 points, plus 5 free attribute points. The strength directly reached 61.5 points. Wearing the knife-fin yellow belt fish scale armor can already move easily. Zhou told Jiang Haitao about the future plan, and followed Jiang Haitao to the exit of the underwater maze. Jiang Haitao's hiding place was not far from the exit. After more than 10 minutes, he entered a long passage. The end of the passage was crowded with people at this time. At first glance, there were at least 1,000 or 2,000 people. Let's rush over together and fight these beasts. How can we fight more than 100 people who are all wearing armor? Don't panic, wait until the trial time is about to end, then we will rush in together. When the trial is over, the world system should teleport us directly, and the probability of survival will be greater. A large number of survivors gathered together, each with anger on their faces, but they had no way to deal with the armored survivors who killed people at will outside the exit. Being able to wear armor means strong defense and strength is also above them. The 100-meter corridor leading to the exit is relatively narrow. Although they are many in number, only 20 people can pass at a time, and the advantage of 1,000 or 2,000 people cannot be brought into play. At this moment, a humanoid fish monster covered with yellow scales came from behind. Chapter 160. The humanoid fish monster immediately caused a commotion among the survivors. However, there were also survivors who arrived at the exit earlier and saw the humanoid fish monster. At that time, the humanoid fish monster swam back to the maze from the aisle and scared them. But the humanoid fish monster only entered the depths of the maze and did not attack them. Jiang Wang, you are Jiang Wang, right? There is a group of beasts outside the exit, blocking the door and killing people. Please save us. Jiang Haitao, who had been hiding in the crowd in advance, suddenly shouted, scaring the already panicked crowd again, and then rushed out of the crowd very excitedly, hugged Zhou thigh, and kept crying. King Jiang? Jiang Haitao? When the survivors heard Jiang Haitao shout, They immediately realized that this humanoid fish monster was actually the Jiang brother guild leader wearing special equipment, Jiang Haitao. King Jiang, you must teach those beasts outside a hard lesson. They killed people indiscriminately outside the exit, and didn't give anyone else a chance to live. What beasts? Don't insult beasts. They are worse than beasts. They are simply beasts among beasts. Jiang Haitao's reputation among the survivors has improved a lot because he published the razor worm's weakness information for free, so that most survivors don't have to live in fear for a short period of time. In order to avoid being exposed, Zhou Wen did not speak, but nodded in a particularly arrogant manner, and then began to walk towards the exit of the maze. Wherever he passed, the survivors on the way automatically made way for him. Let's go, everyone follow. See how King Jiang kills all those bastards. The crowd played by Jiang Haitao followed Zhou Wen all the time, and then kept shouting, asking all the survivors to follow. Most of the emotional survivors followed Jiang Haitao. There were some survivors who were ready to wait and see. Seeing that most people had followed, they could not stay alone, so they had to bite the bullet and follow. After all, there is indeed a strong man leading the team this time. Although they calmly think that Jiang Haitao may not be able to defeat more than 100 armor-piercing men, it is indeed a rare opportunity. As long as Jiang Haitao can rely on his own strong strength to deter those killers, they can survive. If not, they can only fight desperately. With Jiang Haitao as the main force of the battle, their chances of survival are also greater. Zhou Wen passed through the exit of the maze and entered a 100-meter corridor. The ground of this corridor is black and 10 meters wide. There are no high walls on both sides, so there is no lighting. Looking around, there is dark sea water all around. Walking in this corridor, Zhou Wen felt like he was walking on a suspended bridge. In addition, there was only dark sea water around him, and he could not see the situation in the sea water clearly. He was completely wrapped in darkness, which made him feel a little afraid of the deep sea. Zhou Wen walked for a while, and looked back. His phantom leviathan was blocked by an invisible barrier above the maze, and could not follow. Looking forward along this corridor, at the end of this corridor, there was a bright area connected, which should be the real exit. 100 meters is not far. Zhou Wen soon arrived at the entrance of the bright area, and the group of survivors following him also became nervous. Zhou Wen did not hesitate, and stepped into it directly. The next second, a strong smell of blood came to his face. Looking forward, hundreds of corpses were lying on the ground in all directions. A large amount of blood merged together, almost dyeing the entire ground red. In this field full of corpses, there were more than 100 people wearing armor. Each of them was covered with blood. Among them, 8 people were wearing a full set of white scale armor, but now it was all dyed red. Hey, you ran away before, why are you back now? Among those armored people, the only survivor wearing a bone armor mask was not afraid of Zhou when wearing the blade fin yellow belted fish scale armor, but was particularly excited. The previous conflict happened too quickly, and I didn't have time to introduce myself. I am Zhang Chao, one of the 10 vice presidents of the Tingfei Guild. Your strength is still very good. If you are willing to give me this strange armor, I can let you join without any grudges. Zhang Chao's eyes were fixed on Zhou Wen's scales, his eyes full of desire for the scales of the razorfin yellowbelt fish. When Jiang Haitao used the scales of the razorfin yellowbelt fish before, although 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and he was constantly besieged, because of the protection of the scales, the opponent's weapons could not hurt him at all, so he was able to successfully escape the siege and return to the underwater maze. Zhang Chao saw the whole process at that time, which made him realize the terrible defensive power of the scales of the razorfin yellowbelt fish. At this time, the survivors who followed also entered this space. There was no seawater in this space, so as soon as the survivors entered, their noses were filled with a strong smell of blood. After seeing the corpses on the ground, many people vomited. But then came extreme anger. Most of these corpses were ordinary survivors like them, and they didn't let any of them go, so they cursed Zhang Chao. Who do you think you are? You are just a vice president of the Tingfei Guild. He is Jiang Haitao, the president of the Jiangge Guild. You are dead today. Ha ha ha, are you Jiang Haitao, the leader of the Jiangge Guild? After Zhang Chao learned from the survivors that the person coming was Jiang Haitao, he was not afraid, but laughed out loud. You all followed him here, thinking he can kill us all? Zhang Chao looked at the survivors with disdain in his tone. Why? Didn't you see King Zhang's equipment? Isn't it more than enough to kill all of you beasts? A survivor said angrily. Then you may be disappointed. He was beaten to pieces by us just now, and this bone armor mask is still his. Zhang Chao pointed at the bone armor mask on his face and laughed. As soon as they saw the bone armor mask, some of the ordinary survivors remembered that someone had worn a bone armor mask and a white scale armor, and said he was going to reason. Soon after, the humanoid fish monster swam back to the underwater maze from the exit corridor. It wasn't really President Jiang Haitao before, was it? If President Jiang Haitao can't beat these people, what should we do? It's death anyway, so we fight them. They were able to beat President Jiang Haitao before, and they must have relied on numbers. This time, with our help, President Jiang Haitao will not lose. Just when this group of survivors were desperate and ready to fight, Zhou Wen moved and walked towards Zhang Chao step by step. Jiang Haitao, don't think that you can beat us this time with these rabble. Hand over this set of equipment to me, otherwise you will die today. However, before Zhang Chao finished speaking, Zhou Wen suddenly accelerated and came in front of Zhang Chao in an instant. Zhang Chao's eyes were terrified, and he was about to retreat, but a palm with a hook-like claw, with a strong wind, slapped his head. Crack! A sound of broken bones was heard, and Zhang Chao found that his vision was floating, as if he was flying, and flying higher and higher. Then, as his vision changed, he saw a headless body spurting blood in front of Jiang Haitao. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear, and his mouth kept opening. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't make a sound no matter what. Chapter 161. Instantly, the entire space was silent. The survivors who had thought that Jiang Haitao could not defeat more than 100 armor-piercing men, and were talking about it, were stunned by the swift attack. The group of armor-piercing men led by Zhang Chao had a sneer on their faces just now, thinking that Jiang Haitao was overestimating his abilities, but the moment Zhang Chao's head was slapped away, the sneer and disdain on their faces froze. Bang Gulu! Zhang Chao's head, wearing a white scale helmet and a bone armor mask, flew in the air for a few seconds before falling to the ground. One side of the white scale helmet had been deformed. Bang! The bone armor mask fell off Zhang Chao's face, and a face with eyes wide open, mouth wide open, and an expression of extreme fear appeared in everyone's sight. The more than 100 armored men who killed people, after seeing the distorted expression on Zhang Chao's face, all their faces suddenly lost color. They still knew Zhang Chao's strength. With a strength of more than 20, he was the strongest among them, but this strongest boss was killed in an instant by Jiang Haitao. The head flew off, and he couldn't die anymore. Jiang Hai. No, President Jiang. Boss Jiang. King Jiang, the reason we killed people was entirely because of those people from the Tingfei Guild. If we don't kill them, they will kill us, and we can't do anything about it. When the leader Zhang Chao died, the group of more than 100 armor-piercing people collapsed directly, and some people immediately begged for mercy, hoping that Jiang Haitao would let them go. That's right. It was all forced by the people from the Tingfei Guild. They really deserved to die. Soon, these armor-piercing men spontaneously found the members of the Tingfei Guild and sent them to Jiang Haitao. There were 5 members of the Tingfei Guild, but at this time, none of them admitted that they were members of the Tingfei Guild, and said that they were also forced by Zhang Chao, and they did not intend to kill people. Jiang Wang, please don't bother to do it. I will execute these 5 beasts and give justice to my compatriots who died tragically before. Before Zhou Wen could say anything, an armor-piercing man with blood on his face and armor came to the 5 members of the Tingfei Guild with a bloody iron sword, raised the weapon in his hand, and was about to execute them. You call us beasts? You killed the most people, and now you come out to be a good guy, and you want to use the world system to take our supplies. You are worse than a beast. The 5 controlled members of the Tingfei Guild saw that they were doomed, and they did not beg for mercy, but began to curse the armor-piercing man who wanted to execute them. The armor-piercing man saw that his true face was revealed, and his blood-stained face became hideous. He swung the iron sword in his hand fiercely, and was about to chop off the heads of the 5 people one by one. As he swung his knife, a smile rose unconsciously on his lips. As long as he killed these 5 people, all their things would be his. But at this moment, a sound of wind rang from his ears, followed by a huge force. His vision quickly rotated, and finally he saw Jiang Haitao behind him. He lowered his eyes slightly in disbelief, and saw his back and buttocks. Zhou Wen slapped the bloody armor-piercing man's head, turning it 3,600 degrees, and the skin on his neck was twisted into a knot. The self-willed armor-piercing man fell straight down, with unwillingness in his eyes, and Zhou Wen took the iron sword from his hand. This scene made the armor-piercing men, who had just begged for mercy, nervous again. Just now they saw that Jiang Haitao had not said anything, and they thought Jiang Haitao had let them go by default. After all, there were many of them, and everyone was wearing armor, so it was not easy to kill them all, but now suddenly killed an armor-piercing man who was not from the Tingfei Guild without any warning. Ha ha ha, you deserve it, President Jiang. I'm really sorry before, we didn't know it was you. If we had known it was you, we would never have gone against you, even if it was Zhang Chao who forced us. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Yes, 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 although we are from the Tingfei Guild, we are also guilds, so we should help each other. Do you remember that the president of our guild has cooperated with you before? The people of the Tingfei Guild saw Jiang Haitao. Suddenly they killed the person who wanted to kill them, and subconsciously thought that Jiang Haitao would let them go, so they hurriedly tried to make connections. But the next second, a cold light flashed and instantly cut across the necks of the 5 people. The expressions on their faces froze immediately, and then the 5 heads fell to the ground like watermelons, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the 5 broken necks, like 5 small fountains. Zhou held an iron machete in his hand, and stood in front of the 5 headless corpses. His whole body was stained red with blood. The image of the scaled head of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish was originally full of sharp teeth and a terrifying face. After being stained red with a large amount of blood, it looked even more hideous. Then, Lord Jiang, now that these culprits have been killed, can you let us go? We are willing to give you our armor, and we can also give you the items we got from this trial. An armored man who was originally wearing white scale armor took off his armor, put it in the supply box, and then carefully handed the supply box in his hand to Jiang Haitao. Also, although we are not as strong as you, you will have to spend some effort to kill us all. If you push us too hard. The survivor didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. He was telling Jiang Haitao that even if they joined forces, they would not be easy to mess with. Zhou ignored the other party's words, and swung the iron sword in his hand, slashing at the other party. But just as he was about to hit him, the other party took out a wooden shield from the supply box. Jiang Haitao, do you really want to kill us all? The other party put the wooden shield in front of him and asked loudly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a long wound across his chest. The wooden shield was also broken into 2 halves, and it did not block the attack of the iron sword at all. Another person who begged for mercy died, and the expressions on the faces of the remaining armor-piercing men kept changing, from anxiety, to panic, to fear, then to despair, and finally to anger. Fuck you, you really think you are invincible with your strength? We could beat you away together before, and now we can kill you together. After confirming that Jiang Haitao was going to kill them all, these armor-piercing men no longer begged for mercy. They held weapons in their hands and prepared to fight. Jiang Haitao. To the death. There are 106 people left. Zhou silently said in his heart. The killing group organized by Zhang Chao has a total of 114 people. Zhou has just memorized their faces one by one. These people must die. Chapter 162. 106 armor-piercing men rushed towards Zhou together. Zhou swung the iron sword in his hand forward, and the iron sword turned into a silver light, directly piercing the chests of 2 armor-piercing men. The next second, Zhou exerted all his strength, and 61.5 points of strength burst out at this moment. His muscles were engorged and swollen, outlining violent muscle lines on the scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish. At this moment, the entire scale armor of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish seemed to come alive, becoming a real fish monster. Go to hell. Several armor-piercing men had already rushed in front of Zhou, and then used all their strength to swing the iron weapons in their hands, including iron double-edged axes and iron broadswords. Bang, bang, bang. But these weapons did not cause any damage to Zhou, and even the recoil force generated by Zhou's muscles shattered the blades. Just when they showed disbelief on their faces, 5 sharp claws instantly slashed across their bodies. In an instant, the armor was broken, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The bodies of these armor-piercing men were directly cut into 6 pieces by this claw. More than 100 armor-piercing men, who had just mustered up their courage, were completely frightened by Zhou's destructive claws. They no longer had the will to resist, and all fled towards the direction of the maze. However, how could Zhou let them escape? He burst out with all his strength and turned into a yellow shadow, like an invisible god of death, constantly harvesting the lives of these people. Zhou's attack was extremely brutal. Some were broken and twisted by his terrifying impact force, some were cut into 6 pieces from head to toe by his claws, and some were caught by him and used as weapons, smashed around, and finally turned into meat paste. In a few minutes, the 106 murderers were almost dead, The bloody scene made the survivors, who supported Jiang Haitao, silent. They were afraid of making any noise and provoking this terrible monster. "It's over, right?" a survivor said in a low voice when he saw that Jiang Haitao had killed all the armor-piercing people. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiang Haitao covered in blood and mincemeat. Walking towards them, the survivors turned pale and trembled all over, but they stood there stupidly, not daring to move. Then Jiang Haitao came closer and closer and entered the crowd. Many survivors who were close could smell the strong smell of blood on Jiang Haitao's body, and his body was shaking like a sieve. "Jiang, King Jiang, why? Why did you arrest me? I am not in the same group as them. I didn't kill anyone. I am just an ordinary survivor." At this time, the survivors heard shouts, and a survivor without armor was caught out of the crowd by Jiang Haitao. Although this survivor was not a member of the murder organization, his neck was covered with dried blood. It was obvious that he secretly took off all his equipment and hid in the crowd of survivors. Zhou also remembered his appearance. The reason why no one found him was that he handed his equipment and supplies to ordinary survivors around him, asking them not to report him. Zhou didn't care about those who protected the murderer, because this was normal. "Lord Jiang, spare me, please, I won't dare to do it again." The murderer cried bitterly, his face full of regret. But it was useless. Zhou grabbed his head and crushed his head bit by bit. In this way, the 114 survivors who blocked the exit and killed people were all solved by Zhou, but the atmosphere was quiet and a little weird. There was no cheering, and no one came to thank him. "Jiang, Lord Jiang, I'm sorry. We took that person's equipment. We were wrong." Several survivors who had received benefits and protected the murderer walked out of the crowd one by one, trembling with fear, put the equipment in their hands on the ground, and stayed there waiting for punishment. Zhou just waved his hand and asked these survivors to go back, and then asked Jiang Haitao, who was still playing a crowd, to collect the equipment on the ground, and asked the survivors to deal with the bodies on the ground. "Brother Wen?" After collecting the armor from all the corpses on the ground, Jiang Haitao came to Zhou with a supply box and handed it to him. "What's wrong? Someone hid the equipment?" Zhou asked after taking the supply box. "Ah, no, they are all very conscious." Jiang Haitao waved his hand and said. In fact, the way Zhou slaughtered the group of murderers just now also scared Jiang Haitao, and there was an illusion that Zhou really turned into a fish monster. After the trial is over and you go out, these people will spread your brutal image, so that no one will dare to challenge you in the future, and your prestige will be further improved. Zhou said calmly. "Brother Wen, thank you." Jiang Haitao was touched. "However, your combat experience is too poor. With a strength of more than 30 points, you were beaten to a pulp by this group of people. It's a bit too much." Before the trial, Jiang Haitao's strength was already 26 points. After entering the underwater maze, he also killed several creatures about 5 meters long, and his strength reached more than 30 points. With such strength, even if he was besieged, he could at least escape unscathed. I really have no combat experience, and I have never killed anyone, so I was very panicked at the time. Jiang Haitao also knew that he was too naive before, and he still wanted to reason with Zhang Chao and his group, but that group of people was unreasonable. It's normal to panic when you kill someone for the first time, but in this world, you have to get used to it gradually. Many times, violence is more effective than reasoning. After you get out, help me kill 3 people to practice. Zhou remembered the guys who had been encouraging other survivors to steal his snake meat in the 888 Diamond Sea snake field. There were 6 people in total. After they got out, Jiang Haitao killed 3 and Shen Xian killed 3 to practice them. "Got it, Brother Wen." Jiang Haitao also knew that Zhou was right, and nodded seriously. There was only 1 hour left before the underwater maze trial ended. After that, more and more survivors entered this space. When the trial time ended, there were almost more than 5,000 survivors in this space. Only half of the 10,000 people survived? Zhou frowned. It should be because someone here organized a group to kill people. There should be more people surviving in other underwater mazes. Zhou didn't want too many people to die in this trial. If so, the members of the 2 guilds, Brother Jiang and Survivor, would lose too many and need to train new farmers. Ding! The underwater maze trial is over. At this time, the world system prompt sounded in everyone's mind, and then all the survivors in this space were wrapped in a bubble, and then the bubble slowly rose, leaving this space and entering the dark sea outside. Immediately afterwards, the phantom leviathans that were blocked by the invisible barrier above the maze could also pass through the barrier, and each phantom leviathan returned to their symbionts. Villain, villain. Zhou Wen's transformed Leviathan was very excited, and kept circling around the bubble where Zhou Wen was. The vortex formed by the water flow rolled Zhou Wen up. Why does my transformed Leviathan seem to be different? Other survivors' transformed Leviathan stayed obediently after returning to the symbiote, and only his transformed Leviathan circled around him. Chapter 163. Buzz. Suddenly, a huge buzzing sound came from the underwater maze, and those phantom Leviathans that were still in the underwater maze turned into a blood mist in an instant under the sound wave. Then, the seawater shook violently, and the black corridor leading to the exit began to slowly wriggle. A series of neon-like lights began to spread from the surroundings of the huge underwater maze to the dark below. Soon, under the outline of these light spots, a creature so huge that its entire appearance could not be seen gradually moved. It had countless black tentacles, among which several huge black tentacles extended all the way to the darkness below. Even with the reflection of the light spots, the end of the tentacles could not be seen. Is this probably tens of thousands of meters? Zhou Wen looked at the huge creature in front of him, and was shocked. It seemed that they had been conducting an underwater maze trial in the head of this creature. As the giant creature moved, the surrounding sea water began to roll, and a terrifying undercurrent rushed directly towards the survivors. At this moment, all the survivors and their transformed Leviathans were wrapped in blue light, and disappeared in an instant. The next second, they returned to the position before the trial. Zhou Wen also returned to the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan. Not long after he came back, the world system sent him more than 100 emails. These emails were all the supplies of the survivors he killed in this trial. After a rough look, the most were basic materials, followed by algae oxygen tanks, weapons and equipment, etc. Zhou Wen did not need these, so he sent these people supplies to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively, and asked them to distribute them to the guild members. After doing this, Zhou Wen took a look at the number of survivors in the upper right corner of the system interface. There were more than 70 million people before the trial, and only more than 50 million were left after the trial. Almost 20 million people died. However, after Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian counted the members of their guilds, they found that the death rate of guild members was not bad. Jiang Haitao's guild had 2,000 members, and almost 300 died. Chen Xian's guild had 500 members, and less than 100 died. Among the 400 people who died, less than 100 were farmers, which did not have much impact on Zhou Wen's farming plan. After counting the deaths of guild members, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian handed in the items they obtained in the underwater maze trial. Jiang Haitao killed basically 1 to 5 meters of creatures, a total of 8, which can increase 5 points of strength, 2 points of physique, and 4 points of speed. Chen Xian is stronger than Jiang Haitao. In addition to 10 creatures of 1 to 5 meters, he also killed a 10-meter creature and obtained a silver-rimmed material box. The meat of 11 creatures can increase 6 points of strength, 8 points of physique, and 5 points of speed in total. The silver-rimmed material box contains a broad-back steel knife blueprint. After all, Chen Xian had faced a 30-meter big-mouth octopus with Zhou Wen before. Although he didn't do it, he also saw Zhou Wen's flexible use of the equipment column. So he had some experience in dealing with large creatures, and knew how to use the equipment bar to maximize the power of the finned yellow-banded fish scales, and the finned broadsword in his hand. Zhou Wen compared the creature meat handed in by Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian with the creature meat he harvested. He only counted the creatures between 1 and 5 meters. The weight of the creatures here was basically repeated, and a total of 10 points of strength, 10 points of physique, and 8 points of speed could be increased. Zhou Wen killed 2 10-meter creatures, plus Chen Xian's, a total of 3 points of strength, 2 points of physique, and 2 points of speed. 20 creatures, Zhou Wen killed 3 of them, namely Axe Hand Hammer Foot Shrimp increases 2 points of strength, Shield Fish increases 1 point of strength, 3 points of constitution, 3 points of speed, Colorful Arapaima increases 1 point of strength, 2 points of constitution, 1 point of speed. 30 creatures, Zhou killed 1, Diamond Sea Snake, increases 5 points of strength, 10 points of constitution, 5 points of speed. All creatures can increase 22 points of strength, 27 points of constitution, and 19 points of speed in total. Zhou Wen kept the Diamond Sea Snake meat. This meat had too many added properties, and could not be sold to other survivors. The rest was all given to Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao to sell. Because Chen Xian had sold a 30-meter big-mouth octopus before, Chen Xian took 2 of the 3 10-meter creature meats, and 3 20-meter creature meats, and Jiang Haitao took 1 each. The creature meats from 1 to 5 meters were sold equally. After distributing a large amount of creature meat, Zhou began to check the 3 items obtained from this pure gold treasure chest. Golden Positioning Card. Ding! Golden Positioning Card. After use, you can locate the Golden Sea. Golden Sea. Is it the location of the Golden King algae? The first item in the pure gold treasure chest is the King Bomb, but Zhou used it, and it was unusable as expected, so he put it away for the time being. Diamond Sea Snake Egg. Ding! Diamond Sea Snake Egg. Can hatch a Diamond Sea Snake. Fuck, if I raise this, can I release it to fight with the transformed Leviathan in the future? Zhou was surprised for a moment, but then calmed down, because when he thought about it carefully, when the Diamond Sea Snake grows to adulthood, the transformed Leviathan will be so long that the Diamond Sea Snake may not be able to deal with the giant creature it faces. Deep Sea Walker Biomecha Blueprint. Zhou was silent when he saw this blueprint. It turned out to be a mecha blueprint, but just by looking at the name, he knew that it could not be made for the time being, so he used the blueprint directly. After checking the production requirements, he found that it was indeed impossible to make it. He had never seen many of the materials. Of the 3 items in the pure gold treasure chest, 2 of them are currently useless, so Zhou took out the Diamond Sea Snake Egg. The Diamond Sea Snake Egg is 30 centimeters in size, and the surface of the oval eggshell is covered with a layer of diamonds. It shines brightly, and looks very beautiful when the light shines on it. How do I hatch it? Zhou looked at the diamond egg, and suddenly felt troubled. There was no introduction to the hatching method in the prompt sound. Just when Zhou was about to try to drip blood on the diamond egg, the surface of the diamond eggshell cracked, and the protective diamond shell fell off in an instant, revealing the black eggshell inside. An egg-sized hole appeared on the eggshell, and a small black snake head emerged from it, and then Zhou was seen. The small diamond sea snake was black all over, 2 fingers wide, and about 1 meter long. As soon as it came out of the shell, it crawled in front of Zhou very kindly, spitting out its snake core and looking at Zhou. Zhou was not particularly afraid of snakes, but after all, he didn't know whether it would attack him, so he put on white scale gloves and stretched his hand in front of the small diamond sea snake. The small diamond sea snake crawled directly onto Zhou's hand, and then wrapped its body around his arm, showing no aggression, so he touched the head of the small diamond sea snake with his other hand without white scale gloves. The small diamond sea snake did not attack Zhou, but spit out its snake core and crawled onto Zhou's other arm. After staying on Zhou's arm for a while, the small diamond sea snake crawled back to its eggshell, and then ate the black eggshell bit by bit. Chapter 164. Zhou went forward and took a closer look at the material of the black eggshell. It was made entirely of carbon. In the Diamond Sea Snake Biological Guide, it was mentioned that diamond sea snakes eat carbon in addition to meat. I wonder if it eats charcoal. Zhou thought about taking out a piece of charcoal from the locker and placed it in front of the little diamond sea snake. After the little diamond sea snake finished eating its eggshell, it looked at the charcoal and actually started eating it. However, a piece of charcoal was quite a lot, and the little diamond sea snake couldn't finish it. After eating 1/10, it climbed onto Zhou again, and then wrapped itself around his arm and prepared to sleep. But Zhou considered that he still had things to do today, and it was not safe to keep the little diamond sea snake on his body, so he put it in the crimson oxygen tank. After all, it is a sea snake. Although it can leave the seawater, it is definitely most comfortable to stay in the seawater. After that, Zhou picked up the diamond fragments that fell on the ground. Ding! Get Diamond X1. When Zhou took these diamond fragments in his hand, these diamond fragments were directly synthesized into a diamond the size of a tennis ball under the world system. According to the information in the Diamond Sea Serpent Biological Encyclopedia, diamonds can be used to make weapons and armor, and can be considered a material, but there is no blueprint at present, so it cannot be used and can only be put away. After looking at the items in the pure gold treasure chest, Zhou took out the characteristic steel seal from the gold-rimmed material box. When he opened it, he already knew that it was used in conjunction with the combustion core. So, he took out the combustion core directly from the locker, holding the 2 items in his hands at the same time, and the next second, a prompt sound appeared in his mind. Ding! As soon as you have the characteristic steel seal, do you want to engrave the burning core? Engrave. Zhou chose to engrave without hesitation. As soon as the voice fell, the fiery burning core suddenly emitted a dazzling red light, which continued to spread like a flame, forming a phantom in the air. The image of the phantom was exactly the abyss dragon fish in an angry state. At this time, the characteristic steel seal, which was originally only the size of a little finger, suddenly grew to the size of a brick and began to absorb the phantom of the abyss dragon fish in the air. With the continuous absorption, the characteristic stamp, which was originally just a transparent rectangular block, slowly turned black, and the pattern of the abyss dragon fish appeared on one side of the stamp. 10 seconds later, the characteristic stamp completely absorbed the abyss dragonfish phantom, and the whole thing became the same material as the abyss dragonfish's black crystal scales. Ding! The burning stamp has been engraved. After using it, you will get the burning characteristic. Do you want to use it? Use it! Zhou Wen's tone was full of excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. When he obtained the burning core, he was looking forward to getting the burning characteristic that doubled his strength every day. For a moment, the system interface expanded rapidly, showing Zhou Wen's character attribute panel. Zhou Wen, Pioneer, normal human attribute is 10, Intelligence, 13. Strength, 59.5. Constitution, 71. Speed, 43. Evaluation, a person who does not train his legs, but surpasses humans. Burning steel seal wrapped in flames, it turned into a flame abyss dragonfish, and crashed directly into Zhou Wen's character attribute panel, with a fiery red abyss dragonfish pattern printed behind the strength attribute. Ding! Get the burning attribute. Ding! Burning attribute. After using, the strength doubles. The duration depends on the physical fitness. 10 points of physical fitness is 1 second, currently lasts for 7 seconds, and can only be used once a day. Haha, finally got this burning attribute. Zhou Wen was extremely excited. His current strength is equivalent to 60 points. After using the burning attribute, the strength will reach a terrifying 120 points. Burning attribute activated. Zhou Wen directly activated the burning attribute. After all, the effect can only be known after trying it. At the moment, when the burning property was turned on, Zhou Wen's whole body instantly turned red, his heart began to beat rapidly, and a hot red energy was generated in the heart, then entered the blood vessels through the heart pumping, and spread throughout the body. Zhou Wen felt as if he was in a fire. The clothes that were soaked in the trial evaporated quickly under the heat, and the energy in the blood vessels emitted red light, penetrating the skin and showing on his body's surface. At this time, Zhou Wen was somewhat similar to the abyss dragonfish in the burning state. The meridians in his body were all shining red, clearly visible on the body surface, and even the pupils of his eyes were emitting a fiery red light. Then, an unprecedented force filled his body, the burning feature was fully activated, and the strength reached 119 points. Zhou Wen moved his mind, and the nearly 1,000 gene scaled steel breastplate was put on his body. The scaled steel breastplate that felt very heavy before was now very light, and he could move freely without being affected. But just as Zhou Wen felt the sudden increase in strength, the duration of the burning feature ended, and a feeling of weakness spread all over his body in an instant, and the scaled steel breastplate on his body became heavy again. Zhou Wen immediately put away his scaled steel breastplate, but even so, his legs were still weak, and he almost fell to the ground. This weak state is too serious. Zhou Wen felt that he had completely lost his strength, which was many times more serious than the weak state after taking the boiling blood coral powder. This burning feature should be used with caution, otherwise it will not kill the enemy, but harm yourself. His current physical fitness is only 71 points, and the burning feature can only last for 7 seconds. This time is too short, and it can only be used as a trump card among trump cards, the kind that can kill with one blow. After that, Zhou Wen rested on 2 wooden platforms. For his own safety, he also put on the scales of the knife-finned yellow-banded fish to prevent creatures from attacking him during the feeding phase of the transformed Leviathan. The underwater maze trial started on the 30th day. After 1 day, today is the morning of the 31st day. After swimming for a while, the transformed Leviathan entered the feeding phase. Today's feeding phase is very safe, and no aggressive creatures appear. Because Zhou Wen was in a weak period of using the burning property, he could not crush the seaweed, so he directly fed the seaweed to the transformed Leviathan through private messages. In this way, Zhou Wen rested until the stage of the supply box, and then he barely had the strength to move his body. At this time, Chen Xian sent him a good news. After she sold all the axe hand hammer shrimp meat and shield fish meat, she traded back 100 pieces of golden seaweed fiber. Zhou Wen saw this message from Chen Xian, his eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the drawing interface to check the fish bone armor drawing required for production. Fish bone armor drawing requires several large fish bones, golden seaweed fiber x 100, shield fish fat x 50, silk x 100 all. After so long, Zhou Wen can finally make fish bone armor. Chapter 165. Fish bone armor. The materials are ready, but Zhou Wen is not in a hurry to make it. He now has a lot of large fish bones in his hands, and a 300-meter-long steel armor Leviathan tooth. At present, he only has the materials to make a piece of fishbone armor, and he needs to think about which large fish bone to use. In fact, if we only consider the degree of defense, it is best to use the steel armor Leviathan's tooth, but there is a problem, that is, the weight of the armor. If this fishbone armor is made, but it is too heavy to be used at all, then what is the difference between it and not being made? Therefore, for this first piece of fishbone armor, Zhou did not plan to use the teeth of the steel armor Leviathan, but the bones of the abyss dragonfish. The abyss dragonfish is a special species, and the fish bones are made of black crystal texture. It is also the hardest of all the large fish bones Zhou has collected, except for the teeth of the steel armor Leviathan. It can be used for transition. During this transition period, Zhou can let Shen Xian continue to collect golden seaweed fibers, and he can also slowly grow some himself. When the materials needed for the next piece of fish bone armor are collected, the teeth of the steel armor Leviathan can be used to make it. After making the decision, Zhou slowly sat up from the wooden platform, and then put all the materials needed to make the fish bone armor into a material box. The bones of the abyss dragonfish he chose were fish skulls, which were harder, and could further enhance the defense of the fish bone armor. After collecting these materials, Zhou came to the esophageal diaphragm with the material box, and by tapping the esophageal diaphragm, the phantom Leviathan surfaced. The abyss dragonfish is 40 meters long, and the size of the fish skull is also 7 or 8 meters. The stomach wall space is only more than 6 meters, so it can't fit at all, and it needs to be made outside. Soon, the phantom Leviathan floated to the surface and opened the esophageal diaphragm. Zhou dragged his weak body out of the phantom Leviathan's stomach wall space and came to the back of the phantom Leviathan. After having enough space, Zhou directly took out all the materials in the supply box. 100 parts of silk jellyfish silk, 50 parts of shield fish fat, 100 parts of golden seaweed fiber, and finally a huge abyss dragonfish head without meat removed. Zhou is now in a weak period, and does not have the strength to deal with the abyss dragonfish meat on the fish head, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as the fish bone armor is made, the world system will naturally peel off the abyss dragonfish skull. Make it. Zhou sat weakly on the back of the transformed Leviathan, turned the blueprint interface to the fishbone armor blueprint page, and silently chanted in his heart. The next moment, all the materials turned into blue light, and the abyss dragonfish skull was directly peeled off, leaving only a layer of fish skin with black crystal scales and a little fish meat. However, because the fish meat was full of blood crystals, even without the support of the fish skull, these blood crystals kept the abyss dragonfish head intact and did not collapse. In front of Zhou, the blue light transformed from the materials quickly merged, and soon, the fishbone armor was made. This fishbone armor is 2 meters high and is covered with black crystals. When the sun shines through the black crystal shell, you can see the golden seaweed fibers connecting the whole body inside, like the veins of the human body. The overall image is very similar to the external armor in science fiction movies, and it looks very handsome. Zhou put his hand on the fishbone armor, and with a thought, he put it into his equipment column. The next second, he put it on his body. Before putting it on, Zhou thought that he couldn't support the fishbone armor in his current weak state. After all, it was made of the bones of the abyss dragonfish, so it must be heavy. But to Zhou's surprise, after putting on the fishbone armor, he didn't feel too much pressure. It seemed that the weight of the armor didn't press on him. Then he tried to move around and found the reason. The reason why Zhou didn't feel too much weight when he put on the armor was because the outer shell of the fishbone armor was tightly connected by the golden seaweed fiber. The weight was pressed on the outer shell of the armor, and then directly transferred to the ground. Even if no one was wearing it, they could stand upright. If they didn't move, they couldn't feel the weight. But if you want to move the fishbone armor, you need enough strength. Zhou is currently in a weak state, and can't even try to raise his arms. Forget it, let's try tomorrow. Let's give it a name first. Currently in a weak state, Zhou can't estimate the specific weight of the fishbone armor for the time being, and there is no way to test its defense. Simply put it away, and think about it tomorrow. Let's call it black crystal armor. Zhou thought about it briefly, and named it according to the black crystal appearance of this fishbone armor. After that, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space. He still had one thing to do, which was to feed the transformed Leviathan with the instant growth energy crystal. Transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal was obtained from the gold rim supply box guarded by the shield fish, and it could instantly increase the size of the transformed Leviathan by 10 days. Zhou took the transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal out of the locker, The whole thing was a red crystal sphere, the size of a basketball. When he arrived in front of the digestion pool, Zhou went directly through the transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal into the consumption pool. The red crystal ball was immersed in the digestive fluid. After a few minutes, the entire stomach wall space began to vibrate. A red energy began to spread from the digestive pool to the entire stomach wall space, and soon spread to the entire body of the phantom Leviathan. Under this red energy, the stomach wall space began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, but just after expanding a few centimeters, the voice of the phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. "I'm so hungry." Zhou Wen immediately realized that phantom Leviathan instant growth energy crystal would quickly consume the energy of the phantom Leviathan when it grew rapidly, so it needed to be replenished in time. So, he immediately notified Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to send seaweed over. Zhou Wen first threw a crimson nodule into the digestion tank. The crimson nodule was rich in nutrients, and could temporarily replenish some of the energy needed for the growth of the metamorphosis Leviathan. After a while, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian sent 250,000 portions of seaweed over. Zhou Wen directly fed it to the metamorphosis Leviathan, but it was still not enough. The energy generated by these 250,000 portions of seaweed was quickly consumed. Zhou Wen could only continue to ask Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to find guild members to collect seaweed, and then feed it to the metamorphosis Leviathan, and occasionally feed it a crimson nodule. About 10 minutes later, the red energy on the body of the metamorphosis Leviathan disappeared, and Zhou Wen stopped feeding it. This growth process consumed 3 million seaweeds and 10 crimson nodules. Zhou Wen opened the biological illustrations, and checked the information of the metamorphosis Leviathan to see how much it had grown. Metamorphosis Leviathan age, 31 days. Stage, birth period. Body length, 78 meters. Weight, 1,000 tons. Food type, algae. Feeding method, filter feeding. Evaluation, a 1,000-ton baby. Chapter 166. It has grown 15 meters? Zhou Wen saw that the length of the Transfiguration Leviathan was only 63 meters. He thought that after using the energy crystal, it would only grow 10 meters, but he didn't expect it to grow 5 meters more. It should be fed with scarlet nodules, plus enough energy supply, so it grew an extra 5 meters. Zhou Wen simply guessed, but no matter what the reason, it is worth being happy to be able to grow an extra 5 meters. Now his Transfiguration Leviathan is 78 meters long and weighs 1,000 tons. It can definitely beat the Transfiguration Leviathans of other survivors. Boss Zhou, what do you think of this painting? At this time, Chen Xian sent Zhou Wen a private message with a painting attached. In the painting, a woman wearing white scale armor, a bone armor mask, holding a knife-finned yellowtail fish-fin sword, cuts 5 people around her in 2 with 1 sword. In addition, there are a lot of corpses lying on the ground in the picture, and the blood is all over the ground. The woman is stained with blood, and the fish-fin sword also drags a long yellow sword shadow, looking like a heroic female warrior. Did you draw this yourself? Zhou Wen looked at the woman holding a fish-fin knife in the picture. This could only be Chen Xian, but the drawing was really good. No, I don't have that level. It was drawn by a survivor. So Chen Xian told her experience in the underwater maze trial. The underwater maze Chen Xian was in was number 6666. In the space at the exit of the maze, she also encountered a situation of killing survivors, but it was not as bad as what Jiang Haitao encountered. The group of people Jiang Haitao encountered wanted to kill everyone except more than 100 people himself. The people Chen Xian encountered mainly wanted to rob other people's supply boxes. Those who were willing to hand them over would be fine, and those who were unwilling would be killed. Chen Xian was very strong, and before the underwater maze trial began, Zhou Wen also gave her a thin and long steel knife. With better weapons and rich harvests, this group of people wanted her to hand over the supply box. How could she agree? So she fought with the robbers. There were more than 30 robbers, all of whom were wearing armor, and not ordinary people could afford to offend them, but Chen Xian was not an ordinary person. She killed 11 creatures along the way, and reached 33 points of strength. Since these people wanted to rob her things, she didn't waste any words, and acted decisively. With a thin and long steel knife in her hand, she killed several people directly with a few cuts, and then encountered the siege of more than 20 people. So she took the boiling blood coral powder, and reached 38 points of strength. Following Zhou Wen's method of using the equipment bar, she released the finned yellowtail fish-fin knife. Although the fin knife was not as good as the 2 steel long knife, it was much sharper than steel weapons, and the blade was heavy. No one could resist the knife. It was just like chopping melons and vegetables, and soon only 5 people were left. Finally, she picked up the thin knife, then turned her body, and swung the thin knife out with inertia, and swung it in a circle, instantly killing the last 5 people. This scene was recorded by a survivor who could draw, and then he drew it through the drawing function in the system interface, and sent it to the World Communication Channel. Zhou would open the World Communication Channel, and found that many people were indeed discussing Chen Xian. The survivors who had experienced the trial maze with her were vividly describing the details of the time. You don't know, the battle was so exciting at that time. Our President Chen killed a group of bandits, and only one person was left. Suddenly, the bandit shouted loudly, and for a while, there were gusts of cold wind and ghosts. The next second, a black banner appeared in the bandit's hand. On the black banner, evil spirits and ghosts were wandering, and ghosts and monsters were accompanying him. At that time, the scene was really billowing black smoke and crying. But our President Chen looked normal, and was not afraid at all. She stretched her hand to the sky, a thunder fell, and a golden giant blade bigger than a person appeared in her hand. Suddenly, the bright light drove away the cold wind, and the divine weapon was mighty to capture the ghosts. President Chen asked the gods, What is this?" Zhou Wen was stunned. He saw the name of the survivor, Shi Kongyun. "Good fellow, you are not writing erotic novels anymore, you are writing mythological novels now, right?" Zhou Wen complained while looking through Shi Kongyun's chat history, and found that Chen Xian's heroic painting was drawn by him. He has quite some artistic talent. Zhou Wen was speechless. That's not right. Isn't President Chen wearing a mask? How come you see her looking normal, and not afraid at all? A survivor found the bright spot, and asked a question. No, he has already asked President Chen to summon the gods. What you care about is whether you can see the expression, or not. What a mess. President Chen is indeed powerful, but compared to King Jiang, he is far behind. Our King Jiang killed more than 100 beasts, who killed people at the exit. They all wore armor, but they were still slaughtered by King Jiang. Yes, your King Jiang is powerful. Is it fun to keep bragging? President Chen has a painting to prove it. Does your King Jiang have one? Why not? I just drew one to show you mortals how heroic King Jiang is. Then, the survivor drew his own. King Jiang. The scene of slaughtering more than 100 armored men was released, causing a group of survivors to exclaim in surprise. This painter. Even if Picasso came, he would have to worship you as his master. What is this yellow mass? And this large area of red? An abstract painting of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. What abstract painting of scrambled eggs with tomatoes? This yellow figure is King Jiang wearing a yellow scale armor at the time. This large area of red is blood. Didn't you see that I also outlined some broken limbs? Ah, these black things are actually broken limbs? I thought they were burnt chopped green onions. Brother, I was also there at the time. King Jiang was indeed fighting 1 against 100, and it was a complete massacre. The more than 100 people on the other side had no ability to resist, but the difference in the painting is too big. Look, the head is not round. That's the butt. Why is the butt on the head? Because I wanted to add some cool moves, so I added a side flip to King Jiang. After seeing the abstract painting of this survivor, everyone was laughing to death, and Zhou Wen was convinced after seeing it. It's over. I was supposed to help Jiang Haitao establish his prestige, but this guy made it so abstract. Just when the World Communication Channel was full of laughter, a message was sent out at an inopportune time. Jiang Haitao, you killed 6 people from my guild, including a vice president. Don't you have to give me an explanation? This message was sent by Zhao Teng, who obviously knew that Jiang Haitao killed Zhang Chao in the exit space of the 1000th underwater maze. You want to explain to me? Zhang Chao from your guild organized a group of armored people to attack me first. I haven't even asked you for an explanation yet, and you dare to ask me for an explanation? Do you really think I have a good temper? Believe it or not, I will kill you with the duel ticket. Ding! The duel ticket was used successfully, and the duel is about to begin. Chapter 167. After the red duel message appeared in the World Communication System, most of the survivors, who hated Zhao Teng, were shocked. Finally, someone wanted to get rid of Zhao Teng, the big villain. However, after they saw the 2 sides shown in the duel message, they were very disappointed. The duel was indeed initiated by Jiang Haitao, but the opponent of the duel was not Zhao Teng, but a stranger survivor. The duel ended not long after it started. Jiang Haitao won without any surprise. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao initiated 2 more duels and also won. Jiang Haitao suddenly killed 3 people without any warning, and the survivors who supported him were silent. He killed 3 ordinary survivors for no reason. This behavior was no different from Zhao Teng. These 3 people killed my guild members in the trial. Now I killed them to give an explanation to the dead guild members. The 3 people killed by Jiang Haitao were 3 of the 6 people who encouraged other survivors to grab snake meat in the black snake field that Zhou Wen remembered before. Now Zhao Teng is looking for trouble with Jiang Haitao. Zhou Wen directly found 3 of them in the World Communication Channel, and then took a screenshot and sent it to Jiang Haitao, asking him to kill these 3 people. This way, Zhou Wen can vent his anger, train Jiang Haitao, and deter Zhao Teng. Okay, I have avenged my dead guild members, and now I will settle accounts with you, Zhao Teng. Zhang Chao, the vice president of your Tingfei guild, brought a group of people to attack me first, and then I killed them all. In my opinion, there is no problem. But the members of your guild killed me for no reason. Zhao Teng, as the guild president, don't you have to give me an explanation? I am not a person who cares about every penny. Let's do this. You compensate me with 100 tons of biological meat that is not available on the market, and I will pretend that this incident never happened. Otherwise, I will go and get it myself. I still have a dual ticket in my hand. Jiang Haitao suddenly became so tough and even bit back, which made Zhao Teng feel troubled. The reason why he knew that it was Jiang Haitao who killed Zhang Chao was because a survivor sent him a private message. The vice president of his guild was killed. As the president, he naturally had to ask Jiang Haitao for an explanation. Otherwise, when the news spread, how could he continue to be the president of the Tingfei guild? Originally, Zhao Teng wanted to use the death of the vice president to ask Jiang Haitao for some benefits, such as a small planting box and some biological meat. After all, he was just a vice president, so he didn't have to risk his life for a vice president. But he didn't expect Jiang Haitao to suddenly kill 3 people in a row. This was clearly a show of force. The survivor who told him the news before also said that Jiang Haitao slaughtered more than 100 armored people alone, but he felt it was too outrageous and thought it was fake. If Jiang Haitao is really so powerful, why is the creature meat he sells only 1 to 5 meters long, and there is not even a 10-meter one? So compared to the incredible news that Jiang Haitao slaughtered more than 100 armored people alone, Zhao Teng is more willing to believe that Chen Xian killed more than 30 armored robbers alone. Because Chen Xian is really selling 10-meter, even terrifying 50-meter creature meat, and before the trial began, he also sold 30-meter big-mouthed octopus meat, which can indirectly prove Chen Xian's strength, but Jiang Haitao did not. However, what Zhao Teng didn't know was that Jiang Haitao had 10 meters and 20 meters of biological meat in his hands. But Zhou Wen didn't let Jiang Haitao sell it for the time being. This was because he was afraid that Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao would buy the golden seaweed fiber at the same time, which would lead to an increase in the price of golden seaweed fiber. Therefore, Zhou Wen asked Chen Xian to buy it first, and when Chen Xian's biological meat was almost consumed, he asked Jiang Haitao to buy it, so that those survivors who had golden seaweed fiber in their hands would not wait for the price to sell. King Jiang, don't let this bastard go, just kill him directly. I don't know how many survivors died in their guild during this underwater maze trial. This Tingfei guild is a cancer. Indeed, I don't know how this Zhao dared to trouble King Jiang. Although their guild has 50,000 people, they are all a mob, not enough for our King Jiang to kill alone. Fuck, do you dare to brag a little more? 50,000 people are not enough for Jiang Haitao to kill alone. If Jiang Haitao really has this ability, how come he didn't kill even a 10-meter creature in this underwater maze trial? It's really ridiculous. Jiang Haitao sold only 5-meter creature meat. You can brag with your eyes closed. Those who believe it are brainless. Just when the survivors were excited and wanted Jiang Haitao to duel with Zhao Teng, the members of the Tingfei guild jumped out and pointed out the unreasonableness of Jiang Haitao slaughtering more than 100 armor-piercing people alone. These guild members were naturally instructed by Zhao Teng. The idea was to beat Jiang Haitao and deceive those survivors, but not to deceive themselves. You are ridiculous, but you, Zhao Teng's lackeys, are ridiculous. Although we don't know why King Jiang didn't sell the meat of creatures over 10 meters long, he killed more than 100 armor-piercing people, and there were 2,000 pairs of eyes. It's not your turn to question it. I really hate that the camera function of the system interface failed at that time, otherwise, I would have taken a picture of the bloody scene at that time, which would have scared you lackeys to death. In the World Communication Channel, the 2 survivors who supported Jiang Haitao and Zhao Teng started arguing directly. Just when they were arguing fiercely, an extremely bloody painting appeared in the communication channel. In this painting, a humanoid fish monster covered with yellow scales, covered in blood and with a hideous face, is using extremely cruel means to tear a survivor wearing armor to pieces alive. The surrounding background is blood red, with corpses, blood, and broken limbs scattered all over the ground, which is extremely terrifying. That's it, although the bloodiness is slightly worse, it is already very close. Yes, I remember that all of us were so scared that we dared not move, and some people even peed their pants. Fortunately, King Jiang only killed the bad guys, otherwise I would definitely be scared and left with a psychological trauma. Who painted this? It is better than the previous one. Picasso's master. There are so many better paintings. When the survivors saw the name of this painting, it was Shi Kongyun again, but Jiang Haitao. He was not present at the massacre scene. This painting was done by the survivors, who supported Jiang Haitao, who provided the basic materials and asked Shi Kongyun to paint it. They described the scene at that time, and Shi Kongyun painted it. Although the characters were painted roughly because of the rush, it can already well reflect the bloody and terrifying scene at that time. Chapter 168. Is this Jiang Haitao? Isn't this a monster? Damn, are there so many armors like this? I also saw a shrimp head god in the underwater maze of number 666, who killed a black snake of 30 to 40 meters by himself. Indeed, there were many people who wanted to rob the black snake meat of the shrimp head god at that time. Fortunately, I didn't go. After knowing that the exit space could kill people at will, those people would be killed in the exit space even if they robbed the snake meat of the shrimp head god. Maybe they would kill innocent people like us. I am also one of the witnesses of number 666. Hearing what you said, I am a little scared. Fortunately, the shrimp head god suddenly disappeared, otherwise he might really kill everyone in order to get back the snake meat. Seeing that the survivors were talking with details, Zhao Teng was also a little uncertain. Just when he was hesitating, Jiang Haitao suddenly started selling 20 meters of biological meat. This directly proved that Jiang Haitao's strength was indeed not simple. The outrageous rumors of those survivors were also true. Zhao Teng did not dare to confront Jiang Haitao. Oh, so this is what happened. I really misunderstood Brother Jiang. That Zhang Chao is really damned. He dared to provoke Brother Jiang. Doesn't he know that Brother Jiang and I have been brothers for a long time? Brother Jiang, I'm really sorry. Since it was our guild that provoked you first, it is only right to apologize. But 100 tons of biological meat that is not available on the market is really difficult for me. My strength is not as good as yours. Where can I get so much biological meat? How about 10 tons? Zhou did not want to kill Zhao Teng now, so he naturally would not bite too hard on the amount of biological meat to be compensated. Jiang Haitao and Zhao Teng pulled for a while, and accepted Zhao Teng's apology with 30 tons. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao sent the 30 tons of biological meat over. Zhou took a look and found two kinds of biological meat, both of which were over 10 meters long. This surprised Zhou. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian should be the two strongest people besides him, but they only killed one 10-meter creature together, and Zhao Teng used two kinds of 10-meter biological meat as compensation. It seems that there are many people behind him. Before, Zhao Teng had the dual ticket before he entered the deep blue sea, which proved that there were people behind him. Now seeing these 10-meter biological meats, it means that there are still many people behind Zhao Teng. Very good, the stronger the better, otherwise you won't be able to play the role of the villain well. Zhou has not killed Zhao Teng because he needs a villain to compare with. Without suffering and natural disasters, how can he show the auspicious clouds and mists? The two kinds of 10-meter biological meat are not repeated with the ones in Zhou hand. They can increase 3 points of strength, 1 point of constitution, and 3 points of speed in total. Although more than 20 million people died in the underwater maze trial, the survivors also gained great benefits. Not to mention the meat of creatures over 10 meters, which can kill few people, but the meat of various creatures around 5 meters, after eating, the three-dimensional attributes can be increased by 10 points, which is much easier than obtaining biological meat outside. Of course, these improvements have nothing to do with ordinary survivors, as they simply cannot afford to buy biological meat. There was nothing to do next, so Zhou laid down to rest and read the novels on the World Channel, but he found that Shi Kongyun had actually started writing a mythological novel related to Jiang Haitao. So, Zhou immediately sent a private message to Jiang Haitao. Shi Kongyun is good at drawing, give him some rewards, but tell him not to do his job. What does doing his job mean? This? Soon, it was night, and the 3 supply boxes today only contained some ordinary supplies, nothing to say. But the weak state caused by using the burning property has not recovered much until now. Zhou still feels weak all over, so he inspected the stomach wall space and went to sleep directly. Day 32. The stomach wall space began to vibrate, and Zhou woke up from his sleep. Because the weak state caused by using the burning property yesterday was too serious, He slept very deeply all night. Even after a night, he was still a little bit tired. However, the feeling of weakness in the body has disappeared, and the strength has recovered, so Zhou Wen moved his mind and put on the black crystal armor. The black crystal armor is not moving, so you can't feel its obvious weight. Zhou Wen tried to raise his arm, but found it was unusually heavy. It was even more difficult to move his thigh. Zhou Wen's strength is now 62.5, plus 5 free attribute points, his strength reaches 67.5, but he still can't move the black crystal armor. It's almost 2,000 Jin, a ton. Fortunately, it's not made of the teeth of the steel armor Leviathan, otherwise I'm afraid it can only be used as a shield for a long time. Afterwards, Zhou Wen took off the black crystal armor and smashed it with his claws a few times, but it was not damaged at all. Then he slashed it with his fin sword, but it was still not damaged. Finally, Zhou Wen put it on again and smashed it with a lot of stone blocks. He could only feel the layer of shield fish fat inside the black crystal armor vibrating slightly, and his body could not feel the impact at all. The overall structure of the black crystal armor is a hard black crystal shell on the outside, a layer of shield fish fat in the middle, and soft and silky silk in the innermost part. The golden seaweed fiber connects each joint. It is the most comfortable and fit armor for the human body. After testing the defense of the black crystal armor, Zhou Wen was very satisfied, but he could not use it normally for the time being, so he could only put it in the equipment column first. Then, Zhou Wen opened the blueprint interface, spent some materials, made 2 shrimp head heavy armors, and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively. The strength of the two of them has now reached more than 50 points, and the knife and yellow belt fish scale armor is also relatively easy to use. Giving the shrimp head heavy armor to them will also give them different choices when facing different battles. Then he made a broad back steel knife and sent it to Jiang Haitao, and Shen Xian had a slender steel knife, which was considered to be a level up for the weapons they usually used. After doing all this, the transformed Leviathan also entered the feeding stage. Today, it encountered a razor disc worm, but it posed no threat to Zhou Wen, who was wearing the scales of a razor-finned yellow-banded fish, and it was dealt with in a few moves. After using the seaweed crusher to crush the seaweed and crimson nodules, and put them into the digestion tank, Zhou Wen collected the small crimson nodules growing in the crimson oxygen tank, a total of 18. But these 18 small crimson nodules were not all picked up by Zhou Wen with long chopsticks. The small diamond sea snake in the crimson oxygen tank saw Zhou Wen collecting small crimson nodules, and followed suit, collecting one at a time, and then handing them to Zhou Wen. Very smart. Zhou Wen smiled, and touched the head of the small diamond sea snake with his hand. Chapter 169. The little diamond sea snake followed Zhou Wen's hand, and climbed up his arm, wrapping its body around his arm again. Zhou Wen saw that the little diamond sea snake liked to be with him, so he simply let the little diamond sea snake wrap around his neck, so that he could do things more conveniently. As for whether the little diamond sea snake would accidentally shrink its body and strangle his neck, Zhou Wen was not worried at all, because with his current physique and strength, the little diamond sea snake that was more than 1 meter long did not have that strength. Zhou Wen fed the small diamond sea snake some fish meat and charcoal, and the small diamond sea snake hung on Zhou Wen's neck and fell asleep. Zhou Wen took out the rhizobia from 18 small crimson nodules, and gave them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian as rewards for the guild members. Although there are various kinds of biological meat that can be used as rewards now, the small crimson nodules are attribute points other than biological meat. Although the attribute points added are not many, they are extremely rare. After sending the small crimson nodules, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to pick out 100 trustworthy people from the more than 900 guild members who were farming and tell them how to leave the stomach wall space. To leave the stomach wall space, you only need to reach 15 points of strength and then slap the esophageal diaphragm. Before the underwater maze trial, there may be fewer people in the guild who can reach the standard, but now almost half of them can reach it. These 100 people are going out to burn charcoal. Of course, they can't sacrifice the schedule of these guild members just because they need to burn charcoal. These 100 people are divided into 5 groups, each with 20 people, and the 5 groups take turns to burn charcoal. In this way, their schedule will not be delayed too much. After all, these 100 people are the backbone of the guild. They will be vigorously cultivated in the future. It is not good to fall behind too much. A group of 20 people can burn about 100 pieces of charcoal per day, 20 people can burn 2,000 pieces, 100 pieces of charcoal can smelt 1 iron ingot, equivalent to 20 iron ingots per day. In fact, burning charcoal is not necessarily done by the trustworthy members of the guild. Other members can also do it, or even directly make the method public, let ordinary survivors burn charcoal, and then the guild can buy it, which is more efficient. But Joe did not do this for the time being, because he wanted to further screen these 100 guild members. These 100 guild members completed the work of burning charcoal well. After the method of burning charcoal is made public, they can specialize in iron smelting. The guild's resources can also be tilted more towards these 100 guild members, and they can be trained to become the real backbone of the guild. With the guild members who burn charcoal, the iron smelting work will naturally be completed by Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. In order to keep his title of pioneer, Zhou has no time to go out. This pioneer title is really troublesome. Zhou still wants to go out and bask in the sun from time to time, and he doesn't care much about this pioneer title now. It only has 5 attributes, which is a small improvement compared to his current attributes. But the problem is that people who have surpassed him and won the title of pioneer will know that he has always been in the leading position, which is why he dare not stop. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of a way to get rid of the title of pioneer and hide himself. Zhou didn't care about it for the time being. There was another more urgent thing to do. Zhou took out a pest control coupon from the locker. This was what Chen Xian exchanged for the big-mouthed octopus meat before the underwater maze trial. It was only valid for 3 days. Today is the 3rd day, and there is only half a day left on the deworming coupon. This deworming coupon is called Giant Leviathan Deworming Coupon, and the task is to remove all parasites in the stomach wall space of Giant Leviathan. After reading the news about this deworming coupon, Zhou sent a private message to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to purchase the pure coupon. With the experience of deworming with Steel Leviathan, and Zhou's strength now, he is not worried about the danger of deworming, so he plans to take Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian with him this time, and let them face the massive parasites. However, considering that he was able to successfully eliminate the insects before, almost entirely relying on the rockfall technique, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to collect a large number of stones, and then put them in a deep blue treasure box just in case. If they really couldn't handle it, they could also use the rockfall technique to solve it. Time passed little by little, and soon it was night. Today's 4 supply boxes still contained some ordinary supplies. The transformed Leviathan found a safe place, and began to rest. Zhou held 2 deep blue treasure chests filled with stones and various items, and took out the Giant Bone Leviathan Insect Removal Coupon, and used it directly. Giant Bone Leviathan Insect Removal Coupon emitted a dazzling golden light, and a phantom of a giant fish with a huge skeleton wrapped around its head gradually formed in the stomach wall space. After wandering in the air for a circle, it swallowed Zhou in one gulp. The next second, Zhou appeared in a dark space. Unlike the previous time when he entered the mouth of the steel armor Leviathan, Zhou's headlamp was upgraded this time, and it could illuminate a distance within 15 meters. Relying on a strong headlamp, Zhou quickly found the esophagus of the Giant Bone Leviathan, but he did not rush in, but first checked the biological illustration information. Giant Bone Leviathan Stage, Adult. Body length, 200 meters. Weight, 10,000 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A Titan variant of a head turtle, abnormal growth. Reaching the Leviathan level, the whole body is wrapped in a thin and hard honeycomb skeleton, and the honeycomb skeleton can be made into armor. Titan variant. In other words, Leviathan is actually a level. As long as the size reaches a certain level, it is considered a Leviathan? After reading the introduction of the Giant Leviathan, Zhou roughly understood the meaning of the introduction, but the problem is that the transformed Leviathan is a Leviathan at the beginning, and it is also a Leviathan at 30 meters. It seems that Leviathans are also divided. Some are born as Leviathans, while others need to mutate and grow to reach a corresponding size to be called Leviathan. However, Zhou did not delve into the differences between Leviathans. Based on the 2 information of the length and weight of the Giant Leviathan, it can be roughly inferred that this time's insect removal should be easier than the Steel Leviathan, because the stomach wall space of the Giant Leviathan is definitely smaller than that of the Steel Leviathan. After reading the information on the Giant Bone Leviathan, Zhou walked directly into the esophagus. Because of the strong headlight, he directly calculated the diameter of the esophagus, which was about 10 meters. This time, Zhou did not need to worry about a sudden attack from a creature in the dark. The light from the headlight could show everything within a diameter of 30 meters in Zhou's mind. Chapter 170. After walking about 40 meters, Zhou passed through the entire esophagus and came to the entrance of the stomach wall space. There was also light inside. A 5-meter-long heliospheroid was hanging in the middle of the top of the stomach wall space. The dim light illuminated the entire stomach wall space. The stomach wall space of the giant bone leviathan is much smaller than that of the steel armor leviathan, with a space of only 30 by 30 by 20 meters. Moreover, the parasites on the stomach wall are much less than those in the steel armor leviathan. They are just densely packed, but not stacked up. Although it looked very disgusting, Zhou, who had seen even more disgusting scenes, was basically immune to it now. At this level, there is no need for outside support. Zhou first walked a distance into the esophagus, then took out a voucher from the deep blue treasure chest and directly brought Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian over. If the number of parasites in the giant bone leviathan far exceeded that of the steel armor leviathan, just in case, Zhou would leave one person outside to collect the necessary supplies and only bring one person over, but the current situation is much better than the steel armor leviathan, so it is no problem to bring both of them over. Two blue lights flashed, and Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian appeared in the esophagus. They had known that they were going to carry out the pest control operation, so they were fully armed, wearing knife-in yellow belt fish scale armor, holding steel weapons in their hands, and each holding two deep blue treasure chests, which were full of stones. Boss Zhou, the stomach wall space of the giant bone leviathan is in front of you. Why is there still light? Chen Xian turned around and looked around, and found that there was light at the end of the esophagus, so he asked curiously. You know if you go and see it. Zhou didn't say it directly, but just let Chen Xian see it for herself. When Chen Xian heard Zhou say that, he looked a little suspicious, thinking that there was something wrong, and then looked at Zhou face. But Zhou was also wearing the scale armor of the knife-finned yellow belt fish at this time, and his expression could not be seen at all. Brother One, there won't be aliens in there, right? They also live in other leviathans like us? Jiang Hainao also thought it was strange that there was a light in the stomach wall space of the giant bone leviathan, and then he used his imagination. You have a good image. You can go and have a look. Both of them could not get an answer from Zhou, so they could only move forward towards the light together. Zhou followed them. Soon, they reached the entrance of the stomach wall space. Looking inside, they saw a dense mass of various parasites. Both of them took a few steps back at the same time. A sense of physical discomfort filled their bodies. They felt their scalps tingling and felt extremely nauseous. This is too disgusting, and there are so many of them. How can we clean them up? Chen Xian moved away from the entrance to the stomach wall space. She felt like there were parasites crawling on her body. Jiang Hainao didn't say anything, but he also moved away from the entrance to the stomach wall space. The visual impact of the previous glance was too great. You get used to it. The number of parasites, this time, is still relatively small. Zhou was very satisfied with the reactions of the two. Last time, he had to bear the disgusting feeling of cleaning up the massive parasites in the stomach wall space of the steel armor leviathan alone. Now there are two more people. Today, your two tasks are to clean up the parasites in the stomach wall space of the giant bone leviathan. Zhou said, opening the deep blue treasure chest, blocking the esophagus with a stone foundation, leaving a few stone walls as a retreat, and finally laying a layer of stone foundation, placing a wooden chair and a wooden table. Zhou sat on the wooden chair, put a few wooden plates on the table, and then cut some fruit and put it on the wooden plate, preparing to watch the two of them clean the parasites while eating fruit to pass the time. Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao, seeing that Zhou had no intention of taking action, knew that they had to overcome their physical discomfort with these parasites and then face the parasites head-on. The two of them did several rounds of psychological preparation, and finally adjusted their mentality and rushed into the stomach space together, but as soon as they entered, both of them showed abnormalities at the same time. Chen Xian waved the slender steel knife desperately, but there was no parasite in front of her, and she didn't know what she was cutting. Jiang Hainao was almost the same, swinging the broad-back steel knife in his hand while dodging constantly. And because the two were relatively close, the weapons of both sides even hit each other's bodies. Fortunately, they were protected by the scales of the knife-in yellow belt fish, otherwise they would be in danger. Zhou immediately realized something and rushed into the stomach wall space. He looked around and saw two dream anemone worms constantly dancing their tentacles. It was obvious that they were attacking Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian mentally. Taking out two stones from the deep blue treasure chest, Zhou's arm exerted force instantly, and threw the stone in his hand towards a dream anemone worm. With the blessing of huge power, the stone was like a cannonball, instantly smashing the soft body of a dream anemone worm into pieces, and then turned around and threw another stone again, killing the second one. The two dream anemone worms died, and without mental control, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian also recovered, but they had just escaped from the illusion and were still a little dazed. At this time, a large number of parasites had already rushed over, and Zhou could only take the two of them back to the first stone wall. Just now, I seem to have suddenly returned to the time when I faced the anchorworms before. Chen Xian's face was full of confusion. Me too, I suddenly stood in a dark water, and there were anchorworms swimming under the water. The same is true for Jiang Haitao. Zhou frowned. He hadn't encountered the dream anemone worm for a long time, but he ignored the effect of the dream anemone worm on people who didn't increase their intelligence. Before, when he first encountered the dream anemone worm, he was caught in an illusion with 12 points of intelligence without any precautions, not to mention Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao, who hadn't increased their intelligence. This is troublesome. Zhou originally planned to let Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian clean up the more common insect removal coupons in the future, and then directly hand in the supplies. After all, Jiang Haitao's strength has reached 50 points, and Chen Xian's strength has reached 51 points. The two of them are fully capable of clearing the parasites on their own, but they were stuck on intelligence. However, items that can improve intelligence are too rare. Zhou increased his intelligence by 3 points, 2 of which were added by using the golden order, and 1 was added by big head fish eggs. In this way, it is basically impossible to increase Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao's intelligence to at least 12 points in a short period of time. Boss Zhou, what happened to us just now? Chen Xian had been in a fantasy just now, and didn't know that he was controlled at all, and he didn't even see the appearance of the dream anemone worm. Zhou didn't say much, and directly sent the biological illustration information of the dream anemone worm to the two. Chapter 171. After reading the basic information of the dream sea anemone, the two of them felt a little scared. Their current strength has indeed increased a lot, but they have no power to resist the dream sea anemone that has mental attacks. Brother One, is there any way to deal with this dream sea anemone? Jiang Haitao asked with some fear of the dream sea anemone. The dream sea anemone is described in the illustrations as a parasite. They have Zhou protection this time, but what if they encounter it in the stomach wall space of their own transformed Leviathan? Just now, they were trapped in the illusion of the dream anemone worm, and did not notice any abnormality at all. If they really encountered this again, they might not even have the chance to send a message to Zhou. Since Zhou was able to wake them up from the illusion just now, it means that he must have a way. The most direct way is to increase intelligence points, but what was not said later was that the items that can improve intelligence are too rare. Even if Zhou had them, he would use them for himself first. After all, he also wanted to know what changes would happen to him after his intelligence increased significantly. Ah, intelligence can be increased? Chen Xian was stunned after hearing Zhou words. She had never encountered anything that could increase intelligence for so long, and she thought that intelligence could not be increased. Items that increase intelligence are too rare. I have only increased it by 2 points so far. Zhou had 1 point of intelligence. The increase of intelligence has a great impact on people, which is different from other three-dimensional attributes. Strength, physique, speed. The increase of 3 attributes is nothing more than the physical strength becoming stronger, but the overall strength is still affected by the equipment. Zhou never hesitated to give Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian all kinds of biological flesh that could increase three-dimensional attributes, because even if their three-dimensional attributes were comparable to his, he could crush them with his 2 steel long sword and black crystal armor. But intelligence was different. The increase in intelligence not only allowed better control of the body, but also had amazing learning and summarizing abilities. Zhou could even continuously improve his combat skills in a battle, or use all available items to increase his overall strength. Compared with the other 3 attributes, Zhou felt that the improvement of intelligence on a person was the most difficult to predict, so it was better for him to keep a hand. Boss Zhou only added 2 points, so it would be even more difficult for us to improve intelligence. Chen Xian was originally a little bit expectant, but when she learned that Zhou only increased 2 points, she immediately didn't want to know how to improve intelligence. What if we encounter it in our own stomach wall space in the future? Jiang Haitao was even more worried about this problem. I just thought of another way. Maybe it can reduce the influence of the dream anemone worm on you. Zhou said, and took out the fat cap that he had made in the underwater maze from the deep blue treasure chest. The dream anemone worm's mental control method is to control humans by the weak sound waves generated by dancing its tentacles, and the fat cap can weaken the sound waves. Maybe it can weaken or even directly eliminate the influence of the dream anemone worm. However, there is no way to experiment at present, because the 2 dream anemone worms that controlled Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian just now have been killed by Zhou. If you want to find another dream anemone worm for the experiment, you need to clean up the large number of parasites outside the stone wall first. Zhou Wen waved his hand to collect the stone foundation wall in front of him, and sent it to Jiang Haitao, then immediately used the stones in the deep blue treasure box to instantly make a large number of stone pillars. The stone pillars fell like rain in the esophagus, which was only 10 meters long, and instantly killed the large number of parasites that rushed into the esophagus. However, because their position was only separated from the parasites outside by a stone wall, many parasites attacked them at the moment the wall was removed. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian directly blocked Zhou Wen, wearing knife-in yellow belt fish scale armor, waving steel weapons in their hands, and did not let the parasites affect Zhou Wen's use of falling rock technique. Rockfall technique. When Zhou Wen decided to take Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian with him to eliminate the parasites this time, he had already taught them the stone pillar blueprint. They both had it, because it was not a rare blueprint and could be traded as long as they purchased it. After Zhou Wen used the rockfall technique to kill a large number of parasites, he chose to stop directly. Next, Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao were to deal with the parasites that rushed over again. After all, this time of eliminating the parasites was mainly to train Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. Chen Xian also learned from Zhou Wen to use the stones in his dark blue supply box to make stone pillars in the air, but she was a little flustered. She needed to kill the parasites rushing over while using the drawings on the system interface to make stone pillars. She needed to do two things at once. But this was difficult for Chen Xian. If she wanted to kill the parasites, she couldn't continue to make stone pillars. If she wanted to make stone pillars, the movement of swinging the knife in her hand would slow down. Jiang Haitao was even more outrageous. He seemed to be stuck. His two hands seemed to be restraining each other. He didn't swing the knife in his hand, and he didn't make the stone pillars in the air. The parasites crawled on him and wrapped him up. Zhou Wen cleared all the parasites from his body and told him to focus on killing the parasites instead of making stone pillars. After watching the performance of these two people, Zhou Wen further understood the benefits of increased intelligence. It was normal for him with 13 intelligence points to do two things at the same time, but it was very difficult for people who did not increase their intelligence. People with more flexible thinking, like Chen Xian, could barely do two things at the same time, but those with slower thinking, like Jiang Haitao, were stuck and could only do one thing at a time. Later, the two simply divided the work and cooperated. Chen Xian focused on using the rock-falling technique to smash a large number of parasites that rushed over, while Jiang Haitao killed the missed ones. Because killing the missed parasites required constant movement back and forth in the esophagus, Jiang Haitao's physical strength decreased quickly, while Chen Xian only had to make stone pillars, which basically did not consume physical strength. So when Jiang Haitao was tired, the two of them directly switched roles, allowing Jiang Haitao to focus on making stone pillars and recovering his physical strength, while Chen Xian was responsible for killing the missed parasites. This back and forth greatly improved the combat capabilities of the two against a large number of parasites. If the physical strength is really exhausted, you can retreat to the stone wall behind, eat something to replenish the energy lost in the body, and then remove the wall to continue fighting. After Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian formed such a pattern of removing parasites, Zhou Wen did not take action much. After 3 or 4 hours, the number of parasites rushing into the esophagus became fewer and fewer, and Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao directly killed out of the esophagus and entered the space inside the stomach wall. After killing the last aggressive parasite, there was no danger in this deworming. As long as the parasites that did not actively attack were cleared, the deworming task was over. Chapter 172. During this period, they also encountered a white beetle with a hard shell and a body length of about 3 meters. It was difficult to kill it with a steel weapon. However, Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao had a stronger fish fin sword. Although it was seriously unbalanced, it was still no problem to use it to kill the white beetle with one blow. After killing the offensive parasites, Zhou Wen did not rush Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to clean up the remaining parasites, but went deep inside to look for the dream anemone worm. At the top of the middle position of the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen found a dream anemone worm. The dream anemone worm launched a mental attack on him, but he did not feel anything. The extra intelligence is still useful. When Zhou Wen's intelligence was 12 points, he would still be affected to some extent if he was prepared, but now, he doesn't feel it at all. 13 points of intelligence is still much stronger than 12 points of intelligence. Zhou Wen returned to where Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao were, and then put the fat hat on Jiang Haitao, and brought Jiang Haitao to the dream anemone worm. This time Jiang Haitao was just in a trance for a while, and then he immediately got rid of the control. Afterwards, Zhou Wen took Chen Xian to try it once, and Chen Xian was not controlled either, indicating that the fat hat could indeed reduce the mental control effect of the dream anemone worm. So Zhou Wen directly took out the shield fish fat from the deep blue treasure chest, and made a new fat hat for the two of them. However, if you want to wear the fat hat and armor at the same time, you can only wear the shrimp head heavy armor. The knife and yellow ribbon fish basically fits the body, and cannot coexist with the fat hat. In the following time, Zhou Wen asked Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao to clean up the remaining parasites on the stomach wall, while he went deep into the innermost part of the stomach wall space and came to the digestion tank. There was a bone-made table with a silver-rimmed supply box on it. It was so easy to get the box, but there are no symbiotic creatures? Zhou Wen thought of the fine steel worms in the steel armor Leviathan, but there were none in this giant bone Leviathan. Zhou Wen looked around, and the entire stomach wall space was clear at a glance. Except for the 5-meter-long sun-spherical worm at the top of the center, there were no larger creatures, so he directly opened the silver-rimmed supply box. Ding! Obtained equipment slot X1. Ding! Obtained giant bone shield X1. Zhou Wen took out the giant bone shield. It was a large shield made of bones, 3 meters high, 2 meters wide, and 10 centimeters thick. However, it was surprisingly light, weighing only about 100 kilograms. He could lift it with one hand. Then, in order to test the defense, Zhou Wen first used iron weapons, then steel weapons, and finally even the fishfin sword, but none of them could leave marks on the giant bone shield. He even used a 2-steel long sword. The 2-steel long knife can leave marks on the giant bone shield, but it is not easy. It feels like chopping wood with a knife. The fact that the 2-steel long knife can have this feeling is enough to reflect the amazing defense of the giant bone shield. Ding! Get the honeycomb bone fragment blueprint of the transformed Leviathan. Is this bone armor for the transformed Leviathan? Zhou Wen was shocked. He used the stone foundation and wooden foundation to make the transformed Leviathan. Foundation armor, which was not very effective, but there was no other way. Any defense is better than nothing. But now, he has found a bone piece specifically for the Transfiguration Leviathan. If the defensive effect is good, he won't bother to get the foundation armor. The foundation armor is not only heavy, but also affects the performance of the Transfiguration Leviathan in battle. Zhou Wen looked at the simple picture of the bone piece on the blueprint. The overall shape is a hexagon, 3 meters long. This kind of bone piece should be able to be directly attached to the surface of the Transfiguration Leviathan, and then arranged one by one, just like the hexagonal scales of the shield fish. After seeing the general appearance of the bone fragment drawing, Zhou Wen directly used the blueprint, and then checked the requirements for making the blueprint. Leviathan Honeycomb Bone Flake Blueprint requires large bone X1. The materials are not complicated, but large bones are required. Although Zhou Wen has some large bones in his hand, a bone fragment is only 3 meters in size. If he wants to cover the entire body of the 80-meter-long Leviathan, at least 3,000 pieces are needed. Where can he get so many large bones? I can only save them slowly. There was no rush, so Zhou Wen continued to look at the remaining items. Ding! Obtained 20 steel ingots. 20 steel ingots are not bad. Zhou Wen is in great need of steel ingots now. The only source of steel ingots is small fine steel worms, but it takes 10 days to obtain 1 steel ingot, and the production speed is too slow. In addition to these, there are no other items in the silver-rimmed material box. Generally speaking, it is an improvement for Zhou Wen, not as many as the items given by the steel armor Leviathan, but he obtained the transformed Leviathan Honeycomb Bone Slice Blueprint. This time of deworming is worthwhile. Another 4 or 5 hours passed, and Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian cleared all the parasites except the 5-meter-long heliotrope. This time, the pest control task was basically completed. Did Boss Zhou find anything good in the silver-rimmed supply box? Chen Xian asked curiously, when she saw Zhou Wen holding a silver-rimmed supply box. 1 equipment bar, 1 giant bone shield, 1 blueprint, and 20 steel ingots. Zhou Wen told the two about his gains this time, and gave the equipment bar to Chen Xian. Jiang Haitao still had the colorful giant arapaima meat in his hand, and he could trade it for the equipment bar. Chen Xian's biological meat had been consumed because of the acquisition of golden seaweed. He showed them the giant bone shield. This shield was very useful to Zhou Wen, so he kept it for himself. He didn't show them the blueprint. He didn't have enough materials at the moment. If he took it out, it would only be a pie in the sky for the two of them. It was meaningless. Then, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian ended their journey at the same time. They turned into blue light and disappeared. Zhou Wen used a razor disc insect corpse to knock down the sun spheroid insect 5 meters above the stomach wall space. Without wasting time, He used a 2-steel long knife to kill it with one blow. A palm-sized blood crystal rolled out of the sun spheroid insect corpse, and Zhou quickly picked it up. Ding! Get the giant bone leviathan blood crystal. Ding! Giant bone leviathan blood crystal. A crystal that condenses the essence of giant bone leviathan's blood. Feed it to the phantom leviathan during the scale transformation period to grow honeycomb bone scales. The pest control task is over, and the golden phantom of the phantom leviathan swallows Zhou in one gulp. The next second, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space of the phantom leviathan. Because there are fewer parasites in the stomach wall space of the giant bone leviathan, and there are more people, the overall pest control time took less than 10 hours, and the phantom leviathan just woke up and started to move. Chapter 173. On the 33rd day, the transformed leviathan began to move. After Zhou put 20 steel ingots into the locker, he took out some fish bones, and tried to make honeycomb bone slices. First, he used fish bones of about 5 meters. Although these fish bones were not particularly large, they were still large compared to Zhou. However, after trying, the drawings did not react at all. Zhou could only use 10 meters of fish bones. The 10 meters of fish bones had been cut into 5 pieces when collecting fish meat before, and they could barely fit in the stomach wall space when they were stacked. Now the transformed leviathan is 80 meters long, the side length of the stomach wall space has grown to 7.5 meters, and the height is 5.5 meters. It is still no problem to stack a 10 fish bone. Zhou tried to make it again, and this time he succeeded. The 10-meter fish bone turned into blue light, and then quickly compressed into a 3-meter size. The blue light dissipated, and a hexagonal bone piece made of bones, 3 meters long, 30 centimeters thick, and full of honeycomb holes inside, appeared in front of Zhou. Zhou took it with his hand, and found that it was not heavy, only about 200 kilograms. You can only make one bone piece from a 10-meter long fish bone? Zhou frowned as he looked at the honeycomb bone piece in his hand. He currently only had 3 10-meter long fish bones in his hand. According to this standard, he could only make 3 honeycomb bone pieces. In other words, if he wanted to make honeycomb bone pieces that covered the entire body of the transformed leviathan, he would need to kill 3,000 10-meter long creatures. Zhou was not without the ability. It was just a 10-meter long creature. As long as he was given enough time, killing 3,000 of them would not be a problem, but where to find so many 10-meter long creatures was the problem. The skeleton of the remaining 20-meter creature was too large to be placed in the stomach wall space, so Zhou could only test the hardness of the honeycomb bone piece first. Since the material of the honeycomb bone piece was similar to that of the giant bone shield, Zhou did not waste time testing it with iron and steel weapons, but directly tested it with the fish fin knife and the cella sledgehammer. Zhou raised the fish fin knife with both hands, used all his strength, and chopped it hard on the honeycomb bone piece, leaving a 2 or 3 centimeter deep groove on the surface of the honeycomb bone piece. The defense is slightly worse than the giant bone shield, but it is reasonable. The giant bone shield uses the bone armor of the giant bone leviathan. This honeycomb bone piece is just the skeleton of a 10-meter creature, so it is naturally incomparable. But this honeycomb bone piece can defend against Zhou's full-strength attack with the fish fin broadsword. The thickness is 30 centimeters, and it only cuts 2 or 3 centimeters. The defense is already very strong. The stone foundation may have been chopped to pieces under this knife. After testing the hardness, Zhou used the claw sledgehammer to test the impact resistance. Under the full-strength hammer, the surface of the honeycomb bone piece was only slightly concave by 1 centimeter, and it was very tough, and there was no sign of breaking on the surface. It's quite strong, and it's very light, much stronger than a stone foundation. A stone foundation weighs almost 2 tons, while a honeycomb bone piece weighs only 100 kilograms, which is 20 times lighter than a stone foundation, and its defense is far superior to that of a stone foundation. Zhou is very satisfied with this. After doing all this, the transformed leviathan also entered the feeding stage. While waiting for the seaweed to enter the stomach wall space, Zhou suddenly found that there was a small diamond sea snake wrapped around his neck. Looking at this situation, the small diamond sea snake should have been on his neck all night, which is equivalent to participating in the deworming of the giant bone leviathan's stomach wall space. Yesterday, because he was preparing for the pest control, Zhou subconsciously ignored the existence of the little diamond sea snake, and Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian did not notice it either. Maybe because the little diamond sea snake was too dark and did not move, they thought it was a protective gear worn by Zhou when on his neck. He took out some fish meat and charcoal to feed the little diamond sea snake, and when it was full, He put it in the crimson oxygen tank to prevent it from being carried around accidentally. The little diamond sea snake is still too young now. If it dies accidentally, the loss will be great. Since the little diamond sea snake can be taken with him to carry out pest control tasks, when it grows up, it will also be a strong combat force when exploring various dungeons. Splash, splash. As soon as the little diamond sea snake was put into the scarlet oxygen tank, the sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus. Joe had an idea and put on the scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish. After a while, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and seawater poured into the stomach wall space, along with a large amount of seaweed. The water level rose rapidly. Joe used a strong headlight to illuminate the stomach wall space to check if there were any parasites entering. The bright light quickly swept across the entire stomach wall space, and no parasites were found. However, after the esophageal diaphragm was closed, and no more seawater poured in, he found that the water level in the stomach wall space was much higher than before. The height of the seawater had exceeded the stone foundation, and the stone platform was submerged by 1 centimeter. Joe has actually always noticed that the seawater in the stomach wall space is increasing. As the size of the transformed Leviathan increases, the stomach wall space will also increase, and the appetite will also increase. The swallowed seawater will be more, and the height of the seawater will naturally increase. In fact, according to the ratio of the size of the seawater and the stomach wall space, the ratio before and now has not changed, but Joe's stone foundation cannot grow with the stomach wall space, and it will naturally be gradually submerged by the seawater. Joe thought about it, and added a stone floor to the stone foundation. The stone floor is 2 centimeters thick, which can increase the height of the stone platform 1 centimeter above the horizontal plane, and the seawater will not submerge the stone platform in a short time. After increasing the height of the stone platform, the seawater in the stomach wall space had receded, and Joe took out the human-powered seaweed crusher and began to crush the seaweed, and added a crimson root nodule. After the first round of seaweed crushing, Joe thought for a while, took out the 20 steel ingots obtained yesterday, and added other materials to make 2 human-powered seaweed crushers, and sent one to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. He thought for a while, if he wanted to give up the title of pioneer, he could only let Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian catch up first, and either of them could get the title. Giving them the human-powered seaweed crusher can help them skip the digestion stage, and add 1 more journey per day than other survivors. After a while, the entire eating stage ended, and Joe crushed all the seaweed. During this period, he did not encounter any parasites, and transformed into Leviathan to skip the digestion stage and enter the supply box stage. There was nothing to do next, so Joe open the World Communication Channel. He was originally going to read a novel, but a large number of red duel messages appeared in the communication channel. It turns out that you can get a duel ticket as long as you enter the deep blue sea. I thought you had to rely on luck to get it. Ha ha ha, in the underwater maze trial, killing someone will be attacked by the opponent's phantom Leviathan. I didn't dare to do it. Now I don't have to worry about this problem. My neighbor hoards food and I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary. For this day, I have basically replaced all my basic materials with weapons and equipment. I don't have enough food every day, but I have finally waited for it. Ding! A survivor uses duel ticket to challenge you. Please prepare weapons and protective gear as soon as possible and enter the duel venue. Joe was looking at these red messages of duels initiated against other people, and suddenly, a prompt sounded in his mind, and someone challenged him to a duel. Chapter 174. There are really people who don't know how to live or die. Joe didn't prepare much this time, and he couldn't bring it in anyway. He held a seaweed bag of boiling blood coral powder in his mouth, and didn't even wear any equipment. It's not that he didn't take it seriously, but now there really was no one who could threaten him. When the waiting time was over, Joe's body turned into blue light and disappeared in the stomach wall space, and appeared in the same blue light curtain space as before, and it was pitch black outside. Soon, another blue light curtain space appeared on the opposite side, and the 2 blue spaces merged together, and the diaphragm in the middle disappeared, indicating that the duel could begin. Joe looked at the other person. He was of medium build, with white scale armor all over his body, holding a shiny silver steel knife in his hand, and his face was very familiar to Joe. Boss, why don't you have any equipment on you? The survivor also looked at Joe and found that Joe had no equipment on him and his hands were empty, so he unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a playful expression. Was it not that someone else robbed them all in the underwater maze trial? Ha ha ha. The survivor laughed. He was once the best among all the survivors, but now he was about to be stepped on by him. Instead, he was not in a hurry to attack. Did you want to duel with me yourself, or did Zhao Tang ask you to come? Zhou Wen never cared about other people's ridicule of him, let alone a dead person. Who would care about what a corpse said? Do you know me? The other party was slightly startled and asked back. I have seen your avatar several times. Zhou Wen had some impression of this survivor. He was a member of the Tingfei Guild. He could always see his avatar in the World Communication Channel to recruit people to join the guild, but today he removed the prefix of the Tingfei Guild, which seemed to be intentional. It seems that I, Wu Hao, am still somewhat famous. I am remembered by a former big shot like you. Unfortunately, you must die today, Wu Hao said, taking a few steps closer to Zhou Wen. So Zhao Tang asked you to come. Zhou Wen didn't care about Wu Hao's approach, and continued to ask. He had to confirm whether Wu Hao was sent by Zhao Tang. Yes and no. I wanted to kill you and take everything from you, but President Zhao gave me this opportunity. Sometimes, I find this world really unfair. You got 2 extremely valuable blueprints, and then you sold them to those stupid survivors at the lowest price. After that, guilds were established one after another, but you didn't know how to use the top-quality blueprints in your hands to grow and develop, causing yourself to be slowly forgotten. I saw all of this, and I really don't understand why a fool like you can get such good blueprints. If they were given to me, Xiao Tang would not be the strongest guild now. It's me. Wu Hao became more and more excited and angry as he spoke. His blood was boiling and his cheeks were red. His bloodshot eyes were full of hatred for Zhou Wen. He hated Zhou Wen for taking everything from him. If it weren't for Zhou Wen, the top-quality blueprint might have been his. Shua. Wu Hao had come to Zhou Wen and swung the steel knife in his hand vigorously. With a loud sound of breaking wind, the blade with a cold light chopped Zhou Wen's shoulder. He was not in a hurry to kill Zhou Wen. He wanted to torture him and vent his anger. Bang! A metallic collision sounded, and the scene that Wu Hao expected Zhou Wen's arm to be chopped off did not appear, because Zhou Wen's shoulder was suddenly covered with a layer of yellow scales. In general, it was Zhao Tang who asked you to come, right? Zhou Wen's tone was particularly calm, without any anger towards Wu Hao, as if Wu Hao was not the one slashing with the knife. You, what kind of armor is this? How is it possible? Wu Hao looked at the yellow scales that suddenly appeared on Zhou Wen's body, and his shoulder that was not damaged at all. His mind went blank, and the anger and jealousy in his heart disappeared instantly. The fool in front of him, who seemed to him to have no ability to resist before, suddenly became a little incomprehensible at this moment. You know, he was holding the strongest steel weapon in his hand, and his strength had reached 35 points under Zhao Tang's training. Such a strong weapon, such a terrifying power, the opponent took it lightly. Even when the steel knife chopped on the shoulder, the steel knife with 35 points of terrifying power did not make the opponent's shoulder sink a bit, as if he was waving not a steel knife, but a marshmallow. Impossible, you obviously didn't establish a guild, and I have the support of President Zhao. You can't be stronger than me. Impossible. Impossible. The sudden unexpectedness made Wu Hao lose his mind a little, and he began to swing the steel knife frantically again, chopping Zhou Wen, but no matter how hard he chopped, he couldn't leave any marks on the scales of the knife-finned yellow-belt fish. Suddenly, he found that Zhou Wen's yellow scales looked familiar. It was the yellow scales worn by Jiang Haitao in the picture of Jiang Haitao slaughtering 100 armored men in the World Channel yesterday. You are Jiang Haitao's man. Wu Hao's eyes suddenly widened, his face turned pale, and his face was full of panic. Bang! Zhou Wen suddenly swung the fin on his arm, and it collided with Wu Hao's steel knife, and the steel knife broke. Then he immediately made his palm into a claw shape and stretched it forward. The sharp claws directly tore open the white scale breastplate on Wu Hao's chest, pierced his chest, and then pulled his arm back to pull Wu Hao to himself. Is there a possibility that Jiang Haitao is my subordinate? Zhou Wen put his mouth close to Wu Hao's ear and whispered. Wu Hao's face was originally full of pain, but after hearing this, it was immediately replaced by horror. You. Before Wu Hao could finish his words, Zhou Wen twisted his arm violently, and grabbed Wu Hao's left side. The left half of his flesh, ribs and heart were all cut into pieces by the sharp hook, and his life was instantly cut off. Ding! You have won this duel, and will obtain all the opponent's supplies. In Zhou Wen's mind, the system prompt sounded, and this duel came to an end. This guy should be used by Zhao Tang to test me. Now he is dead. I hope Zhao Tang can cherish his life, and not challenge me personally. Zhou Wen whispered softly, and a blue light enveloped him and disappeared in the duel venue. Back in the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen immediately found the other 3 people who encouraged the survivors to snatch his diamond sea snake meat in the underwater maze in the World Communication Channel, and sent a screenshot to Chen Xian. Chen Xian killed 3 people in a very fast speed, which can be regarded as a deterrent to those survivors who wanted to win big with a small amount of money after obtaining the duel ticket today. However, Zhou Wen's worry was unnecessary. Whether it was Jiang Haitao or Chen Xian, the strength they had shown in the past few days was simply out of reach for ordinary survivors. One killed 100 armored men in the underwater maze trial, and the other often hunted large creatures of 20 to 30 meters, or even 50 meters. Their strength made the survivors not want to challenge them. Moreover, because of these achievements, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian had 2 titles among the survivors, Tyrant Jiang Haitao and Giant Hunter Chen Xian. Chapter 175. How far has this big man developed? After letting Wu Hao challenge Zhou Wen, Zhao Teng has been paying attention to the 2 of them. In the end, Zhou Wen won and Wu Hao's avatar disappeared. This was far beyond Zhao Teng's expectations. Although in his mind, Zhou Wen should have developed well. After all, he had 2 top-quality blueprints in hand. Even if he didn't sell too much on the World Trading Channel, he would definitely trade with various guilds in private. The equipment on him must be good, at least a set of white-scale armor, and the strength attribute should not be bad, probably around 30 points. So Zhao Teng trained Wu Hao, let his strength reach 35 points, and gave him the best equipment on the market, and even gave him a stimulation capsule to increase his strength by 5 points to ensure that there would be no accidents. Zhao Teng asked Wu Hao to kill Zhou Wen for 2 reasons. One was naturally for the algae oxygen tank blueprint, and wooden foundation blueprint in Zhou Wen's hand. The second level was to change his reputation among the survivors. Before, he could ignore those ordinary survivors, but now everyone has a duel ticket. If a group of people really went crazy and took turns using duel tickets on him, even if they couldn't kill him, it would affect his development speed. Let Wu Hao kill Zhou Wen, and then he would kill Wu Hao, which would be considered revenge for the big boss. Then he would slightly reduce the price of the algae oxygen tank and continue to sell the wooden foundation. In this way, the relationship with ordinary survivors can be eased, and he not only obtains the blueprint, but also changes his reputation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This is also the reason why Zhao Teng asked Wu Hao to remove the prefix of the guild name, just because he didn't want ordinary survivors to know that Wu Hao's killing a big brother was planned by him. But unexpectedly, after Zhou Wen and Wu Hao were deadlocked for a few minutes, he actually won in the end, which made Zhao Teng realize that he still underestimated Zhou Wen. Wu Hao, with 35 points of strength, couldn't kill him, big brother. It's a bit unusual. Could it be that his strength has reached 40 points, or even 50 points? Zhao Teng made a bold guess. Zhou Wen left the stomach wall space, and came to the back of the Phantom Leviathan, placing the honeycomb bone piece on the body of the Phantom Leviathan. Like the stone foundation and the wooden foundation, the honeycomb bone piece was attached to the skin like a magnet after being placed on the Phantom Leviathan. Unless Zhou Wen took the initiative to put it away, it would not fall off. After determining the method of using the honeycomb bone piece, Zhou Wen was not going to go back. Anyway, he had come out today, and the weather was good. He might as well bask in the sun, and use other larger biological bones to make honeycomb bone pieces to see if there would be any difference. Zhou Wen took out a 20-meter long skeleton from the deep blue treasure chest and started making honeycomb bone pieces. However, to Zhou Wen's surprise, the materials consumed this time were less. Only 8 meters of the 20-meter skeleton were consumed to make a honeycomb bone piece. Is it because the skeleton of a 20-meter creature is harder, so it consumes less? Zhou Wen thought so, took out the skeleton of the diamond sea snake, and made a honeycomb bone piece. The result was the same as he thought. The nearly 40-meter long diamond sea snake skeleton only consumed 5 meters. Afterwards, Zhou Wen tested the honeycomb bone pieces made of 20-meter biological skeletons and 40-meter biological skeletons to see if there was any difference in the defense of the 2 honeycomb bone pieces. It was found that although the honeycomb bone pieces made of 40-meter biological skeletons consumed less materials, their defense was improved to a certain extent. Zhou Wen could cut a 2 to 3 centimeter knife mark on the honeycomb bone pieces made of 20-meter biological skeletons with a fish fin broadsword, but could only leave a 2 centimeter knife mark on the honeycomb bone pieces made of 40-meter biological skeletons. Although the improvement was not much, it provided Zhou Wen with a piece of information, that is, the larger the volume of the biological bones used, the harder the honeycomb bone pieces produced, and the less materials consumed. Zhou Wen made all the biological bones that met the production conditions, except for the teeth of the steel-armored Leviathan and the skeleton of the abyss dragon fish, into honeycomb bone pieces. 3 sets of 10-meter-long biological bones were made into 3 pieces, 2 sets of 20-meter-long biological bones were made into 5 pieces, and 1 set of 40-meter-long diamond sea snake skeleton was made into 8 pieces, a total of 16 pieces. Almost all my belongings can only make 16 pieces. It is estimated that it will take 3,000 pieces to cover the entire body of the transformed Leviathan. This does not take into account that the transformed Leviathan is growing continuously. According to the current growth rate of 1.2 meters a day, after 10 days, it will be more than 90 meters, and its body will be larger. It may need more. These 16 pieces are not even a fraction. Joe can only ask Chen Xian to purchase biological bones that are more than 10 meters long. After all, biological bones are useless under the current circumstances, and the price should not be high. After thinking for a while, Joe prepared to give the abyss dragonfish meat to Chen Xian to trade for the bones of creatures over 10 meters long. However, before that, he had to heat up the blood crystals in the abyss dragonfish meat. It happened that they were all out today, so Joe smelted iron ingots while cooking the abyss dragonfish meat. Until the evening, he smelted a total of 20 iron ingots, cooked 3 tons of abyss dragonfish meat, and obtained 1,000 blood crystals. Huh? Just as Joe handed 3 tons of cooked abyss dragonfish meat to Chen Xian, and was about to start cooking today's dinner, the transformed Leviathan suddenly made a puzzled sound. After a while, Joe saw a large number of black shadows swimming in groups under the sea water dyed red by the sunset in the distance, surging towards this side, like a black tide. Joe thought about it, and put all the items on the back of the phantom Leviathan into the deep blue treasure box, and then put on a set of knife-in yellow belt fish scale armor to ensure his own safety. Soon, these black shadows had entered the distance of less than 30 meters from the phantom Leviathan, and Joe also saw the general appearance of these underwater black shadows. These shadows are a kind of leaf-like fish, 2 meters long, with a body curved like a crescent, and a silver-white body. The movement of moving underwater is very strange. It is rotating its body forward. At first glance, it looks like a boomerang spinning rapidly. This huge school of fish directly hit the body of the phantom Leviathan. The phantom Leviathan wanted to swing its tail and give the school of fish a tail, but because Joe was still on its back, it did not move. Swoosh! Suddenly, a rapidly rotating leaf-like fish rushed out of the water and flew towards Joe. In the sunset, Joe saw the dorsal fin of the fish's back like a blade, and a large amount of water mist was rapidly spraying out of the fish's mouth and abdomen. Bang! When the fish was spinning its body like a blade and was about to hit Joe, a 2-steel-long knife appeared in his hand, and he swung it out and cut it in the air, then put away the 2-steel-long knife and caught the fish carcass that was cut in 2 with both hands. Chapter 176. As soon as the fish carcass fell into his hand, Joe was pressed down and staggered. It was 2 meters long and leaf-shaped, but unusually heavy. Joe instantly put away the scales of the knife-finned yellow-banded fish on his body. When his hand touched the fish carcass, he put on the scales again. After all, the fish tide formed by this fish has not ended yet. Knife-leaf fish body length, 2 meters. Weight, 500 kilograms. Food type, blood. Introduction. A leaf-shaped fish with 10 water jet holes on its abdomen and a blade-shaped dorsal fin that is extremely sharp. When encountering a creature, it will use the jet hole to spray water, rotate its body, cut the skin of a large creature and suck blood, which is edible and can be used to make power devices. Knife-leaf fish. Isn't this the fish needed for the power device? Joe immediately opened the system interface and checked the production requirements of the knife-leaf fish power device blueprint. Knife-leaf fish power device blueprint requires 6 knife-leaf fish, 10 steel ingots, 50 glass, and some seawater. This blueprint was obtained by killing the colorful giant arapaima in the underwater maze trial. At that time, Joe actually realized the importance of this blueprint, but because he had never heard of knife-leaf fish, he did not do too much research. Now, the blade fish came to Joe's door, so he naturally couldn't miss it. But looking at the description of the blueprint, it seemed that the blade fish was alive. It hurts. The voice of the transformed Leviathan sounded in Joe's mind. Hearing the voice of the transformed Leviathan, Joe immediately went to check the situation and found that there were many blade fish, which embedded their blade fins into the skin of the transformed Leviathan, and then stretched out their straw-like tongues to probe into the wound to suck blood. Seeing this scene, Joe immediately returned to the stomach wall space, remade 2 crimson oxygen tanks, and then came out to catch the blade fish embedded in the transformed Leviathan, brought them back to the stomach wall space, and put them in the crimson oxygen tanks to keep them. When the entire school of knife-leaf fish left, it was night. Zhou caught a total of 13 energetic knife-leaf fish, and placed them in 2 newly made crimson oxygen tanks. The price was that the transformed Leviathan suffered a lot of injuries, but these wounds were not serious. With the physique of the transformed Leviathan, it would not take long to recover. With 13 knife-leaf fish, the materials for making the knife-leaf fish power device were almost complete. Because some seawater was needed, Zhou used a wooden barrel to bring back a large amount of seawater from outside. Make it. Zhou's mind moved, and all the materials turned into blue light, and combined in front of him. Soon, a cylinder with a diameter of 5 meters, a height of 1 meter, made entirely of glass, and a metal bearing in the center appeared in front of Zhou. The inside of the cylinder was full of seawater, and the tails of 6 knife-leaf fish were fixed on the metal bearings, evenly distributed in the cylinder. The body of each knife-leaf fish was slightly tilted, with the side with the water jet hole tilted upwards, like the blades of a propeller. Is this the power device? This is too abstract. Zhou probably already knew how to use this blayfish power device. It should be to let the blayfish inside spray water to drive the middle bearing, so that power can be generated. However, after trying it, Zhou found that the blayfish inside would not rotate directly, as if some conditions were required. Could it be blood? According to the blayfish illustration information, its food is blood. So Zhou speculated that if you want the blayfish to rotate, you need to feed them blood, and there happens to be a metal hole on the power device that can be opened. Zhou traded a bottle of Leviathan blood from the World Trading Channel. Since all the survivors knew that razor disc bugs could be dealt with blood, many people began to sell their own Leviathan blood. The price was quite cheap, with 1,000 basic materials for the weight of a mineral water bottle. Pour the Leviathan blood in this mineral water bottle into the power device through the metal hole. The bright red blood spread in the water, and the 6 blayfish inside began to suck in the seawater, along with the blood in the seawater. After all the blood was absorbed, the water jet holes on the backs of the 6 knife-leaf fish began to spray out extremely strong water streams, driving the metal bearings connected to the tails to start rotating in the power device. The 6 knife-leaf fish rotated very fast, but the problem was that Zhou didn't know how to use this power. Can it be used on the human-powered seaweed crusher? At present, all the machines that Zhou needed power were only the human-powered seaweed crusher. So he placed the human-powered seaweed crusher, and then moved the knife-leaf fish power device through the world system to see if it could be embedded in the human-powered seaweed crusher. The next second, the human-powered bicycle was unloaded by a blue light, and the blayfish power device stood up from its flat state and directly connected to the blade wheel of the seaweed crusher. The blade wheel instantly rotated rapidly under the drive of the bearing, and even produced a mechanical humming sound. Zhou tried to throw some seaweed into the seaweed crusher, and the seaweed was instantly crushed and fell into the digestion tank. The power was strong and stable. About an hour later, the blayfish power device stopped, and the system prompt sound appeared in Zhou's mind. Ding! The blayfish needs to leave the device and rest for an hour before it can be used again. Okay, it's quite reasonable. Zhou directly disassembled the blayfish power device, and put the 6 blayfish back into the crimson oxygen tank. Overall, it's still good, with enough power, but it's a bit overkill. The power generated by the blayfish power device is more than enough to drive 3 or 4 seaweed crushers, but Zhou currently has no other devices that need power, so he is not ready to use the power device for the time being. The human-powered seaweed crusher can be powered by human power. Zhou's current strength and physique make it effortless to pedal a human-powered bicycle. Using power is more troublesome. Not only does it take time to make and install, but it also consumes a bottle of Leviathan blood. It can only last for 1 hour, and then the knife-leaf fish needs to rest. Overall, it is not worth it to use the knife-leaf fish power device to power the seaweed crusher, and it is not flexible to use. With human power, Zhou can crush seaweed whenever he wants, but with the knife-leaf fish power device, he can only start crushing seaweed after the Leviathan has finished eating, because it can only last for 1 hour, and the eating stage is divided into several rounds, and 1 hour is not enough. However, if it is placed in the guild, this knife-leaf fish power device can play a huge role. Because the president can use the power device to crush seaweed for his guild members with the seaweed crusher, allowing them to skip the digestion stage, thereby accelerating the development of the entire guild. Chapter 177. By the way, today is almost the end of the 33rd day. It has been 9 days since the 25-day expansion of the farming staff. The watermelons planted should have matured a long time ago. There have been various things going on these days, and Zhou has ignored the watermelons planted by the 900 guild members. So he immediately notified Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao to collect the watermelons planted by the guild's farmers. After a while after sending the message, the two collected all the watermelons and sent them to Zhou. Zhou calculated that there were a total of 1,000 farmers before, but 100 of them died in the underwater maze trial, and now there are 900 left. The first and second batches of farmers totaled 366 people, with no loss of personnel. The third batch was a new batch of farmers, with 634 people originally, but 100 people were lost, leaving 534 people. 366 guild members, each planting 2 plots, a total of 732 watermelons, 534 guild members, each planting 1 plot, a total of 534 watermelons, a total of 1,266 watermelons. Each watermelon weighs 5 kilograms, and 1,266 watermelons equals 6,330 kilograms, or 6.33 tons. This weight has reached the first type in the food guide for accelerated growth of transformed Leviathan, which is to feed 5 tons of fruit to increase the growth rate of transformed Leviathan by 10%. Zhou kept 1,000 watermelons for himself, and divided the remaining 266 equally between Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, and expanded the number of farmers again. This time, all members of the 2 guilds were given small planting boxes. The total number of people in the 2 guilds is 2,500, of which 900 people have 2 plots of land each, and the remaining 1,600 people have 1 plot of land each. Chen Xian's Survivor Guild and Jiang Haitao's Brother Jiang Guild, because of the amazing performance of the 2 people in the underwater maze trial, have been enough to make all the members of the 2 guilds die hard and never abandon each other. In addition, a large number of duel information appeared today, and many survivors died, but basically no one challenged the members of the Survivor and Brother Jiang guilds to a duel, because they were afraid of being retaliated by their presidents. Jiang Haitao had previously launched 3 duels in a row, because his guild members were killed in the underwater maze trial, and directly killed 3 people. Chen Xian also used this reason today to kill 3 people in a row, which not only established his reputation, but also played a role in protecting his guild members. With the protection of 2 prestigious guild leaders, the members of the 2 guilds will naturally not leave the guild or do things that harm the guild. After all, whether it is about interests or their own safety, following Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian is the best choice. Zhou immediately made more than 2,000 small planting boxes, and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to distribute them to their guild members. After doing all this, it was getting late. The transformed Leviathan had found a safe place to rest, and Zhou was also going to sleep. However, before going to bed, he had to inspect the stomach wall space. The rock fruit of the rock crystal leaf tree was picked on the 28th day. Counting from the 29th day, it has been 5 days since today. The rock tree branches have grown slender branches again. In another 3 or 4 days, the rock fruit will be produced again. The golden thread fruit was planted on the 29th day. Counting from the 30th day, 4 days have passed. Excluding the time for germination, the golden thread seaweed has grown to 15 centimeters long. It will take a long time for it to bear fruit again. Next, it is the ordinary plants. Sweet potatoes, cotton and mangoes are all ripe. Zhou put 3 sweet potatoes and 9 mangoes into the locker, and then started to pick cotton from the cotton tree. The cotton tree is about 1 meter high, with many branches. Each branch has a cotton bud on top. The cotton bud bursts into 4 petals, and there is a blooming cotton ball in each petal. Zhou grabbed 4 cotton balls and pulled them. The cotton wool was entangled with each other, and the cotton balls were loosened and stretched long, like 4 white caterpillars. Ding! Get cotton X4. There were 10 cotton buds in total, and Zhou quickly picked all of them, getting a total of 40 pieces of cotton and 40 cotton seeds. 40 pieces of cotton were definitely not enough to make a quilt, so Zhou planned to continue planting cotton. Now, in addition to the mango trees that can grow repeatedly, there are 3 empty small planting boxes. Zhou directly planted 3 cotton seeds in a small planting box. After watering, he added a portion of low-grade fertilizer to each plant to shorten the growth time by 10%. After checking the plants, Zhou began to check the cultivated organisms. The boiling blood coral was cut into 2 large pieces and 1 small piece. The 2 large pieces have regrown new antler-shaped corals. The small piece is in the crimson oxygen tank. Because it is used as a landscape, Zhou feeds it less, and its size has only increased a little bit so far. The gel planarian has been divided into 240 pieces by Zhou, and each individual is about to reach the limit of body length. It will not be long before it starts to divide again. After a molt, the small fine steel worm gradually grows in size, and the small steel ingots produced are also a little bigger than before. Almost 9 small steel ingots can be combined into a normal-sized steel ingot. Huh? How come there are only 4 water capsule sea cucumbers? When Zhou checked the aquarium of the water capsule sea cucumber, there were only 2 before, but now there are 4, but each one is only half the length of the previous one. Did it split? Zhou thought about it, and thought that this was the only possibility. Just like the gelatinous worm, if it is cut, one can become 2. The difference is that the water sac sea cucumber will split by itself. Unfortunately, the speed of the water sac sea cucumber splitting is too slow. Zhou obtained the water sac seawater on the 19th day. It has been more than 10 days, and it has only split once. If he wants to rely on the water sac sea cucumber to produce fresh water for sale, he doesn't know how long he will have to wait. Finally, there is the sea salt jellyfish, which is completely used as salt and is limited in quantity. Zhou made a small aquarium for the 4 previously placed in the wooden barrel, and kept them all in the aquarium. Their recovery ability is not bad. If you cut off a tentacle, it will grow back in about 5 or 6 days. As long as you change the water every day and provide them with food, these 12 sea salt jellyfish are enough for Zhou to cook. After the inspection, Zhou looked at the 2 crimson oxygen tanks that were just made today. Now the side length of the stomach wall space is 7.5 meters. The overall area is about 56 square meters. The stone platform occupies 8 square meters. The seaweed planting box occupies 1 square meter, and the 3 crimson oxygen tanks occupy 12 square meters, a total of 21 square meters. The scarlet oxygen tanks took up too much space, so Zhou wondered if he could stack 2 of them together. He used the world system to lift up a scarlet oxygen tank that was breeding 6 knife-leaf fish and placed it on another scarlet oxygen tank. The moment the 2 scarlet oxygen tanks touched each other, they were directly sucked together, just like a stone foundation. It really works. Zhou was delighted. The 2 scarlet oxygen tanks were stacked together to a height of 4 meters, plus the stone foundation of 1 meter, a total of 5 meters high. The height of the stomach wall space at this time was 5.5 meters, just right to put it down, so that 4 square meters of space could be saved. Chapter 178. When he woke up, it was already the 34th day. The Transfiguration Leviathan began to move, and Zhou sat up from the wooden platform. As soon as he got up, Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to hand in all the seaweed obtained today by the remaining 80 people of the 100 people who went out to burn charcoal, except for the 20 people on duty today. Zhou wanted to break up all the seaweed for these 80 people and then give it to them, so that their Transfiguration Leviathan would skip the digestion stage. In this way, these 80 people could add an extra trip every day. After 4 days, it was equivalent to making up for the time of burning charcoal. Soon, the Metamorphosis Leviathan entered the feeding phase. Zhou placed a human-powered seaweed crusher. Today, he planned to feed 1,000 watermelons and a crimson root nodule to the Metamorphosis Leviathan to see if the 2 types of food that accelerate growth can be superimposed on each other. Zhou sat on the human-powered bicycle, pedaling quickly. One by one, watermelons fell from the deep blue treasure box into the seaweed crusher. However, Zhou would swing the slender steel knife in his hand to cut the falling watermelons into slices of about 2 centimeters to facilitate the crusher to crush them. After a while, the entire feeding phase ended. During this period, 2 white beetles were encountered, which were killed by Zhou with 2 slashes of a 2 steel long knife. Boss Zhou, I collected all the seaweed from the 50 charcoal burning members. What are you doing? Good thing, help them break up the seaweed and return it, so that they can skip the digestion phase. Ah, can't we do this kind of thing? We also have a human-powered seaweed crusher. You are not as fast as me. Send it quickly, one by one, don't get it mixed up. After that, Chen Xian sent 50 private messages to Zhou, each of which contained 200,000 pieces of seaweed, and Jiang Haitao also sent the seaweed of 30 members of his guild. Zhou's mind moved, and the Blayfish power device was made, and then merged with the seaweed crusher. He poured in a bottle of Leviathan blood, and the 6 Blayfish began to rotate rapidly. An hour later, the seaweed of the 40 guild members had been crushed and sent back to them. Zhou replaced the 6 Blayfish, poured in another bottle of Leviathan blood, and began to crush the seaweed of the remaining 40 guild members. This speed is a bit slow. The digestion stage of Leviathan only takes 2 or 3 hours. It takes him 2 hours to crush the seaweed. The seaweed was not crushed in vain. So, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to send his human-powered seaweed crusher over, and then connected the 2 seaweed crushers to the other side of the bladefish power device, and the 2 crushed seaweed at the same time. Zhou looked at the 2 sides of the power device, 1 seaweed crusher on each side, and suddenly had an idea, so he moved one and then connected it to the other one. After merging the 2 algae crushers horizontally, a blue light came on, and the blade wheels of the 2 machines were connected together. The bladefish power device can make the blade wheel of the next machine rotate together, as long as the blade wheel of one machine is driven. If 3 seaweed crushers are put together, can they also be driven? Zhou asked Shen Xian for another human-powered seaweed crusher, and continued to put it horizontally behind the second one, and found that the power device could still be driven. With the 3 seaweed crushers running at the same time, the remaining 8 million pieces of seaweed were all crushed in more than 10 minutes. I wonder if the number of seaweed crushers can be increased. Zhou really wanted to experiment, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough steel ingots in his hand. He had a total of 51 steel ingots, 40 of which were used for 3 machines and 1 power unit, leaving 11. He made a wide-back steel knife for Jiang Haitao and a slender steel knife for himself, using a total of 5, leaving only 6. The steel ingots are a bit insufficient, but there are currently few ways to obtain steel ingots. In addition to producing small fine steel worms and exploring various biological caves, the only way is to use insect removal coupons. Zhou took out another insect removal coupon he had purchased before, named Xianshan Leviathan Insect Removal Coupon. When he purchased it, there was a 5-day deadline, and today is the 5th day. It's not simple from the name. I go alone this time. Zhou put the insect removal coupon away for the time being and prepared to go at night. Then, he took out 5 positioning cards, one of which was a mountain and sea clam positioning card obtained in a duel, 1 gold positioning card obtained from a pure gold treasure chest in the underwater maze trial, and the other 3 were purchased. Zhou used these 5 positioning cards in turn. Neither the mountain and sea clam positioning card nor the gold positioning card responded, and neither did the other 2. Only one was used successfully, and the word white bones was written on the positioning card. Ding! The bone positioning card was used successfully, and the transformed Leviathan has been positioned in the Bone Sea area. According to the current speed, it will enter the Bone Sea area in 2 days. Bone Sea area? Zhou thought about it for a while, and he had not obtained relevant information before. It's only 2 days anyway, and you will know when you get there. Zhou put away the remaining 4 positioning cards, and began to wait for today's supply box. While waiting, Zhou took out the mangoes, and sent 3 to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian each, and ate the remaining 3 himself. After a while, the first supply box of the day arrived, and Zhou went forward to open it. Ding! Obtained the blueprint for the glass distillation flask. Finally, I got another blueprint. Zhou took out the blueprint, and used it directly to check the production requirements. Glass distillation flask blueprint. Requires glass X3. The materials required are not much. Zhou obtained a lot of glass in the underwater maze trial, and he has no shortage of it at the moment. He directly consumed 3 pieces of glass, and made a glass distillation flask, which looks like a round-bottom distillation flask commonly used in chemistry. Can the anesthetic components in the spines of gillnet sea urchins be distilled out using a distillation flask? Zhou had previously used the spines of gillnet sea urchins, and ground them into powder, using a stone mortar. He experimented with the powder on himself, and found that it had no anesthetic effect at all. Now, when he saw this glass distillation flask, he suddenly had the idea of using a distillation flask to distill. Let Jiang Haitao ask the guild member, who was burning charcoal today, to get a piece of burning charcoal. Zhou lit a small fire in the stomach wall space, one to heat the distillation flask, and the other to see the effect of the 3 crimson oxygen tanks in producing oxygen. First, put some of the spikes of the gillnet sea urchin into a distillation bottle, pour in some mineral water, then make a glass distillation bottle to hold the distilled liquid, and finally put the distillation bottle with the spikes on the fire to heat it. Soon, the water in the distillation bottle boiled, the spikes were heated by high temperature, and the anesthetic components were diluted out. Zhou quickly wet a piece of cloth with seawater and placed it on the condenser to cool the evaporated gas, and condense it into water droplets. Chapter 179. In the stomach wall space, the small fire burned for about 10 minutes, and the anesthetic components in the spikes in the distillation bottle were collected in another glass distillation bottle through the condenser. The scarlet oxygen tank produces a lot of oxygen. Zhou looked at the 3 scarlet oxygen tanks and couldn't help but admire. Before he got the scarlet oxygen tanks, the flames of burning charcoal in the stomach wall space would go out in more than 10 seconds, but now it can burn for 10 minutes. It can be seen that the oxygen produced by the scarlet oxygen tank is dozens of times that of the algae oxygen tank. Since Zhou got the crimson oxygen tank, he has never experimented with the amount of oxygen produced by the crimson oxygen tank. The main reason is that he feels it is unnecessary. He has oxygen-rich bacteria in his body, so his demand for oxygen is not high. 2 algae oxygen tanks are enough. Unexpectedly, after this experiment, the oxygen produced by the crimson oxygen tank has increased so much. But if you think about it carefully, it is actually not very useful for Zhou, because it is impossible to keep the flame burning. The crimson oxygen tank takes up too much space, and the space of the stomach wall is limited. Instead of placing more crimson oxygen tanks, it would be better to plant more fields or raise some useful creatures. Zhou put out the small fire with sparks, and took his own distilled anesthetic. He was not sure whether the anesthetic components in the spines of the gillnet sea urchin could be extracted by distillation, but he had no other way, and could only try various methods. He poured out some anesthetic, applied it on the iron dagger, and then used the iron dagger to gently cut a wound on his abdomen to experience whether there was any anesthetic effect. Soon, Zhou felt the pain from the iron dagger cutting his skin, but the next second, he lost all feeling in the cut part, as if the piece of meat was not his own. The effect is okay. Zhou did not use too much, nor did he try to see if it would work orally, because he was going to use the Food Cloud Leviathan insect removal coupon tonight. If he went in with full anesthesia, wouldn't that be the end? Time passed little by little, and the 3 supply boxes at the back were basically basic materials, and there was also an excitation capsule. Zhou had opened the stimulation capsule many times, and usually gave it to Jiang Haitao to sell. After all, they had better boiling blood coral powder, and did not need the stimulation capsule at all. When it was night, the transformed Leviathan began to rest. Zhou loaded a whole deep blue treasure chest with supplies, fully armed himself, and notified Jiang Haitao to be ready for support at any time, and then used the Food Cloud Sky Leviathan deworming coupon. The next second, the deworming coupon emitted a golden light, and a golden shadow appeared in the air of the stomach wall space, but this time the image of the golden shadow was a little different from before. The overall shape was no longer a fish, but a flat oval, a bit like a paramecium. The golden shadow took shape, opened its flat mouth towards Zhou, and swallowed him in one gulp. In an instant, Zhou appeared in another space. What's going on? Shouldn't I be in the mouth of the cloud-eating Leviathan? Why can't I see the moon in the sky? According to the previous 2 insect removal experiences, after being swallowed by the golden shadow, you will appear in the mouth of the Leviathan, and the surrounding space should be pitch black. But this time, Zhou looked up and saw 9 moons in the sky, and even the starry sky beyond the moon. Zhou looked down and shuddered. His legs almost went limp. He seemed to be thousands of meters in the air and moving fast. Through the bright moonlight, he could see the clouds below. Sometimes, when the clouds were thin, he could see the dark sea below. Under the sea, a huge shadow would swim by from time to time. It was at least 300 meters long and was a giant creature of the Leviathan level. What is going on? Zhou saw that his feet could float in the air, so he squatted down and checked his feet. He found that there was actually something solid under his feet, but because it was transparent, he couldn't see it at all, and it felt very soft to the touch, like jelly. Isn't this the cloud-eating sky Leviathan? It's transparent all over? Zhou immediately opened the biological illustrations and checked the information. Cloud-eating sky Leviathan stage, juvenile. Body length, 500 meters. Weight, 1,000 tons. Food type, water, hydrogen. Introduction. A giant creature that floats in the air and devours clouds. It obtains hydrogen by ionizing the water in the clouds and releases a large amount of oxygen to the world. It is rich in negative oxygen ions and can improve physical fitness. It feeds on hydrogen by ionizing water. It's really a magical creature. Although the various creatures Zhou when encountered before looked strange, they were at least within his biological cognition. Now he has a creature beyond his cognition. However, since it's already flying in the sky, why do we need to get rid of insects? Are there parasites in the clouds? Zhou really couldn't figure this out. He could understand that creatures in the seawater would be infected with various parasites, but creatures in the sky that eat clouds could also be infected with parasites. Wearing a set of knife-finned yellow-banded fish scale armor, Zhou, with curiosity, used a strong headlamp to search for the esophagus of the cloud-eating sky Leviathan. Although the whole thing was transparent, there were still some differences under the strong light. 10 minutes later, Zhou found the entrance to the esophagus. The entire esophagus was flat, about 10 meters high, and about 50 meters wide. Looking forward, it was all transparent. Only a large cloud layer could be seen in front, and this cloud layer seemed to have been moving with the cloud-eating sky leviathan. Because of the moonlight and the transparent surface, the road ahead was clear. Zhou did not need to be alert to the surroundings. He just kept walking along the esophagus. Finally, he found that the cloud layer in front of him was actually the stomach wall space of the cloud-eating leviathan. Zhou tried to enter the cloud layer, and found that it was dark and foggy inside, so he immediately retreated. This time, the insect removal was beyond Zhou's cognition. He was a little uneasy. For safety reasons, he asked Jiang Haitao to send stones, and began to build stone walls in the esophagus. A total of 5 walls were built. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after Zhou built 5 stone walls, the flying altitude of the cloud-eating leviathan seemed to have dropped a lot. It was above the clouds before, but now it was below the clouds. Suddenly, the whole space shook, and Zhou's head suddenly felt dizzy, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer, and then a voice appeared in his mind. So heavy. Take away. The voice was intermittent, but extremely loud, and it kept circulating in Zhou's mind, like a series of bells exploding in his brain, causing Zhou to have a splitting headache. Zhou immediately realized that this was the voice of the cloud-eating leviathan, so he quickly put away all the stone walls. The moment the stone walls were all put away, the voice in his mind disappeared, and then Zhou saw that the whole space began to rise rapidly and return to above the clouds. Chapter 180. The cloud-eating sky leviathan can actually talk? Although I don't know the principle, it can indeed provide information. Afterwards, Zhou calculated that the total weight of the 5 stone walls he built was 5,000 tons, while the cloud-eating sky leviathan weighed only 1,000 tons, which was 5 times more than that. No wonder the cloud-eating sky leviathan couldn't bear it. The leviathans that were used to eliminate insects in the first 2 times weighed more than 10,000 tons, and they were underwater. Building a few walls would not have much impact, but the cloud-eating sky leviathan was light in weight and was still flying in the sky, so it naturally couldn't bear it. But Zhou had to build a stone wall. Facing unknown dangers, he had to be prepared. So he tried to build another wall. This time, the cloud-eating leviathan didn't react. Then, Zhou built the second wall. There was still no reaction. When the third wall was halfway built, the sound appeared again. Zhou immediately put away the half-built stone foundation of the third wall, leaving only 2 stone walls as a retreat. After completing all the preparations, Zhou looked at the stomach wall space whose vision was restricted by the clouds and mist, took out a 3-meter-high giant bone shield, held a 2-steel-long knife in his hand, and entered the stomach wall space surrounded by clouds and mist. The space, which was originally illuminated by moonlight, suddenly became dark after entering the cloud layer. One could only rely on strong headlights for illumination, but because of the water molecules in the fog, the light was scattered very strongly, and one could only barely see the situation within 2 or 3 meters. Why do I feel like I'm back to the state when I used ordinary headlights before? Zhou was too familiar with this feeling of being surrounded by darkness, and having nothing under his control. He had just walked a short distance into the cloud layer when he suddenly found that a large amount of white cloth strips had been wrapped around him without him knowing when. Zhou looked in the direction where the white cloth strips appeared and found that they were all stretched down from above. The cloth strips were like living things, constantly wrapping around his body and trying to hang him up. If Zhou didn't know that there were no ghosts in this world, he would have thought that these white cloth strips were hanged ghosts looking for him to kill him. However, because the weight of Zhou's equipment combined was at least 1,000 kilograms, these white cloth strips tried several times but failed to hang him up. They could only restrain him, and were not a big threat. Zhou immediately swung the long steel knife in his hand, and instantly cut off the white cloth strips falling from above. The white cloth strips twisted a few times like tentacles, and then stopped moving. So, Zhou picked up a white cloth strip and touched it, and then checked the biological illustration information. Floating cloud white stripeworm body length, 10 meters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Food type, hydrogen, oxygen. Introduction. A parasite that parasitizes the body of the cloud-eating sky leviathan. It looks like a cloud. The white striped tentacles have extremely strong toughness, and contain floating factors in the body. Zhou took a look at the full image of the floating cloud white stripeworm in the biological illustration. The overall image was a long white worm with a large number of white tentacles on its body. Floating factor? What is this? Since it was mentioned in the introduction, it should be something he could get. At this time, white tentacles were stretched down from above again. Zhou immediately reached out and grabbed them, and then began to pull them down hard, as if he was pulling a kite that had been released. Just as Zhou was about to pull the floating cloud white stripe worm into his field of vision, a large amount of red light suddenly lit up in the dark clouds. Swoosh! A red light suddenly rushed towards Zhou head. Zhou reacted instantly, and tilted his head. The red light just passed by his cheek. But then, a burning sensation came from his cheek. Zhou immediately took out the mirror skin from the deep blue treasure box to check his cheek. He found that there was a black scratch on the face of the blade-fin yellow belt fish scales, which seemed to be burned by flames. Zhou was shocked. You know, there are a lot of red lights flashing in the clouds now, and the attack of red light can damage the blade-fin yellow belt fish scales. If these red lights attack at the same time, the scales may not be able to defend. He immediately released the floating cloud white stripe worm that was about to be pulled down, and the giant bone shield appeared in his hand again. He put the giant bone shield on his back, turned around and started to run quickly towards the esophagus. Swish, swish, swish. A large amount of red light quickly shuttled through the clouds and mist, and then attacked Zhou. The giant bone shield was much harder than the scales, blocking the attack from behind. Zhou only needed to dodge the attacks from the left and right. The speed of the red light was extremely fast, and Zhou's reaction speed was not slow, but because there were more and more red lights in the clouds and mist, he almost didn't dodge several times, and the high temperature scratched black marks on the scales. When it was about to reach the esophagus, more than a dozen red lights rushed towards Zhou at the same time. Zhou used the giant bone shield to block it while dodging continuously, but there was one that he really couldn't avoid. Just when it was about to hit his chest, Zhou took out the toothed steel long knife from the equipment column. The toothed steel long knife appeared at the chest where the red light was about to hit. The sharp blade instantly cut the red light in half. Just when Zhou was about to catch the cut red light to see what kind of creature it was. Bang! The cut red light burned directly, and a small ball of flame rose. The power was not too great, just like the effect of the gunpowder explosion in a bullet. Finally, he rushed into the esophagus. With a thought, he removed part of the stone foundation, leaving a gap for passing through. After entering, he instantly blocked the gap. Bang, bang, bang. A large amount of red light hit the stone wall. Although the impact of these red lights was not weak, the stone wall was 1 meter thick, and it was not easy to break through. Zhou had a chance to catch his breath temporarily. What on earth is the red light, and how can it explode? Just when Zhou was puzzled, he found a creature stuck on his giant bone shield. This creature is all white, only 2 or 3 centimeters long, and has a triangular shape. The overall image is like a paper airplane. There are 2 black insect compound eyes on both sides of the head of the paper airplane, and there are no insect legs under the abdomen. Zhou stretched out his hand to catch it, and the body of the paper airplane quickly emitted red light, broke away from the giant bone shield, and then quickly accelerated in the air and rushed towards Zhou. Because Zhou wanted to know the information of this paper airplane, he needed to capture it alive. So he took out a piece of shield fish fat with scales from the deep blue treasure chest. The red paper airplane crashed into it, and its triangular head penetrated the scales and rushed into the fat inside, but then the kinetic energy disappeared, and most of the body of the paper airplane was stuck in the fat layer, and the red light on its body also dissipated. Zhou immediately put away the scales on his body, touched the butt of the paper airplane, and then opened the biological illustration. Triangular firefly body length, 3 centimeters weight, 50 grams. Food type, hydrogen, oxygen introduction, a parasite that lives in the body of the cloud-eating leviathan. It lives in groups, and will ignite itself when attacking. It will penetrate the target at a very high speed. After 3 attacks, it will run out of energy and die. Its hard body can be used to transform the Leviathan Scale Transformation Period material. Chapter 181. After reading the information on the triangular firefly, Zhou knew the firefly's weakness, and could only launch 3 attacks, so he had nothing to fear. The scales of the knife-finned yellow-banded fish could not defend against the triangular firefly's attack, so could his black crystal armor not defend against it. The reason why he didn't use it before was because the black crystal armor was too heavy, and he didn't know the information about the triangular firefly. Once he used the black crystal armor, he would be trapped in place, and when the triangular fireflies gathered more and more, at that time, he would be attacked violently as long as he put away the black crystal armor. Now that he knew the weakness of the triangular fireflies, he didn't have to worry about being surrounded, because he only needed to resist the attacks of all the triangular fireflies to make them die of exhaustion. In order to ensure that everything was foolproof, Zhou removed the stone wall in front of him and let in a dozen triangular fireflies outside. Then, with a thought, the black crystal armor appeared on his body. Ding! 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 A dozen triangular fireflies kept hitting the black crystal armor, making a crisp sound of crystal hitting. Regardless of the current situation of being attacked, these sounds were quite nice. After a while, more than a dozen triangular fireflies died because of the exhaustion of energy in their bodies, until the last triangular firefly launched a final sprint against Zhou. Ding! With a crisp collision sound, the last triangular firefly also ran out of energy, and its fiery red body turned white, like a small paper airplane, spinning and falling to the ground. Zhou could not move while wearing the black crystal armor, and could not see if there was any damage on the armor, so after putting away the black crystal armor, he took the armor out of the equipment column, placed it in front of him, and checked it from front to back and up and down, and there was no damage. Okay, no damage at all. Zhou was very satisfied. With this kind of defense, he would not be afraid of more triangular fireflies in the future. He only needed to defend himself, and wait for them to run out of energy. Before entering the cloud and mist stomach wall space again, Zhou changed into a new set of razorfin yellow belt fish scales. Because the razorfin yellow belt fish scales were corroded once in the previous underwater maze trial, he brought a total of 3 sets of razorfin yellow belt fish scales this time. Although the first set of razorfin yellow belt fish scales was not seriously damaged, it is better to use new ones when facing unknown areas. The damaged scales can be directly decomposed into materials, which can be used to repair the damage to the scales later. Zhou first built the stone wall that he had removed before, and then entered the cloud stomach wall space again. Because of his experience, he moved faster this time. After a while, he encountered the floating cloud white stripe worm again. He grabbed the white striped tentacles that stretched down, observed the dark surroundings, and after confirming that there was no red light, he immediately exerted force with both hands, and pulled the white striped tentacles down quickly. Soon, a floating cloud white stripe worm that looked like cotton candy was pulled down by Zhou. The floating cloud white stripe worm had no eyes and mouth, and it was impossible to see what expression it had, but through the white striped tentacles that were twisting wildly on its body, one could also feel its anger. The next second, countless white tentacles entangled Zhou. Although Zhou was not afraid, these white tentacles were still somewhat resilient. 2 or 3 would not matter, but too many would be troublesome. So Zhou took out the 2 steel long knife, and then turned the blade like a stick. The blade whirred, and a large number of white tentacles were cut into pieces by the sharp 2 steel long knife. After the white tentacles were almost cut, Zhou pulled the white tentacles in his hand fiercely, and the floating cloud white stripe worm fell down fiercely, and entered the attack range of the 2 steel long knife. Zhou suddenly jumped up, and swung the long steel knife in his hand. A sound of breaking wind was heard, and the wind from the knife drove the clouds and mist, leaving a fan-shaped mark. The floating cloud white stripe worm was cut in half horizontally from the middle by this knife, and died instantly. Its body slowly fell to the ground like a cloud. Zhou checked the corpse of the floating cloud white stripe worm. Its body was composed of a large number of white silk threads, like a cotton ball. It contained some water in its body, and it did not have the internal organs that a normal organism should have. Where is the floating factor? Zhou killed the floating cloud white stripe worm, just to see if he could obtain the floating factor mentioned in the introduction, but there was nothing else in the floating cloud white stripe worm except water. Just when Zhou was puzzled, a large amount of white gas rose from the corpse of the floating cloud white stripe worm. Zhou was worried that there was something wrong with the white gas, so he stepped back a few steps to see what was going on. These white gases did not dissipate, but hovered above the corpse of the floating cloud white stripe worm. Zhou realized that these white gases might be the floating factor, so he tentatively reached out his hand. A blue light spread, and the world system began to automatically collect these white gases, and finally condensed into a small white ball in Zhou's hand. The white ball was only the size of a glass marble, and after the blue light of the world system disappeared, the white ball began to float up automatically, like a hydrogen balloon, and Zhou quickly clenched his fist to catch it. Ding! Get floating factor X1. Ding! Floating factor can provide energy for floating suit, lasting for 1 minute, and can also be used on equipment. If the amount used is enough, the weight of the equipment can be halved. Equipment weight is halved, Zhou exclaimed. He ignored the previous information because he didn't have a floating suit, but the following information was enough to make him emotional. Zhou estimated that the black crystal armor weighed 1 ton, and he couldn't use it at all. If he used the floating factor to reduce the weight by half, it would only be 1,000 pounds. With this weight, he could barely use it. Without hesitation, he placed the black crystal armor directly, and then used the floating factor in his hand on the black crystal armor. A blue light wrapped the floating factor and flew into the black crystal armor. Zhou looked at the black crystal armor and found that there was no overall change, so he put away the black crystal armor and put it on again. Has it become lighter? Zhou tried to move his arms, but still couldn't move them. He could only move his fingers reluctantly, and didn't feel the black crystal armor become lighter. Is it because there are too few floating factors? Zhou put away the black crystal armor, put on the knife and yellow belt fish scale armor again, and began to go deeper into the cloud stomach wall space. Just after walking a few steps, a large amount of red light appeared in the darkness this time. Zhou knew that these were triangular fireflies. He already knew the weaknesses of triangular fireflies, so he was not afraid. He directly put on the black crystal armor, and stood there waiting for the triangular fireflies to attack. Another series of ding-ding-ding sounds rang out. After a while, most of these triangular fireflies had died, leaving only more than 20, and they were still attacking Zhou. At this time, a private message came over. Zhou opened it, and found that it was a message from Yue. Chapter 182. Boss, our people have heard that several small guilds seem to be organizing people to challenge you. Organizing people to challenge me? A round-robin battle? Not a round-robin battle, but using companion tickets to bring people into the duel space. Companion tickets can be used in the duel space? Yes, for the sake of testing, they even found an ordinary survivor to duel, and used companion tickets to successfully bring their companions over. Companion tickets are so rare, why are they willing to use them? Now that all ordinary survivors have entered the deep blue sea, the number of companion tickets has also greatly increased, and they are no longer as rare as before. The number of companion tickets was small before because there were few survivors entering the deep blue sea. Now that all survivors have entered the deep blue sea, the base number of supply boxes has increased, and the probability of opening companion tickets has naturally increased. Okay, I got it. Thanks for the reminder. After Zhou sent the message, he thought about it again, extracted his algae oxygen tank blueprint from the blueprint interface, and sent it to Yue. Boss, why did you send the algae oxygen tank blueprint? Alas, the world is getting more and more chaotic now. Many people follow Zhao Tang to advocate the law of the jungle, but we are human beings after all. How can we be the same as beasts? I don't have the ability to manage the guild, and I can't change all this, so I can only rely on your order guild. This blueprint is my support for your guild. You must develop as soon as possible and establish a new order for this world. In Zhou words, he created an image of a man who is worried about human civilization and is righteous. He also specifically mentioned Zhao Ting, reminding Yue to quickly develop the guild and kill Zhao Tong. Fortunately, there are great people like you among us humans. I will definitely not let you down. Yue was deeply moved by Zhou. In his eyes, the algae oxygen tank blueprint was not only a valuable blueprint, but also represented the boss's expectations and trust in their guild. Where can you find such a good person? By the way, you have to send me 1,000 algae oxygen tanks every day in the future. Otherwise, if I suddenly stop selling them, it will arouse Zhao Tang's suspicion. I will provide the materials myself. No, you have already given us such an important blueprint. How can we still ask you to provide the materials? I will send them to you every day in the future. No, the materials still have to be given. Boss, if you insist on giving us the materials, you can take the blueprint back. Originally, this blueprint was your source of income. Now that you have given it to us, your income has decreased. We still accept your materials. What have we become? Oh, okay. Afterwards, Yue discussed with Zhou how to counterattack the opponent if they were challenged to a duel. Yue also sent Zhou a companion ticket, which allowed him to ask people from his guild for help after being challenged to a duel. Moreover, Yue would first ask other members of his guild to duel with the opponent's helpers. In this way, the strength of the party was increased, while the strength of the enemy was weakened, and the chances of winning were even greater. However, what Yue didn't know was that Zhou didn't care how many helpers the opponent had, and would kill as many as they came. After the conversation with Yue, there were only a few left of the more than 20 triangular fireflies. Just as Zhou was about to put away the black crystal armor, and put on the knife-finned yellow-banded fish scale armor to manually kill the remaining few, a large number of bubbles floated out of the clouds. The volume of these bubbles was only the size of an apple. The bubbles were basically transparent. There was a white core the size of a soybean in the center. There were a lot of silk threads on the white core, and the silk threads connected the transparent bubble wall. What is this? There were a lot of these bubbles, just like soap bubbles that were blown out. They slowly floated towards Zhou. Zhou didn't know what they were, so he didn't dare to be careless and didn't remove the black crystal armor. Afterwards, these bubbles stuck to Zhou's black crystal armor one by one, and soon, they covered the front half of his body, and there was only one triangular firefly left. Zhou planned to wait for the triangular firefly to die, then put away the black crystal armor, and see what these bubbles were. The last triangular firefly drew a red light in the air, and crashed head-on into the black crystal armor. Its hot body pierced into the bubbles, and a burst of fire flashed. Boom! Boom boom boom! The bubble suddenly exploded, and the flames spread around, causing other bubbles to explode as well. In an instant, the space in the cloud's stomach wall was filled with flames, followed by a series of explosions. The explosion of a single bubble was not very powerful, but when they exploded together, the power increased a lot. Zhou, who was wearing black crystal armor, was blown back a few steps. After the explosion ended, Zhou immediately put away the black crystal armor, and then moved away from the bubbles that continued to float towards him. Seeing that there were no more triangular fireflies around, Zhou tried to grab a bubble, and then immediately let go to avoid a sudden explosion. Floating bubble bug body length, 6 centimeters. Weight, 20 grams. Food type, hydrogen, oxygen. Introduction. A parasite that lives in the body of the cloud-eating sky leviathan. The transparent bubble contains a concentrated hydrogen and oxygen mixture, which will explode when it encounters flames. Looking at this introduction, it is specially designed to cooperate with triangular fireflies. Zhou looked at the large number of floating bubble bugs in front of him, and he directly chose to change direction. The black crystal armor can prevent explosions, but the black crystal armor cannot move, and the scale armor of the knife-finned yellow belt fish is likely to be unable to prevent explosions. Even if it can prevent explosions, it cannot prevent high temperatures. After Zhou changed direction, he immediately encountered several floating cloud white stripe worms. He pulled all of them down from the air and killed them with one knife, obtaining a total of 5 floating factors. It seems to be a little lighter. After using these 5 floating factors on the black crystal armor, Zhou could barely lift his arms a little. In order to reduce the weight of the black crystal armor to 1,000 kilograms, Zhou continued to look for floating cloud white stripe worms. After 3 or 4 hours, he killed a total of 44 and obtained 44 floating factors. During this period, he also encountered several joint attacks from triangular fireflies and floating bubble bugs. Relying on black crystal armor and giant bone shield, he resisted several rounds of explosions. Finally, he found a problem. That is, the areas where triangular fireflies and floating bubble bugs appeared were connected to form a circular space. They seemed to be protecting something in the circular space. But Zhou could not use black crystal armor for the time being, and could not break through the explosive attacks of triangular fireflies and floating bubble bugs. I wonder if these 44 levitation factors can reduce the weight of the black crystal armor by half. Wu used all 44 levitation factors in one go, and blue lights flew into the black crystal armor one by one. After all 44 levitation factors flew into the black crystal armor, plus the previous 6, a total of 50. The black crystal armor changed, and on the chest of the armor, a pattern of the cloud-eating leviathan outlined by white lines appeared. Zhou put on the black crystal armor, and his limbs were finally able to move freely. Although it was still a bit heavy, it could be used barely. Chapter 183. Zhou then found and killed 3 more floating cloud white stripe worms, and obtained 3 floating factors, but he could no longer use them on the black crystal armor, which meant that the weight of the black crystal armor had been reduced to the limit. This cloud is really troublesome. Zhou looked at the floating clouds around him. With limited vision, he had no idea how many parasites were still in the stomach wall space. He was like a headless fly, going wherever he went. If he hadn't been able to visualize the path he had walked in his mind, he would have been lost in this cloud. Forget it. Since we can't reduce the weight of the black crystal armor anymore, let's go see what's in that area first. The area Zhou was referring to was naturally the area protected by the triangular fireflies and floating bubble worms. He didn't explore it in depth, because the black crystal armor was too heavy before. Now that the black crystal armor can be used, and the floating factor can no longer reduce the weight of the black crystal armor, there is no point in continuing to search aimlessly for the floating cloud white stripe worms. so he simply went to see the area protected by the two parasites. According to the route in his mind, Zhou returned to the area where he had been attacked by two parasites not long ago. There were many triangular fireflies scattered on the ground here, and a large number of floating bubble bugs were floating in the air. Zhou raised the giant bone shield and faced the floating bubble bugs that were like a bubble wall, and moved forward. A large number of floating bubble bugs stuck to the giant bone shield. Soon, a large number of red lights lit up in the dark clouds ahead. Zhou was shocked. When he encountered triangular fireflies before, there were usually dozens of them, but now there were hundreds of them at once. Hundreds of triangular fireflies rushed towards Zhou in groups, like a swarm of bees. Their hot bodies collided with the floating bubble bugs attached to the giant bone shield, immediately triggering a series of explosions. The energy generated by the flames exploded instantly, and Zhou's arm was simply unable to withstand it. The giant bone shield was like a sail blown by a strong wind, and it almost slipped out of his hand. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately put the giant bone shield into the equipment column. A large number of floating bubble bugs were detonated, and the giant bone shield was considered to have resisted the most violent first round of attacks. Next, Zhou only needed to rely on the black crystal armor to resist the attacks of the triangular fireflies. Ding ding ding! The sound of crystal stones colliding kept ringing in his ears. Zhou, carrying the triangular firefly, took heavy steps and walked towards the inner area step by step. The closer he got to the inner area, the more triangular fireflies there were. They were densely packed, hundreds and thousands, and they clustered together, emitting red light, like burning fireballs. But because there were too many triangular fireflies, the number of floating bubble bugs was actually very small, because they were all detonated by the fast-flying triangular fireflies. In fact, the triangular fireflies deliberately avoided the floating bubble bugs during their flight, but as their numbers increased, some triangular fireflies wanted to avoid them, but there was not enough space, and they often collided with each other and died together. In terms of the degree of threat, the floating bubble bugs posed a greater threat to Zhou. Once a large number of them stuck to his body, the energy generated by the explosion could blow Zhou, who was wearing black crystal armor, away. Moreover, the scorching high temperature could still be felt even if he was wearing black crystal armor with multiple layers of defense. The triangular fireflies were much less threatening, mainly because Zhou had a hard black crystal armor that could completely block the attacks of the triangular fireflies without any loss, no matter how many there were. Zhou took out the giant bone shield again, stood in place, and resisted thousands of triangular fireflies. After a while, these thousands of triangular fireflies were almost dead. These triangular fireflies seemed to be the last round of defense. Zhou continued to move forward, and basically did not encounter a larger number of them. Only from time to time, 4 or 5 of them attacked him, and he ignored them directly. Suddenly, the fog in front of him disappeared, and the light from the strong headlights seemed to break free of its restraints and shot forward without any hindrance. The bright light swept away the darkness in front of him, and a 10-meter-tall tree-like object stood in this cloudless space. It was more like a tree-like coral than a tree, because this tree was made up of a large number of white particles, which were exactly the same as the white core in the center of the floating bubble worms. They were so densely packed together that Zhou had intensive phobia. The white particles on the tree will grow tiny tentacles, and these tentacles will grow a white core the size of a soybean with a lot of filaments. These filaments will secrete a layer of bubble membrane, and when the bubble membrane is fully formed, it will detach from the tentacles and float in the air. This is how floating bubble bugs are produced. Above the top of the tree, there is a white sphere suspended. The entire sphere is about 10 meters in diameter, and the surface is full of triangular holes, like a honeycomb. From time to time, a triangular firefly will fly out of the hole. This is the nest of the 2 parasites, right? If we destroy these 2 nests, can we get rid of the 2 parasites? Zhou took out his long steel knife and rushed towards the tree composed of white cores without saying anything. Perhaps it sensed the approach of danger. The white core tree that was slowly breeding floating bubble bugs suddenly grew a large number of tentacles, and the whole tree looked like it had suddenly grown a layer of hair. The next second, countless floating bubble bugs grew out of these tentacles, and the hairy tree turned into a tree full of bubbles. For a moment, a large number of floating bubble bugs, like a layer of dark clouds, floated towards Zhou. Zhou immediately realized that something was wrong. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Once they exploded at the same time, not to mention the impact force, the high temperature alone might not be able to be blocked by the black crystal armor. With a thought, pieces of stone foundation flew out of the system interface, and in an instant, a house formed by stone foundation rose from the ground. The wall of the stone house was 3 meters thick, but because the stone foundation could not be connected in the air, the center was supported by a wooden foundation, and then the stone foundation was placed on the wooden foundation, thus forming a 3-meter thick stone roof. Soon, a cubic house with a length, width, and height of 9 meters was built. Joe hid in the 3 by 3 by 3 meter space supported by a wooden foundation. Then he filled the gaps in the wooden foundation with a lot of shield fish fat and poured seawater. Outside the cubic stone house, bubbles were everywhere, and the surface of the stone house was also full of bubbles, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. If Ding Ziki was here, she would definitely sing a line. It's all bubbles, just a flash of fireworks. Chapter 184. The white core tree seemed to have run out of energy and stopped breeding floating bubble bugs. The dozen or so triangular fireflies that had been hovering above were glowing red, scattered, and plunged into the bubble pile. Boom! All the floating bubble bugs were detonated almost at the same time, and a fireball with a diameter of 20 meters rose in the space of the cloud's stomach wall. The terrifying power instantly destroyed the 2 layers of stone foundation outside the cubic stone house, and cracks appeared in the innermost stone foundation. The wooden foundation used to support the stone roof was shattered, and the stone foundation fell directly. Zhou Wen moved his mind and sent the fallen stone foundation to Jiang Haidao, then took out the giant bone shield and held it up, and the flames that had not yet dissipated outside swept in. In the 3-meter space, the sea water above was scorched by the flames, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. Zhou Wen was at the bottom, like a frog that would be boiled at any time. Fortunately, the flames produced by the explosion could not last long. When the sea water was about to boil, the flames completely disappeared. Zhou Wen instantly put away the only layer of stone wall left. The sea water was not restricted by the stone wall and spread out to the surroundings. Zhou Wen's black crystal armor was emitting white smoke. After making sure there was no danger around him, he immediately took off the black crystal armor that was boiled very hot and put on a shrimp head heavy armor. At the moment of changing equipment, Zhou Wen's skin was seen to have been burned red, just like a steamed crab. Oh my god, I was almost boiled. The shock wave generated by the explosion did not have much impact on Zhou Wen because it was offset by a large amount of shield fish fat, but the high temperature almost made him fall. If it weren't for his high physique and the black crystal armor that could isolate a certain temperature, he would have been cooked by now. Putting the black crystal armor outside to cool, Zhou Wen, wearing the shrimp head heavy armor, looked at the 2 nests. The 2 nests were also affected by the flames of the explosion just now. The surface of the white core tree was charred, and the suspended triangular firefly nest was almost the same. The 2 nests no longer had the ability to fight back. Zhou Wen walked forward and cut the 1-meter thick white core tree in half with one knife. Then Zhou Wen discovered that there were a large number of tentacles inside the white core tree. These tentacles took root in the stomach wall of the cloud-eating sky leviathan through the roots, and reproduced by absorbing the energy of the cloud-eating sky leviathan. To cut the grass and eradicate the roots, Zhou Wen also chopped the roots of the white core tree, and pulled out the tentacles that invaded the stomach wall of the cloud-eating sky leviathan one by one. After doing all this, a large amount of white gas floated out of the white core tree. Zhou Wen was very familiar with this white gas, and he reached out to collect it directly. A large amount of white gas condensed into floating factors in his hands. Ding! Get levitation factor X 100. Sure! Zhou Wen was delighted. The levitation factor was so useful. The more he collected, the better. In the future, whenever he had heavy equipment, he could use the levitation factor to reduce the weight. Putting the 100 levitation factors into the deep blue treasure chest, Zhou Wen looked at the triangular firefly nest suspended 11 meters in the air. Because too many triangular fireflies were consumed outside before, the nest could no longer reproduce triangular fireflies in large quantities. Zhou Wen used the wooden foundation as a stepping stone and came to the side of the nest. Because the nest was too big and suspended in the air, Zhou Wen could only use a long steel knife to cut it like potato chips, one by one. The cut parts lost their ability to float and fell to the ground. Sometimes a triangular firefly would fly out of the nest and attack Zhou Wen, but it was just a dying struggle. Paw paw paw! When Zhou Wen cut it with his knife, a large number of white eggs fell from the nest and hit the ground with a crackling sound. The white eggs exploded into sparks, just like burning iron filings splashing on the ground when iron flowers fell. After another cut, he was close to the center of the nest. A triangular firefly the size of a watermelon, and with a fiery red body fell from the center. In the middle of the nest was a white sphere the size of a bowling ball. The entire nest seemed to be connected to this white sphere. Zhou stretched out his hand, and the white sphere was directly decomposed into the size of a glass ball. Ding! Gained floating factor X 100. Without the white sphere, the remaining half of the nest fell directly from the air and shattered on the ground. Zhou put away the wooden foundation and returned to the ground, and found that the large, fiery red triangular firefly was still alive. This fiery red triangular firefly was not only large in size, but also had insect legs, which allowed it to move on the ground, but it seemed unable to fly. After falling from the nest, it was still trying to rely on its insect legs to escape, but its body was too bloated and it crawled very slowly. This should be the mother of the triangular firefly. I wonder if it will explode if I kill it. Zhou used a long steel knife to cut the mother, who wanted to escape, in half, and then quickly moved away. But Zhou's worry was unnecessary. The mother insect's body did not explode, but quickly changed from red to white. Zhou carefully went forward to check and found an egg in the mother insect's body. But this egg was different from the other eggs. This one was fiery red. He picked it up, and a prompt sound appeared in his mind. Ding! Obtain triangle star firefly mother egg X1. Can I control it when it grows up? Zhou felt that it was difficult. After so many contacts, although the triangle star firefly had a certain intelligence, it was definitely not as close to him as the little diamond sea snake. After hatching, it might attack him. However, the triangular fireflies were not a big threat to him, so he could try to raise them. If not, he could just kill them. After the 2 insect nests were completely solved and the black crystal armor had cooled down, Zhou put on the black crystal armor again and left this space without clouds and mist. Entering the clouds and mist again, Zhou returned to the esophagus according to the route in his mind, took a short rest, ate something, and then entered the clouds and mist again. This time, he did not go directly inside. After cleaning up the nests of the triangular fireflies and floating bubble bugs, there was nothing in the cloud and mist stomach wall space that could threaten Zhou. He put on the light scales of the knife-finned yellow-banded fish and began to try to clean up the parasites. 5 hours later, Zhou basically cleaned up the entire cloud stomach wall space, killed 30 floating cloud white stripe worms, and obtained 30 floating factors. During this period, he did not encounter triangular fireflies again. Those floating bubble worms floating outside were also cleaned up by Zhou, leaving only one to control the end time of pest control. At this time, Zhou came to the innermost of the entire cloud stomach wall space. There was lightning flashing in the cloud in front of him. He saw it when he explored before, but he did not approach it. After all, electricity is something that armor has no insulation layer, so it is useless no matter how hard it is. Now the parasites have been almost cleaned up, and he has not seen the exclusive supply box of the cloud-eating leviathan. It can only be in this cloud with flashing lightning. There is no way. This time, the pest control can't be empty-handed. Zhou had to be brave and enter this cloud with flashing lightning to check. Chapter 185. Zhou held up the giant bone shield and approached the area flashing with electric light little by little. The giant bone shield pushed away the clouds in front of him. As he continued to go deeper, the clouds around him gradually became thinner and thinner until they disappeared completely. Zhou once again entered a space without clouds, and this was the innermost part of the stomach wall space of the cloud-eating sky leviathan, but there was no digestive pool like other leviathans, but giant mushrooms. These big mushrooms are similar in shape to Ganoderma lucidum, and they vary in size, with the small ones only a dozen centimeters and the large ones over 20 meters. Zhou observed carefully. The mushrooms that were more than 1 meter in size had tiny flashes of electricity on their surfaces. On the mushroom caps, there were round balls of hair the size of a palm. The round balls of hair were all alive. They seemed to sense Zhou's arrival and floated up from the mushroom caps one by one. There were many of them, almost thousands of them, with pairs of round eyes, curiously looking at Zhou. Zzz. A round ball of hair floated towards Zhou. Its furry surface was constantly flashing with electricity. Zhou became alert and took a few steps back. Are these hair balls parasites, or are they symbiotic with the cloud-eating sky leviathan? According to the introduction in the Cloud-Eating Sky Leviathan Biological Atlas, the cloud-eating sky leviathan's food is hydrogen obtained by ionizing water molecules in the mist. Whether it is the electric mushroom or the electric hair ball in front of him, they can do this. Maybe these two creatures are symbiotic with the cloud-eating sky leviathan. More and more round hair balls floated towards Zhou, but they all kept a certain distance from Zhou. Zhou observed for a while, and found that they had no intention of attacking him, but just stared at him. It was not a good idea to just stare at each other here, So Zhou began to try to slowly approach these fur balls to see if they could get along well. But as soon as Zhou took a step forward, these round fur balls retreated cautiously, keeping a safe distance from him. It was obvious that they were just curious but did not trust him. Seeing this, Zhou had to give up and turned his attention to the mushrooms flashing with electric light. He came to a mushroom that was more than 10 centimeters long and was ready to reach out and touch it to see if there was any information. But as soon as Zhou reached out, the attitudes of those round fur balls suddenly changed. Their eyes, originally round and full of curiosity, instantly turned into anger. The electric current on their bodies, which had been like hair strands and flickering from time to time, suddenly became strong and spread all over their bodies. The electric current emitted from the surface of their bodies even connected with other round fur balls around them. As they passed from one to another, the current became stronger and stronger, and a thunderous roar was faintly emitted. This scene frightened Zhou so much that he dared not move. Looking at the postures of these round fur balls, it seemed that if he dared to touch the mushroom, they would release a bolt of lightning at him, letting him taste the feeling of being struck by lightning. What should I do? When Zhou approached the mushroom, which was more than 10 centimeters long, he saw a golden object in the pile of mushrooms. It was a pure gold treasure chest. But he couldn't even touch the mushrooms now, let alone enter the mushroom pile to get the pure gold treasure chest. Zhou first stepped back a few steps and left the mushroom, which was more than 10 centimeters long. The round ball of hair suddenly calmed down, and the current on his body returned to a looming state again. Is there no other way but to lure them away one by one and then kill them one by one? This was the only way Zhou could get the pure gold treasure chest, but he felt that the cloud-eating leviathan would not allow it. Before, he had placed too many stone walls in the esophagus, and was warned by the cloud-eating leviathan. If he killed all its symbiotic creatures now, it would be strange if he didn't die. Hey, tell your symbiotic creatures not to attack me. I have already eliminated the insects for you. It is reasonable to give me this pure gold treasure chest as a reward, right? Zhou shouted loudly, hoping to communicate with Xiantian Leviathan. After all, from the previous performance, it can be seen that Xiantian Leviathan still has a certain degree of wisdom. But as time passed, the entire stomach wall space was silent, and Zhou did not get any response. What does this mean? Are you trying to make me work for nothing? Just when Zhou was about to use the stone foundation to build a stone house that could tie up these round hair balls, suddenly an orange light rose in the sky, dispelling the darkness of the night. Zhou turned his head and looked. On the distant sea level, a bright sun was rising slowly. Obviously, the night had passed, and it was already the morning of the 35th day. And those round hair balls, seeing the sunlight, seemed to enter a working state. A large amount of electric current began to be emitted from the surface of their bodies. They entered the clouds together. For a while, the clouds were full of flashes of lightning and thunder. Soon, all the round hair balls on the mushrooms left and entered the clouds to discharge electricity. Zhou looked at the unattended mushroom pile and immediately seized the time to avoid the large mushrooms that would discharge electricity, came to the pure gold treasure chest, and opened it. Ding! Get the gold order X1. Ding! Get the freshwater hydrogen oxygen ionizer X1. Freshwater hydrogen oxygen ionizer. I'm afraid I can't use this machine in the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan. Because Zhou currently has no way to collect hydrogen, if too much hydrogen accumulates in the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan, if a little spark is created and an explosion occurs, then it will be a big problem. Ding! Obtained floating suit X1. Is it the floating suit mentioned in the introduction of the floating factor? Zhou took out the floating suit and looked at it. It was a pure white jumpsuit with a pattern of Xiantian Leviathan on the chest. The overall weight was very light and almost unnoticeable. Ding! Obtained Xiantian Leviathan invisibility factor. Ding! Xiantian Leviathan invisibility factor. Used during the scale transformation period of the illusionary Leviathan, it can grow scales with invisibility function, and is also one of the ultimate formula materials for the scale transformation period of the illusionary Leviathan. One of the ultimate formula materials for the scale transformation period. Zhou was shocked. The invisibility factor could make the scales grown by the transformed Leviathan invisible, which was already very powerful. He didn't expect that it was also the material for the ultimate formula of the transformed Leviathan scale transformation. After such a long time, Zhou almost forgot the ultimate formula of the scale transformation. There was no way. The formula only showed one material, and he needed to find the Golden King algae first. He got the golden positioning card after the underwater maze trial, but when he could use it successfully was unpredictable. The materials were too slow to collect. But now, he found another material unexpectedly, which gave Zhou the motivation to collect all the materials for the ultimate formula of the scale transformation. Chapter 186. There were only these items in the pure gold treasure box. Zhou put them into his own deep blue treasure box, and quickly left the mushroom pile. Returning to the periphery of the mushroom pile, Zhou put away his black crystal armor, and touched a mushroom without electricity with his hand, but did not unlock a new biological illustration, so he directly pulled up a mushroom that was more than 10 centimeters long. Ding! Obtain negative oxygen ion mushroom X1. Ding! Negative oxygen ion mushroom. It can release negative oxygen ions when growing. When the negative oxygen ions reach a certain concentration, they are absorbed and can continuously increase physical fitness. Direct consumption can increase physical fitness by 20 points. Good stuff. Zhou quickly looked into the clouds behind him, and found that the clouds had become lighter and lighter, but the round balls of hair had not returned yet, so he immediately began to pick small mushrooms on the ground. There was no current on the surface of these mushrooms, so there was no need to worry about being electrocuted. While Zhou was picking mushrooms, he found another creature under the mushrooms. The creature looked like a ladybug, the size of a palm, transparent throughout, as if carved out of crystal, with irregular crystals about 1 centimeter long growing on its oval back. These negative oxygen ion mushrooms grow on these irregular crystals. Obviously, this crystal ladybug-like creature is related to the negative oxygen ion mushrooms. Zhou saw that the crystal ladybug was not aggressive, and just kept placing the crystals on its back on the root of a large negative oxygen ion mushroom. He reached out and grabbed one, then touched it, and checked the biological illustration information. Pure oxygen crystal insect body length, 10 centimeters. Weight, 10 kilograms. Food type, oxygen. Introduction. A beetle that lives in symbiosis with the cloud-eating leviathan. It can absorb oxygen in the air, and condense it into oxygen crystals on its back. It uses oxygen crystals to cultivate negative oxygen ion fungi. Oxygen crystals can be used to assist combustion and breathing. This pure oxygen crystal worm is also a good thing. When Zhou returned, he wanted to cultivate negative oxygen ion mushrooms, so he needed oxygen crystals, and oxygen crystals can also help combustion and breathing. These 2 points alone can generate huge value. Next, Zhou took out a wooden barrel, picked mushrooms while catching pure oxygen crystal worms, and looked back from time to time to prevent the round hair ball from coming back and finding him stealing things, and striking him with lightning unexpectedly. After a while, the sun had completely risen from the sea level, and the clouds in the stomach wall space of the cloud-eating leviathan had all disappeared. The round hair balls returned one after another, and Zhou immediately stopped stealing when he saw this. The round fur ball seemed very tired, and its originally round eyes also looked listless. When it came back, it simply glanced at Zhou and then fell on the big mushroom. At the moment when the round fur ball and the mushroom came into contact, the flickering electric current on the surface of the big mushroom began to converge towards the round fur ball, as if charging the round fur ball. This symbiotic system is quite complicated. Zhou saw the big mushroom charging the round fur ball, and combined with his previous findings, the symbiotic relationship of the 4 organisms immediately emerged in his mind. The round hair ball ionizes the water molecules in the cloud and produces hydrogen and oxygen. The cloud-eating leviathan absorbs hydrogen to grow, and the pure oxygen crystal worm absorbs part of the oxygen to produce oxygen crystals, providing nutrients for the negative oxygen ion mushrooms. When the negative oxygen ion mushrooms grow to a certain size, they will generate current, which will then charge the round hair ball. The cloud-eating leviathan swallows the cloud, and the round hair ball continues to ionize the water molecules in the cloud, and the cycle repeats. We have taken everything we should take, and this time the pest control should be over. Zhou killed the floating bubble worm he had left behind, but the deworming was not over yet, because after the fog in the stomach space dissipated, he missed a few floating cloud white stripe worms. Without the fog blocking him, and with the sunlight shining, he could see the remaining floating cloud white stripe worms, a total of 7. Zhou killed 6 in one breath, and when he killed the last floating cloud white stripe worm, he found that there were 2 round hair balls wrapped around its white striped tentacles. The round hair balls released electricity, but it had no effect on the floating cloud white stripe worms. Soon, the round hair ball ran out of electricity, and it completely lost the ability to resist. Seeing this, Zhou swung his knife and cut off the white tentacles wrapped around the round hair ball, helping the round hair ball break free. The 2 round hair balls rolled in the air, shook off the white tentacles wrapped around their bodies, and then slowly floated towards Zhou. Zhou saw that there was no electricity on the surface of the two round hair balls, so he reached out to catch them and checked the biological information. Electric hair ball body length, 10 centimeters. Weight, 100 grams. Food type, hydrogen. Introduction. A creature that coexists with the cloud sky leviathan can absorb the electricity from the negative oxygen ion mushrooms and then release it, which can ionize fresh water to obtain hydrogen and oxygen. Wow, so soft. The furry body of the electric light ball is very comfortable to touch, and the overall image is also very cute. The two electric light balls did not seem to be ready to leave, so Zhou decided to take them back as pets. He killed the last floating cloud white stripe worm with one knife, obtained a floating factor, and cleared all the parasites in the stomach wall space of the cloud-eating leviathan, and the deworming was perfectly completed. The golden shadow of the transformed leviathan appeared, and Zhou remembered that there were two stone walls in the esophagus, so he immediately ran into the esophagus of the cloud-eating leviathan, put away the two stone walls, and was then swallowed by the golden shadow. The next second, Zhou appeared in the stomach wall space of the phantom leviathan. The phantom leviathan had just woken up and started to move. Zhou counted the harvest this time. A total of 290 floating factors were harvested, 50 of which were used for the black crystal armor, leaving 240, which Zhou directly stored in the locker. A total of 3,000 triangular firefly corpses were collected. The introduction mentioned that the triangular firefly corpses could be used as materials for the Phantom Leviathan scale transformation period. Although he himself would not use them, his subordinates could use them, or they could be sold. A total of 10 pure oxygen crystal worms were brought back. Because they were large in size, there was no place to breed them if too many were brought back. However, a lot of oxygen crystals were brought back, a total of 1,000. There were a total of 100 negative oxygen ion mushrooms of various sizes. Zhou picked out two 90 centimeter tall negative oxygen ion mushrooms for breeding. When they grow to 1 meter, they will generate electricity, which can charge the electric light ball. Zhou planted these two negative oxygen ion mushrooms in two small aquariums, but he did not add water to them. Instead, he laid a layer of oxygen crystals on the bottom. A total of 200 oxygen crystals were used, and 5 pure oxygen crystal worms were placed in each. The two electric balls were floating around curiously in the stomach wall space. After Zhou planted two 90 centimeter negative oxygen ion mushrooms, they landed on one of the mushrooms, but their round eyes showed doubts because the mushrooms had no electricity. Then, they floated to another mushroom, but there was still no electricity. After floating back and forth on the two mushrooms for a while, they gave up completely, and finally landed on the umbrella cover of one of them to rest. The food of the electric balls is hydrogen, and Zhou has a freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer. He is not worried that the electric balls have no food, but he feels a little dangerous. After checking the harvest this time, Zhou took out the ultimate formula for the transformation of Leviathan scales from the locker, which he had not seen for a long time. He opened it, and was surprised to find that 4 materials were already shown in the formula. Chapter 187. The ultimate formula for the transformation of Leviathan into scales, unique. Material 1 Golden nematodes. How to obtain, in the Golden King algae sea, in the body of a gold mining crab, low probability of discovery. Material 2 Abyssal crystals. How to obtain, dive into the abyss below 3,000 meters to search. Material 3 Invisibility factor. How to obtain, kill the cloud-eating leviathan to obtain. Material 4 Unknown. Material 5 Meteoric scales. How to obtain, kill the meteoric leviathan to obtain. Wow, the invisible factor needs to be obtained by killing the cloud-eating sky leviathan? Isn't the material acquisition method shown in this formula too simple and crude? After reading the new materials on the ultimate formula of the scale transformation period, Zhou couldn't help but complain. Even if he pulled his own transformed leviathan up, he couldn't beat the 500-meter cloud-eating sky leviathan, not to mention that the opponent was still in the sky. Among the 3 new materials, he knew about the abyss crystal. It should be displayed after he came into contact with the abyss dragonfish and obtained the information of the abyss crystal in the biological illustration. Needless to say, he had already obtained the stealth factor of the cloud-eating leviathan. But there was no relevant information in his mind about the material of the meteorite scales, but just by looking at the name of the material, he roughly knew where to unlock the information of this material. Zhou had been to a meteorite landing site before, but the overall appearance of the meteorite was a biological egg, and the creature inside had disappeared. According to the method of obtaining the meteorite scales, the creature in the meteorite at that time should be the meteorite leviathan. Oh, what a pity! It would be better if we could reach the meteorite landing point earlier. If Zhou had reached the meteorite landing point earlier, he could have taken advantage of the fact that the meteorite Leviathan had just been born and killed it with the transformed Leviathan's tail, thus obtaining the meteorite scales. There is only one material missing. Zhou looked at the 5 materials on the formula, 4 of which had already been displayed. He couldn't help but get excited, and was eager to unlock all the material information. But he thought again. Although he had obtained the material information now, he already had the invisibility factor. The golden nematode was a little clue, but the remaining 2 materials were more difficult than the other. Abyssal crystals require diving below 3,000 meters, but he can hardly dive below 1,000 meters now. Although he has a deep-sea walker mecha blueprint, most of the materials needed for production have never been seen before, so it is impossible to produce it in a short time. There is even less idea about meteorite scales. The ocean is so big that the meteorite Leviathan must be wandering around at will, and the probability of encountering it is too slim. With this calculation, Zhou's original excitement suddenly cooled down. In the end, he could only put the ultimate formula for transforming Leviathan scales into the locker again. Afterwards, Zhou opened the deep blue treasure chest, took out the golden order transformed from the pure gold treasure chest, and used it directly, adding points to his intelligence. Ding! Use the golden order, intelligence +1. When his intelligence reached 14 points, Zhou's eyes flashed with blue light. He looked around and found that as long as he focused his attention, everything around him would slow down a lot, as if it was slowed down. However, this state consumed a lot of energy. Zhou maintained it for 10 seconds, and his head felt a little dizzy. He was not very energetic at all, and he felt sleepy. Will this increased intelligence make time stand still? As soon as this outrageous idea came to Zhou's mind, he immediately denied it. No, it should be that my brain processes information faster, causing things in the outside world to slow down. Zhou felt that this idea was more reasonable. After using the golden order to increase intelligence, Zhou took out the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer and the floating suit. The freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer is relatively large, a cylinder with a height of 1 meter and a diameter of 1 meter. The whole is woven with white silk threads, like a large cotton ball. However, these white silk threads are separated by a white substance in the middle, like a partition, cutting the cylinder into 2 halves from the middle, with a shaft interface at the bottom. Seeing the shaft, Zhou knew that the electricity of this ionizer was power generation, and guessed that the generated current would be introduced into these white silk threads. Just pour fresh water into this large cotton ball woven with white silk threads, and the dense silk threads will moisten the fresh water, and the electricity in the white silk threads will ionize the fresh water on the silk threads, releasing hydrogen and oxygen according to the yin and yang poles. Zhou connected the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer to the human-powered bicycle and tried it. It can indeed ionize hydrogen and oxygen. Although it cannot be seen, the electric light ball flew over and floated on the right half of the hydrogen and oxygen ionizer. Obviously, the right half of the hydrogen and oxygen ionizer releases hydrogen, and the left half releases oxygen. In order to further confirm, Zhou placed a pure oxygen crystal worm on the left half. As Zhou continued to generate electricity and ionize fresh water, the pure oxygen crystal worm kept lying on the left half and had no intention of leaving, indicating that the left half was indeed releasing oxygen. After trying out the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer, the electric light ball was full and flew back to the cap of the negative oxygen ion mushroom to rest. Zhou also put the pure oxygen crystal worm back into the small aquarium. Just as Zhou was about to try on the floating suit to see what the effect was, the transmogrified Leviathan entered the feeding stage. Zhou put away all the items, and temporarily stopped trying out the floating suit. By the way, it's time to check the information of the transmogrified Leviathan. Yesterday, Zhou fed the transmogrified Leviathan 5 tons of fruit and a scarlet root nodule at the same time, wanting to see if the effects of the 2 types of accelerated growth foods could be superimposed. Today is the time to see the results. Transform Leviathan age, 35 days. Stage, birth period. Length, 81 meters. Weight, 1,300 tons. Food type, algae. Eating method, filter feeding. Evaluation, a 1,300-ton baby. There is no decimal point, and the growth of several dozen centimeters is not displayed at all. Zhou looked at it in vain. At present, the fruit production is not stable, and there is no way to make a long-term comparison. For the time being, he can only not test it. Then Zhou checked his character attribute panel again, because the biological illustration of Shiunshin Leviathan mentioned that negative oxygen ions can increase his physical fitness. He stayed in the stomach wall space for a whole night, so his physical fitness should be improved a little bit. Zhou, Pioneer, normal human attribute is 10, intelligence, 14. Strength, 62.5. Physique, 100. Speed, 46. Evaluation, a Superman who doesn't train his legs. Physique has reached 100? Zhou was surprised. Before entering the cloud-eating Leviathan to eliminate insects, his physique was 72 points, which was a full 28 points higher. Chapter 188. Splash, splash. The sound of seawater surging came from the esophagus. Soon, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and a large amount of seawater carrying seaweed entered the stomach wall space. Zhou placed a manual seaweed crusher, and sent the other two to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively. After checking the water surface with a strong headlight, and confirming that there were no parasites, Zhou began to crush the seaweed. Just after the first round of seaweed crushing was completed, a strange private message came in, and Zhou clicked it directly to check. Boss, I want your algae oxygen tank blueprint and wooden foundation blueprint. Of course, I am not a person who takes things by force. I will take out 200 basic materials and trade these 2 blueprints with you. What do you think? This guy must be the leader of the small guild who wants to duel with me. He Yue had already told him yesterday, so he didn't take it seriously and ignored the message. Boss, I advise you to hand over the 2 blueprints, otherwise I will challenge you to a duel. When you enter the duel venue, it will be useless for you to beg for mercy. People should know the situation. Zhou still did not reply to the message, but just took out the unused white scale armor and spike armor from the locker, and then wore them together. If Zhou hadn't known that the other party would be traveling with a companion, he would have been too lazy to wear these pitiful equipment, because he was worried that not wearing equipment would alert the other party. Although Yue had said that he would let his guild members duel with the other party's companions in advance, there was no way to guarantee that all of them would be successful. He still needed to deal with the mist people. And the people who came with them could cancel their companionship by themselves, so Zhou had to appear weaker to let them relax their vigilance, and then kill the companions instantly before they could react. Ding! A survivor uses duel ticket to challenge you. Please prepare your weapons and protective gear as soon as possible and enter the duel venue. The system prompt sounded in Zhou's mind, and a red message was also displayed in the World Communication Channel. Boss, the presidents of those small guilds have challenged you to a duel, but don't worry, our people have already arranged it. You just need to tell me the end time of the preparation phase. At this time, Yue sent a private message. The reason why he asked Zhou to tell him the end time of the preparation phase was because they wanted to challenge each other's companions on time. If the duel is initiated too early, the other party may temporarily change people after knowing it. After all, he is the guild leader after all, so it is not a problem to mobilize some members of his own guild to help. In the last few seconds of the preparation stage, Zhou notified Yue. The next second, 10 red duel messages appeared in the World Communication Channel, and Zhou also turned into a blue light and disappeared in the stomach wall space. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in the duel space composed of a blue light curtain. Zhou was wearing 4 pieces of white scale armor, a white scale helmet, a white scale chest armor, white scale boots, and white scale leg armor. The configuration was very reasonable, and the rest of the parts were spiked armor. After a while, the 2 blue light screens merged together. Through the blue diaphragm in the middle, 3 people could be seen on the opposite side, and each of them was wearing a complete set of white scale armor and holding a steel weapon. After the blue diaphragm in the middle disappeared, the 3 people on the opposite side were still arguing about something. Their plan was to bring 10 people together, a total of 11 people to deal with the big boss to ensure that there would be no mistakes, but now only 2 people came. The 3 of them were Li Wanliao, the president of the Death God Guild, Song Ming, the president of the Survival Guild, and Zhao Si, the president of the Western Heaven Guild. Originally, the 3 of them were still pulling each other. After all, it was different from the plan. The 2 people who came with them wanted to leave immediately, but they were stopped by Li Wanliao, the initiator of the duel. You see, he is just wearing a set of miscellaneous equipment, and the 3 of us are wearing a full set of white scale armor. What is there to be afraid of? Li Wanliao pointed at Zhou on the opposite side, and said to his 2 companions. It seems to be quite bad. Song Ming looked at Zhou's equipment, and instantly became more confident. He didn't plan to leave. That's not right. No matter what, the boss has 2 top-quality blueprints in his hands. How can his equipment be so bad? Is he hiding something in the equipment column? Jiaoxi said suspiciously. Humph, if he really knew how to use the 2 top-quality blueprints, he would have established a guild and become the president of the strongest guild. It can only be said that there are people in this world who can't even catch the pie that falls from the sky. Li Wanliao pointed at Zhou Wen with contempt. I don't think he should be hiding anything. Isn't he holding a steel weapon in his hand? The equipment slot is so rare. If it is not used to hide weapons, is it used to hide a piece of armor? Song Ming immediately followed up. He now looked at Zhou Wen as if he was looking at a piece of fat meat, and the greed in his eyes was not concealed. As long as he got Zhou Wen's 2 drawings this time, he might be able to develop a big guild. That's right. Then this time the harvest, since other people didn't come, will it be shared by only the 3 of us? Jiaoxi thought about it, and found that what Song Ming said was indeed correct, so he began to ask about the distribution of benefits, as if Zhou Wen was already a fish on their chopping board. Need I say more? Of course, the 3 of us split it. I just don't understand why the title of a big boss scared them so much that they dared not come. With this courage, the upper limit is the president of a small guild. We are nothing like that. Li Wanliao couldn't hide his smile. Originally, the benefits of the 2 top-quality blueprints he obtained were to be divided equally among 11 people, but he didn't expect that the other 8 people stood him up. However, now that he is sure that the big boss has no strength, he hopes that there will be as few people as possible, and it would be best if he is the only one. Li Wanliao looked at his prey again, with a smile on his face. But suddenly Zhou Wen's figure became blurry. He thought he was dazzled and rubbed his eyes with his hands. But when he opened his eyes again, Zhou Wen's figure had disappeared. Hey, you two, hurry up and look for that big guy. Why did he suddenly disappear? Li Wanliao stared at the place where Zhou Wen was before, and patted the other 2 with his hands, wanting them to look for him together. Plop! Plop! But as soon as he patted the other 2's bodies, he found that their bodies fell straight back to the ground following his pat. You? Li Wanliao felt that the 2 were too relaxed, and his anger rose all of a sudden. He turned around and was about to scold them, but he found that there were 2 headless bodies lying on the ground. The scarlet and bright blood flowed out from the headless bodies, slowly spread on the ground, and gradually spread to Li Wanliao's feet. His expression was stiff, and the angry expression was frozen on his face. His eyes were staring straight at the middle of the 2 headless bodies, where a pair of white-scaled boots were stepping on the blood. Chapter 189. The anger in Li Wanliao's eyes turned into fear. His neck stiffly lifted up a little bit, and his eyes slowly moved up from the white-scaled boots. When he saw the white-scaled leg armor, his pupils shrank sharply. On both sides of the white-scaled leg armor, there was a human head. The expression of the head was extremely distorted, and the mouth was wide open, as if it had discovered something terrifying, but the eyes still had the same smile as before. Fear and joy appeared on the same face at the same time, giving people a creepy feeling, and these 2 pairs of eyes with strange smiles were staring at Li Wanliao. The moment Li Wanliao looked into the eyes of the 2, his body suddenly trembled. The 2 heads were Song Ming and Jiaoxi's heads. They died in a very tragic way. Their heads seemed to have been forcibly pulled out of their bodies, and there was a bloody spine under their heads. Raising his eyes slightly, he could see that the 2 heads were each held by a hand. Li Wanliao already knew what had happened. His body began to tremble slightly, and his face, which was filled with fear and anxiety, gradually became bloodless. His eyes continued to move upwards, sweeping across the white-scaled breastplate that had been stained red with blood. He saw a bone armor mask stained with blood. In the eye sockets of the bone armor mask, a pair of deep and bright eyes were looking at him calmly. Silence, like a demon in the abyss. Li Wanliao's slightly trembling body shook violently and uncontrollably at this moment. His legs softened, and he knelt directly on the ground. Big boss. Li Wanliao's teeth and lips were trembling, and the whole person was shaking like a sieve, and he couldn't even speak a word. Don't beg for mercy. Have you forgotten what you said before you challenged me to a duel? Zhou Wen casually threw the 2 heads in his hand next to Li Wanliao. When we enter the duel venue, it will be useless for you to beg for mercy. People should know the current situation. Zhou Wen read out the message Li Wanliao sent before word for word. How is it? My memory is not bad, right? Zhou Wen said, as he walked to Li Wanliao with a relaxed step. With a thought, a long steel knife appeared in his hand, and the maroon blade glowed with cold light. I was wrong, big boss, Li Wanliao kept begging for mercy. Suddenly, the expression on his face changed from panic to viciousness. A thin steel sword appeared in his hand, and then his body suddenly jumped up, trying to stab the thin steel sword in his hand into Zhou Wen's abdomen. Go! Li Wanliu had just stood up halfway, and before he could say the word die, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of him, and then he felt that his whole body had lost strength. Bang! The thin steel sword in his hand broke into 2 pieces for some unknown reason, and his body began to move horizontally to the right unconsciously. Li Wanliu looked down at his body, and found that there was a slanting wound on his upper body. The wound penetrated the entire body, and divided his upper body into 2 halves. The upper half of his body was sliding to the right along the slanting wound. Plop! Half of Li Wanliu's body fell to the ground, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the broken incision. Ding! Congratulations on winning this duel. You will get all the other party's supplies. Waste of time. Zhou Wen heard the system prompt in his mind, and put away his weapon in boredom. In his opinion, this duel had no meaning. The previous 2 duels at least gave Zhou Wen some information. This one was just a group of small guild leaders who, out of greed, united to steal his blueprints. The next second, Zhou Wen turned into a blue light, and when he appeared again, he had returned to the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan. The duel was very short, and ended almost as soon as it started. So when Zhou Wen came out, He Yue, and the members he arranged to block the other small guild leaders had not yet come out of the duel field. Afterwards, the world system sent the 3 people supplies, of which only 1 slender steel sword blueprint was of some use to Zhou Wen. After decomposing the damaged slender steel sword and obtaining a steel ingot, the rest was handed over to Jiang Haitao. A few minutes later, the transformed Leviathan began its second round of eating, and Zhou Wen continued to crush the seaweed with the human-powered seaweed crusher. Big boss, are you okay? After the duel ended, He Yue saw the world chat channel information, which announced Zhou Wen's victory, so he sent a private message. I'm fine. How are you doing? Are there any casualties? I'm fine, just a little injured, but 5 people who arranged the interception died. Alas, thank you this time, I would be in danger without you. I got a steel weapon blueprint from the other party. You can use it to improve the strength of your guild members. Zhou Wen said, and sent the slender steel sword blueprint to He Yue. Boss, you gave me the algae oxygen tank blueprint. How can I accept the weapon blueprint? Take it, even if it is my repayment to the 5 brothers who died for me. Without them, I might be dead now. How can I get this weapon blueprint? Finally, He Yue still accepted the blueprint, and after continuing to talk to Zhou Wen about the development of the guild, the conversation ended. After a while, the feeding phase of the transformed Leviathan ended, and Zhou Wen crushed all the seaweed and fed it a scarlet root nodule. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian also finished crushing the seaweed, so Zhou Wen asked for their seaweed crushers, connected 3 machines in series, connected to the Bladefish power device, and started crushing seaweed for the 80 guild members today. An hour later, all the seaweed of the 80 guild members was crushed. During this period, Zhou Wen also connected the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer to produce some hydrogen for the electric light ball to absorb. After absorbing the hydrogen, the electric light ball fell directly on Zhou Wen's head to rest, 1 on each side, like 2 furry ears, and the small diamond sea snake was also wrapped around the neck, like a black collar. After everything was done, Zhou Wen asked Shen Xian how many skeletons of creatures longer than 10 meters he had purchased. Boss Zhou, skeletons of creatures longer than 10 meters are too rare, so we only purchased 20 sets. It's okay, if we can't get any more, we can use the abyss dragon fish meat to purchase golden silk seaweed fiber, which I have always needed. Received. Boss Zhou. Afterwards, Shen Xian sent over the 20 skeletons of creatures longer than 10 meters that he had collected. Zhou Wen took a look and found that all of them were 10-meter long skeletons, and there were number 20-meter ones, so he directly made 20 honeycomb bone pieces according to the drawings. Chapter 190. There was nothing else to do next. Zhou Wen placed a 2x2 stone platform in the middle of the stomach wall space, and then placed a furnace on it. He asked the guild member, who was burning charcoal for a burning wood, and Zhou Wen lit a fire in the furnace, and threw an oxygen crystal into the furnace. He wanted to see how long the oxygen crystal could keep the furnace burning. 10 minutes later, the flame in the furnace showed signs of weakening. Zhou Wen immediately threw another oxygen crystal into it, and the flame became strong again, and continued to burn for another 10 minutes. Not bad. 1 oxygen crystal can keep the furnace burning for 10 minutes. I wonder how long it can keep a person breathing if it provides oxygen. Zhou Wen put an oxygen crystal in his mouth, and could clearly feel the oxygen crystal releasing gas in his mouth. As he breathed, he could inhale the oxygen into his lungs, and then exhale carbon dioxide through his nasal cavity. However, Zhou himself had oxygen-rich bacteria in his body, and could not measure the accurate results, so he gave Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian 1 oxygen crystal each and asked them to test the normal usage time. The test takes time, so Zhou took the sweet potatoes he had planted out of the locker while the charcoal in the furnace was still sparking. Then he used soil and fresh water to make some mud, then wrapped 3 sweet potatoes with mud, threw them into the burning cinders, and finally covered the 3 mud balls with the burning cinders with a wooden stick. After more than 10 minutes, the 3 mud balls were almost baked. Zhou turned over the charcoal cinders with a wooden stick, then put on white scale gloves, took one out of the furnace, and knocked off the outer mud layer. In an instant, the sweet potato aroma filled the entire stomach wall space. After such a long time, I finally got to eat this roasted sweet potato. The sweet potato in the mud ball was roasted just right, and the red skin on the outside had been roasted into a thin layer of skin. It was peeled off from the roasted sweet potato with a simple peel, revealing the steaming sweet potato meat inside. Under the red skin, there is actually another layer of skin, which is roasted brown, as if a layer of caramel was poured on it. When you bite it, the brown skin is chewy, and the sweet potato inside is soft, glutinous and sweet. Sure enough, the food grown in this world is top-notch. Zhou didn't care about the temperature of the baked sweet potatoes. He ate them in 2 bites. There were 2 left. He was going to give them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. But when he thought that they had eaten them before, and were testing that oxygen crystals were not edible, he happily ate the remaining 2. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was already evening. The 4 boxes of supplies today were all some basic materials. Zhou put them away directly. Shen Xian and Jiang Haitao had not sent any news yet. I thought that oxygen crystals should provide breathing for a long time, so Zhou started to do the last thing of the day. By tapping the esophageal diaphragm, Zhou left the stomach wall space and came to the back of the phantom leviathan. Today, he had tested almost everything he had taken out of the cloud-eating leviathan, and only the floating suit had not been tested. After all, the floating suit can make people float into the air, and the stomach wall space is too small to fully detect the effect, so he waited until the evening when the supply box stage ended. Zhou first put the floating suit into the equipment column, and then put it on, with a thought. It's so light, I can't feel the weight at all. Zhou sighed, moved his body, and found that there was a layer of transparent film between his legs and under his arms, which seemed to be used for gliding. He took out a floating factor from the deep blue treasure chest, and used it on the floating suit. The moment the floating factor entered the floating suit, Zhou felt his body lighten, and floated straight up into the sky. He seemed to have turned into a weightless hydrogen balloon, and began to rise rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, he had floated to a position 100 meters above the sea level, and the floating factor could provide energy for the floating suit for 1 minute. Why did the little guy fly away? The transformed Leviathan was stunned for a moment, then raised his body backwards, raised his big head, stared with a pair of round eyes, and watched Zhou fly higher and higher, his eyes full of confusion. At this speed, I can fly to an altitude of about 600 meters in 1 minute. I wonder what will happen if I hold a weapon in my hand. Zhou moved his mind, and a 200 Gene 2 steel long sword appeared in his hand. However, as soon as the 2 steel long sword appeared, the floating suit's upward trend suddenly stagnated, and then it fell directly downwards quickly. This sudden change frightened Zhou so much that he quickly put away his tusk steel long sword. He was now at a height of about 300 meters. If he fell down, even if there was seawater below, it would be no different from falling on concrete. Although his physical fitness reached 100 points, he was not made of steel. If he fell down from this height, he would be crippled if not dead. Without the tusk steel long sword, the floating suit stopped descending and began to rise. After that, Zhou tried many other items and found that as long as the weight of the item exceeded 100 kilograms, the floating suit would fall quickly, indicating that the weight that the floating suit could carry was limited. 1 minute later, because he kept trying various items, rising and falling, Zhou finally flew to a height of about 400 meters. The energy of the floating factor disappeared, and Zhou began to fall. Zhou did not use the floating factor to continue to rise, but directly opened his arms and legs, and began to glide in the air with the help of the wind generated by the descent, relying on the transparent film. The gliding speed was so fast that only the whirring sound could be heard. The phantom leviathan below saw Zhou flying forward, so it immediately swam and followed Zhou. Haha, this is awesome, isn't it? This was Zhou's first time to experience flying. He felt really free, flying freely in the sky and on the ground. In order to shout out, He put on a bone armor mask to resist the hurricane generated by gliding. Huh? What is that? Zhou was happily gliding in the air, constantly changing various postures. He caught a glimpse of a huge black shadow under the sea in the distance, but when he looked over, he only saw the afterglow of the sunset before the sun set. Did I see it wrong? Zhou frowned slightly, and then looked at the phantom leviathan that had been following him. The phantom leviathan's voice did not mention that there were large creatures around, but just kept thinking about catching him. The range of the phantom leviathan's biological radar is very wide. The location where the black shadow appeared just now is within the coverage of the biological radar. The phantom leviathan did not react, which means that he did see it wrong. Haha, I caught the villain. The phantom leviathan caught Zhou steadily as he glided down, and was very happy. Then he flipped his body happily, and threw Zhou directly into the sea. My phantom leviathan is really a fool. Zhou surfaced speechless. He thought they cooperated well, but he was thrown into the sea after a short while. Then the phantom leviathan carefully dived underwater, carried Zhou on his back, and then stopped moving, like a child who had done something wrong. Zhou touched the phantom leviathan with a smile, and then looked in the direction where the shadow appeared before. I must have seen it wrong, right? Chapter 191. Returning to the stomach wall space, the transformed leviathan found a safe area and began to rest. Zhou took out the last item obtained from the cloud-eating leviathan, the triangular firefly eggs. There was no introduction on how to hatch the triangular firefly eggs, so Zhou directly made a small aquarium and placed them in the aquarium. If they could be hatched, they would be hatched. If they could not be hatched, it would be fine. Anyway, he was just trying it out. It was already night, and Zhou inspected the stomach wall space, then put 2 wooden foundations on it, and went to sleep directly. On the 36th day, Zhou woke up from the wooden platform amid the vibration of the stomach wall space. The first thing he did was to check the 2 negative oxygen ion mushrooms. After all, they were transplanted. He had no idea whether they could continue to grow in a new environment. After a careful inspection, he found that the 2 negative oxygen ion mushrooms showed no signs of corruption, and the hyphae at the bottom had spread on the oxygen crystals, indicating that there was no problem with the transplant and they could continue to grow. Then Zhou looked at the pure oxygen crystal worms again, and there was no problem. Although the oxygen content in the stomach wall space of the transformed leviathan might not be as rich as that in the stomach wall space of the cloud-eating leviathan, the oxygen produced by the 3 scarlet oxygen tanks was still enough for the pure oxygen crystal worms to survive. After looking at the 2 items that Zhou was more worried about, he finally looked at the triangular firefly eggs. After a night, the eggs did not change much. It may be that the hatching time has not been reached, or it may be that the hatching conditions have not been met. Zhou did not study it for the time being. After a while, the illusionary leviathan entered the feeding stage, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and seawater and seaweed poured into the stomach wall space. What is this? Zhou used a strong headlight to scan the stomach wall space, and saw something he had seen before, the oval shell of the dream anemone worm. Inside the thin shell, the body of the dream anemone worm could still be seen curled up inside, but soon, the shell automatically split into 2 halves, and the dream anemone worm came out from inside, and then immediately waved its tentacles to launch a mental attack on Zhou. But Zhou could only watch indifferently. With his current intelligence of 14 points, the dream anemone worm's mental control had no effect on him. Should I raise it so that I can continue to produce hallucinogens in the future? Seeing the dream anemone worm waving its tentacles there, but having no effect on him at all, Zhou had this thought in his mind. Forget it, it's too disgusting, and it can also lay parasite eggs in the human body. Who knows if it will affect my other breeding creatures? Zhou thought about it, and gave up the idea of breeding, so he took out the 2 steel long knife, and walked to the illusion sea anemone worm. The illusion sea anemone worm still swung its tentacles, trying to wrap Zhou up, but before it touched Zhou, it had been chopped into more than a dozen pieces by the 2 steel long knife, deader than dead. After collecting the body fluids and shells of the illusion sea anemone worm, Zhou began to crush the seaweed. Soon, the whole feeding stage was over. During this period, he only encountered a parasite once, and he spent the rest of the time in peace. Next, he continued to use the Blayfish power device to connect 3 seaweed crushers in series, to crush seaweed for 80 guild members, and connected the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer to produce hydrogen for the electric light bulb. This time, Zhou also brought the triangular firefly eggs, and placed them on the side, where the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer released hydrogen. In the biological illustration of the triangular firefly, it is introduced that the food is hydrogen and oxygen. Oxygen is always available in the stomach wall space, and hydrogen is only produced by the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer. With the release of hydrogen, the triangular firefly eggs really changed. The fiery red eggs glowed with a faint red light. Fortunately, the red light was not too bright, otherwise Zhou would worry that the eggs would explode. An hour later, the seaweed of the 80 guild members was crushed, and the 2 electric balls were full and fell on Zhou's head to rest. The triangular firefly eggs absorbed hydrogen for so long, and the overall shape also changed a little. The round eggs had a tendency to turn into a triangle, and the volume was slightly larger. It seems that my idea is right. Triangle firefly eggs need hydrogen to hatch. This is good news for Zhou. It is better to have one more creature that consumes hydrogen than to have too much hydrogen in the stomach wall. However, Zhou is worried that if the triangle firefly really hatches, will it attack the various creatures he has cultivated or destroy his belongings? He is not worried about being attacked. With the black crystal armor, the triangle firefly cannot hurt him at all. In fact, as long as the triangular firefly does not actively attack Zhou can also keep it, because there is no entertainment in this world, and being able to raise some strange creatures is also a kind of fun. Triangular fireflies look like small airplanes, and can fly in groups in the air. As long as they do not attack randomly, they can also be regarded as a strange scenery. Zhou put the triangular firefly eggs, which already had a triangular shape, back into the small aquarium, and did not continue to artificially ionize hydrogen to accelerate the hatching of the eggs. The hydrogen content in the stomach wall space should not be too much. The triangular fireflies may not be under his control after hatching. If the hydrogen content in the stomach wall space is too much in order to hatch the eggs, and then the triangular fireflies hatch and directly burn their bodies to attack him, and ignite the hydrogen, he will be finished. Just feed hydrogen for 1 hour every day. There are 2 kinds of creatures that absorb hydrogen, and the hydrogen in the stomach wall space will not be too much. The transformed Leviathan swallows the supply box several times, and the gas in the body is replaced, so there will be no danger. The next stage is the supply box stage. Zhou has nothing to do, so he opens the World Communication Channel and prepares to read a novel, but he finds that several survivors are discussing insect removal coupons. I have a Leviathan insect removal coupon. Does anyone want one? I can bring you along after I go in, the survivor said, and posted the information of his insect removal coupon in the World Communication Channel. It was a steel armor Leviathan insect removal coupon, and there was still 1 hour left. President Chen Xian seems to have bought this kind of pest control voucher before, but you didn't sell it? President Chen bought 3 of them, and I didn't even get a chance to get one. I didn't rush to sell something that even President Chen was willing to buy at a high price. Now the deadline is almost over, and I want to try it myself, just in case I can get some treasure? I think you are looking for death. A survivor who I chatted with before also had a pest control voucher, but he didn't sell it and used it himself. What happened next? What happened next? What else could happen next? I died, and my avatar turned gray and disappeared. Chapter 192. Fuck, is it so dangerous? Isn't it just to eliminate the insects in the stomach wall space of Leviathan? With our current strength, most of the parasites that enter the stomach wall space of the Phantom Leviathan are no match for us. How dangerous can the stomach wall space of other Leviathans be? You don't think that the size of the Leviathan in these deworming coupons is the same as our Phantom Leviathan, right? How big can it be? 100 meters? 100 meters? Before he died, he sent me the exact length of the Leviathan, which was 400 meters. Just imagine how big the stomach wall space is with this length, and how many parasites are there in it. Oh my god, by this calculation, there must be hundreds of parasites in the stomach wall space. I can barely deal with one, but I just forget about hundreds. Originally, there were some survivors who were ready to join the group to eliminate the parasites, but when they saw how dangerous it was, they gave up. No matter how good the treasure was, it would be useless if they lost their lives. Hey, what should I do? My pest control voucher only has half an hour left. If I haven't done the pest control by the end of the period, this steel armor Leviathan will come looking for me. Hurry up and find a big guild to hand it over for free. Didn't President Chen buy it before? And it's been so many days, and President Chen is still alive and well, which shows that the big guild has the ability to use the pest control voucher. When Zhou saw this, he immediately found Chen Xian and asked her to give him this steel armor Leviathan pest control voucher for free. Then, with a change of hands, Steel Armor Leviathan insect removal coupon appeared in Zhou Wen's hand. There were still 10 minutes left. Zhou Wen used it directly. A golden shadow emerged and swallowed it in one gulp, entering the body of Steel Armor Leviathan. Zhou Wen has only one 2-steel long sword, which is extremely sharp and hard, but after all, there is only one. If it breaks one day, his overall combat power will be at least halved. This time, I saw another Steel Armor Leviathan insect removal coupon, which is free. Of course, I can't miss it. It's best to get a 2-steel long sword. Moreover, the scale steel suit is only a scale steel breastplate. Maybe this time, he can open scale steel armor for other parts. The surroundings are still dark. This time Zhou Wen has a strong headlight. He quickly finds the esophagus and passes through it directly to reach the stomach wall space of the Steel Armored Leviathan. At the top of the middle of the stomach wall space, there is also a 10-meter diameter solar spherical worm. An hour later, Zhou Wen used Rockfall technique to kill all the offensive parasites, and then used Companion Voucher to bring Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to clean up the remaining parasites. He himself came to the innermost part of the stomach wall space, where there was an iron ore mountain. After hitting the iron ore mountain with a few stone pillars, a 2-meter thick and 20-meter long fine steel worm rushed out from it. This time, Zhou Wen would not be as embarrassed as the last time he eliminated the worm. He held a giant bone shield in one hand and a 2-steel long knife in the other hand, wearing black crystal armor, and fought the fine steel worm directly. Of course, Zhou Wen's strength was still not as good as the fine steel worm. He would still fly a few meters away when hit by the huge body of the fine steel worm, but this time with the shock-absorbing effect of the black crystal armor, the impact damage was minimal. Zhou Wen also had a weapon that could break the steel skin of the fine steel worm. After several battles, although Zhou Wen was constantly knocked away, he got up after somersaults. On the other hand, the fine steel worm was already covered in wounds. The two sides fought hard for almost an hour, and in the end, the fine steel worm was chopped into several pieces and died. Zhou Wen won. In fact, with Zhou Wen's current strength, it is easy to kill the fine steel worm in a flexible way, but Zhou Wen was chased by the fine steel worm in another Steel Armor Leviathan before, and was almost killed by the fine steel worm. This time, I have become stronger, so I have to vent my anger and test the shock absorption effect of the black crystal armor. Since the black crystal armor was made, I have not fought against large creatures yet. The specific shock absorption effect can only be known in actual combat. The shock absorption effect of this black crystal armor is really good. Zhou Wen praised. He was very satisfied with the shock absorption effect of the black crystal armor. Then, Zhou Wen began to dissect the body of the fine steel worm. In the introduction, the steel skin of the fine steel worm can be used to make protective gear. In the process of collecting the steel skin, some steel was found in the body of the fine steel worm, which was converted into steel ingots by the world system. A total of 10 steel ingots were obtained. After putting the steel ingots and steel skins into the deep blue treasure chest, Zhou Wen entered the iron mine again, and found a silver-rimmed supply box inside. He also found 2 small fine steel worms, one of which was as thick as a bowl, and the other was about the same size as the one Zhou Wen raised. Zhou Wen caught the small one and left the big one for the Steel Armor Leviathan. After all, it was a symbiotic creature, so he couldn't take it all away. Finally, he opened the silver-rimmed supply box. Ding! Get Equipment Bar X1. Ding! Get Steel Armor Leviathan Scale X2. Ding! Get the Scale Steel Helmet. Ding! Get the Scale Steel Gloves. Ding! Get the 2 Steel Long Knife Blueprint. 2 Steel Long Knife Blueprint. Zhou Wen was startled and immediately took out the blueprint. He found that it was indeed the 2 Steel Long Knife Blueprint. He couldn't suppress the smile on his face, and immediately used the blueprint to check the production requirements. 2 Steel Long Knife Blueprint requires 10 2 steel fragments of Leviathan armor. 2 steel fragments? Is it the tooth of Leviathan armor? The materials needed to make the 2 steel long knife made Zhou Wen a little confused, but he didn't bother. Anyway, there was a tooth of Leviathan armor in the locker. He would know after going back and making it with the blueprint. There were only these in the silver-rimmed supply box. Zhou Wen put them all into his deep blue treasure box, then went to the digestion tank and harvested 20 steel ingots again. After taking everything he should take, Zhou Wen, Jiang Haitao, and Shen Xian cleaned up the remaining parasites together and handed the equipment bar to Jiang Haitao. This time the deworming speed was extremely fast. The whole deworming process took only 4 hours. It was mainly because those non-aggressive parasites needed to be dealt with one by one, and there were a lot of them. It was too troublesome to clean them up, otherwise it could be faster. Brother One, your black armor is so handsome. Jiang Haitao looked at the black crystal armor on Zhou Wen. His eyes were so fond of it that they almost shone. Boss Zhou, do you have a blueprint for this black armor? Don't even think about it. I only have this one set, and the armor weighs a ton. You can't wear it at all. Who doesn't want good equipment? But the fishbone armor is Zhou Wen's strongest set of protective gear. He is not ready to make it for Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian for the time being, and the golden seaweed fiber is too difficult to obtain, and it cannot be mass-produced for the time being. Finally, after killing the 10-meter sunlight survival, a steel armor Leviathan blood crystal was obtained. This pest control mission was completed efficiently, and the three returned to their respective stomach wall spaces. Chapter 193. Is the villain back? Zhou Wen just returned to the stomach wall space when he heard the voice of the Phantom Leviathan. This time, the deworming was done during the day. The Phantom Leviathan would check Zhou Wen from time to time. If Zhou Wen disappeared, he would stop and look for him in confusion. This is why Zhou Wen always dewormed at night. Using the deworming coupon during the day would affect the activities of the Phantom Leviathan. However, this time, the Steel Armor Leviathan deworming coupon only had 10 minutes left, and there was no way to postpone it. After finding Zhou Wen appearing in the stomach wall space again, the transformed Leviathan did not think much and continued to look for the supply box. However, it took 4 hours, and the supply box stage was halfway through. Zhou Wen took out the 2 pieces of equipment he had obtained this time from the deep blue treasure chest, the scale steel helmet and scale steel gloves. The scale steel helmet is a full cover helmet that also protects the face. It is black in color and has scale-like patterns on the surface. The traces of the patterns are very deep, and the metallic luster is shining, which looks heavy. The scale steel gloves are more like a pair of claws made of scales than gloves. The knuckles are interlocked, presenting a segmented appearance. The deep scale-like pattern, coupled with a black appearance, is full of power. The weight of these 2 pieces of equipment is not too heavy. The total weight is only about 400 kilograms. The helmet is 300 kilograms, and the gloves are 100 kilograms. However, there are only 3 pieces of scale steel suits at present. Before they are collected, they are definitely not as good as the black crystal armor, so after testing the weight, they were put into the locker. There are more and more things to raise now. Zhou Wen made another small aquarium, put a lot of iron ore in it, and raised the small fine steel worms he caught today. Zhou Wen did not catch the larger fine steel worm larvae, because he did not have a container to raise larger fine steel worm larvae. At least the small ones can be raised for a while, and maybe they can be raised to maturity. In the future, when the stomach wall space is larger, they can be directly released. 5 hours later, it was evening. In the 2 supply boxes obtained during this period, but no special items were opened, Zhou Wen took the steel armor Leviathan teeth, left the stomach wall space, and came to the back of the Phantom Leviathan. Take out the 10-meter long steel armor Leviathan tooth, open the drawing interface, open the 2 steel long knife drawing, and click to make it directly. A blue light automatically covers 1/10 of the area of the steel armor Leviathan tooth. As the blue light flies away, a 10-centimeter thick black shell disappears from the steel armor Leviathan tooth. Soon, a 2-meter long 2 steel long knife also appears in front of Zhou Wen. It turns out that the black shell outside the steel armor Leviathan tooth is a piece of 2 steel. I thought the whole tooth was made of 2 steel. In fact, the teeth of the armored Leviathan have a protective shell outside, which is the 2 steel. The 2 steel on a steel armored Leviathan tooth can make a total of 10 2 steel long knives. Zhou Wen made all of them directly, plus one of his own. He now has a total of 11 2 steel long knives, and the steel armored Leviathan teeth without the 2 steel shell are smaller in size, and the surface is no longer black, but white. Zhou Wen used the 2 steel long knife to cut a knife on the tooth. Although there is no 2 steel protection, it is still hard. The 2 steel long knife cannot penetrate into the tooth, and can only leave a knife mark on the surface. It is much harder than the skull of the abyss dragon fish. Seeing that the hardness of the steel armor Leviathan's teeth was still very high, Zhou Wen did not make them into honeycomb bone pieces. He planned to collect 100 pieces of golden seaweed fiber again, and make them into fish bone armor. Putting the steel armor Leviathan's teeth without T-steel into the deep blue treasure chest, Zhou Wen took out the furnace and iron pot. The knife leaf fish and negative oxygen ion mushrooms are all edible, so they just happened to be eaten together today. A few dozen minutes later, Zhou Wen made a pot of fish and mushroom soup. When the soup was almost ready, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian finished the test of oxygen crystals. 1 oxygen crystal can almost allow a person to breathe for 30 hours, which is equivalent to an oxygen cylinder with a large capacity. Considering that Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian did not have oxygen-rich bacteria in their bodies, and could not hold their breath underwater for too long, Zhou Wen gave them 100 oxygen crystals each. If they encountered a situation where they needed to dive for a long time in the future, they could use the oxygen crystals to provide themselves with oxygen. Afterwards, Zhou Wen gave some of the fish and mushroom soup he made to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, and ate the rest himself. Ding, eat knife-leaf fish, strength +2, constitution +2, speed +2. Ding, eat negative oxygen ion mushrooms, physical fitness +20. In this way, physical fitness reaches 122 points. Zhou Wen moved his mind, and added the 5 free attribute points of Pioneer to strength. The 117-point physical fitness no longer needs these 5 points. Zhou Wen, Pioneer, normal attribute is 10, intelligence, 14. Strength, 69.5. Physique, 117. Speed, 48. Evaluation, a Superman who doesn't train his legs. I am now terribly strong. Zhou Wen punched the air a few times, which made a whirring sound. After eating the fish mushroom soup, Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao asked about the negative oxygen ion mushrooms, which can increase physical fitness by 20 points at a time, which shocked them. Seeing the two asking, Zhou Wen thought for a while, and sent a 70-centimeter-long negative oxygen ion mushroom to Chen Xian and Jiang Haitao respectively, asking them to grow it themselves, and then gave each of them a pure oxygen crystal worm to produce oxygen crystals. Finally, considering that the efficiency of algae oxygen tanks in producing oxygen is too low, they were sent a crimson oxygen tank to provide oxygen to the pure oxygen crystal worms. The sun sets, night falls, Zhou Wen returns to the stomach wall space, and the transformed Leviathan looks for a safe area to rest. After inspecting the stomach wall space, there is no problem. Zhou Wen places 2 wooden foundations, and prepares to sleep. Boom! Suddenly, a huge noise came from outside into the stomach wall space, as if some creature was hitting the rock vigorously. Zhou Wen, who had just laid down, was shocked and sat up immediately. The transformed Leviathan also woke up, but his voice was full of doubts, and he didn't seem to know how the loud noise was caused, because no large creatures were found within the range of its biological radar. After waiting for a while, there was no more noise around, and the transformed Leviathan didn't care and continued to rest. But Zhou Wen was a little uneasy. Combined with the huge black shadow he saw in the distance when he was gliding in the air yesterday evening, plus the sudden violent collision sound, it seemed that there was some creature wandering around the transformed Leviathan. Chapter 194. Could there be some kind of creature that can shield the radar detection of the Phantom Leviathan, and has been wandering around? When this thought came to him, Zhou Wen's face froze, and he suddenly felt creepy all over. All along, no matter whether it was a giant creature larger than the Phantom Leviathan, or a large creature of similar size to the Phantom Leviathan, he could know it in advance with the help of biological radar. If he couldn't beat it, he would run away, and if he could beat it, he would fight it. But now there is a creature that the Phantom Leviathan can't find, and the opponent's target seems to be the Phantom Leviathan. This thought made Zhou Wen lose all sleepiness, and he must make some preparations as much as possible. So he started to make anesthetics with a glass distillation bottle. The creature that could hunt the Leviathan must be quite large. If a fight really broke out, he would not be able to help. He could only see if these hallucinogens and anesthetics would work. A night passed quickly. When the stomach wall space vibrated, it was the morning of the 37th day. The Leviathan began to move, and Zhou Wen had made almost half a barrel of anesthetics. During the subsequent feeding stage, Zhou Wen was always in a state of anxiety. After crushing the seaweed, he left the stomach wall space, and used the floating suit to float to the sky again. At 600 meters, he had a panoramic view of everything below. But this time, Zhou Wen did not find a huge black shadow under the sea around the Phantom Leviathan. In order to check carefully, he used a total of 10 floating factors, and stayed in the air for 10 minutes, but still did not find any abnormalities. He had no choice but to glide to the ground and return to the stomach wall space. Negative oxygen ion mushrooms start to discharge? As soon as he returned to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen saw 2 electric hair balls, with a flash of electric light on their bodies from time to time. After observing the negative oxygen ion mushrooms, he found that the length had reached 1 meter, and electric current began to appear on the surface of the mushrooms, but it was not as strong as the 10-meter-high mushrooms in the stomach wall space of the cloud-eating Leviathan. It should be that as it continues to grow, the current generated will become stronger and stronger. Zhou Wen thought to himself, and looked at the two electric light balls that were looking for water ionization in the stomach wall space. However, objects containing seawater usually have lids, and they can't touch the seawater inside through the lids. Finally, they aimed at a little bit of seawater in the wooden barrel where the gel planarians were cultivated. Zhou quickly took out a piece of stone floor, covered the wooden barrel, and then drove away the two electric light balls that were still unwilling to give up. If all the gel planarians inside were electrocuted to death, he would suffer a great loss. Seeing that Zhou did not allow them to ionize the water in the barrel, the two electric light hair balls wandered in the air of the stomach wall space, rolling their furry bodies while wandering. After rolling for a while, the hair was covered with moisture, and then began to release electricity to ionize the moisture on the hair. Zhou saw this scene, and his eyes lit up. Now you have found your job. The stomach wall space is very humid, because seawater flows in every day. Now with these two electric light hair balls ionizing the moisture in the air, and reducing the humidity in the stomach wall space, he can live more comfortably. However, the two electric balls only released electricity for a short while before floating to the cap of the negative oxygen ion mushroom to charge. Obviously, the electricity generated by the negative oxygen ion mushroom is not enough to maintain the electric balls to ionize water for a long time. Next, Zhou continued to crush seaweed for 80 guild members, and connected the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer to provide hydrogen for the electric balls and triangular firefly eggs. This time, the triangular firefly eggs changed again. As they continued to absorb hydrogen, the triangular eggs became angular and grew slender legs, but the legs were shrunk together with the body, and the whole thing looked like a pupa. An hour later, the seaweed of 80 guild members was crushed. The electric light ball had already absorbed some hydrogen because it had ionized the moisture in the air before, so it returned to the cap of the negative oxygen ion mushroom to rest early. Crack! The triangular firefly egg completely changed from a round shape to a pupa. The red shell of the pupa broke open from the middle, and a 5-centimeter long triangular firefly slowly crawled out of it. After the triangular firefly crawled out of the pupa, its soft body began to harden at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou had been watching closely. After all, the power of the triangular firefly attack was still very strong, so he couldn't let it fly up and attack his items at will. But what surprised Zhou was that the triangular firefly didn't fly, but crawled on the ground with its legs, and then kept crawling around in the stomach wall, as if looking for something. Finally, it looked at the electric ball lying on the umbrella cover of the negative oxygen ion mushroom, and then crawled along the stone foundation to the outside of the small aquarium, where the negative oxygen ion mushroom was planted. But when the triangular firefly tried to climb the small aquarium, it was blocked by the smooth glass. After climbing several times, it couldn't climb over, so its body began to emit red light, and then stepped back a few steps, ready to hit the glass head-on and break it. Don't destroy it. Zhou immediately put on the black crystal armor and reached out to stop the triangular firefly mother. Is the triangular firefly mother unable to fly, or is it lacking the conditions? Zhou looked at the struggling triangular firefly mother in his hand and murmured. Previously, in the stomach wall space of the cloud-eating sky leviathan, after destroying the triangular firefly nest, the mother insect that fell out of it could not fly, but the question is, if the mother insect could not fly from the beginning, how did it build a nest in the air? It was running around just now. Wasn't it looking for the floating factor? According to normal logic, after the triangular firefly mother insect was born, it should be in the stomach wall space of the cloud-eating sky leviathan, and the mother insect may have a way to obtain the floating factor, so as to build a nest in the air and allow its offspring to float and fly. Zhou thought so, and took out a floating factor from the locker. The moment the floating factor appeared, the triangular firefly mother in his hand struggled even more violently. Here, you can fly? You'd better not destroy it for me, otherwise I will kill you. Zhou warned while handing the floating factor to the triangular firefly mother. Of course, he didn't think the mother could understand, but he had to say something. Zhou let go of the hand that controlled the triangular firefly mother. Its insect foot grabbed the floating factor. Its body flashed red, as if it was absorbing the floating factor. Soon, the floating factor the size of a glass bead was absorbed. Swoosh! The triangular firefly mother slowly floated up from Zhou palm, then turned into a red light, and rushed towards the electric hair ball. Damn it! Chapter 195. The triangular firefly flies very fast, and the area of the stomach wall is not large. The triangular firefly mother rushed to the front of the electric light ball in almost an instant. Zhou was wearing black crystal armor, and his speed was limited. He had no time to stop it. ZZ. Just when the sharp horn of the triangular firefly mother was about to pierce the electric light ball, the two electric light balls suddenly emitted strong electric light on their body surfaces, and then transmitted to each other. A lightning as thick as a noodle was released instantly, and the lightning hit the mother's body, directly deflecting the mother's instant attack. However, the counterattack of the electric light hair ball also used up all the electricity stored in the body, and the negative oxygen ion mushrooms could not continue to charge them. So the two electric light hair balls took advantage of the time when the insect mother was bounced by lightning and flew to Zhou Wen's side and landed on his shoulders on both sides. Although the insect mother was struck by lightning, her body did not seem to be hurt. After stabilizing her body, she flew again and prepared to continue attacking the two electric light hair balls. But at this time, the two electric light hair balls had already hidden on Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not make any move, just looking at the insect mother flying in the air. He wanted to see if this triangular firefly insect mother would attack him. If it would attack him, then he couldn't stay. After all, he needed to sleep. Although he could wear the black crystal armor when sleeping, he couldn't wear it every day. Besides, the mother insect might attack other creatures he raised while he was sleeping. The mother insect circled Zhou Wen several times, but didn't approach him. It seemed to be very afraid of Zhou Wen, but it didn't want to leave, and it looked like it would not stop until it killed the two electric hair balls. Is there such a big conflict between the electric hair balls and the triangular fireflies? Zhou Wen looked at the insect mother flying in circles in the air, with no intention of leaving. No! Zhou Wen turned his head and looked at the two electric balls, and thought of another possibility. So Zhou Wen took out another floating factor from the locker. At the moment the floating factor appeared, the insect mother, which had been circling, immediately stopped flying and fell into Zhou Wen's hands, and then grabbed the floating factor with its insect legs and began to absorb it. After absorbing the floating factor, the insect mother began to crawl around in Zhou Wen's hand, and the three pairs of insect legs kept scratching everywhere, as if looking for any more floating factors. Seeing this, Zhou Wen took out another one and fed it to the insect mother, and then fed three more. Two of them were absorbed by the insect mother, and the remaining one was held by its insect legs and flew above the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer. The insect mother held the floating factor, and then spit out a white substance from her mouth and smeared it on the floating factor. Zhou Wen watched the insect mother smearing the white substance on the floating factor, and thought of the internal structure of the triangular firefly nest in the stomach wall space of the cloud-eating leviathan. The entire nest was built on a large floating factor, and at this time, the insect mother seemed to be building a nest. Sure enough, do you two also have the floating factor in your body? Zhou Wen saw that the triangular firefly mother had stopped attacking the electric light ball, so he took the electric light ball off his shoulder with his hand and rubbed it with his hand. It was furry and comfortable. The two electric light balls naturally didn't understand Zhou Wen's words, but they just opened their big round eyes and rolled happily in Zhou Wen's palm for a few circles, then slowly floated up and returned to the umbrella cover of the negative oxygen ion mushroom. The triangular firefly mother, the white substance she spit out just smeared the floating factor and then disappeared, and then flew to the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer, as if she wanted to get hydrogen, but there was no power. Where would the hydrogen come from? The insect mother seemed confused. It had clearly absorbed hydrogen here before, but now it had none. So it crawled around on the freshwater hydrogen-oxygen ionizer, behaving like a fly. Zhou Wen saw that the insect mother no longer attacked the electric light ball, so he stopped caring. If he needed hydrogen, he would wait until the electric light ball ionized the water in the air and then absorb it. He didn't need to build a nest for the insect mother and generate electricity by human power. The next step was to wait for the supply box. While waiting, Zhou Wen came to the rock crystal leaf tree. Today was the 37th day, and the rock fruit was about to mature. At this time, Chen Xian sent a message. Boss Zhou, Xiao Teng just asked me about the details of using the deworming coupon, and it seems that he is also preparing to deworm, but I didn't tell him. Zhou Wen read Chen Xian's message, opened the world communication channel, and found that Xiao Teng was indeed summoning guild members to use the deworming coupon to enter other leviathans to deworm. Well, I know, after he fails to deworm this time, he will find you again. You can negotiate with him and ask him to take you with him, and then go to rob the silver rim supply box in the leviathan that needs deworming. Rob the silver rim supply box? How can I? Oh, I know, I must have snatched it without anyone noticing. There is a certain threshold for using insect removal coupons. It is not enough to just have good military coordination. You also need intelligence. Entering the stomach wall space of the leviathan that needs to be dewormed, there are dream anemone worms inside. If the intelligence does not reach 12 points, it will be useless no matter how many people go. Ancient Exion has a fat hat made of shield fish fat, which can resist the control of dream anemone worms. She can fully use this advantage to rush into the innermost part of the stomach wall space and take away the silver-rimmed material box. Anyway, it was the first time for other people to do pest control, and they didn't know what the reward was. In order to avoid suspicion, they could send the box to Joe when the moment they touched it, without leaving any trace. They could even use this to form an industry, that is, to clean up the dream anemone before pest control. Qin Xian and Jiang Haitao would form a monopoly, and everyone who wanted to use the pest control voucher would need to find them to clean up the dream anemone first. In this way, all the silver-rimmed boxes of supplies contained in the pest control voucher would become Zhou Wen's possession. While Zhou Wen was perfecting this plan, he was watching the World Communication Channel. Zhao Tang had already brought 10 people from his guild, and used deworming coupons to enter the body of the Leviathan that needed deworming. Why did this Zhao guy start using deworming coupons? He must not have any good stuff. What do you mean by that? Deworming coupons are available to all of us. Isn't it good to have good stuff? We all have the opportunity to get it. Come on, Leviathan is several hundred meters long, and the stomach wall space is at least 20 to 30 meters. Just imagine how many parasites there are in it. As ordinary people like us, how can we get the good stuff in it? Use peer coupons. If one person can't do it, then 10 people can do it together. If 11 people cooperate with each other, can't we handle it? 10 people? People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. How can you be sure that the people who come with you are killing parasites instead of you? The previous underwater maze trial has proved that in a fight between people, as long as you kill the other party, you can get all the other party's supplies. If you want to use companion voucher, you must have a trustworthy companion or a certain ability to protect yourself. Otherwise, what is the difference between finding 10 people to travel with you at random and 10 hyenas waiting for an opportunity to move? Chapter 196. Fuck, hearing you say that, I feel a little panic in my heart. This is too scary. Otherwise, you think this is a peaceful era. This is a world of survival, especially when people like Zhao Tang are in power. About half an hour later, in the communication channel, the avatars of the 10 people who followed Zhao Tang to eliminate insects turned gray one by one, and in the end only Zhao Tang survived and returned to his stomach wall space. During this pest elimination operation, Zhao Tang and his team were completely in a state of groping. It took 20 minutes to go around in the mouth of Leviathan that needed to be eliminated. Later, they found the esophagus, and it took another 10 minutes to pass through the esophagus to reach the stomach wall space. For his own safety, Zhao Tang first let 10 of his men enter the stomach wall space. But strangely, as soon as the 10 men entered the stomach wall space, they suddenly seemed to go crazy and began to wave their weapons randomly. Some swung at the air, and some even killed each other. Afterwards, these 10 men attracted the attention of the parasites, and were overwhelmed by hundreds of parasites. Zhao Tang was accompanied by his men. Seeing the situation was so strange, he ended the journey directly. Oh my, pest control is so dangerous. A big guild like Tingfei was almost wiped out. How come this guy surnamed Zhao didn't die in there? What a pity. What's wrong with you? You keep saying bad things about our boss Zhao. Are you looking for death? I'm talking about the guy surnamed Zhao. What? In this survival world, the leader of your Tingfei guild is the only one surnamed Zhao. Don't play word games with me. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Come on, kill me. Use the duel ticket, let's see who kills who. What's wrong? Don't dare. With a prefix of Tingfei guild, you think you are a big shot. Why are you pretending? Yeah, what's this guy surnamed Zhao? Is he as powerful as my tyrant Jiang, the president? Compared with President Jiang, he is just a younger brother. The younger brother among the younger brothers. I don't know how you people of Jianggu Guild have the nerve to say that about our president Zhao. Our guild at least dares to try. What about your president? He doesn't even dare to try. So you can only brag here. Yeah, you dared to try. 10 cannon fodders of the guild died, and the president survived, which made you remaining cannon fodders very happy. For a while, the members of the two guilds directly cursed at each other, but fortunately no one used the duel ticket. Zhou Wen saw the content of the argument between the two guild members. Since the members of Zhao Tang Guild said that Jiang Haitao did not have the courage to use the pest control coupon, it was just right for Jiang Haitao to use it publicly once to promote his plan. The current pest control coupon is no longer the same as in the Sea of Birth. The Sea of Birth has a protection period, and the pest control coupon has no specified use period, But after entering the deep blue sea, the pest control coupon begins to display the time limit. If the pest control is not completed within the time limit, the Leviathan to which the pest control coupon belongs will be attacked. For ordinary survivors, it is completely a hot potato. Previously, most survivors were still in the sea of birth, with no time limit. Chen Xian needed 3 tons of biological meat to purchase a deworming coupon. Now all survivors have entered the deep blue sea. As more and more people are killed by deworming coupons, no one wants deworming coupons even if they are given away for free. Jiang Haito publicly purchased deworming coupons. A large number of survivors, who wanted to get rid of the deworming coupons, sent their deworming coupons information. Jiang Haitao quickly selected a familiar giant bone leviathan deworming coupon. This giant bone leviathan has a relatively small internal space, so it is easier to clean up parasites, and there are no dangerous symbiotic creatures. In addition, with the experience of another time, Jiang Haitao can completely take his guild members to remove the parasites together to achieve the effect of showing his godliness in front of people. Afterwards, Jiang Haitao began to call for guild members to participate in the deworming in the World Communication Channel, but the public call was just a show, in order to tell everyone that he would also start deworming, and the 10 people who would be selected to go together were all among the 40 core members of the guild. After the personnel were confirmed, Jiang Haitao did not let his men use the pest control coupons like Zhao Tang did. Instead, he used the giant bone leviathan pest control coupon first, and then sent 10 guild members over. Haha, didn't you say that our president Jiang didn't dare? I slap you in the face. TSK, survive first, don't get yourself involved. You dare to curse our president, do you really think we don't dare to challenge you? The members of the 2 guilds started to curse each other again in the World Communication Channel. Zhou Wen was too lazy to watch these people quarreling, and kept communicating with Jiang Haitao through private messages. At this time, Jiang Haitao had already found the esophagus with his 10 core members, and entered the esophagus, and was about to reach the stomach wall space. The 10 core members saw a large number of parasites in the stomach wall space, and they all took a breath of cold air, and even had the intention of retreating. Jiang Haitao then showed his leadership qualities, and asked the 10 core members to retreat deep into the esophagus for safety reasons. Then he placed 8 wooden foundations, and 2 wooden houses for the core members to hide in, and he himself entered the stomach wall space to explore the way. The main purpose of doing this is to conceal his identity, because the fat hat can only be worn inside the shrimp head heavy armor, and Jiang Haitao publicly owns the blade fin yellow belt fish scale armor, and the shrimp head heavy armor cannot be known to these core members for the time being. Jiang Haitao returned to the entrance of the stomach wall space, put on the fat hat and the shrimp head heavy armor, and then rushed into the stomach wall space. Before a large number of parasites reacted, he found 3 dream anemone fried worms, and used the razor disc worm corpses he brought with him to solve the problem. Then he came to the innermost part of the stomach wall space, and sent the silver-edged material box to Zhou Wen. After doing all this, a large number of parasites in the stomach wall space had discovered Jiang Haitao, stopped sucking blood, and began to rush towards him, and soon the number reached hundreds. Jiang Haitao was not afraid at all. His current strength has reached 53 points. With a thought, the heavy shrimp head armor on his body was replaced with lighter knife fin yellow belt fish scale armor. He waved his claws, and rushed towards the parasites. Most of the parasites now pose no threat to Jiang Haitao. Only some larger ones, with harder shells, can slightly stop him. However, he still has a knife fin yellow belt fish fin knife in his hand, which is much sharper than steel weapons. These large parasites can't withstand a knife. Soon, Jiang Haitao killed through the encirclement of hundreds of parasites, and returned to the esophagus. Then, he placed a large number of wooden foundations, and wooden houses to hinder the speed of these parasites. He was now with his own guild members, and the stone foundation could not be used at all. He was not proficient in rockfall technique either, so he could only use the wooden foundation and wooden house method, which was quite effective. With his current strength, he could keep fighting as long as he had time to rest. Chapter 197. While fighting, Jiang Haitao placed wooden foundations and wooden houses, and built wooden house walls to slow down the parasites, until he retreated to the location of the 10 core members of the guild. Since he brought them here this time, it was impossible for them to just hide all the time, so Jiang Haitao asked the 10 core members of the guild to kill with him, and rush through the parasites blocked by the wooden houses. These core members, after special training by the guild, have a strength of about 30 points, so they have no problem dealing with some small parasites. But this time, they were faced with a continuous stream of parasites, with 20 to 30 at a time. It was the first time for the 10 of them to cooperate with each other. Facing the attack of a large number of parasites, They were all in a panic. Fortunately, they were all wearing a set of white scale armor, so they would not be threatened by some ordinary parasites. If they encountered parasites that could destroy the white scale armor, Jiang Haitao would take action in advance and deal with the threatening parasites. With a little bit of running in, the 10 core members gradually became proficient, and with mutual cooperation, they could easily resist the attacking parasites. But their physical fitness is not high. After half an hour of high-intensity fighting, their physical strength has dropped sharply. At this time, Jiang Haitao will let them retreat to the back to rest, and he will block all the parasites rushing over by himself. Jiang Haitao's character attributes not only have a strength of 53 points, but also a physical fitness of 81 points after eating negative oxygen ion mushrooms. He is full of physical strength, far beyond the reach of ordinary survivors. Jiang Haitao is covered with knife-finned yellow belt fish scales, and is extremely fast. His body seems to have turned into a yellow shadow, going back and forth in the 10-meter wide esophagus. Once the parasites rushing over touch this yellow shadow, it is like touching a cutting machine, and they are instantly chopped into pieces. The 10 core members of the guild who were resting at the back, seeing this amazing scene, all had a personal understanding of their president's strength. Before there was no peer ticket, they had never seen the guild leader. Even in the World Communication Channel, they heard other survivors talk about the guild leader's great power in the underwater maze trial, and there were also pictures, but these were all hearsay, not today, personally experiencing, seeing the shock with their own eyes. Is our president still a human being? Aren't you talking nonsense? It's not a human but a ghost? Can we become so strong in the future? That's for sure. As long as we follow the president, we can do it. After seeing Jiang Haitao's true strength, the 10 core members of the guild became more determined to follow the president to the end. After resting for a while, they all stepped forward and cleaned up the parasites that rushed over. 2 hours later, all the aggressive parasites were killed by the group. They returned to the entrance of the stomach wall space. There were still a large number of non-aggressive parasites on the stomach wall that needed to be cleaned up. Jiang Haitao handed the matter over to the 10 guild members, and he came to the innermost part of the stomach wall space again, and placed an ordinary supply box in the position of the previous silver-rimmed supply box. This ordinary supply box was given to Jiang Haitao by Zhou. There were some things Zhou put in it himself. Jiang Haitao would open it under the eyes of his 10 core members. It would take some time for the guild members to clean up the remaining parasites. Zhou temporarily ended the communication with Jiang Haitao, because the rock fruit on the rock crystal tree next to him had grown to the size of an egg and was obviously ripe. I don't know if I can continue to increase attribute points this time. Zhou reached out expectantly and picked a numb rock fruit, then couldn't wait to knock it open on the stone platform, peeled off the outer rock shell, and swallowed the crystal clear flesh in one gulp. The familiar taste spread in his mouth again, but this time, as Zhou swallowed the rock fruit flesh, he didn't think of the system prompt in his mind. I can't add. Well, I have added 9 times, which has increased my attributes by 27 points in total. It's already very strong. Zhou was slightly disappointed, but it was within his expectations, so he didn't have much emotional fluctuation. Zhou picked the remaining 2 rock fruits, then took out 2 wooden barrels, put half a barrel of rockworm feces in the barrels, and planted the 2 rock fruits in the 2 barrels. So far, Zhou has not seen rock fruits for sale on the market, and rock fruits can be eaten 9 times, with a total of 27 attribute points, which can be said to be of great value. However, Zhou is not going to sell them. For such extremely rare things, he only intends to digest them internally, and use them to train his own men. 2 hours later, the parasites in the stomach wall of the giant bone leviathan had been almost cleared. The more people there were, the faster the parasites could be cleared. The 10 core members of the guild had gathered around Jiang Haitao. Seeing that the reward was just an ordinary supply box, they all felt a little disgusted. Ordinary supply boxes can indeed open good things, but there is usually only one. They worked so hard to eliminate the pests this time, but only got an ordinary supply box. They felt that it was not worth it. Jiang Haitao saw the expressions of the crowd, then opened the supply box, and took out a giant bone shield from it. This was left in there by Zhou on purpose, because there was a giant bone shield blueprint in the silver rim supply box that Jiang Haitao gave him just now. Giant bone shield blueprint requires giant bone leviathan bone armor X1. In the silver rim supply box, there are 5 pieces of giant bone leviathan bone armor, which can make a total of 5 shields. Zhou directly made one, and put it in the supply box. How can such a big shield be so heavy? Boss Jiang is awesome. He can lift such a big shield with one hand. When the core members of the guild saw a 3-meter shield suddenly appear in Jiang Haitao's hand, they naturally knew that it was taken out of the supply box. It's a bit heavy, but not as heavy as it looks. It's about 200 kilograms. You can lift it, Jiang Haitao said, handing the giant bone shield to a core member, asking them to try the weight. It's true. It looks so big, but the weight is unexpectedly light, a core member said with some surprise, holding the giant bone shield in both hands. After that, other core members also tried it one after another. It's so light, I'm afraid the defense is not good enough. There really isn't anything good in an ordinary supply box. Due to the huge difference in size and weight of the giant bone shield, the core members all subconsciously thought that the giant bone shield had poor defense. Use your weapons to test this shield and see how good its defense is. Jiang Haitao lowered his head and pretended to look at the items in the supply box, saying casually. Jiang Haitao handed the giant bone shield to his guild members for inspection. His original intention was to let them know that the giant bone shield was a good thing with light weight but high defense, so that they could know how much they could gain from this pest control. Chapter 198. Hearing the president asking them to test the defense of the giant bone shield, the 10 core members all began to use their steel weapons to attack the giant bone shield. At first, some people were afraid to use their full strength, fearing that the giant bone shield would be damaged. After all, it was the harvest of this time, and it would not be appropriate to damage it without using it. Therefore, many people simply chopped it, and the giant bone shield was naturally intact. Seeing this, everyone increased the strength of the chopping, but the giant bone shield was still intact. In the end, they used their full strength directly, but still could not leave any marks on the giant bone shield. Fuck! How come it's so hard? Some core members of the guild were so shocked that their hands were numb from chopping, but the giant bone shield was not damaged at all. Jiang Haitao, at this time, suddenly changed his razor-finned yellow-banded fish scale armor into a piece of armor that reflected colorful light all over the body. Under the illumination of the headlight, it was colorful and particularly gorgeous, but the face of the armor looked a little dull. Let me try. Jiang Haitao, wearing a colorful giant arapaima scale armor and holding an axe and a hammerfoot shrimp claw axe, came to the giant bone shield. Then he swung the claw axe with both hands and chopped it hard on the giant bone shield. A violent collision sounded, and the claw axe left a groove of about 1 centimeter on the surface of the giant bone shield. The core members around him were shocked by the terrible defense of the giant bone shield. The president's full-strength attack did not break it. They were also amazed at the power of the axe in the president's hand. They tried their best to not damage the giant bone shield at all, but it was chopped with a clear axe mark. Boss Jiang, did you get this armor and this axe from the supply box? A core member asked in surprise. Yes, in addition to these, there is also a very rare blueprint. Jiang Haitao nodded, put away the Caliceri axe in his hand, and then used the stones in the supply box he brought to make a stone foundation and placed it on the ground. This is a foundation? It's made of stone, much better than the wooden foundation of that big guy. Wow, there are too many good things in the supply box for this pest control mission, right? Yes, but these good things will only be obtained by our guild's boss Jiang in the future. Xiao Tung just organized the guild members to eliminate insects. If he hadn't let his guild members use insect elimination coupons as cannon fodder, Xiao Tung might have died. Ha ha, yes, our brother Jiang guild will become stronger and stronger under the leadership of boss Jiang. The 10 core members of the guild were very happy to see such a big harvest this time, although the things they got had nothing to do with them. But this time, Jiang Haitao personally used the pest control coupon to eliminate the pests, and he also led the way himself, not treating the guild members as cannon fodder at all, and even protected them when they were panicked by the parasites at the beginning. There is such a powerful president who leads by example and protects the guild members. They have no objection to giving all the good things to the president, because the stronger the president is, in this world, as his guild members, they will also be protected. The items in the supply box have been checked out, and the pest control mission is almost over. Jiang Haitao collected the steel weapons in the hands of the core members of the guild, and then let them finish their journey. Steel ingots are scarce now, and Zhou simply does not have so many steel weapons to reward the core members. These 10 steel weapons were temporarily given to them for their participation in pest control this time, and they will naturally be collected after the pest control is over. This time, 20 steel ingots were also obtained from the silver rim supply box of the giant bone leviathan. Together with the steel ingots in his hand, there are a total of 58 steel ingots, and 10 steel weapons have used almost 20 ingots. If they are not recycled, there may be no materials when making machines in the future. Finally, Jiang Haitao killed the 5-meter-long heliospheroid in the center of the top of the stomach wall space, obtained a giant Leviathan blood crystal, and completed this deworming mission. In the World Communication Channel, many survivors and the presidents of various guilds were paying attention to Jiang Haitao's avatar. They thought that Jiang Haitao's deworming would end quickly like Shao Teng, or that people would die quickly. But after watching for almost 5 hours, none of the 10 members led by Jiang Haitao died, and some guild members who had participated in the deworming had finished the deworming and started talking about the deworming process. Oh my god, you didn't see the number of parasites in the stomach wall space of the giant bone Leviathan. Just looking at it makes my scalp numb. Indeed, I got goosebumps when I looked at it. Before, some people said that there were only a few hundred parasites. As a person who experienced it personally, I can tell you that there are at least tens of thousands of them. It is not something that ordinary people can deal with. However, fortunately, we have our boss Jiang. Our boss Jiang did not treat us as cannon fodder like a certain guild. Instead, he let us hide and entered the stomach wall space to check. Afterwards, these 10 core members talked about Jiang Haitao's cleaning of parasites in the communication channel, exaggerating it. That's really exaggerated, saying that one person killed a 50-meter-long parasite, or that he chopped a knife with a knife, and the knife energy flew out directly, killing thousands of parasites. It sounds particularly outrageous. In fact, these core members did it on purpose, because the stronger the leader of their guild is, the less people dare to provoke him. Jiang Haitao already has a reputation as a tyrant, and his strength is indeed very strong. It doesn't matter whether others believe it or not, but when you want to provoke them, it's best to think about how much of their boasting is true and how much is false. President Jiang is indeed very powerful, but how did you get this time? After listening to the 10 core members bragging for a long time, some guild leaders finally couldn't help asking a question they were concerned about. What is the purpose of pest control? Of course, it is to get good things, otherwise why take the risk to remove pests? Many guild leaders are most concerned about the rewards of pest control. If it is generous, they will also try it. But when someone asked about the gains of this pest control, the 10 core members of the guild were like being muted and kept silent. Jiang Haitao did not ask them to keep the information of the items they obtained confidential, but as core members, they certainly could not do anything that would harm the interests of their own guild. However, even if they did not say anything, based on their attitude of bragging about their own guild leader in the communication channel just now, many people speculated that this time the harvest might be considerable. With Jiang Haitao's successful case of pest control, many guild leaders forgot about Zhao Teng's near-death experience before, and began to try pest control, but without exception, all of them were almost wiped out, and even one guild leader died, and the guild was directly disbanded. All guilds that used deworming coupons encountered guild members entering the stomach wall space, and suddenly going crazy. The scene was very strange. After escaping, these guild leaders began to privately ask Jiang Haitao about the details of deworming, and some asked Shen Xian, but Zhou Wen temporarily asked them not to reply and let it sit for a while. Ding! We have entered the White Bone Sea, and the positioning is over. Chapter 199. Ding! Has entered the White Bone Sea, positioning completed. Zhou Wen remembered the system prompt sound in his mind. The transformed Leviathan had arrived at the White Bone Sea, but it was already night. He was not in a hurry to go out to explore, but was ready to wait until tomorrow when there was sunlight. Afterwards, the transformed Leviathan found a safe area to rest, and Zhou would also receive the stone foundation drawing sent back by Jiang Haitao. Stone foundation drawing it is very important to Zhou Wen at the moment. Before there is a replacement drawing, it cannot be handed over to others for the time being. The reason why Zhou Wen wanted Jiang Haitao to get the stone foundation drawing in front of the core members of the guild was to allow Jiang Haitao to use the stone foundation blatantly in front of other people in the future. The advantage of stone foundation over wooden foundation is not only that it is harder, but also that it can be used to build stone walls, which can block the view. When people from other guilds use insect removal coupons to invite Jiang Haitao to clean up the dream anemone bugs, Jiang Haitao can use the excuse of building a defense to build a stone wall in the esophagus, block people behind the stone wall, block their view, and enter the stomach wall space with peace of mind to replace the silver-rimmed material box. The wooden foundation is a frame that cannot block the view. It is also a wooden structure that is not strong enough and cannot stop some people with ulterior motives. Others will suddenly go crazy once they enter the stomach wall space of the Leviathan that needs to be dewormed. Why is it that only you, Jiang Haitao, are not affected? There are definitely many people who want to know the secret even at the risk of being attacked by a large number of parasites. In order to block these people, it is very necessary to build a wall with a stone foundation. This is why Zhou gave Jiang Haitao stone foundation drawings to show the core members of the guild. Although these core members of the guild will not reveal the harvest this time, when Jiang Haitao takes the initiative to use the stone foundation later, some people will naturally be curious about how the stone foundation blueprint was obtained. These core members can prove that the stone foundation blueprint was obtained from the material box rewarded with insect removal coupons. And the material box rewarded with insect removal coupons can obtain such rare blueprints as stone foundation blueprints, which can further motivate various guilds to use insect removal coupons, thereby expanding the market of Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. And Zhou can also obtain more silver rin material boxes that come with Leviathan. After receiving the blueprint, Zhou sent 10,000 stone foundations to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively, to be used for building defense when helping others get rid of insects in the future. As for White Shen Xian also had a stone foundation. Zhou had already laid the groundwork before. When Shen Xian and Jiang Haitao sold the big mount octopus meat before the underwater maze trial, it had already shown that the two had a deep cooperative relationship. The stone foundation can be explained as being obtained from Jiang Haitao's transaction. After explaining to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian that he helped get rid of insects. After coming up with a plan, he ended the conversation with the two. It was already night. Zhou inspected the stomach wall space, and there was no problem with the cultivated animals and plants, except that the triangular star firefly mother was flying around the two electric light balls again. However, this time the mother did not want to attack the electric light balls, but because the electric light balls could ionize the water in the air to produce hydrogen and oxygen. After the mother found that it was indeed impossible to obtain hydrogen from the freshwater hydrogen and oxygen ionizer, and the electric light balls could produce hydrogen, it began to fly around the two electric light balls, hoping to obtain hydrogen again. But this behavior scared the two electric balls so much that they stopped charging and kept drilling into Zhou arms. They knew that the triangular firefly mother dared not get close to Zhou. When the triangular firefly mother saw the electric balls hiding in Zhou's place, she stopped chasing them, and fell back to the bare nest with only one floating factor supporting the whole. Zhou put the two electric balls in his arms on his head, then placed a stone foundation in the stomach wall space, took out a glass distillation bottle, and continued to distill the anesthetic components in the spines of the gillnet sea urchin. He didn't plan to sleep tonight. There was a large creature around the Transfiguration Leviathan, watching closely, and he couldn't sleep. Although he didn't sleep all night yesterday, with his current 117 points of physical fitness, not sleeping for a day or two would not have any effect on him. While Zhou was distilling the anesthetic, the electric light ball saw that the triangular firefly mother was no longer circling around them, so it returned to the negative oxygen ion mushrooms. However, after a while, they flew back to Zhou. Because the triangular firefly mother found that they had left Zhou, she began to fly around them again. The two creatures went back and forth like this, over and over again, and the whole night passed like this. Zhou was speechless. The two creatures were stubborn. When you come, I run. When you run, I stop. When you stop, I go back. When you come back, I come again. But it can be regarded as killing his boring time for the whole night. When the time came to 38 days, the phantom Leviathan began to move, and was ready to leave here to find food. Zhou hurriedly stopped it, and asked Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to send 300,000 portions of seaweed, crushed and fed to the phantom Leviathan, and then took a deep blue treasure chest and left the stomach wall space. Before leaving the stomach wall space, Zhou built a 3x3x3 stone house with a stone foundation, and then put the triangular firefly mother and its unformed nest inside, so that after he left, the mother would not suddenly go crazy and cause damage in the stomach wall space. After ensuring the safety of the stomach wall space, Zhou came outside, stood on the back of the phantom Leviathan, and looked at the white bone sea area located by the white bone positioning card, but looking around, it was a deep blue, not to mention the white bones, even the white could not be seen. Is it underwater? The positioning card must be correct. This white bone sea area is completely different from the crimson sea area. The crimson sea area has a crimson kelp forest, which can be seen at a glance, but the location of the white bone sea area may be deeper under the sea surface, and cannot be seen on the surface. Zhou put on a diving suit, jumped off the back of the phantom Leviathan, entered the seawater, and began to dive quickly. As he continued to dive, the light became darker and darker. When he dived to a depth of 150 meters, the surrounding sea water was already pitch black, but Zhou still did not reach the bottom of the sea. Continuing to dive, When he reached a depth of about 300 meters, Zhou could already clearly feel the pressure of the seawater. His current physical condition had already far surpassed that of the Crimson Sea, and diving 200 meters before was already his limit. Now that he had dived 300 meters, he had just begun to feel the pressure, and temporarily did not need to rely on armor to resist the water pressure. He continued to dive, and when he reached 500 meters underwater, the light from the strong headlight shone on a huge white column below. With the help of light, the white column was very large, and looked like the ribs of some giant creature. For his own safety, Zhou changed into black crystal armor, and then slowly approached the white column. Is this coral? Zhou approached the white column and observed it carefully. He found that there were many white coral polyps on it. Obviously, this white column was not the skeleton of a giant creature, but a huge white coral. He swam down along the coral and reached the bottom of the sea after swimming for more than 10 meters. Chapter 200. The seabed was extremely desolate. Apart from some rocks, there was not even a single seaweed. There was only a layer of white powder like sand on the ground. Zhou grabbed a handful of it and looked at it carefully in front of him. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Get bone meal X1. Ding! Bone meal. Use on crops to reduce the growth time of crops by 20%. At the moment the system prompt sound appeared, the white powder gathered in Zhou's hand under the control of the world system blue light, and finally condensed into a bone meal cube with a side length of 3 centimeters. I've gained something right after I got to the bottom of the sea. Not bad. Zhou was delighted and began to use the world system to collect bone meal on the ground. After collecting all the bone meal, he got a total of 100 bone meal cubes, and the center of the area where these bone meal were scattered was the white coral. This white coral is about 20 meters high, and the root at the bottom is 3 meters thick. The overall shape is like an ivory. Zhou used the fish meat in the blue treasure box to test the coral polyps. After confirming that the coral polyps were not aggressive, he touched them with his fingers and obtained the coral polyps illustrated information. Bone-eating coral polyp body length, 1 centimeter. Weight, 5 g. Food type, calcium. Introduction. A type of coral polyp that lives in large skeleton areas. The corals accumulated by the corpses of coral polyps can be used as large skeletons. Ah, this coral can be used as a large skeleton? Zhou looked at the 20-meter-high ivory coral in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It happened that he needed a large number of large skeletons to make honeycomb bone pieces for defense for the transformed Leviathan. Make it. Zhou stood in front of the ivory coral, opened the drawing interface, and directly used the coral in front of him to make honeycomb bone pieces, but after waiting for a while, the coral did not respond. Can't it be used as a large skeleton? Why is there no response? Zhou was a little confused, and then he thought of a possibility, so he took out the ivory steel long knife and cut the root of the ivory coral. I thought that the ivory coral could be easily cut with the ivory steel long knife, but who knew that this knife only cut 1/3 of it, and when it was swung, the resistance of the blade could be clearly felt. So hard. Zhou was a little surprised. Judging from the feel, the hardness of this ivory coral was already comparable to that of the giant bone shield. This made him begin to look forward to whether the honeycomb bone pieces made of ivory coral could reach the hardness of the giant bone shield. Then, Zhou swung the ivory steel long knife again, and chopped the root of the ivory coral twice in a row, completely cutting it off. Then the 20-meter-long ivory coral fell slowly like a felled tree. Zhou opened the system interface again, opened the honeycomb bone sheet drawing, clicked to make, and the whole ivory coral was instantly wrapped in blue light, and then the blue light was divided into 10 parts, making 10 honeycomb bone pieces. 1 honeycomb bone piece, using only 2 meters of ivory coral? Zhou looked at the 10 honeycomb bone pieces in front of him, and surprise appeared on his face again. You know, 30 meters of biological skeletons also need to consume 5 meters to make a honeycomb bone piece, but this ivory coral only needs 2 meters to make 1 piece. He put 9 honeycomb bone pieces into the deep blue treasure chest, and left 1 piece to be cut lightly with an ivory steel long knife. The blade left a scratch on the surface of the bone piece, and the bone piece was not cut in half. The hardness did reach the level of a giant bone shield. This bone sea is good. We have harvested something right away. Zhou put away the bone pieces, and used the light of the strong headlight to search in the dark seabed. As long as he could find more ivory corals, he would not have to worry about transforming Leviathan's defensive honeycomb bone pieces. As he continued to search in the seabed, Zhou found 5 more ivory corals, but they were not as long as the ivory corals he found at the beginning, only about 10 meters. He chopped them all into honeycomb bone pieces, making a total of 25 pieces. He also collected all the bone powder on the ground and obtained 250 bone powder blocks. Gradually, Zhou also summed up the technique of finding ivory corals, which is to look at the ground. As long as bone powder appears on the ground, it means that there must be ivory corals nearby. Afterwards, Zhou followed this technique. While looking for ivory corals, he swam in the direction where these ivory corals appeared. Gradually, reefs appeared on the originally flat and desolate seabed, and an orange-yellow plant grew on these reefs. Zhou walked closer to observe. This orange-yellow plant is 10 centimeters long, with a texture like resin and is translucent. Each plant has only one main body, and the overall shape is like a bamboo leaf made of resin. Just as Zhou was about to reach out and pick one to see if there would be a system prompt in his mind, suddenly, there was a rapid sound of seawater surging overhead. Zhou looked up and saw a big fish wrapped in bones, with a slender body, about 5 meters long, rushing towards him from top to bottom with a big mouth full of sharp teeth. Seeing that the attacking creature was only about 5 meters in size, Zhou did not panic at all, and directly retreated a distance. The slender bone-armored fish hit the reef head-on, and then he swung the two-steel long knife in his hand, and cut the big fish into 2 pieces with one knife. Bone swordfish body length, 5 meters. Weight, 500 kilograms. Food type, meat. Introduction. A type of hairtail fish that lives in a large skeleton area. Its body surface is covered with bones. Its overall appearance is like a long sword. It is edible, and its bone armor can be used to make protective gear. After checking the illustration information of this creature, Zhou observed the appearance of the bone swordfish. It has a flat body, a triangular head, a straight body, and a tail fin similar to a goldfish's tail. It really looks like a sword, Zhou said, putting the bone swordfish corpse into the deep blue treasure chest, and then used a strong headlamp to check the top of his head. After confirming that there were no creatures, he reached out and picked up an orange-yellow plant. Ding! Get bone bright seaweed X1. Ding! Bone bright seaweed. After eating, it can increase 5 points of physical fitness and speed up the repair of damaged bones. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Zhou knew the purpose of bone bright seaweed, so he stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. The taste was not good, just like chewing rubber, and there was no taste. Ding! Eat bone bright seaweed, physical fitness plus 5. There are a lot of bone bright seaweed on these reefs. Although the physical fitness added is not much, it is also a new food that can increase attribute points. Zhou put all of them into his deep blue treasure box. As for the effect of accelerating bone repair brought by bone bright seaweed, Zhou didn't care at all, because with his current physical fitness and equipment, it is difficult for his body bones to be damaged on a large scale.